Yo, what up, what up? Yo, what up, what up? What goes on? How's everybody feeling today? Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for making it. Today is a fun one. Should be an easy one. And could be a good one. Who knows? Something a little different. I'll tell you that. Hope you guys like something a little different because we're mixing it up today. We're going to start off today with, well, you know, of course, Apex Legends. We're going to play a little bit, you know, maybe like for an hour because, you know, well, we have an hour to kill because in 55 minutes and 35 seconds, the ALGS Year 2 Champion Day 1 group stages begin. We're going to watch at least the first group stages. It's today. And it's going to be like 5 hours long, probably even longer. And if it goes well, maybe we'll watch the other group. It could be, if we watch both groups, it's going to be like a 10-hour stream. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull off a 10-hour stream. If I do, I'm going to need your guys' encouragement and support. But nonetheless, thank you guys so much for being here. I really hope you guys are having a good day. It is Friday. No, it's not. It's Thursday. I'm sorry. I kept looking at the clock last night. I was like, what? It was like midnight. How you doing, Captain? What up, Kyrie? What up, Twisted Clown? Hi, Marie. I'm sorry. Emerald. Thank you, McJingle. Good to see you. What up, Boozy? How you doing, CMD Champion? We got Lambo Slays in the chat. What up, Gary? What up, Chameleon? How you doing today, Blake? What up, CC? How you doing, Radical? What up, Jesse Barnes? Elliot the Peacemaker, Art and Edits, Joshua, Psycho. Welcome everybody to the stream, guys. Thank you for making it. Hope you guys are excited. Are you guys excited for the ALGS? Rubber would clap all of the pros in the championship. Not at all, but thank you for your encouragement. There's some really good players in there, Radical. I'm not saying that I wouldn't like maybe fit in, but there is some good players in there, dude. And they put a lot of time in. I don't put that much time in like that. That's crazy how they do it. They're so consistent. How you doing today, Doll? What up, Tyler? I'm not sure if they're in the first group or the second group, Emerald, but I think so. Maybe not. I'm not sure. DC. Friday Eve. What up? I'm not sure how to say that name. But thank you for being here. I also have a thumbnail to switch. I wanted to start off with my normal thumbnail because, well, we're going to start off with like an hour of Apex because we have an hour to kill. And we might as well kill it. But then I'm going to switch the thumbnail whenever we do the watch beta. You should be an NFL commentator. Me? Well, today we're going to be an Apex Legends commentator, Blake. So let's see how I do that. Let's see how I do. Stop playing Apex to see the stream. Let's go, doll. How was your Apex session?
Some were born to run. Others have a higher purpose.
This ain't me first rodeo, mate.
That bottle of bumpy. What is the ALGS? So it's Apex Legends professional like league for $2 million is going to be the grand prize for the championship. It's going to be today, tomorrow, Friday. I mean today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. Jesus Christ. Just gonna let them do that.
I'm Jump Master. You start whining and I'll turn this whole drop around.
So it's the Apex Legends Global Series is what
Looks like I'm
it stands for.
Master. Lucky you.
Are you hyped for a certain team, Rebel? No, not really.
I love this
Not
part.
really.
Coming in hot.
I'm just hyped to see the LAN. It's at a LAN event, and I think that's really cool. $2 million you should enter. It's a little more complicated than that, Elliot.
Been a rascal.
Coming in hot.
I should enter like last minute, like.
Next ring's not close, people.
Attention, there is a new kill leader.
Shield cell here. Backpack here. Level 2.
Got us a new kill leader. Wouldn't mind saying g'day to him.
God, something scared the hell out of me. It sounded like something crashed.
Wings up.
Reckon we should go here.
Oh my god.
Wings out.
My freaking heart is racing right now. My whole demeanor just changed, like, from that. I don't know what that was. I thought something like crashed into my wall or something, like, or it slammed into my door.
Wings up.
What platform are you on? I'm on a PS5 right now. When does the ALGS start? In about an hour. How you doing today, Undo-Do? I do not want this L-Star.
Standard heavy mag here. Level 3.
Excuse me. I don't know why I'm picking that up either. That doesn't make any sense.
Half the squads are gone. Separating the boys from the men.
We've got 1 minute, a closing ring, and we're pretty darn far from it.
This will work. So now I just gotta go get some kills. So I had to warm up a little bit here today. I have to warm up a little bit here today.
Sniper stock.
And probably
45
gonna miss
seconds and
every
rings
bullet.
fire.
And then the second I get warmed up, we're gonna stop playing. So I hope you guys are ready
Attention,
for that.
leader has been eliminated.
Did you hear about Nope Apex August? Sounds pretty stupid.
Trap cannon. You want to know what having wings feels like? Wings up.
Something did crash the stock market just now. Damn. I heard it.
There is a new kill leader.
Damn, that's not good.
New kill leader. They can have it. My sights are set higher.
Ring in 10. We're close. Evo shield here. Level 2.
A lamb event? A lamb event. Alright, I messed up. I wasn't paying attention to where people were landing.
The ring's moving.
I was too busy talking in the chat, and I don't know where anybody is. And I just want to shoot people.
Wings out.
Jesus Christ, these guys can really move, you know?
Incoming care package. Pro tip, don't try grabbing something moving at that trajectory. Wings out.
Alright, I'm just gonna
Charging
fly
on my
off.
shields.
I find someone to shoot.
Alert 5, ready to score for burn. Burn is good. Woo! Coming in hot!
Kill leader eliminated.
Dun, 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 dun. This is gonna be rough. Alright, I do want to fight them, but I want to be in a position. Yeah.
Firing.
I want to be in a position because his team's going to start rolling up on me. Is that him?
Taking
That was so bad. That was so bad. That was so bad. Ouch.
charging on my shield.
Guy is freaking vicious with a hemlock, bro. Alright, well. I guess that's what I get. Boris. CC, how you doing, CC? What's good, what's good? What's up, Mikey? How you doing, Austin Lynch? What's up, what's up? All the protesters in August. I really hope there's a bunch of content creators that quit, because I will take all their viewers gladly. I will be, maybe I'll stream every single day in August. Maybe that's what we'll do.
Need seatbelts.
Everyone will be protesting and I'll be sitting there, you know, working hard. And they're whining about stuff that they don't understand. Like, oh my god, the technical issues. They don't hire 1,000 people.
Introducing your champion.
I remember, I came from SOCOM, chat. You know how laggy and buggy SOCOM was? No one cared. Like, I came from a generation that they didn't update games every freaking week. You know what I'm saying? Trying to fix every bug and then update it, and then the new bugs that it gets created, they try to fix it. I remember in SOCOM, it took them 2 years to fix. There was this wall. It was an invisible barrier in the middle of nowhere. Like, it was basically on a staircase, and basically if you were standing on the staircase, you had a wall and you couldn't see it, but like, I knew it was there, and that invisible barrier wall was literally there for 2 years. 2 years. It was huge. It was like a drastic bug, like easily a silly error. Took them 2 years to fix that. It was like not just a small one too, like it was like in the middle of a map. It was a very important spot. You would just like hide behind an invisible wall, and then if you knew where it was, you would just use it as like a, because it was a third-person shooter game, you would use it as your cover. You would stand behind it as if it was a wall like this, and then you go bop, and then you would know where it is.
I'm already inside.
Oh my god, it was the, and it would be on a staircase, so it's even more hard to like deal with.
Wings out.
If people want to whine about anything, let's whine about the frame rates.
Eat an arc star.
Plenty to whine about Apex. Okay, what the hell? See, like, I could whine about that hip fire. Like, where was the bullets going? I don't understand.
Wings up.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Recharging shields.
This is going well. He said sarcastically. He said sarcastically. He said sarcastically.
1 sec. Healing up.
It's not going well. I should have had like 3 kills right there. A warmed up Robo would have had 3
Charging on
kills.
my shields. 1 sec. Healing up.
People complain so much in this game. Yeah, I mean, I get some of it. Like, some of it, the game is frustrating in a lot of ways. And then when you see how much Apex makes, it is a good thing. But like, yeah, okay, you make this much, maybe fix some of these things. But like, at the same time, people complain about everything. Like, every detail.
Bogey's shield.
So like, because they complain about every detail,
Wings out.
whenever something important comes up, it just becomes white noise, you know? It's like the boy who cried wolf. It's like the Apex community. Like everyone's become the boy who cried wolf. So now, how is anything supposed to get done in Apex? Because how's there gonna be a voice? It literally, people whine if something is good, and then they'll whine if something is bad. Like,
Shields on that bandit.
I suck. That's why I'm not in the ALGS chat. I would've killed that guy. Even on my warm-up game. Ooh. Alright, so the ALGS here is in just 41 minutes, chat. And we have some That's a playoff prize? Look, hey, look at how much they won for the playoffs, dude. Oh my god. Alright, so first place is $500,000. This is $2 million in prize pool. First place is 500 that they split between the 3 people. Well, just per team, so I guess it's probably split between like 4 to 5 people minimum. And then in second place is 200,000, third place is 200,000, fourth place 160,000, 120,000, 90,000. What's the last place? 40th place is 9,000. The Apex Predator gets a bonus 3,000. That's a lot of money. Dun, 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 dun. How you doing, Mr. Motive? What you up to? I hate this map.
Coming in hot.
See, like the thing, my biggest complaint in this game has always been frame rates. Like this map got broken in season 13 and they haven't addressed it. Like I get why people want to like protest. It's just that's not gonna do anything. That's not how things get changed. Like if you want to like, oh, let's get as many people as we can to not play Apex for a month. Like, I get that that could work in certain scenarios, but it's just like, it's like, there's, I don't know. Maybe I don't know enough about the issue, so I shouldn't talk about it. We'll move on.
I'm in the next
Anyways, I got no gun, I landed poorly.
Wings up.
I don't know how I always land so poorly. I suck at landings. I never pay attention enough. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Let's go stab him with our spear. Hey, look, we're gonna get rewarded. Yeah. Come on, dude. I know you can know how to pick these things up. I know you know how. Man, I am playing so sloppy right now. Dude, nothing wants to get picked up. I think something is wrong.
Wings up.
There's no way I didn't miss it up like 17 times. You know how easy it is to pick something up? You just hold the square and you look at it. And then if you click on the square, it'll pick it up. You don't even need to do that in a lot of cases if you haven't picked something up.
Attention. The kill leader has
Look at my
been
frame rate.
eliminated.
Okay, I'm gonna be the complainer, chat. Oh my god. I'm at capped 60 yet. I haven't even seen a 60.
Throwing frag.
Alright.
Fire out.
Oh. Suck, dude. I can't deal with frame drops. It's like I do these micro turns and I drop and I can't see and I lose like all these frames and now I just want to change maps. Let's go play ranked. Ranked's on World's Edge.
Wings up. Recharging
Jesus
shields.
Christ, it's so laggy. Okay, I'm sorry to complain, but I'm not gonna be able to do this. I'm trying to warm up, and like it feels like I'm being like punked. Feels like it's like, haha, bro, you want to warm up? Yeah, try warming up through this.
Leader.
I'm like looking here. I try to make this turn, and it's like I'm all the way over there. My next frame, I'm like, okay, guy. All right, we fly away. Kidding.
Box 3, visual clear. Good job. Wings out.
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
Is that insane that he just did like that much damage like that? I'm really glad I don't have to play Apex today. I've never been so happy that I barely have to play Apex today. God, today we just gotta hang out and watch and talk. Thank God. Can we get some hype in the chat for that? This game can be so frustrating. And then I accidentally read it up on this map again. Screw that. So frustrating. Think of it like this, Mikey. This game has been out for 3 years. If they put like when you have a game company that has been out for, you know, 3 years,
Others have a.
they're really not thinking about like innovating the game as much as like how much money they can make while it's still alive.
Death stalks the ignorant. Intelligence will guide us to survival.
Let's have fun, friend.
Like how long do games usually last, you know?
This is his champion.
I'm jumping.
A little frustrating.
Hell yeah! Woo! Running hot!
Alright, fast intro into the game. Ready to rock.
I struck the cargo pod. Extended sniper stock here. Level 2. Helmet here. Level 2.
Okay. I got paid off, so I'm just gonna chill with you today. Hell yeah, Mikey.
Gas trap deployed.
Could be fun. Oh, I thought that was an... Oh.
Taking fire.
I suggest we do some research in this.
Dude, my luck already today is like really good.
Recharging shields.
Really on fire right now. Can't even see.
I suspect we will find something here.
Wings up.
Alright.
Alternator here.
The champion has been eliminated.
I love how he's not getting shot at all. I feel like I'm gonna get hit at any second.
Adding another gas trap.
I got paid off, so oh, I just already read that. Anyways, so trying to build some momentum can be really frustrating. Whenever you start off at like a negative
Subject
deficit.
spotted here.
But I think we're gonna rebound really strong right now.
Fire, friends.
Been waiting.
Toss 'em frag. Eat an arc star. Reloading. Wings out.
Gas trap deployed.
Recharging shield.
I have no shield.
Placing gas trap.
The ring is in
What a
close
rebound we're about to
proximity.
have.
Less than 1 minute.
Charging up my shields.
Frag out.
Fox 3, firing missiles.
Reloading. Keep eyes on the
I just don't have an angle right here. Maybe I flank around.
Throwing arc star. Recharging shields. Target spotted.
I'm taking fire, sir. Contact with it. Gravity link here.
Hey, this Horizon is one bullet.
Got one. Enemy
Oh.
down. Reloading. Wings out. Shield. Reloading. Whole squad crashed and burned. I've gotcha. Hey.
Oh.
I gotcha. Hey, how about no more dying today?
Oh.
Gonna try intercepting
Can I
something
have like an
small.
easier warm up, please? Like, I know I do ask for a lot, but like, please, please.
Healing up.
I am repairing.
I need ammo now.
Recharging shields. Independent variable added.
Hold up.
Arc star delivered. Deploying a variable.
Thank you, chat.
Variable. Execute grenade.
I'm gonna swap down.
Adding another gas trap. Placing gas trap.
All right, we're good. Looking pretty even. Thank you, Miss Panda. What up, Philip? Yep.
Administering
Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat.
Kill leader.
New kill leader. So they can have it.
When's the
Their sights are set
ALGS?
higher.
Easily. 28 minutes from now is when it begins. Just gives us enough time for like 2 games maybe. Assuming we win this one. And then lose the next one. Or vice versa, who knows? I guess if we just win this one, it'd be a good standing. the first time I'm watching the ALGS. I've never really been interested. I actually never really watched it myself. I've seen a few of them. And I did a watch party once for it before. It didn't really do amazing, but at the end of the day, it was fun. I did it for the championship. I thought it was fun. And, you know, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, the day is over at the end. So
Wings out.
the new day would begin, and then as that new day begins, who knows? You know, maybe life changes.
Wings up.
Well put, well put. Inspirational. At the end of the day, the new day begins. At the end of the day. Right, chat? You feel me. I'm just kidding. At the end of the day,
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
gotta relax yourself. His name.
Being delivered.
Replicator incoming, friends.
Did you eat yet? I did. I had some pizza.
Half the
Pretty
squad's
good.
bought the farm. We got this.
Optics here. Mid-range.
What did he say? I said relax yourself. Oh my god, hey Robo. Hi. What's up, Nikki? Good to see ya. What are you doing today? Love the air fryer. I just slapped some fries in and they're gonna be amazing. I've never had an air fryer.
Beware.
But I wish I had some amazing fries for later.
Wings out.
I don't want a flatline.
Do not interrupt a craftsman while he conjures perfection.
There's a fight right here, dude. You're gonna craft now? Does that see me? Jesus. Okay. Man, my 3x like aim needs to like sensitivity needs to increase. Hey, chill.
Charging up my shields. Wings up. Fox 3, missile off the rails.
Deployed.
Come on.
Bogey's shield.
Exploring here.
Reloading.
Reloading. Killed one myself.
Target spotted.
Where?
Trap is set. Data soon to follow.
Safe to touch down. We're already in the next ring.
Killed one myself. Target spotted.
Wings out. Fox 3, sending the payload.
Tossing thermite.
Opening fire.
Oh, I was much further than I thought it was.
Subject's shield.
Incoming care package. I love loot.
Subject down.
Reloading.
Broke that enemy shield. Enemy down.
Reloading.
Whole squad down.
Kraber with no ammo.
Reloading.
Unfortunate.
Looks like we took out the kill leader. Cool.
Where's the flatlines at?
Getting shot at.
I actually don't like the Spitfire really.
Firing.
I'll check one more box.
Set.
There it is. It's in here. Let's go.
Under fire.
I've added a variable.
Charging on my shields.
Great. Already inside the ring.
Okay, okay, chill.
Another variable for the lab rats. Administering medical aid.
Replicator incoming, friends.
Now we switch to 3x. Yeah, that's better. This is gonna be better. Yeah.
Medkit here.
Thank you.
Eating Doritos and French onion dip. It's really good, trust. Well, you said French onion dip, so kind of hard to say it's good because I don't like onions. It sounds like it's gonna taste like onions. But you know, I'm also just, you know, a person that doesn't like onions.
Firing.
I can't blame you for liking onions. But is it good though? Like, how can I trust? Okay, Robo. I know you haven't shot a 301 with a 3x in a minute. You should have hit at least 5 of those hits. Not 2. Or 1. 5. Minimum.
Introducing a new variable.
Wings up. Under fire.
I had to check if there's a guy.
Recharging shields.
10 seconds. The ring is fairly close.
You would order a pizza but nothing but onions on it? So you wouldn't even get cheese or sauce? You'd just...
Package being delivered.
just... I guess you would have to have cheese and sauce, right? Come on.
Enemy spotted. Close.
Hostile over there.
Is there a particular ingredient that qualifies it?
Got ourselves a bandit out there.
Damn it.
Opening fire on the enemy. Giving my shields a recharge.
Bandit. Reloading.
Round 4.
Forget those are tough shots sometimes.
Shields on that bandit. Reloading. Recharging shields. Let's scan this area.
This is your first game of the day? This is like the second
Okay. Here
or
I
something.
go.
Ring is in close proximity. One more
Practically.
minute.
We'll call it the first game. Yeah. First game. First game. I'm trying to warm up here, but I'm not even gonna have enough time because we're about to go watch the ALGS and that's gonna take all day. So
The ring is in close
not really about me today.
Less than 1 minute.
Although I did get a clip featured on that daily Apex Moments thing, and they named the clip after the Kraber clip. They named the video and thumbnail after the Kraber clip. I thought it was pretty cool.
Enemies are shooting at me. Giving my shields a recharge.
Wings out.
Beware. My ultimate is ready.
Taking fire. Recharging shields.
Subject in view. Right here. Beware. My ultimate is ready.
Engaged.
Taking fire.
Buggy killed me.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
I am taking
Bogey
fire,
right here.
friends.
In progress.
Giving my shields a recharge.
No.
Firing. Rifle subject. Reloading.
Oh.
Examining here.
Okay, just
Getting shot.
dropped an enemy shield.
Oh no, Mr. Hurt. Dude, you need to chill, bro.
Just a sec. Healing up.
Repairing. Placing gas trap. Spotted a subject. I have shattered a subject. Taking damage.
You need to what? I said chill.
Wings up. Box 3. Clear. Good.
Okay, like for real though?
Broke that enemy shield. Enemy taken. Grenade.
Equipped me.
Sustaining injuries.
Recharging shields. Wings up.
I have been down. Enemy supervision is clear. You are fortunate we're up.
Cannon dumping 60 and the rings close by. Hold up. Healing.
Reloading.
I am taking fire, friends. I killed an enemy.
I am not warmed up.
Shields are recharged.
The ring isn't very far.
I'm out of light
45
ammo.
seconds remain
Yeah,
before
same,
closure.
dude.
Let's go to this area. Grappling.
Charging on my shields.
I am repairing myself. I need an extended heavy mag. Taking fire. Reloading. Recharging. I am taking fire, friends. I need to hop up.
I hate that you can shoot the backpack. It looks like it's a part of the body.
Healing level.
Opening fire.
Repairing.
Box 3. Launching missiles. Reloading.
I can see that the ring's moving on the map.
Wings up.
Defending this area. Introducing a variable. Trap set and waiting. Getting started.
Oh my god.
Shields on that band-aid.
No, I hate this gun.
Recharging shields.
Be a sentinel next time, dude. It's so clunky. It like shakes around so much.
Gas trap.
Oh no, an enemy landed near me. Firing. Crack enemy shield.
Got one. Box 3. Missile off the rails.
Getting shot at. I am taking fire, friends.
I can see clearly now.
up.
I've lost my mind.
This subject.
Good job, good job.
Whole squad wiped. Shields are recharging. Only 30 seconds left on the clock. The ring's close. Opening fire on
Eat an arc star.
We are close to the ring. 10 seconds. Subject spotted. Frag out.
Release shield.
Gas trap deployed.
Wings out.
Whoa!
Charging. Bogey here. Help here.
That's so frustrating.
I am dead. That was the last one. Breathe it in.
Oh, dude, he's gonna save me.
Wings up. Under fire. Box 3. Sending the payload.
Enemy taken down.
Thank God we won that. Let's go. We did the winning maneuver.
You are the Apex champions.
If you guys enjoyed that game, don't forget to drop a like and subscribe. Clutch, caustic at the end there, dude. Clutch caustic. GG, and that actually leads us perfectly to time.
I ranked up. You know what they say, what goes up is never coming
What
down.
goes up must not come down. So if I did that, for example, today during the tournament, I would win a bunch of money. All right, so that's what a rusty hobo looks like. Let's see what professional Apex Legends championships look like. Let's see what they look like. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's do this like this. Phoenix kit for the dub. Let's go. Let's get some yips in the chat. We still have 11 minutes. We might as well do like something. Something. Maybe a duo, even though it's crappy storm point. Still a lot of time. Will code Robo give me 100% off any purchase in the PlayStation Store? We both know that it doesn't. When will the tournament? In about 10 minutes, Daniel. 10 minutes. Yep. Maybe we just talk to chat for a minute. Yeah, we could just talk to chat. Yeah, we can just talk to chat. Oh yeah, we can talk to chat. We can talk. Yeah, to chat. Yep. How you doing, Michael Miller? What up? Are you ready for today? Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, what is this?
It is time.
Is it?
This has been building up. This has been the moment they've all been looking forward to.
Get ready for history to be made.
Real heroes, get back up.
Hey, look, they're 10 minutes early. This is perfect. Let's go! So I can also do what we did the last watch party if you guys were familiar with it. How do I do full screen? F. And how do I grab this? I do F. No. I guess I'm gonna have to grab this for chat. So I can also do what we did last year, chat. If you guys don't remember what we did last year, I pulled up a ton of the different points of view of people. But the only thing is that this is the... I don't think they're gonna have that, right? Because it's a LAN event. So they're not gonna be streaming this, right? Are they streaming these? I don't know. Who do you guys want to win, chat? Scars is probably who I'm going to root for. Monday is hilarious, and Pain Chi is absolutely cracked out of his mind. Yeah, I know who they are. They're actually really good. Didn't they like win before? Like not like the first place, but like one of the playoffs or something. The players would be streaming, but there is a delay. Yeah, there's a delay across the board. Because last time what I did is I pulled up a bunch of POVs. So I think, I don't know how they're doing this, but if it's a little one-dimensional, if what I'm watching is one-dimensional, I'll do what I did last time. And that was a lot of fun. So we're doing groups C and D. And if this stream does well, then maybe, you know, continue groups B and D, but it's gonna be Oh wait, it's 6:15. That's it's 6.5 hours on this from now. We're like just about a little over 6 hours. Like, how many kills did that guy get on average during split 2 playoffs? Let's go with D, 3.2. Anybody who has a controller just to hear the other players complain. This is like the questions you get before a movie. Yeah. This was I was gonna do this for my starting screen for like the stream, like have random stupid questions about me, like this style. Let's go. What up, RC tutorials? Is the doc gonna be there? No. What up, Bryce? 1.2 seems real. That's a lot of kills, dude. These are the ALGSs, dude. This isn't some Apex Predator lobby. This is the ALGS. People come to play. Team Liquid with the most kills. Team Empire, Optic Gaming. She goes, that dude sucks, 1.2. Nah, dude, that's good for this. Most people will have less than a 1. Will Asubi put taking part? I don't believe so, no. Ashlyn, how are you doing, Ashlyn? I don't know who any of these people are, by the way. I know who a lot of people are, but I don't know who any of these people are that they've showed. Like, I don't know. No offense to them, I know they don't know who I am, you know. Should I main race for Octane and why? I think you should try to get 1,000 kills on both of them, and then you'll know for yourself, you know what I mean? This guy had the same kill death ratio. 1.3? Or is this the... Yeah, what the hell? Let's go! 1.3. Is it 1.3? 1.1, is it B? Is it B? I vote B, it's B, isn't it? B, give it B. Can we go with B? What's happening now? We're voting on Alan Vax Long Gone C. This is average kill during the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Ooh, look at the music choice. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go with B. Yes! I got it. I figured out the trend. It's real. You know what this is doing? You know what they're doing? They're showing you how realistic numbers are gonna look in this playoffs. 69. 6.9. That's a good number. Average kills 1.4. Wow. Stay naughty. That's like a big streamer on Twitch. How you doing, Zeus? That was one of the people that we ended up watching last year from the POVs. Sick beat? Yeah, some sick beats here. His name is Paris. Michael Miller with 5 gifted memberships. Can we get some love in the chat for the one and only Michael Miller? Thank you so much for being so generous all the time, Michael Miller. I really appreciate you so much, dude. Ashlyn, Chameleon, Lugnut, Emma, Barth, congratulations on the memberships. Definitely thank Michael a lot. Dum 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 dum. Let's go, Big Jordan. You're so cute. I love you. Sweetie. Go TSM. I'll be honest, if I had to root for a team, I think I'm rooting for TSM. Because, you know, everyone like, in my opinion, it feels like everyone thinks TSM is overrated. And that's why I want them to win. Yo, I got a membership. Never mind, I didn't. Feels bad. I gotta do something half real quick. Give me 1 second. I gotta pin a message. Can we get a like? We'll keep that. Let's go with pin. 6,000 people watching this already. Don't forget to drop a like and subscribe if you're enjoying the stream. We're gonna be doing a watch party. We haven't done a watch party like this in a minute. This is gonna be a long watch party. I was told that they have incorporated a lot of those POV things into this and stuff. So we're just gonna be watching, hanging out, talking to chat, commentating together. I'm gonna be doing some live commentary during this and giving my thoughts. I've been playing this game every day for basically 3 years. I used to be a pro gamer back in the day before Apex and stuff. So I kind of have a good idea of, you know, the pro scene.
Where the great get separated from the good.
They want to prove the rest of the world that they belong in the main stage.
It's
dramatic intros, love it.
time.
It is time, chat.
Many players here from many countries and much on the line.
It is do or die. It is win or go home.
This has been the moment they've all been looking forward to.
Let's go, dude. The element is gonna do it.
I cannot believe what I just saw.
Nine! What? You gotta be kidding me!
Will they do the unthinkable?
It is time. The top Apex Legends players from around the world have converged on the city of Stockholm, Sweden, to prove they have what it takes to call themselves Split 2 champions and take the lion's share of the $1 million prize pool.
Why do I feel like Hal so much? It's because he's a winner.
We've got a crypto. Element 6 at least able to eke out a second place, but end of the day.
It's 3, 4, 5. Oh my God, the wingman.
All they've got to do is take out 100 Thieves, the team that didn't even think they would be here.
Imperial Hal cleans up 1, he cleans up 2, Unite is out, and TSM are back on top.
Oh, the LAN event's so hype.
KP, and he's not done yet.
I've never been to a LAN event.
It's fine.
In the corner, spin nades.
Burning. He's not picking me.
Watch out, let's go, boys.
Oh my
God! Ben, he's connecting, but it's not enough. The Elevate is gonna do it. Elevate wins. Elevate wins. Flatline comes out. He's got ammo for days. Yuka F, frags and fries, and Dave with the 1v1 for the bread. Misses the shot. Reignite does it. Reignite is your champion.
I'm gonna have this level of energy, dude. I hope you guys are ready.
That's exactly what you saw. Imagine the beast behind TSM just pulled it out. Oh, hello.
I gotta practice.
Here comes TSM.
No!
Oh.
You better believe it. Green wall, easy dub, Optic Gaming.
Now the Hulk's trying to stay alive as well, and cleans up Team Empire. TSM. Go, baby.
Oh,
Let's
say
go,
hello
baby.
to my little friend.
These are some hype moments.
Reignite, Zero needs to go big. No, he's gonna get punched in the face. Luminosity Gaming. Cielito lindo. Ganja has to drop. It's all up to Optic Gaming as LG gets melted. The dome shield comes. Reignite is hiding and waiting and hoping that they can ride this wave.
Yeah, they're going to hang out behind the rock here. They got the mobile respawn beacon to play off of. Optic Gaming is engaging with Luminosity. Reignite to go in for the third party and take this entire victory.
LG is out. Optic Gaming is going to go down as well. Zero's going to do it. Wide left.
Oh my God, this Devo. Jesus, that Devo.
They are your champions. Australia comes all the way to Europe and wins the ALGS Split 2 Playoff Championship.
Bro, I would love to play at a place like that because the energy you would get.
Champions of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 Playoffs from Stockholm, Sweden.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Raleigh, North Carolina, the home of some legends. That's right, in this city, home of the Carolina Hurricanes and, of course, NC State men's basketball. This weekend, though, we have a chance to feature several legends, over 100, who have made their way across the world to battle for the elusive and the exclusive title of World Champion. And, of course, to do it in front of our very first ALGS live crowd. Make some noise, everybody. Woo! Let's go! It is time.
Let's go!
And not only do we have the best fans in the world who have traveled all the way to be here, we have some of the best crew to do it alongside with. My name is Rain Day. I'm sure you've seen me if you followed Apex. If not, hello. And I'm joined by two of the best in the business, even better friends, James Bardoff, as well as Lara Quinte. We got the chats, the claps going up. James, it's electric, man.
Yeah, this is amazing. This is a historical day for Apex. It's been a long time coming, and we said that in Sweden, but this is the truly global LAN. We've got a lot of teams from a lot of regions, a lot of continents here, and the biggest prize pool that we've ever seen. This is going to be an outstanding week of Apex.
That shirt, though.
I don't think I could be any more excited for what we have going on this weekend. I have been jumping up and down on this desk. I cannot control my nervous, excited energy, and there's going to be some phenomenal Apex that happens here with the best of the best in the literal world.
Yeah, it's the best kind of energy, too. Nervous excitement is what I would expect for something like this. $2 million on the line, but let's talk about who's competing for that $2 million and bring up the groups in front of you, because we've decided to take those 40 teams who have made it into this tournament and separate them into groups A, B, C, and D. This means a lot. We'll tell you a little bit throughout how our format is going to work, but just taking a look at it, James, just some star-studded teams.
Yeah. There's Group FAT as far as I'm concerned, because we've got some huge teams looking to make those fat stacks this weekend. Just look at Group C. We've got Liquid, NRG, newly signed Fnatic, all in the same group. That's before you get to the bottom half of that. FA Kitties as well. You've got Exo Clan coming from Thailand. There's all kind of carnage.
Bro, Group C is stacked.
Group of Death, Group D, maybe,
yeah.
Lauren, I think.
It's scary. It's scary. And not only is that group scary because, I mean, you've got right at the top Optic, TSM. We'll be talking about them, I'm sure, all day, but because of that international play, we've got new metas coming in. Will we see Seer? Will we see Maggie? I don't know. That's what makes this so awesome.
Talking to Jen Burton a little bit behind the scenes as well. Reignite, now Dark Zero, champions of Sweden just a couple months ago. We need to mention them. We will. They're not playing on stream right now. They're playing on our secondary stream. We'll give you all the deets for that. But let's go into how this tournament is going to work. I know a lot of you are new and maybe haven't caught Apex Legends in a minute. This is our show. This is our ultimate experience, and here's how it's going to divvy up. We've got A, B, C, and D. Each group will spin group play over the next day and a half, playing once against the other group. That will determine who rises to the top. Those top teams will go straight to our winners bracket. The teams who didn't perform as well to kick things off, they'll go to our losers bracket, and then over the second half of tomorrow and then all of our day 3, we will do the bracket stage. The stakes will raise, the games will raise, will go from 6 games total to 8 games, 4 on each map. And of course, if you lose in that first losers bracket round 1, you're out. The winners will await the losers of the winners bracket, who will have a chance to either fall back into losers round 2 or make their spot in grand finals secured for Sunday. Of course, we'll be waiting then to see that
That's
final
exciting. I like
losers
that.
winners bracket clash to see who will make it into the last 10 spots on Sunday.
Yo, what's up, board?
I know it's a little complicated, but overall, we'll guide you through it. It'll be pretty simple as we show you the schedule. It won't be too much each day, and that's actually one of the benefits. We've spread this one out a little bit more than Sweden.
Yeah, and that gives the teams time to review what's happened on each day, and this is the schedule you can see from day to day. Just for a visual for you at home, July 7th to 10th. A lot of Apex to come.
And the thing is, Lauren, this is all good. We know we're playing for the finals. We know who's playing. Do we know why they're playing? I think a lot of people in the crowd know, but the number is pretty outrageous. It's somewhere around 2 million to be exact of prizing for this event. And we should talk about how it's divvied up, because first place,
Gabriel.
you're leaving $500,000 richer after Sunday. That's not a bad day at work.
Not at all. That is insane. That's an insane day at work. Are you kidding me? Not to mention
Better than
top,
mine.
right?
Yeah.
Top 5 still gets 6 figures worth of a payout. That's incredible. But of course, the amount of time and effort and work that all of our players have put in to even get to this stage, everyone's going to be going home with a little bit of something in their pocket, which is more than well deserved.
And I think this is just a testament to the way this tournament is kind of organized. Everybody having a chance not only to be able to participate in the prizing, but hey, second place is a common thing. We know that is interesting, kind of dynamic that can take place of a team getting it done on Sunday, maybe not winning the match point format, but being second, that's still, what, $300,000? That's not bad.
Yeah, it's not a trophy, though, is it? You don't get that shiny trophy. You have an empty cabinet. So maybe someone's made a shelf at home. They've got nothing to put on that shelf.
That's right, man.
Got to come first.
Empty shelves here. James looking out for the real ones. Of course, we've got a lot going on for those at home, because you may not have been able to make it here to Raleigh. We understand that. But if you're at home, we've got a lot of things that we've added into our year 2 of the ALGS to make your experience special, including, but not limited to,
Let's go. This is what I was doing.
Which is our brand new way to access your narrative the way you want and drive the action yourself. You can have up to 4 screens at the same time, following your favorite player, your favorite team, and actually hearing their in-game audio. Also, it pairs really, really nicely with the fact that we cover a lot of great things on our screen. The casters will be commentating, but maybe you just want a stats page of what's going on with kills, the leaderboard. Multiview will allow you to do that with our very extra special Twitch extension as well. That will give you a lot of great things, including fight indicators. If they turn yellow, you'll be able to see.
We're going to be doing that a little bit.
Engagement. You'll see, again, stats, kills, leaderboards. You can have that as one of your multi-view streams. So multi-view, Twitch extension. Make sure you've got all that set up in the command center and on your Twitch browser. If you're watching from home, it is the best way to get involved in all the action. We've also got a very, very special thing happening for those watching on Sunday. It's some Twitch drops. That's right.
I was using a different website for that. That sounds better than what I was using.
You were here and they were not. The Amethyst Assassin, the low-key flex, the LGS glitch, Hollow Spray, Digital Jammer, a bunch of cool things, James, for people to rep at home for watching championships.
You know I've got this stream open on the laptop. I want my charms. I need to drop the Hollow Sprays on the boxes when I'm getting my BM on in the servers. That's like the ultimate thing for me. Just, people that prefer the tea bags, I prefer the Hollow Spray.
Yeah, I know. I think the Flex Charm is pretty nice, Lauren.
It's the only way I'm ever going to get a trophy. So I will take that, okay?
We're having fun here today, and of course, there's a lot of fun been had over the course of the last few months with new announcements for Apex. New season's coming up. We might talk a little bit about that on Sunday, but right now, if you missed it on socials, we've got some new information on Apex Legends Mobile. We've actually got a new Battle Pass, a new Legend Rhapsody coming out. Trailer just dropped for that. It's pretty exciting stuff. We'll be giving you more information on that, of course, on Sunday to get your Apex Mobile gameplay down stat. But Lauren, you're kind of the queen of mobile, essentially. That's what you do. It's pretty exciting stuff.
I do love me some mobile games. Now that we get to combine Apex Mobile, it's been insane. It's beautiful visually. It plays incredibly well. And the skill level that the players that have been playing it from the
Who in
beginning
chat
already
has
have,
played Apex
it
Mobile?
looks
Say me, and if you've
almost like
not
a
played it, say I have not played
We got a little bit
it.
of our homework done, out of the way, giving you all the information you need. Now it's time to get into the tournament because, of course, we've got our eyes on the prize. We've got our eyes on a few teams that are after it. Let's go ahead and break down the ones that caught our eye.
Teams
All
to
right,
watch, chat.
James, Lauren, it's time to start talking
Let's check them
Apex
out.
here. Who are your teams that have really stood out to you, at least that you've been focusing on starting this tournament?
Right.
He's going to say
I think
TSM.
for a lot of people, especially since we're in North America, they're going to be familiar with the NA teams, the European teams.
Yep.
I'm here for the further afield teams, and the first one is Fnatic, formerly known as GameWith. Had a great result in the playoffs in Sweden. They came 9th overall, almost made it to match point. But one of the most interesting things were they were willing to contest Optic off the drop. They caused them all kinds of problems. When they're busy trying to win the whole tournament, they come in there expecting to be #1. But GameWith, now Fnatic, did not care about that. Huge pickup by the Org as well.
I mean, you're talking about the fact that they were willing to contest Optic. We obviously have to talk about Optic. I mean, it's something that we've been talking about from the whole time, in case you guys don't know, formerly Esports Arena, and 4th place finish in those split 2 playoffs, but one of the most consistently high finishing teams. I mean, they are someone
What's
that
up,
will
Milton?
be in the conversation all weekend, and we would be remiss if we did not bring them up as a team to be keeping our eyes on here.
Great performance last time, but looking at our third team, it's Alliance from Europe, of course. They're a team who've had huge results in the past, but they didn't really do what we were expecting. I think they came 16th on finals day, which is not what you expect from Alliance. We know their output can be absolutely devastating, and they really do run the server when they can have that peak performance. The problem is, well, the question is rather, can they get there when it counts in championship weekend?
There it is. We're starting off with the teams that we've given the highlight. We'll see which one ends up taking it as they play. Match is starting pretty soon.
Pretty soon. Pretty soon, chat. Match is about to start.
All right, so we've given ourselves a little bit of time here to kick off that conversation, and I think it kind of goes now to where are we? The teams behind us, we could see a little bit of Alliance standing up there, some of the players mingling. We've got Group C versus D on the way. And this is, I brought up Group of Death. I think D might, from especially a North American perspective, you see TSM, you see Optic Gaming, you go, I don't want to keep playing them all day. They will, and all tournament long, James. But, I mean, talk about this first pairing that we've got. Liquid, NRG, it's incredible.
I mean, there are huge names that we can talk about.
Damn, TSM and NRG in the same. I love it.
I want to look at people like EXO Clan in the bottom left. Like, this is a great opportunity for a region like Thailand to see if they can, like, imagine this is your first massive LAN, and you have a live crowd as well, and you've got to go against all these international teams, all the heroes you see on Twitch and so on. There's a huge test for a team like EXO Clan coming through. Fnatic, I think, are going to be flying the flag for Japan, with some teams having substitutes and so on. So they're going to have to see if they can do one better and get to that match point later on. Team Burger, of course, from Australia. There are too many names for us to mention all at once, but these are just some of the ones which I'm going to be keeping an eye on at the beginning here.
Yeah, shout out to Jordan Mays. Nice interview with Walty he did right before from Team Burger. Got a little bit of an insight of how confident they're feeling. But Lauren, all these teams, that's incredible. But the team that won 2 months ago, the biggest one that we've had in 957 days, now 1,000 days plus, they're in Group A versus B, and that's Dark Zero.
It is. I mean, you're talking about those other regions. More Australia love coming through. Okay, formerly Reignite, and they had a phenomenal performance in those split 2 playoffs. But these might not be the same type of Group of Death status, but you still have Cloud9. You still have 100 Thieves. You have Space Station Gaming. I mean, you can go through this, and so many more recognizable names are jumping out, which is why this is the culmination of the greats across the entire globe, because they're all that good.
Zach is back as well from Cloud9. I know a lot of people heard of some of the travels he was doing beforehand. Happy to know he is here playing with the squad and confirmed. And yeah, raise the roof, show it up. Our crowd who's made it here on day one.
Bearing in mind there's a crowd here, Rain Day.
Yeah.
Okay? If an Australian team wins, Genome, I think, needs to do a shoey with water, of course.
With water, of
course. Oh, that looks so cool. Look at him.
That needs to be done. I think we'll just put him up for that. You know, he's not here. He can't defend himself. He's generally had a death space.
At the end of the day, we've got a lot of things changing here. And we have, again, the first global competition. I mentioned this is the first live event. But what's most important is that if you were following Apex for the last couple of years, because of the online play that we had to do, every championship was split up on regions. So North America got their championship, EMEA got their championship, and so on and so forth. This is the first time we will have an actual global champion. I mean, and I think that
No,
goes
Michael
to
Miller,
say
it's a
there's
different one.
a lot of meta clashing that's going to be even more important with the introduction of some of these characters from different regions, and even in North America with the intro of Seer most recently.
Yeah, I think we have to give a shout out to Team Empire. They didn't make it here due to
certainly
visa
did.
issues, but they were definitely leading the charge with the meta around Maggie.
Yes.
But from the scrims that we've seen recently, some other teams have been playing Maggie. Now the question is, I don't put too much stock into scrims myself because that is a time for experimentation.
Right.
So you don't know what composition is going to come into the server. But if some of these dirty compositions come in, we're going to be in for a very interesting time.
But is that not how it always works though? All it takes
Look
is
at how
that
the
one team
screens
to
work.
figure out something that works just the tiniest bit better, and that becomes what is the new meta. So yes, I do agree that scrims are the opportunity to try those dirtier, crazier comps, but sometimes that's what's going to get you the $500,000 prize pool at the end of the day. So I don't hate it.
And especially because we're looking at squads that even us as casters and fans, I'm sure, around the world, I'm still getting questions. What is the impact of Maggie? Why are we bringing Maggie into World's Edge and leaving her off of Stormpoint? But that's the thing. You're going to see these metas evolve from day one. You might see more aggressive play. You might see people experimenting or playing more comps that can get kills and be flexible. Then you might, in Stormpoint, see something the opposite way. I know some Bangalore's are still going to be played. But then Champs Day, Finals, I think we'll see more conservative play too, James. And that will also be a different meta each day and a LAN meta as well. It's going to be constantly evolved.
It's time for my daily throwing of shade towards Vicky Kitty, right? You know, she hates on Caustic. She's just over there. Hi, Vicky. How you doing? She's giving it to me. So she's been picking up Caustic this last season, okay? But she's finally joining the ship. But I've left that ship. I'm on that Maggie hype now already.
On the Maggie hype.
Even just for the lines, they're so sarcastic, well up my street. But the grief with her abilities is just, I don't know, it makes me feel good about myself.
Lauren, I want to shift a little bit too, because talking about these teams, we've got Hardeki in the middle right there. We've got some funny stories around him. One of my boys, Hardeki, one of the best in EMEA to do it. He's pull off some of the craziest ALGS clutches. There's not really a redemption story, but there's an arc for can they finally reach the top of the mountain. There's a TSM story that we always have to talk about, which is they are always a team that we have to mention in terms of being contenders to win this thing. But how can we not talk about Dark Zero going back-to-back?
It would be the most epic back-to-back.
True,
because
Michael.
you close out the end of the regular season, and then when you get to this moment, this is obviously a little bit different from the Split 2 playoffs.
Look at that clean haircut from Hackis. Respect. Who's your barber, bro? I need to get down there, man.
To be fair, all the players are looking fantastic today. Everybody's got their game faces on and everyone's ready to go, but you have to be keeping your eyes on something like that because this biggest target. And we've seen that happen when you're talking about mentioning bringing up TSM. We see that once you put yourself in that spotlight, everyone's looking towards you. Everyone's looking at you. If they have the opportunity to shut you down, they will take it. So you kind of have to either play that much more aggressively and confidently or decide to start off with the conservative play and see what everyone else is deciding to do.
Yeah, there have been changes to the competitive, obviously, overlay and the HUD to allow so that players, when they do get taken out on match point, not to be seen throughout the lobby. But they're so experienced. They already know where they rotate from, where they land, what skins they're wearing. Although we know there will be unlocked skins, so people can change it at this point. But it just goes deep, James, the amount of adjustability these teams are making and the amount of knowledge that they have. Everything can basically decide on a coin flip whether you become a champion or maybe second place.
That's an underrated thing, actually, with regards to the skins, because let's not forget how the playoffs in Sweden ended. The teams weren't sure who Optic were out of the teams that were remaining. And part of that is your team composition, but part of that is the skins you're running as well. So if I was playing in here, I would be running default skins, or I would have every skin on random selects every game. Yeah. Because you don't want to be singled out and targeted if you can avoid it. People will know roughly where you land at the beginning, but once you start rotating, once the Valkults come through, then who knows who is where.
Well, let's take a look as well as to where
That's what I said the very first split of Apex Legends.
We'll back on IG, so the right go.
With the
Optic Gaming. It is World's
ALGS.
Edge to begin the day. I know a favorite for many of those in the crowd and those watching at home. Stormpoint will close out the second half of the day. We'll be doing another round of 6 games. We call these series in the Apex Legends competitive lingo. But World's Edge will start off. Lauren, I'll lead it to you. Any significant things you're looking out for in World's Edge? We know Maggie's been played. We know Valk, Seer, Maggie is kind of the combo TSM has committed to with reps on that Maggie. obviously Verhulst on the Valk, and Hal taking the Seer in their hands. But anything else that you think we might see? Lobas, some, I don't know, Caustic, Gibby, I mean, that's a pretty standard composition.
It is. I would not be surprised if we possibly get a little bit of Loba. I'm going to be looking for some really aggressive Valk rotates out of Optic as well, seeing how they kind of kick things off with that. And
that's a great point.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's too much to talk about for every single map, but for me, that's probably the one thing that jumped out to me so far.
I think Optic is a great kind of talking point as well. I remember in Sweden, I sat on the plane next to Skittle Cakes. One of the things he mentioned, James, to me that stood out is how hard they work, that they know these circles, they know where things are going to end better than any other team. They were close to kind of putting and backing that up in Sweden. They were only a few places away from winning that championship. In fact, they were in that final circle.
Rain Day.
You know, this is what happens.
I want to go back to the map.
I ask you a great question.
Forget your question, Rain Day. It's about my question. When the environment changes, the
You
specialist
just
one
ditch
needs to
it.
be a generalist. If you only turn up for half the maps, you're not going to make it. You have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to thrive. And sometimes that means a different composition.
He's like, you weren't paying any attention.
Optic, you can see Skittle Cakes has got his game face on. He's not here to make friends, and a lot of us learned that when we were in Sweden. He is coming here to smash people on the server. That's the only thing he cares about. But that's fantastic because all his energy is focused on that. He doesn't have time to say hello to you or me. He just wants to play on the server. But that's great. Just keep all your energy for that. I expect them to come in. I expect them to dominate on the server. Stay away from Fnatic, because we've seen that can be a problem. Perhaps they'll look for revenge. That may be ill-fated. We don't know. A lot of things going into this one. That will be very interesting as the maps change as well. What if they both go back?
So hype. Look at them all like sitting there like so nervous. Look at that guy. He's like ready, trying to talk, calm down.
It is very interesting too because of the way.
Is it like 95 degrees in there?
Something that happens at LAN. So for those unfamiliar with kind of how Pro Apex works, these are almost predetermined agreements of where we're going to be landing, and they sort that out much before the tournament starts. But inevitably, you switch Group A versus B, and then you go A, D, or C, B, and somebody clashes, and that becomes a little bit of a dramatic and ego-filled battle that, Lauren, sometimes it's impossible to navigate.
The man!
Uh-oh.
The legend!
They put the CEO on screen.
A little bit TSM love.
What's up, old man? This is live.
Throw in regarding dropping. Let's not forget that Sentinels haven't been here. They haven't been in Sweden, and part of that is if you look at the drops, sometimes Optic would 3-man drop on the guy going to Beacon and just melee kill him, and then just run off and just kind of ruin the start of their games and so on. So that's something we need to look out for if a team is willing to grief a close rival as soon as they drop.
See, and I was going to bring up the same point as well, because there is, a little bit of like, we've played in scrims, we know where you drop, we don't want to rock the boat too early, but at the same time, I'm glad you brought that example up, because we have seen them willing to drop on each other, to grief each other, to wipe out some of those heavy-hitting teams early on, because that opens up a field of opportunity when it comes to freer rotations, some extra points on the board, we have seen too many times how big of a difference just 1 point here and there can actually make in the overall standings.
Absolutely, especially knowing when you get your qualifications in that winner's bracket between 1st and 10th, you go in with those extra points for match point, which of course everyone I'm sure in the Apex scene knows. It's a great viewer spectacle, and there's a lot of conversation around it every single time we do it. But there's a lot of conversation beforehand in the green room. We're hanging out, we're talking who we think is going to perform today. And that's why I want to bring up right now our talent predictions for today. But I want to preface it with an understanding that this is not who we think we want to win. This is who we have an eye on for some reason. And I think it's great to have a little time here to talk about the reasons why. Sometimes it's just seeing a scrim result. Sometimes it's actually talking to these players.
I'm hearing excuses, guys. I'm hearing
and sometimes it's just games being wacky.
See, all these guys are just happy to be here. No, man. Fnatic are going to smash today. We got fences on deck.
Yeah.
UKF's going to destroy.
You're wrong, James. I'm sorry.
That's why they're being picked up by Fnatic. That's a massive org to come into Apex Legends, and they're going to show us why today. You guys are going to be embarrassed, and I'm going to be here to talk about it.
Wow.
One of the things, yeah, that was harsh.
Right?
You just
what do you got for me?
Geez.
Huh?
100 miles an hour.
Exactly. Let's go.
But,
I got bars for days.
The good thing is, before we get to that, Fnatic are one of the only teams that we've seen from the APAC North region without any subs. So they will actually, having placed 9th in Sweden, be a full roster here after getting picked up by Fnatic. So there's a lot of momentum on that side. I do like your pick, James, but I want to hear what you think, Lauren, because you had a different one.
I picked Alliance. and it's not because they are directly behind us, but
not because of Hockey's haircut.
or the haircut. But I picked Alliance as a team that I want to be keeping my eyes on today. I think they have the potential to have an incredibly strong performance. They've been stronger in recent scrims. Did they not perform the way they probably wanted to in Split 2 playoffs? Sure, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about that because they are capable of bouncing back. And I think that of all days to do it, it is today when you get yourself that better seeding, moving in to groups or into the bracket stage, because it allows you have a little bit more freedom today. You want to put yourself in a better cushioned place moving into the brackets so that you can get straight into finals without having to worry about running through losers.
Well, Alliance is a team that we clearly know has the talent. We know Hockey's is an incredible IGL.
Alliance actually is one of the best teams in here for sure.
That helps him to, he's spoken to us, be a strong and direct leader for his team to fall back on it. We've seen the guys, they've been enjoying their time here so far in North America, and I personally
but Twitch has ads, Gabriel.
Next level
I don't want to watch ads every 45 minutes.
Know that they are a threat, but can they win? Can they consistently win?
It's like, what, 8 seconds, something like that?
As well, but I chose Liquid. James,
I like the Liquid pick.
we have, we've got a long-standing relationship with Hotsick, but more so than that, their results are speaking for themselves, and they're kind of like this constant underdog. Almost the fact that second in Sweden, they were essentially the highest.
I'm actually rooting for TSM.
On Sunday. This is a team that needs a little bit more respect.
Yeah.
I think they know that coming into this. I think if they win this championship, gives them the respect and puts them on top of the world. And
Agreed.
I think they know that, so I'm pretty sure they're coming in all guns blazing.
The fact that we're only talking about them now shows how stacked this tournament is.
That's
there
right.
are so many huge names here. And I think all of us in the back are huge fans of Gilderson's especially.
Absolutely.
He is definitely, I think, beyond a rising star. He's definitely one for people to watch at home. And I think in terms of like fundamentals, if he plays a character that you want to see, then that is something to look at. And of course, we got some more stars here. Recent birthday for Monsieur Sweet. If I'm not mistaken, he was 23. I should know. I dropped 23 subs in his chat, so.
These young guns, man.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's surreal for a lot of people in the audience to be connecting with some of these faces they know online, and of course, haven't had any personal events. It's kind of the unique thing about Apex Esports, if you're just joining us. We have had so many events, none of them in person for any of this connection to happen. So there's a bit of a buzz, a bit of an excitement running through the PNC arena here in Raleigh, North Carolina, that is hard to completely communicate, but it's definitely real, Lauren.
I think it's my favorite part about the whole thing. You can feel how hyped everybody is to finally be here in person.
Sweet looks so nervous.
At a LAN with an audience that will only get crazier as we go on throughout the weekend. It has been literal years in the making, and we've been here from the beginning, Rain. I think we're equally as excited as everybody else is.
It goes to mention that I know those patiently waiting, we are starting in just a couple of minutes, and all those teams, all those banners will be playing in our Group C versus D matchup. This is the first. A versus B are playing in our secondary stream, but that's a good time to kind of highlight that a little bit more. For those who were not watching Sweden, you missed out. Whether there was a green screen or not, there is definitely an opportunity to bring the two who are in charge of that meme back, and they are upstairs in this venue. Nice Wig and Greek God running all of your A versus B or secondary stream matchups that we're not covering here on the main stream. The energy, the electricity that comes from that commentary is something that you just can't get anywhere else.
60% keyboards are go-to. I just had to put that in there while it's on camera. So get yourself to 60%, but Nice Wig is he's amazing on the microphone. So that is just pure, unadulterated entertainment on that stream. One more team we haven't mentioned is Scars.
I know. And they're here. They're all here.
If we look at the teams who have
Scars love.
If we look at the teams who have won the most prize money ever, we have to mention Scars. Last year, $265,000.
Wow.
They won.
Yeah.
And again, it's not an organization that we've mentioned as much as we would have liked to based on that kind of history.
Right.
But this is a great chance to add to that tally, keep themselves up towards the top or on top if they win this.
Quick last thought, Lauren, before we throw to casters.
No, let's go. Let's do this. First game of the day.
Let's do it.
Where you at?
I'm ready, baby.
Let's get it,
you know
baby.
How it is. We started
Don't forget
things
to drop
off,
those
but
likes.
There's no finer two to go and really kick off the action. It's our first commentary duo of the day, Vicky, Kitty, and Fallout. Take it away.
And Robo.
Thank
forget
you
me.
so much, Rain Day. Fallout here alongside Vicky Kitty.
What's up, Fallout?
We have the best
You forgot to introduce me,
community
dude.
esports, the best live audience as well in PNC Arena.
Oh,
we
is that
are
me?
ready to kick off the ALGS ALGS Championship inaugural. First time with a live audience, and I can't do it myself with none other than Vicky Kitty herself.
I'm so excited to be here, Fallout. $2 million prize pool, first place walking away with $500,000, and we are just getting
Someone
started
told her
here
to
in
hold her
day
hands
one.
like that. I could tell you.
Insane to think about the stories, this lobby in particular. Let's go ahead and jump into the key storylines for this one. Of course, you're familiar with the format, the scoring, and Vicky, for those that are watching for the first time, walk us through how the scoring is going to work here.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to prioritize placements more than anything. If anything, with the rank changes that we just recently witnessed, that's the most important thing. So, of course, with first place, you're going to walk away with 12 points. We're going to have that graphic coming up shortly. And aside from that, every KP that you get is 1 point in the pocket for that team. At the end of the day, though, there's a little prize for the Apex Predator here at this tournament that's going to walk away with $3,000. That goes to the player that has the most kills in the entire tournament.
Yeah, well, speaking of
She's doing
storylines,
great.
you set
She's
me up
killing it.
perfectly. That's the biggest
Fellow
storyline
commentator.
here from Sweden playoffs. We have 6 of the top 7 kills leaders in this lobby. 8 of the top 12. That was Knocked, your Apex Predator with 58 from Optic Gaming. Skittlecakes right behind him with 57. Liquid Fun with 54. Nocturnal with 52. Hockey's with 51. Gilderson's from Team Liquid with 48 alongside Yuki. And last but not least, you know him, you love him, Sweet Dreams himself with 51 kills from the playoffs. We have absolute fraggers in this lobby. It is a championship-esque lobby, Vicky.
I'm so excited, especially after what we witnessed back in Sweden. We had from the very beginning, from the very get-go, a lot of these teams go full high
And they use controller,
action,
yeah.
full action from the start, and now moving into a different sort of composition, a different sort of meta. What can we expect, especially after what we've witnessed so far from Scrims?
I'll tell you what we can expect. We can expect some Seer and Mad Maggie ultra-aggressive gameplay from TSM. We know that teams like Elevate, GMT have some things in their sleeves as well. We might see some Bangalore coming from EU and coming from Elevate. Obviously, they're not in this lobby necessarily, but guess what? It is time for match number 1 to kick off the ALGS Championship live from PNC Arena.
For $2 million!
We have Group C versus Group D. We have a star-studded lobby featuring multi-champions. TSM with 7 championships to their name. NRG with 5 championships. Team Liquid with 2, Alliance with 4, FA Kitties with 5, Invictus Gaming with 2, Scars, 6-time champions. This is a championship lobby to kick off the ALGS Champs. It's going to be insane.
I'm so excited. It is so stacked out here. I mean, I was looking at Group D, and I knew immediately. I was a little scared right here as we get started. We're taking a look at FA Kitties. Out here, we took a look at some of the
Bro, it doesn't even feel like we started. Are we just started?
They're going to be able to take over Lava Siphon real quick. They got some nice loot already, picking up a blue backpack now. Talking about the composition, so we got the Seer, we got the Valk, and we got the Gibby. The Valk kind of being a staple in a lot of these compositions from the get-go.
Absolutely. A non-Gibbyless comp here, right? They're going to go a little bit aggressive with Seer, Leogri, obviously a great fragger. And
nice, we got Imperial Hal
we
here.
don't need Gibraltar. We got the gun skill. We got Imperial Hal
Seer
on Seer.
and Mad
Reps
Maggie.
on Mad Maggie. There were rumors. Will they bust it out? Well, those rumors have been answered, Vicky. TSM is ready to fight.
You know what's really interesting about that, Fallout? Let's talk about why
This
TSM
FOV is
decided to
killing
go
me.
up
This
to
FOV is... What is this FOV,
dude?
dude?
Out here, and they were
Shout out
able to
Watson.
experiment. Yes, shout out to his Watson. They were able to experiment here, and they found that staple comp here. You got the Seer, you got the Mad Maggie.
None of these people are at this FOV. What is
A
this?
team that we had seen back in the playoffs that was running a similar composition was Team Empire back in the day. So now TSM taking a little page out of that book.
That's right. Important to note here. TSM did actually face a drop from another team. They were contested in playoffs. They are uncontested here, but guess who's nearby?
Can the players hear the commentary?
Scars, your
Dude, weren't they
champions
all like
from
side by
the
side there
split
and
or
could
the
hear each
Season
other?
1
Like that
ALGS
is a
championship.
point.
Dropping Overlook nearby. They got to be careful for Scars on their back. They got to be careful for 4-7 from APAC North coming from the north side of the map here. TSM, though, they want those fights, Vicky. I was chatting with Hal yesterday. He said any early game fights, especially in Fragment, are ours. We want teams to try and contest us, so you can expect these teams to probably play a little scared.
And you know, you have that
No
Seer pass,
bubble.
that heartbeat sensor that's going to let TSM know exactly where these players are trying to rotate right now. They also have the beacon control here too, so they know where that circle is going to be pulling. Something fantastic for TSM as they make their next move. They're going to be cleaning out the train station real quick, but they're keeping their eyes out for Scars just in case that they're still in the area. You can see right now Verhos is kind of taking a step back. He's rocking the triple take. He's got the R301, which is, of course, got to highlight back on the ground again. Wingman Car in the replicator, as well as the purple extended heavy mag and the 2-time scope.
Yeah, we got Hal rocking the flatline and PK. Expect the Peacekeeper Reaper to be used by almost every single team in this lobby. As I say that, we switch over to Bryn. If you don't know him, you should. Arguably one of the top fraggers and best individual players in Europe. This guy is absolutely insane. Has, in my opinion, one of the best clips in ALGS history for the 1v3 he was able to clutch up. Switched on over to EXO, a team that's had some good finishes.
Absolutely blows my mind right now.
Thailand team in this lobby representing an entire nation. EXO
every single team has like
qualify for Sweden, but they're back with a vengeance.
Already like perfectly like, yeah, we have our landing, we're not going to contest early. Like this feels so ALGS.
Decide whether they want to take this jump tower as they are going to get some of that scan from the Valk passive too as they make their way into that next circle. EXO2 managing to come up on that other hillside. We're going to try to see who's overlooking Survey right now.
Look at
They have noise canceling headphones. There's no way that's going to be enough though.
IG drop on the north side of Lava Siphon and are already on the north side of the map here. So it's a really, really fast rotate. And obviously, this IG team comp, they're running Crypto, they're running Watson. Their strategy, well, it's early rotate and chill. They're playing for placement.
Early rotate and chill.
Team comps we've seen. EXO going a little more standard, a little cookie cutter here with the Caustic and Gibraltar pick.
Yeah, that's why there's positions here right now too, just in case, just for safety measures. They know there's another team right across from them holding on to another building. This is the prediction too. They're predicting the circle is going to end up pulling on this side. They don't look. It doesn't look like they have that beacon information from this team specifically here, unless we're just looking at an outside part of the map.
Two people are dead already?
With
Wait,
the
what?
Composition, they want to bunker down and they want to make sure that they can hold down this.
Why is it 58? No one died, right?
That's right. 4-7. Playing with only 2 players in this one. Unfortunately, so obviously it'll be a difficult run for them. We saw Team Singularity, make some noise. The team of 2 back in the playoffs. They do drop on the north side of the map.
Oh, team of 2 right here.
We'll see what type of noise they can make if they can play.
You know what it is? Somebody had COVID.
You see the heartbeat sensor coming out. That's how they also have that information that there's that.
I saw that on Twitter.
If the peaking isn't enough already,
Some people had subs, but there was a bunch of people with COVID.
Formerly known as players, already taking onto the high ground of Epi to try to cut off any teams that are going to be rotating away from Fragment.
Well, listen, I know we got a lot of love for Imperial Hal.
Also because of visas. A couple people couldn't travel because of visas.
CEO of EU, blowing up for Hardeki right now in the audience. We'll see what he can do. The 19-year-old killer. He is insanely talented, so mechanically gifted. We know he misses his long time doing Artico, but obviously they're playing with PKMK here. They have some practice. They've been scrimming all the way over from Eastern Europe and doing pretty well in scrims despite the high ping.
Follow, what is with these young legends is actually insane here, as we can see right now. Monde actually falling a little bit low right now as Team Liquid move in, and we're talking about young legends. Gilderson's, I believe, 18 years old out here. All these young legends making a name for themselves as Team Liquid in a bit of some trouble, already getting scanned by that Seer Tactical.
Aww.
No Team Liquid drops over towards Trials. Sorting Factor, they're going to get moved. They're going to actually find themselves in a fight against Fnatic.
Bro, if that was me, I would have been saying, oh, I suck. Oh, no, I'm in the ALGS. Everyone saw me whip the shots.
Legends for the first time since the preseason invitational in Poland.
That's why I would struggle in the ALGS, dude. I would throw because I missed a few shots.
Enter the fray. This is that early rotate we talked about, and I honestly, Noise is not playing with this team. Arcane is the best possible sub for this squad in IGL, but they're under stress.
Absolutely, Arcane falling really low. He can't even pop the shield back before one of his teammates goes down. Fnatic now.
A lot of people just staring at each other like a freaking gold match.
Quick as IG International has been taken out, the first team to be taken out of our first game.
Let's go.
That's right. The first eliminated squad is going to be IG, the Brits, the only all-English team out of this one, obviously playing with a substitute in RKM.
They kind of struggled there. They panicked. They looked like they were nervous.
I
get that, though. I get it.
Rather than making the early rotate,
I'm not saying I wouldn't be nervous.
I'm wondering here, does Epic have a front row seats to this fight happening right now as TSM tries to engage? Nice PK shot, nice knock. The Arc started trying to block them out. You see the Nox gas coming in.
That's right. The ultimate's going to come through from Caustic, so Hal works a wide flank. Maybe learned a thing or two from Snipe Down, one of the best flankers in the game. Here comes the push. They haven't got a revive just yet, and Reps is going to put the damage in. Here comes the push from Verholz. He's going to be damaged. He did enough, I think, but was it enough? Optic Gaming versus TSM to kick off the championships, and Verholz goes down.
Optic Gaming making the rotation away from Big Mod as Verholz gets taken out. You see TSM now backing up a little bit. Reps now trying to kind of figure out whether they just want to disengage, and it looks like that is their decision right now.
That is huge. We had an Optic versus TSM fight, and some way, somehow, Optic Gaming survives. A big misplay from the young legend in Verholz. He pushes a 2v1, gets knocked early, and did not do enough damage for Reps and Hal to follow up, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Great storyline there, too, as Verholz was formerly part of ESA, now known as Optic Gaming right now. Dupe, it was a trade for trade, which is why none of these squads wanted to actually highly commit to one another.
You know what's insane? the amount of respect that TSM has for this duo. Skittlecakes and Duplex, hands down the best duo.
How yelling at Verhouse
we don't
right
even want
now.
to fight this. We're going to back out. We're going to reset. They don't take the 2v2 despite some of the damage that Verholst did. And Optic Gaming will survive, and both teams will get a res.
And they understand here, with this redeploy, that TSM is probably going to take the beacon over by the other side of Fragment. And now they
Here in a little bit, I'm going to get that Twitch extension so that I can hear the people, teams' points of view. For now, I'm just going to let this play like this, but I am going to do a little more variety of our points of view throughout the stream.
Obviously, they're going to go for the res instead. They find a team nearby. They should be clear to get this res. I don't know what type of loot that Duplex is going to be working with. Knocked the Apex Predator from our last tournament alongside Skittlecake's 2 top fraggers. We'll have to try and make do with what they can, maybe give some loot to Duplex.
So scary here. You have Skittlecakes on the cost to try to hold on to that building, at least buy in some space here to allow Duplex to restabilize once he comes right back in, prevent this team from trying to push him. See this team now taking their sweet time as they make their way around that building.
That's right, and this is where I don't know which team this is. I'd love to get that.
TSM's in a great spot right now, actually.
Going shambles. Because they're
no, they're gonna rotate right though.
Take their 3v2. They know a res is coming. They know they have numbers. They know Duplex has no shield.
They're actually gonna rotate right behind the BRGR team.
From this other squad. Again, I don't know which squad it is. Coming from the south side of the map somewhere. It might be Tsuchiraiku. We'll try and get that intel for y'all, but Duplex will survive and we'll loot up.
T1 IQ is the squad that was over there. With the redeploy, though, they want no business. They don't want the sauce here, as Optic Gaming is going to be able to claim this space.
Why didn't me and Asu join the ALGS? Because, well, it was going to be me, Asu, and Timmy, but Timmy joined the other team and then dropped out of that. Asu was too busy.
45 and an L-star. My man Duplex is the mayor of Shambles Town right now in the loot category. But look, Vicky, if that's you
I'm
and
on
I in
console.
1IQ spot, we're flying as roller players. You know, we're taking that 3v2 with confidence. 1IQ says, we're going to live to fight another day. We don't want that smoke against Optic Gaming. And here's that rotate that came through from 1IQ.
Wait, are they all three on controller?
Here too. You can see Zero coming out. 1IQ going to hold on to this building as the other squad with a grenade toss trying to send them forward. Going to be able to reposition at the same time. They have some of that information here, but it's preventing that other squad from really showing themselves within that space. So they're going to give some of that respect while playing underneath this building. Very common for a lot of these squads to share these floors, but the circle's pulling away from this spot. So they're going to have to get moving soon. It's Team Liquid on the other side that is witnessing the chaos, the redeploy, finding some of those shots. They know that that's a white shield on the other side, so they're going to try to see where they're going to land afterwards. They get knocked from the sky. Oh, 1IQ with the charge rifle. That has been a menace since the start of Stormpoint.
And they're not done yet. Going to connect with a Peacekeeper shot right after. 1IQ from South
Since
America,
the start of Stormpoint.
Squad playing with a Mexican player and Talus, who's such a talented individual. They take out Infinity. Wow.
They're doing a great job complimenting each other in the commentary.
See the circle pulling a little bit away from Climatizer. Worried for the squads that have to go from the low to high ground there from the northern side of Climatizer, especially after seeing a lot of the action in the early game by those train tracks. We see Energy usually make that quick rotate, that kind of stations themselves over there, but it was 2 other teams that beat them to the punch. Now Team Liquid kind of holding back a little bit, seeing where this other squad's going to go, especially with the pressure that we've seen between these redeploys, especially those late 50-50 redeploys that could be incredibly risky.
That's right. Infinity, by the way, other South American teams. We get some team fire here from the South America region. Speaking of South America, it's Godfire. They were the Cinderella Story squad from Sweden who qualified by a margin, and you saw them in tears backstage. One of the best videos I've had a chance to capture.
Bro, jumping at this
Sleep
field of view
They're
is so trippy.
With Ben, who's such a talented fragger for this team. We'll see how they will fare as they're going to be rotating through the ring, and it's going to be really, really dangerous for them as they got a team that's gatekeeping.
Yeah, even during their birthday here too, as you can see Godfire just trying to look down.
I like Godfather.
Yeah, right? It's a little scary right there with the way that they were playing before, but as a 2-man, it can be difficult here. You got the R9, but you only got the 1 time. They even were able to grab the wingman right here as they continuously pressure off this team. The Valve trying to take onto the high ground.
Yes, it is. It is NRG for the first time on display here, looking to hunt for 2 kill points. And I love this decision from
That's
Sweet.
a great idea,
He's starting strong with the aggression. And talking to Zach Mazer, sniped down in Vegas last week, they said this team lives and dies by Sweet. His ability to be confident, to make the right calls, will single-handedly determine their fate. And I like these aggressive calls from Sweet already.
Yeah, we got to see those comebacks coming in from playoffs. Of course, we saw Energy trying to put in their work. Godfire with the redeploy automatically. See the charge rifle off to the side there too. Another squad on the other side of Skyhook.
That's one reason I really love NRG, because I'm not really the biggest fan of Sweet himself, but I love the way they play as a team because they could be so aggressive sometimes. They literally could just like be camping and just turn it on. That patient aggressiveness I'm always preaching on stream.
He should be okay, I think. Nellas does not get it off. He gets knocked in the ring here, all up to sleep to try and get this revive, but look at their heals, this beautiful overlay we got at the bottom of our screen. I think he might be out of syringes.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has any, and they don't have a heat shield. They actually prioritize the mobile beacon that you could find in the replicator here as the weekly loot. NRG taking a little note here saying, you know, we got the replicator right here too. So they're gonna take their time here. You see the gold bag here as well for Rocker. Really important as they are rocking that charge rifle. Leaf there getting shot up from the other side here as they're gonna take a look at what's going on the other side of Skyhook.
Yeah, likely gonna craft at least a wingman for this team. Looking around, seeing if they have one already, but Carr slightly out of meta right now, despite how strong it's been historically. The fact that it's now in the replicator means, well, I'd rather have a wingman, to be honest with you, especially for some.
Look at the
players.
the healed overlay. I know, it's so helpful.
This weekend, in my opinion, slightly out of meta, but we will see a lot of wingman, especially in the
You can't see it, it's above the flatline area.
And others.
Seeing how a lot of these teams try to figure things out, getting the res right outside of the circle.
Ooh, Fnatic of the lead.
They did have the mobile respawn like we were talking about before.
Wow.
But now they have to play this as a two-man, and they're going to have to make the trek overpass those train tracks. Look at NRG, they're coming right behind them. They said, you think you could get away from us? They're on the other side here. Alliance 2 trying to sandwich them. They're going to notice that NRG's right behind them, so they got to get moving.
That's right. And 18 squads remaining. This is how intense these championships are already. The bubble's going to come through. That's their last bit of hope. As they need to heal and they need to do something miraculous. They're not going to have a whole lot of cover. It's kind of no man's land with no bubble, no artificial cover on this rotate. It's looking bleak, but Team Liquid finds themselves in a fight. Gilder sits with the car. He's going to get a triple kill.
Oh, he said knock, follow. Don't worry, I got the car ready for you here. Gilderson's creating some of that space with the caustic barrels. There's another team pushing them right there too. Sisu to Raikou. Now trying to ease their way into that building, trying to find the opportunity. They got the seer, they got the information, they know where everybody's positioned inside of this truck.
Raikou from the APAC South region. Surprise team, lost Waltzy and picked up Rico. Excited to see what they can do here.
I do feel like I would belong in this a little bit.
That's an IGL to see, and EXO is going to knocked. Actually, Optic Gaming has not been faring well. NRG finds themselves in a fight as well.
Take one of these. Oh, yeah, the hard start. You know, watch out. Nice little crack right there.
I just got to play more than like 12 hours a week.
As the circle's closing in right behind Energy, but they're right there on the border with the train tracks. So scary here as a line. So much action happening right over here. Look at the 16 squads left. We're in circle 4. A lot of these teams have to move in as Optic Gaming get taken out. Hal now getting a knock with Optic falling down in 17th place. This highlights how crazy this lobby is right now between these two groups.
Insane. Orthros Fang nearby wants to enter the action with championship caliber squads in NRG and Alliance. The Titan, the behemoth of Europe. But NRG, arguably the once rising giants of North America, have been quiet as of late. We'll see if they can get out of this peculiar situation here. Meanwhile, FA Kitty, speaking of Europe, is going to take out TSM. NRG is going to get eliminated from ORF, and just like that, the Japanese eliminate the American NRG squad.
Insane here. They're on those train tracks trying to play right there. Alliance as well. You can see them now.
There's still 17 squads left.
You can see their squad on the other side of the train track trying to figure out where they want to go.
No, I'm sorry, 13. I don't know why I can't read.
Squads left. FA Kitty still in.
I was like, wow. I was like, it's insane.
FA Kitty's though with only Hardeki left. There's only so much you could do when you get sandwiched.
I don't know what I was reading.
We get a little nom in the crowd here for Team Burger.
Can you move your mouse? My mouse? You can't see my mouse. Oh yeah, you can. I'm sorry.
Gets taken out by Team Burger, fan favorite from playoffs.
Thank you, dude.
Sweden. Mostly just because we all wanted
I'm always
to
trying to be
Team
so
Burger won
cautious
a
of that.
championship. That would have been awesome, to be honest.
You're getting me hungry. I want my burger with extra pickles. I know it's an unpopular opinion, but you know, we take those absolutely. Alliance now going to be able to move.
You're not putting pineapples on it.
What the?
Pineapple on pizza, pineapple on burger, none of that madness.
Hey.
Wives out here.
I'll
with
take
the
a
gold
pineapple on a
backpack
burger.
and the
Why not?
charge rifle. They know right now that they are holding the back here where they're not going to get contested. They've already took out NRG. You can see the Crypto Drone. That's going to get deleted shortly if he could find his mark onto that.
And Wife's one of the best snipers in all of Apex, in my opinion. Support players. He does whatever it takes to help his team. Lives in the shadows a little bit of hockey. The IGL and Fragger. Meanwhile, ORF took out NRG. They are now backs against the wall, quite literally, as the
Fourth circle closing in here.
Alongside Sonoran, pushes up, look at the damage done here, and the wingman's gonna come out, he connects, look at the absolute sheer damage!
Oh, he's clutching right now.
This Japanese squad
He kept that whole squad at bay.
Gonna be able to do so much damage.
Oh, there he had the caustic, they're getting ulted. Oh, not good for those. They're so dead.
They're now going to be able to try to finish at least with that dirty, but they have to try to get this res right here. They're keeping their eyes to their back with the Watson team right behind them. So intense. They are holding onto the high ground, overlooking a lot of the action that's happening over here by Survey.
Is it just on a switcher by default?
Not enough. That's a question. Reject going to get taken out here. One of the APAC North squads. 4-7. Team of 2 actually joins the fray. Team Burger alive. Scars is still alive. Your champion from the ALGS Championship in year 1. Right now, it's Europe showing up big time, Vicky, with 9 squads left. 2 of them are top European teams. The wide right flank from Hockey's. The IGL for this team comes in and melts everybody.
Deleted Team Burger out of this lobby in 9th as Alliance continue to mow everybody down, not just with the wingman right there, followed with the R301 as well.
Look how Scars is playing this. They are content just sitting back and watching everybody fight, watching the world burn. Taishin, the CEO of Europe, Mandy and RPR, they are back with their full roster.
Yeah, I don't see any Sentinels.
To play.
They're set up here too.
Can you imagine me just going around no-scoping people on the ALGS?
You'd see so many EXO coming in.
I would be.
FSV now, you see Team Liquid on those train tracks. Matsutash now trying to put in some pressure with the Valkyrie attack over by the side. Not too sure. It looks like he's a lone warrior out here playing by the rocks. Fnatic actually right here, right next to him. And right now, with them holding on to that northern side of the circle, they have to look for their backs.
Right, and I gotta be honest, I came into this weekend, I posted on Twitter my predictions, all NA on top, in the top 3, top 5 for the most part. But right now, it's the rest of the world, baby. Europe is showing up. APAC is showing up. We got Team Liquid, of course, the ones that we continue to not put respect on their names, showing up again. Not many of us had them in our predictions. Not many of us had them in our top 1, but Team Liquid is certainly proving that they're here to play.
They're always showing up, always. They even experimenting, having out with the Loba, and then changing it up depending on what they could expect right now, especially when it comes to World's Edge. They love this map. They're one of the first innovators on Stormpoint, as well as EXO find themselves in some trouble. Ziggy trying to dance around in the air, but look at that, right into the open arms of Scars, served on a silver platter.
Zicky gets taken out here, man. He pushes it wide right, connects for a couple massive shots, but it's not enough just yet. Here comes the elimination. Finally, everyone joins the fray. It's Scars, it's Alliance contributing to that, and EXO is out. The Thailand team eliminated.
Fnatic holding onto the high ground right here. This was the Watson fences that we saw set up on the other side of the train tracks before.
Thank you,
They're able to
Hasha.
cover so much ground with this here, but they have to ease their way into that truck that you see Team Liquid hanging out in, but they're forced out with the bubble as well, thanks to that Nox grass.
5 squads remain. Dreamfire is one of them. Your champions from Split 1 in APAC. But look at Scars
eliminated
by Dreamfire's defensive bombardment. The
got all 3 of them.
Strong. And this is why you need a Gibby in your team.
That's actually insane.
Late game, it is too powerful to have the dome shield, to have the defensive bombardment.
Where do you go? Where do you go at this point? Alliance just has you in your clear line of sight right now. They're looking to their backs. They're splitting some of that attention. It's FNC who have been holding on to the high ground for a while. They had those spots and fences set up. But Team Liquid, they're stuck.
Team Alliance is going to win this. I'm telling you, they're in a great position here.
Chinese British sensation was
once on Fnatic, though, they were saying how good they were.
I can't make that up. One of those handsome.
Ooh, they're in a great position. They just have to rotate out of it.
For Yuki himself now, joined this Alliance team. He played with Nasty Strafey.
Alliance has a lot of momentum right now, though.
But since he's joined Alliance, it's become a brotherhood. These teammates are so close to one another. Good shots put in here. Dreamfire, I mentioned before, former champions for Split 1. And Roy's going to knock one. Team Liquid is looking a little dicey.
Dreamfire looking fantastic here. You can see Roy is the kill leader with those 4 kills. They're tossing out those arc stars, the bombardment coming down. Fnatic still holding on to the side. Team Liquid now need to start moving.
And here, guys, who has the win condition here, Vicky? Is it Alliance mid-map? No, Guilty.
All right, everyone's going to converge. All 3 teams onto this thing.
With the Caustic in their squad, we have a Watson.
They're on both sides, and then one team in the middle.
It's a 3-way tie and opportunity here.
Fnatic just looked really
it's not
good.
A 3-way tie. What are you talking about?
From the high ground, they don't really have any cover right here. You see a lot of fighting happening on the other side of this truck, trying to put down that Watson ult. Let's see if they have the opportunity.
That's big. Because going to come through from Watson. That's going to help them protect against any explosions and keep them alive for now, but TF is going to take it out. Alliance is still mid-map, getting sandwiched here. The meat of the sandwich as Dreamfire closes in. Fnatic wants to bait this fight to start and doing such a good job of that, but Matsutasu is so damaged right now. Here comes the play opportunity.
Arcstar making its mark here. Got to dance around those bombardments here too. Dreamfire versus Alliance versus Fnatic right now.
These domes are very crucial.
Used their Gibby early. Bubble, sorry, but they have high ground. They have the win condition in my eyes. Alliance is content letting this fight happen. Fnatic going to get melted. Welcome back to competitive esports, Fnatic, but you're going to get taken out here. Dreamfire is just firing away. One after another. Easy money for Dreamfire as they show up to play against Alliance, but somehow they're still alive.
They're taking so much damage off of this caustic gas here too, though. They're trying to go around, but as you can see,
Dreamfire looked like they were so ahead, and they are getting killed right now.
Now jumping down, it's Alliance.
Oh, but they got it.
Dreamfire now take game number 1 here in the ALGS Championship.
Are you kidding me?
We need more emotion in your commentary, Robo. I can't. These guys are talking with so much emotion. There's no way I can match that.
Coming all the way from Thailand.
Dreamfire,
I apologize. Dreamfire has been here before. They've won championships. They know what it takes over the likes of Dark Zero and Apex South.
They got it.
To play, but talk to me about Alliance's show up. They performed so incredibly well.
They actually got a lot of kills there.
They cut off NRG.
They got what, like at least 12?
That got in their way. It was a tough rotation for them, and when they cleared their backs, they still were able to get right.
Dude, imagine the feeling, chat. Imagine you just won a match in the ALGS. You're shaking a little bit, right? You're shaking. You got to be shaking. Freaking adrenaline running through your body just now trying to wear off. Ooh, you got to shake that out.
Valk ulted in and found themselves a pretty good position here to secure a second place finish. So kudos to Alliance, but ultimately Dreamfire from Taiwan shows up big time to kick off the ALGS Championship.
I love it. I love how we see these teams. We know these are heavy hitting teams, but always at the very end we are seeing and we see these
Why are they blurry?
putting out their hearts into this gameplay. They were positioned amazingly there too. You saw those hemlock shots landing right there, right outside that cart. Those bombardments breaking shields left to right. I'm excited now.
Focus. The camera's going in and out of focus.
Yeah, and it's so interesting. Obviously, as we take a look at the stats here, oh my goodness, a 12.
Look at that, 12 kills.
Right.
First place finish. As we have such an even distribution here. Dreamfire from APAC South, Alliance from EU, Fnatic from Japan and APAC North, and Team Liquid from the US alongside Scars from EU showing up big time to start. If you were wondering why it's called the Apex Legends Global Series, my friends, this is why.
Look at this, 12 kills for Dreamfire. We highlighted before the kill leader on that team here as Alliance. We're still mowing down a lot of these teams to make their rotation in. 7 kills in their pocket. A great way to start game number 1 between a lot of these teams.
That's right. And as we take a look at page number 2, TSM with 4 kills, FA Kitties with 4 points, 4 points overall as well.
They had 3 kills, but they got 4 points.
Conversation I want to chat with you about here, and I'd love to actually see this as a Telestrator segment later on. Brain Day, Genome, if you're listening, let's flag that one.
I love Team Burger.
TSM
I love the name.
Opportunity to start with confidence.
I would have a silly name.
They get that first knock. Verholz gets taken down, but they didn't follow up and take their damage, take their fight, and TSM lets Optic Gaming escape. I mean, that's 3 kill points and momentum for TSM, but instead, is it nerves? Is it they were scared of a third party? What do you think went wrong?
I think it could have been a third party. You saw already some squads rotating away from No Name. There was a survey beacon on that side too. Maybe teams that wanted to prioritize getting that map information could have put them into a troublesome position. But I like to highlight that respect that we saw as we get to see game number 1, their championship squad, Dreamfire here. And look at this damage output.
Yeah, he got 3 kills with one of those Gibraltar ults.
I mean, Fallout, you talk about momentum, you talk about gaining some of that confidence. This is definitely one way to do it for your first game.
Roy shows up big time. Tao right behind him, running the caustic, and then Bull in. 3 kills, 1,500 damage, and 6 assists for the Valkyrie. Taiwan.
There's 100 Thieves participating? They are.
They didn't qualify.
I think they're in the other group, though. The one that Nicewood's casting.
What a start from them, and what a start for, again, our global competitors. Who else impressed you from game number 1?
Honestly, just the way that we saw Optic try to get their team back together, but then the unfortunate circumstance of having to rotate around. Team Liquid, of course, we highlighted Team Liquid before. This was a team that got second in the Sweden playoffs, now looking to prove their name out here.
Chat, what did you think of that? Everybody at me in chat. What did you think of the first game?
For a reason. But unfortunately, with the circle pulling away from them, there was nowhere for them to go. They were in the line of sight of everybody. Dreamfire, you had Fnatic on the other side. You have Alliance just straight up looking at them on the other side of the cart. And it's tough in that situation, but they still try to keep their...
I might add a couple points next game. I might mute these guys and tell you guys what I'm thinking going on, because I noticed they're doing a great job, but they're trying to go so fast that sometimes they're just very, very blatantly telling you what just happened. It's like, I could do that. I could do that very good.
When we come back, game 2 after this.
The more I'm watching commentating, the more I think it's difficult. Like, it is very tough. These guys are like amazing at it. I agree, it's so fast, hard to follow. Yeah, they're talking so fast and they're just saying what is happening that it's like you don't, it's like the information isn't like,
the official energy
meaningful.
of the Apex Legends Global
They're
Series.
just like, that guy got shot and now TSM is going up on the hill. TSM has a 301, the 301 has a 3x on the 3x is really good at range. The range shot is that guy over there and the guy is down. He's down. Oh my god, TSM has eliminated the Scars team. Oh my god. You know, like, I can do that. I can do that really well. I'm the king of that. Like, I wanted them to say like the meaningful things that make like the outcome. Like talk about like positional advantage. Like I think though some of the things that they say are so good though. It's weird. Like I think that if they slowed down a little bit, maybe they would have more like meaningful sentences. Yeah, I think they just go too fast. Guns are firing and reposition. I gotta raise True, Chimera. They did get fights after that landing pretty fast. I have a speech impediment, Dijin. You know who I think is a great commentator? I know that a lot of you guys don't watch StarCraft. Here, let me turn this music down a little bit. It's loud as hell. I know a lot of you guys don't watch StarCraft, but in StarCraft, there's a legendary commentator named Artosis. I think Artosis does an amazing job because his cadence, like he does speed up and talks with passion, and some of his things when he talks with passions, it's meaningful things at meaningful moments, but his cadence whenever the game, like he has this great cadence of talking with importance, but it's not too fast and it's easy to understand. Like that is the epitome of esports commentating, in my opinion. Like he does such a good job. Although it's so funny because if you ever click on one of his streams, because he streams like legendary guy, legend person in the whole StarCraft community, but if you ever watch one of his StarCraft streams, he's sitting there just raging. Like he's a straight rager. Like he will scream and fight. I feel like that is such an important thing, that cadence. Like you don't want to go too fast, because then it's hard to focus on like what you're saying and saying everything to be like meaningful. Even last place is getting 9K. Yeah, but to get to this championship, you had to win a lot of stuff. Like this isn't just a sign up and now you're in. These are the winners from prior like ALGS like playoffs, and they've been doing a lot of ALGS stuff for a long time.
PNC Arena and Apex family, welcome back to game number 2 as we get ready to kick off what has been already an insane start. I mean, Dreamfire is the winner of game number 1 over all the champions we've listed. NRG, Alliance, TSM, Optic Gaming. It's Dreamfire who starts strong.
Not only did they start strong, they started off with 12 kills after that first game and taking the dub on top of that. I wonder how that's going to add in some of that gap when it comes to the overall results looking at Dreamfire, because it's going to be fantastic. And then you got some heavy hitters like Alliance coming in, Fnatic with that positioning on the top end of those train tracks. Now as we move on to game number 2, I'm excited. Are we going to see change up in some of these compositions? Of course, we've been seeing a lot of the Seer. We see Valkyrie as that mainstay for a lot of these teams. Of course, we're also seeing some Gibby-less compositions that actually ended up kind of biting the end of a lot of teams by the end of that game.
Yeah, it's true. I hope we do not see a change up. Reason being, it's too early. Listen, TSM in Sweden was the best use case, the best example. They didn't know what they were doing in terms of team comp. They kept changing things up. Hal wanted to run Wraith. Hal wanted to run Ashe. And in my opinion, you got to stick to the strategy. You got to stick to the game plan. I think that's what we're going to see here from the likes of all of these these teams, especially TSM. But let's take a look at our leaderboards from the secondary stream. We, of course, have 2 matches going on. You can catch all the action on twitch.tv/NiceWig. My man Wig holding it down on the B stream. It's Space Station starting strong. Crazy Raccoon.
Space Station,
no Raz, no problem. Right behind them with a second place finish. And Team
I don't really know a lot of these names. I knew Luminosity, Cloud9.
How big of a gap they left in the entire competition.
Who is Space Station? Who's Crazy Raccoon?
7 points as well.
I know, I love
Didn't
this.
Crazy
right
Raccoon
here.
get one of
That
the
is on
banner
other
things?
stream that
Who is
Nice
they?
Week. And Mr.
Who is
God
they?
is covering as we look at the other side
Who
of the
is
page.
they?
Fury
I'm just
now.
gonna talk like Yoda for the rest of my life. You
When
guys
it
cool with
comes to
that?
the composition switch up that we saw from TSM, they're going to be in 11th
come it's not
place.
going
Right
away?
there. See His Watson, of course, making that team just fantastic with 4 kills. And after that, a lot of these teams kind of struggling a little bit, trying to figure out where their niche is.
Where
in
is this
that
being
first game. But, of
hosted?
course,
North
I do see a lot
Carolina.
of these teams are very momentum-based Fallout.
Yeah, that's right. 100 Thieves, Furia, 2 notable teams, North American on their home turf overall that didn't necessarily show up in game 1, but we got 5 games to play, a lot of time still, and you wonder for Furia. Talked about his Watson real quick. I mean, his emerge into the scene, ranked grinder, #1 seer, so dominant and ranked, and then decides to start competing and has taken the Apex competitive world by storm.
Yeah,
See, this is when the nerves from the first game
start
to settle off. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you got to start the mind game.
Now
before you
you've
jump
had a
into the
game under your belt. You've felt the pressure, the
TSM
heat,
out here
and now
in
those
the
nerves start to
booth.
go
They're
away,
getting
and
ready right
it starts
now.
to
They're
get
kinda talking
replaced a
about
little bit with
like they're
that
having some fun.
confidence.
And that's also incredibly important.
So important. And I got to actually point that out, right? Again, Chat was sniped on last week in Vegas, and he was saying if Hal tilts and goes full tilt, it's different for TSM. The team lives and breathes and dies by him, similar to NRG. And ultimately, he recognizes that. And I've been so impressed in particular by Hal's maturity and his evolution as a leader and a mature human being as a competitive Apex Pro player. Similar to this man on screen right now, it's Hakis, the IGL, the captain of this squad, who is nothing but mature, obviously former military, and treats his approach to competitive gaming in Apex really in a militaristic way in terms of how he approaches regimen, preparation, and leading his team.
Yeah, and then you have his teammates, of course, Wives and Yuki. Yuki, you highlighted before, the god out here who's been able to not only be on that dating show model at the same time, I mean, he's got everything. I mean, what does this guy not do at this
There's
point?
a clip on YouTube of him doing yoga with a lady in China. You gotta check it out if you haven't yet. Someone, please, competitive Reddit, help us out here, post it. No, I'm just playing. Big shout out to Yuki. And then you got Scars, the champions from ALGS European Championship in year 1. We know what they're capable of. Of course, Team Burger on screen, Waltzy and co. And then reps. The Scottie Pippen to the Michael Jordan. Everybody knows that this team would not be what it is without the right-hand man of Hal, the MJ of Apex. It's reps. And then, of course, they got a little Steve Kerr going on with Verhulst, the young shooter. Man, Verhulst, the 90s Bulls, reincarnated in Apex Legends.
And talk about Verhulst. He's been absolutely killing it in scrims. I feel like that actually trickles down to a lot of the respect that we saw in that early fight between Optic Gaming and TSM.
Yep.
Let's see if we're going to see some sort of contention like that there, too.
Yeah, and I tweeted out a video. I was in the gym this morning, Vic. I was the only one there. 7:38 a.m. Who walks in? Verhulst himself.
He's ready.
He rips off the TSM jersey like he's ready to enter into an NBA arena or something, jumps on the treadmill. Listen, I respect his regimen. I don't know if anyone knows this, but he used to wear a heart rate monitor when he played. Reason being, he wanted to control his heart rate, and that's why he's so cold in these scenarios, ice in his veins. He's able to control his heart rate. He's able to clutch and perform unlike anything I've seen before.
Control his heart rate.
In competitive gaming with a heart rate, Vicky. Have you ever heard anything like that in your life?
That's insane. That's actually insane. Incredible talent here from Verhulst that we've seen all the way back
I used to be able to do that.
Starting off on
Used to.
ESA. It's great to see how far he's been able to come with a team like TSM. As we get started here, we're going to get set up for game number 2. A lot of our legends here sitting up in these booths just trying to compose themselves after a pretty high intense game number 1.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, Will Bryce.
You know, speaking of Verhulst on that old ESA roster, now Optic
What up,
Gaming,
Killian?
a lot of discussion. Should he have stayed on that team? I mean, they were #1 in Pro League. They couldn't be touched with Verhulst on it. They pick up Noct, and, you know, justice for Noct, hashtag, obviously came through. But nonetheless, it was Verhulst leaving for TSM and Optic Gaming who just continued to dominate. They won the Pro League in Split 1.
I just
They won
won?
the Pro
What
League
did
in
you win?
Split 2. They were perfect in Pro League. The question is for this team, can they win a major championship? It has been
Oh,
elusive.
nice,
They have
yo.
yet
Hell
to
yeah,
win
dude.
a major competition in ALGS. 4th place, I believe, in Split 2 playoffs in Sweden. We know that Optic Gaming got 3rd place in the Split 1 playoffs. No major tournament championship wins for Optic. Can that change this weekend in the biggest match biggest tournament of their career.
It's going to be difficult, especially looking at the way that teams like TSM have been playing. I mean, just like we saw in that first game, Dreamfire out here coming through swinging. A lot of this representation that we're seeing from different regions. I mean, Fallout, this is the championship.
Isn't that
we have
Rogue?
so much representation across the world.
That's right. Speaking of which, you take a peruse around.
You ever try out for these competitions? Not for Apex.
Competition. APAC North is Detonation Gaming on screen. APAC South on display. We got the CIS boys, Eastern Europe, PKMK on the far left, substituting for this team, alongside the man in the middle. It's Hard Decky. Throw up a heart, Hard Decky. Give us a heart. You always give us a heart. You can't hear me right now. No, you're going to give us a stone cold stare instead.
Oh, no.
And it's absolutely cold.
That's why they don't react. Got it. They can't hear.
Listen, I saw
something else that actually is to highlight, those headphones that those players are wearing, I got to try them out myself. You cannot hear anything that is happening behind you. There's nothing that you can hear next to you. Only what is going into your ear. It's actually insane how nice these headphones are. They literally cannot hear anything. They probably can't even hear you right now.
He couldn't. He literally couldn't. If he could, it'd be really, really bad because I'm live on the audience. I think you guys can hear me in the crowd, right? Can you guys hear me right now? That's right, you can. Live around the PNC
I'm glad they
Arena
showed that. I'm glad they showed
Thursday
that.
afternoon. Obviously, we got
Want that headset?
Friday,
I would
Saturday,
hate having that
and
headset.
Sunday to come. If you're going to be here all 4
headset
days,
kinda like that. I
let
hate
me
it.
hear it in the crowd right now. Blow it up. Wow, we're committed, baby.
Oh, let's go. All right.
Guess what?
Let's get started.
Can't hear
here,
myself
Paul.
talk, and I
Game
start
number
talking on
2 is among
monologue.
us.
People ask me why I'm depressed. I'm like, I swear I'm not depressed. It's just the headset.
World's Edge for our second matchup here. Will we see the likes of North America step it up? It was
Let's
just
see
Team
the
Liquid
likes of
representing
North
from
America
Skyhook and
step it
Trials.
up.
We got the Hot Zone and Countdown. We know Countdown is in other groups going to be contested this weekend. We got a few teams landing there. But for now, it's going to be Dreamfire landing Countdown uncontested. As we take a look at the map here, Dreamfire
All right, let's look at where everyone is landing.
Some good loot to kick things off. This is big.
Yeah, this is actually humongous, especially since if
Here
they want to make
Halleck's
that
a
rotation
land.
around to the northern
Fragment
side of
East
where
still to
circle
this
could
day.
potentially be pulling, they'll be running into a team like Team Liquid. Skyhook, of course, having a nice amount of loot themselves. Now, what's important to highlight
We have a
here,
team
though,
fighting
is
up
off
at the
to that
top.
left side of Countdown, there is that beacon here. So that's something that they're going to try to keep their eyes out for. Let's see if they go for it or if Orthoros Fang is going to stop them for that. NRG already quick with the rotation. So you see Sweet already having that priority over the beacon off to the side of Staging. Staging is the spot that Energy usually drops with Alliance to their south in Thermal Station. They do have a bit to go, but Fallout, something that I'm also focusing on is those choke points. Leaving away from Lava Siphon,
that's for
leaving
different
Geyser there
headset,
too.
not for
You
mine.
also have Optic Gaming, who usually lands by Big Mon, maybe having a little bit of that extra Lava City loot. It's going to be fantastic as it
If
looks
I had
like
that,
again,
I'd be
circle
fine.
maybe pulling north. We're going to have to see here with some of these beacon scans.
That's right. We'll keep a close eye on the zone. We did see a very, very early rotation and confirmed the zone will pull north again. So, you know, South zones became kind of a meme in the Pro League, Split 1 and Split 2. We got 2 northern zones here. Epicenter Survey Camp drop. So for 4-7 playing with a team of 2, they should be able to find themselves a good spot. Maybe just wrap their way to a top finish here. Meanwhile, we got Dreamfire. Chance from game 1 with 24
That was
points
so
already.
weird.
Talk about a way to start.
Oh my
I don't know
god.
if I just quickly saw a gold backpack real quick.
Did
I don't know if it
you
was Tao,
trip out
but
when that
at the same
happened
time,
too?
Dreamfire are walking
It was
away
like,
with
I saw his
fantastic
OBS and
like we
stuff.
highlighted before Countdown.
I thought that
Being
was
the hot
me.
spot here, they're going to be quick to see where they want to rotate. I think there is
I was
a
like,
beacon by that building
what
that's north
what
of Fragment
happened?
West. Usually a highly contested spot, as well as a nice hot spot for some final circles that we've seen. So that is they're going to be their priority, but we can't forget Team Liquid usually rotating from Skyhook. Forgot if there was a beacon over there by Skyhook, but that's going to be important because if not, that's going to be Team Liquid's priority, just like it is Rejects right now.
Yeah,
that's
you
right.
Max, you haven't seen my
NRG will be
profile
doing the
pic?
same thing right behind them, coming from Staging. Team Liquid from Skyhook. And Team Liquid in this lobby actually has all of Skyhook uncontested. That is absolute taboo. Typically you see 3, maybe sometimes even 4 teams split that loot. TL is going to be really well faring in this lobby, in my opinion, Vicky. They're going to have great loot every single time.
We're going to have to see here. Reject now. Going to be able to try to take some shots. A little closed
shot,
door
dude.
real quick.
There we
Right
go.
now as he manages to land those quick 55. See the R301 really coming in clutch for a lot of these teams that we've been seeing since game 1.
Try channel reminder, CDN the third right there. You know CDN the third? Please tell me you do.
Wait, sorry?
CDN the third?
CDN the third?
Oh, you don't know CDN. Man's an absolute legend. Shout out to Man C's. But I'm board right now with 4-7. Again, we talked about
Why did he shout out CD in the third?
Survey camp, so they are literally going to just go hide and rat. That's the right way to play this if you're a team of 2. So 4-7 will be just ratting their way.
Why did he just shout out CN?
Alongside a few others.
Why don't I get a shout out while you're at it, Fallout? We've been friends for how long? 0 days, and you haven't even shouted me out? This is why we haven't been friends.
TSM wants to play edge here with this team.
It's busy shouting at him.
They're going to be waiting for teams like Optic to rotate in.
Not me.
Yeah, imagine him. Optic does rotate away from the big mod spot. NRG, Rocker falling so low. You hear those longbow shots taking a chunk out of Rocker. Not giving him enough space as they land right on top of this team right here. Nathan taking some shots, but he managed to get the crack first.
And they're going to fly. Sweet says, nuh-uh, don't you dare. As 4-7 got a little confident as a team of 2 right there. Not sure if I agree with that. If you have a full squad, yeah, maybe. But 4-7's going to get eliminated here. Goodbye and good night.
Energy now with at least another breath of air here, and they're going to be able to try to restabilize this Fnatic right back to the crime scene right now. They're going right back to where they stationed themselves in game number 1. I love how you highlighted the bit of a meme of the southern circles that we saw a lot between the entirety of Split 2, but now seeing these 2 north circles, it's a nice breath of fresh air for me, but it's also nice to see how some of these squads actually reiterate the same type of game plan that they were trying to go for in game number 1 as Fnatic take a little bit of that high ground.
If Robo to reveal his face, his witness protection would be compromised.
The train tracks. Again, we talked about Team Liquid that usually lands in Skyhook. Maybe they'll wrap around as we get to see Infinity with the redeploy already going into the action.
Yeah, that's right. Fnatic drops in Climatizer. So obviously Cloud9 is not in this lobby. Cloud9's been changing things up lately, but we'll see that matchup come through as Infinity's going to hit their Valkyrie, their rotation through the middle of the map. They're going to wake their way all the way north. Speaking of Climatizer, they'll go north of Climatizer, avoid any fights within. There's going to be so many teams within this close vicinity. Infinity has to know it at this point. And these teams have to recognize, look, this is the similar zone to last round, so they're going to kind of learn a thing or two here. And whoever can adapt to this playstyle, to this lobby the quickest, I think we'll find a lot of success.
I mean, Infinity had a bit of a trek too. You know, you had this team coming all the way from Geyser with the redeploy over by Overlook here too. You got the Seer, of course, so that way you have that heartbeat sensor to give you any sort of intel for any of the squads that are still stationed up here in the northern part of the map by Climatizer. TSM now, as we get to take a look at TSM, do they have access to that power weapon? It's going to be the Mastiff in the hands of Reps. That's going to be great because highlighting Mad Maggie's passive, those shotgun reloads are going to be a lot quicker, aside from the damage that you get to see a lot of these other players through walls.
That's huge. If Reps was on Maggie, probably maybe gives it to his little controller demon, but Mastiff in his hands, obviously going to do some good things here for Reps. PK is certainly the best shotgun right now, kind of an overall meta. But if you see a Mastiff in a supply crate, you will grab it. They're going to hit a Valkyrie in rotation. So again, they lingered there in Fragment to no name. Why? Well, because they wanted to take fights. They wanted to see if anyone would dare enter into the Fragment buildings and they could take a fight. Instead, they didn't. So now they're going to have to late rotate. It's a little scary for them.
Oh, let's see who's eating up that replicator real quick. TSM scanning them with the
Maybe the announcers were a little nervous because I feel like their pacing is a lot better now.
Take a bit this fight here. We know that TSM's a really aggressive team. They see that squad.
Their pacing is a lot better.
Though, so they have the positional
Maybe they were nervous the first game. You know, maybe it is very nervous. I think if I was them, I would be nervous.
As he manages to escape.
I can't even talk words normally when I'm not nervous.
Doing the Optic Gaming special, really late rotate. They get all of the big mod loot. They get all the Lava City loot. They can go down and get Dome loot as well because no one's dropping in Dome. So they're going to take their time. They're going to rotate late with the Valkyrie and try and find that coveted God spot. But right now it's 1 IQ finding themselves in a similar position to where they found with Optic Gaming last game. And
Content
team. Sandwiched here by 2 squads. TSM nearby and a team behind them. It's going to be Optic with his late rotation. Team Burger might be in the vicinity as well. I know they drop south of the map and they like to play edge.
Wow, look at this. Look how quick TSM is to engage right now. They know that they have the high ground, maybe the replicator at the same time. Yeah. It's a buffet here for them, but they know that 1 IQ is going to respect them. I feel like seeing the Mad Mag and they knew, all right, that's TSM. They are dipping quickly out of there, but like you said, Team Optic is to their south. Team Burger's within the vicinity, and they're trying to figure out whether they're just going to rotate right back to no name, where there's a lackluster amount of loot right there, or if they're going to maybe try to see if they have the opportunity to just get away with a redeploy.
1 IQ doesn't want any smoke, Vicky. This is the second time they're like, there's a team? No.
You mean speak words. No.
Get out of here. Skedaddle. I can't think of any
I don't know how to words,
TSM
okay?
right now will continue to dominate
Wording
this
is hard.
East side of the map. They got to be careful. We know Optic is nearby. You know, Team Burger is nearby, and 1 IQ still kind of lingering as well. TSM, if they take this fight, Vicky, they get third party by Optic, and I think they die. They obviously don't recognize that, but this is not a fight they want to take.
They do have the Seer, though, for at least that passive to let them know if squads are rotating that area. They may already know, actually. I1 IQ has already dropped down right here. You can see the passive right now with Naxo as he had to go for that shield swap real quick, taking some of that damage earlier on.
Yeah, I like that we're catching all these edge teams. Meanwhile, obviously on the north side, of the map, all types of squads are posting up and not doing a whole lot, which is why we're not showing them on display.
Is there a Valk on every team?
Position
Valk and Gibby is a very popular combo. I think it's so interesting TSM is going no Gibby and going Mad Maggie.
Gold shield, quick heals will come through and Reject should be fine.
He gets to be anti-Gibby.
And meta for APEC North comes through again.
We've seen it before there. With the crypto comp, you could delete all those caustic barrels that have already been set up here. Another Watson, if they do have that Watson on that squad, delete those fences. It's so crucial here with the EMP as TSM.
Would you play Path or Valk? I would do Valk. I'd have to be the optimal team.
In their vicinity, though, you could see that squad already making the rotation. I believe that is Team Burgers that you made mention of.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of rotation, look at this brutal rotation TSM's about to have. They're going to play it north of the map. They're going to have one IQ behind them.
Her ult's so bad. What do you mean, Bryce?
Nearby. So this could be dangerous for these edge teams. But again, with this team comp, the old TSM special that worked so well for them when they went back-to-back LAN champions in the X Games, the preseason invitational, that is not necessarily the same TSM as of now. This TSM is very similar to the Octane meta TSM that we saw in the Snipe Down era, where they like to play aggressive, they like to play edge, they like to fight. So they're not going to really rotate. They're going to try and pick any fights they can on the edge of the map. And that's why these zones have not been great for them, because it's harder to play edge when you're obviously where the zone is.
Especially since they're trying to be the gatekeepers of these choke points. Team Liquid with the Valkyrie ult, they're going to redeploy right over that squad that's over by the other side of Skyhook here, taxing the little big boys over as Scars are going to take onto the high ground on the southern side of Epicenter. And you can see right now with the redeploy in their hands too, they want to take this fight. Lots of blue shields right here as Monday falls a little low. RPR
There's a
also
Twitch extension that I need to
download. Look how quick
download.
they were to immediately turn around and say, all right, hold on, let's
For
quickly
this
reset.
ALGS thing, can you link that to me by chance in Discord?
Representing an entire nation in Croatia. His family owns some land on the water in Croatia. I asked him what he's going to do with the prize money if he wins. He's like, I'm going to buy some more land. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to invest in a villa.
It's for the multi-view for this.
Real estate mogul. RPR looking to win.
Here soon I'm going to start doing multi-views so we can have some more listen-ins, because I like to do the listen-ins.
$2 for Scars and RPR and the entire competition here with this overall prize pool. Insane to think about.
Love the mindset. It's all or nothing here for a lot of these teams here too. Team Liquid trying to delete the
Appreciate it,
crypto
Amish.
drone. You got the tracking here from Fun with that R301. Again, nice to highlight that they do have that gold backpack here.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're trying to do, Locke. It's so cool.
Stand right in front of them. One taking the real estate inside of that building right below them, and the other right across from them. So Team Liquid looking to their backs here. They already got set up with the coffee traps as a
the Mad Maggie is like an anti-Gibby. It's just so interesting. It's so risky to not have a Gibby.
Fun competed content creator, and he was an absolute demon. And you always wondered, when is Team Liquid going to sign this guy? Are they going to pick him up? And they said, let's do it. Fun. I remember watching him in the early Lulu Lovely Throwdown competitions as a content creator, as Fuse, absolutely destroying the entire lobby. I'm so glad he is now one of our top pro players in the lobby. Let's jump into a listen-in with Fun and Team Liquid.
Hey, finally a listen-in.
4-6. I'm 6'3" right now.
Yeah, I have 2 bats, 9 cells.
I'm just saving all my bats.
Yeah, we're kind of burning our economy on the rotates.
I only had 8 cells.
So we know the team to the northwest, team in tunnel. We know if there's 2 teams in tunnel.
Oh, I just heard footsteps west.
Heard.
And southeast.
Yeah, he's looking.
Yeah, me is swinging wide.
We should go backside here. We should go backside there. We should go.
Down.
Go. We play backside of this building and then just like deal with whatever we got in front of us.
Very good position. Good decision to back out of that.
Team. Gray armor.
Although there is another team contesting, so they're going to have to make sure they take that building. And there's one inside.
I'm just going to sit there with Mastiff out.
Yep. Honestly, you guys just hold that angle. Just hold that angle with 2 men. You just fucking kill anyone that beats you. Just insta obliterate
A lot
anyone.
of teams here.
Wait. Any thoughts on like just making the mad dash to that?
I'm down to go there. That's way safer than this.
Alright. Group together. On
we
me.
can do it that way.
On me.
Yeah, go on.
Follow me. We go left and you go around the rock. Grip the drone looking at us.
I'm not gonna bubble.
Yep.
Safe on me, safe on me.
Yep, we're fine.
I'm gonna bat.
I'm going to get the
right
Twitch extension so we can do more listen-ins, because this is
We're
great.
safe right here. Safe right here.
Alright.
We can also go around it and go next to the building.
Yeah, we have to go around. We have to go around. Safe on me.
Safe here. Safe here.
Yep.
I love it how they've been able to reposition all the way through this area, but safely. Considering there's like a team in every position.
I'm bubbling.
Yep.
We're gonna get EMP'd.
80.
Kill drone.
They got so much ground that was contested. Although they're in such a bad spot now.
I'm med kidding.
One being down, they have to reset.
These guys might.
Yeah, they are.
This is really bad for them. They're in the middle of everything. Sure, I guess they did rotate into the middle of everything, but it was not worth.
That's going to be it for team.
It was not worth.
Rotation for them. You heard the comms. Safe on me. They're trying to call the right things. That is the right mentality, but so much pressure. 3 teams are ready in the vicinity here in survey camp. That's a.
I will say it was the right decisions, but although when they went into the middle, because like I said earlier, they needed to hold that spot. They kind of kept rotating. It was really good that they got over there, but once they got over there, it was not the place to be.
To kind of essentially make a wall for themselves at TSM, they're managing to make their way off on the low ground of Epi here. You see Verholz taking on
What headset and mic are you using? I'm using a Blue Yeti, and I have different headsets.
Better late than never.
I have a Astro A50. I got a. I'm using right now a.
Not just playing on board with Neo right now. Neo's going to get some damage in. Rock and Seer alongside Valkyrie and Gibraltar. Meanwhile, TSM nearby, Team Burger nearby as well. All of our Apex South teams, for the most part, run the cookie cutter, Caustic, Gibraltar, Valkyrie team comp. So I'm guessing Burger is doing the exact same thing. They got to be careful for Caustic and an ultimate coming through.
Oh, How is so hungry after getting that Seer attack off. You saw that you could notice their shield, their health. They know that Team Burgers is right behind
Seer.
them. So with this Seer, they're also going to know the positioning of Team Burgers before trying
Flatline
to
Peacekeeper.
Yeah, that's a huge.
He has a gold mag and a 3x. I love that combo.
Scare off Team Burger from this third party. Thermite
Great Thermite.
is going to connect. He does at least 50 damage. Here comes the
He
push.
needs his teammates.
Hell goes down. All up to Rep and Verholz. They're going to connect the team of 2. The duo. It's Verholz, the 19-year-old from Kansas.
Oh my God, that guy just stood in the Thermite.
Can he do it for his squad?
Let's see if he can. He's got the massive in his hand. He's trying
All
to.
to reps. TSM is like almost completely eliminated here.
Sit down. Dreamfire gets eliminated in the feed as a lot of actions happening between just Reps and Burger.
This is not looking good for TSM here.
Here comes Team Burger, but here comes the Mad Maggie. He's going to hit for 80, but it's not going to be enough. Team Burger eats up TSM. And again, Team Solo mid, not the start they wanted.
That's a double patty right there. Team Burger walking away. Now they're going to be able to move away. Optic Gaming also fell in the feed earlier during that fight as EXO now try to restabilize inside this truck. They have not given up this position as we have another northern circle here. A lot of these squads are fighting for maybe that high ground.
The best way to watch it, yo, Max. Watch me, watch them, watch them.
A lot of people said this team, they don't got what it takes. Like maybe we'll throw them in the wild card category. People said no one had them in their S tier. No one had them in their A tier. A lot of people are wondering, does this team still have it? Well, guess what? They're showing up so far, Vicky. 13 points to their name and counting.
This alliance here too, just racking up as much KP as they can. Not one KP so far here, looking at lives. 10 squads left. EXO now just managing to come right back in. Look at all the loot they got at their feet there too, as well as these caustic traps set up all across the building to prevent any of these other squads from just landing right on top of them. A lot of those redeploys could be risky as NRG have also not moved from their spot. Trading a lot of that damage. Look at their Evo shields already boosted all the way up to purple as Fnatic on the other side of the train tracks, their favorite spot that we saw in game number 1, are they still holding that same spot. So Alliance having to look to their left. They know that energy is right behind them too.
That's right. You did see ORF nearby as well. The same rotation from ORF.
Your Astro Command Center app, you could do side tone. I'll have to look into that, dude.
The fact that Alliance coming from Thermal Station south
Can you send me like a link
is actually
or something?
out rotating faster. Says a lot about how much they want to play edge.
Of like a video?
It's a party. You can see
how to do that
now. Hockey's recognizing the situation, seeing one squad, seeing the right squad over to the other side. You see the pings as well as he's trying to hold back 2 squads at once, trying to put down the beamage with the R-throw, and he's also got the Volt. See right now he's just going to hold back a little bit while the rest of his squad is actually holding the front line.
And Hockey's likes to be the tip of the spear for his team. One of the best in the game at doing exactly that. Puts himself in uncomfortable positions, but he's comfortable being uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Scars, it's going to be Team Burger again. This is a team you had to keep your eye out for. A lot of rumors who was going to pick them up. We thought maybe the Kansas City Pioneers might grab them. We thought maybe Fnatic, but no, did not get signed. Team Burger, still a free agent team, by the way. One of our best teams in the world, and they're showing it.
Scars, though, in some trouble as Taishin gets taken down. Monday trying to take control over the little crevice right here. He got so much to do. The stick with the Arc Star. Make it 2. Y'all don't see me right now. Now the Valkyrie tries to fly up. He gets 2 cracks at the same time. Can he get a quick shield swap really quick right now as he becomes the kill leader?
Damn.
Team Burger gets taken out.
Make it 2. Make it rain for Mandy. But guess who comes through? It's Invictus Gaming. Bryn, one of the best slayers we have in all of Apex, is the kill leader of this lobby. the young Englishman with 4 kills to his name. He burst onto the scene in the early ALGS Online tournaments, joined this Invictus Gaming roster, coached by EMEF, and has emerged as one of the best players in Europe and showing why, while Reject finds himself in the fight.
All these fights happening on the southern side here. By survey, you see 2 drops right now. Reject now down 2. Jung-hee now is only up to him with the massive in his hand. Is he going to go for a quick reset here if he has the opportunity? They're holding on to the high ground, but look who's in his line of sight. That may be Energy right there.
Man, it's going to be a tough circle for everybody. They all have to rotate.
Jung-hee, no way! He wants the kill point.
Me?
He's not going to get it. Yes, he does. And he finally gets taken out. What a showing from Jung-hee, but Sutaraiku cleans up.
We absolutely take those. Now Sutaraiku down to a 2-man right now. Maybe a 1-man as one of his teammates outside of the building gets taken out by EXO.
Oh, baby, Apex South on Apex South action. We got the Thailand squad and EXO going up against the Aussies. Sutaraiku, Bullet, and Rico. The new, oh sorry, Fussy actually. Bullet is out. Rico and Fussy. Rico, the new addition to this team. When Waltzy left for Team Burger, we'll see how they will fare as IG with a substitute in RKN from Torrent. Fits perfectly, fits the scene like a glove. He's the IGL of Torrent. He's going to be IGLing now, and IG is looking to IGL their way to victory.
Oh, this is so scary right here. Round 5 closing right behind their backs. NRG have not stopped from being chaotic in this spot. Look at this. Everybody in their line of sight as Sweet gets a knock. Can he get 2 here? Energy playing this so safe. You can see the Caustic Girls also set up all the way from their behind here too to prevent any sort of flanking opportunities.
I'm at Sweet load up the firing range. Are we playing in an ALGS championship right now as he is not missing? And Malstera going to do some damage himself. He's going to get a knock on Rico, and Sutaraiku is going to be eliminated to the hands of Fnatic. As we got Fnatic making their debut in competitive Apex again, their re-debut after a few years hiatus. Look at the damage. Oh. Malstera with the best defensive bombardment. Back-to-back great defensive
pushing down. That's ballsy.
Games and back-to-back damage. Malstera's doing so much work.
You got punished for it.
Last alive and he connects.
Why are you running here? You get taken down after trying to fully send it onto that team right here. And here comes Energy. Fnatic gave up the high ground and presented it to Energy on a silver platter.
They really did.
Right behind Yuka's back.
And look at this. EXO's going to
they got punished horribly for that.
Puts them in the 3v3 fight against NRG. They don't have a bubble to their
name. They got to realize that
this
positioning.
Is a game of arenas.
It's not where you want to go.
The crowd here. I was talking to one earlier. Well, guess what? 3v3. Kill to kill for the bread.
EXO now having to play only off of that natural landmass.
A little more confidence in your range killing ability.
Have the high ground. 2 squads left between EXO and NRG that have held this spot since the start of the game.
Oh, the damage from Sweet. The IGL, the Slayer, the tip of the spear. What doesn't he do? He's pushing wide right. He's getting so much damage in.
Look at the position here between
That's such a good. That is such a good position.
Taking a nice off angle, has a nice opportunity with the rest of EXO in his line of sight, funneling them into Nathan and Rocker's point of view.
But they got their bubble back and they're able to push the 3v2. They know they have numbers on the wide right push, but such a good job from NRG to stay alive. Rocker and Nathan, the young duo, are going to do it. They got the dome shield, and they're going to heal back up, but the damage is done. EXO needs to push. They need to take this damage, and they need to fly.
Stop.
Oh, let's see the opportunity. Nathan gets taken down. Rocker gets taken down here. The Cosmic Knockouts is too much. Sweet, the last one alive. Can we see him? No. EXO take it over NRG in game number 2.
Oh my goodness. Some way, somehow, EXO wins that. Sweet takes out the bow in a close-range fight and gets taken out by Killapose and Co. And look at my man rocking the sleeveless. Sun's out, guns out here in Raleigh, North Carolina.
He pulled out the bow.
Is a killer. As we're looking at a deflated NRG, they are devastated. They can't believe they lost that. I mean, how did they lose that?
I mean, I honestly, I feel like that with the opportunity,
I can't believe they lost that.
To see that it was a 2v3 with the bubble, like you highlighted before.
They had the best position. They had high ground.
Away from Sweet, and they
Sweet had him funneled and then got perfectly put into it.
So coming in from Thailand that you love to see here between a lot of our teams now. Look at this.
We already know we had to. Listen, my man Killapose is going suns out, guns out. We're going to rock it here. You know, no, I'm just playing. I'm not that guy. I swear to God, I'm not that guy. Vic, you think I'm that guy?
I'm not that guy.
You guys think I'm that guy in the crowd here? Should I be that guy?
I love it. I love the crowd here in the PNC Arena.
Like, yeah,
now that we close up game number 2, I mean, a lot of these teams really throwing a wrench to a lot of them.
He's that guy now.
Teams that we're so used to seeing.
We've seen a transformation.
Again, APAC North, APAC South.
You stream every day, pretty much.
Back-to-back wins for APAC South, Vicky. Puts some respect on this region's name as we had Team Burger, Sutaraiku, and of course, Dark Zero perform in Sweden. Well, guess what? 2 out of our top 5 teams from APAC South. Our 3rd place team, Fnatic, with 15 points. And NRG, 2nd place, only 12 points.
I mean,
only
they were
12
kind of
points.
stationed up there by the northern side of the circle for a long time. Yeah, they had a lot of opportunities to kind of
Kills are like really important in this.
but they only were able to get 3 here. Looking on the other side of the page, Infinity, FA Kitties there on the 12th place spot with only 1 kill. TSM as well on the 2nd page, again with Optic Gaming and Team Liquid.
And that's the big question, right? TSM with an aggressive comp. What that means, well, we've seen a lot of this from TSM. We've seen a lot of this from Team Liquid in the Pro League in terms of stats. They're the 2 top teams in terms of their inability to get top 2. They get 3rd through 7th place finishes, but if you're not getting 1st or 2nd, you're not getting a ton of placement points, and it's certainly showing. As we take a look at the overall leaderboard, it is APAC North, Fnatic in 1st, APAC South in 2nd and 3rd. Every region but
they were right
but
about
NA right now in the
Fnatic.
top 5.
And I think it's so important to highlight why Fnatic is sitting in that 1st place spot, because they have taken that high ground positioning in these 2 northern circles from the very beginning, time and time again, and they were able to clean up so much KP regardless if they were in 1st place
ever
or
find
not.
that,
They
Amish?
still are within those top 5 every single time.
Yeah, Team Burger and Sutaraiku showing up. 4 APAC South teams on display here. I mean, it's just crazy to see, crazy to think. What a showing right now as we take a look at all our North
I agree,
American
Jim.
teams.
Underwhelming.
We got TSM, we got Optic Gaming in last place. We have some of our NA teams not necessarily showing up that we thought they would, but guess what, Biggie? We're only 2 games in. We got a lot of Apex to play.
Absolutely. We got all of this action for not only today, throughout the entire weekend. 12 games being played today. The last remaining 6 in this group stage will be played tomorrow. So it's going to be really nice to see how some of these teams make those adjustments between day 1 and day 2.
That's right. We take a look at our winning squad. This is Dreamfire. This is our winning squad from game 1. Incorrect winning squad. We'll get that corrected for you here in just a second. But you know, we'll see the man himself, Kill a Pose, the guy with the sun's out guy. Listen, crowd, you can cheer as long as you want. I can't be that guy anymore. I'm sorry. I'm done with that. I spent too much time with Nick Merckx in Vegas last week. Clearly, it's rubbing off on me.
Yeah,
All right,
absolutely.
we're back.
I gotta say that.
Same
Shout out to Nick Merckx, of course. Another one of the biggest Apex
There we
fans
go.
out here. Now we get to see Team EXO coming through. Now looking at the damage output. It may not have been that 2K that we saw from Dreamfire, but their positioning, fantastic. The KP that we're seeing right now between all these players.
Yeah, Vic, I dare you to try and pronounce that middle name. I double dog dare you.
No, absolutely.
Go for it. You have to do it.
I'll have like a Spanish roll of my tongue.
You have to do it.
Why? It's not even hard.
Api Wangan.
No, the middle name. His full name.
Oh,
Zicky's name.
Jared.
Last name.
I just said it. Api Wangan.
Nailed it. That's pretty good.
Hey, let's
We're gonna
roll.
brush up.
Oh, that is impressive. I would have cried.
Especially with the way that they've been playing right now.
That's
Thailand
right.
really coming through. Apex South really coming through in those first 2 games.
Yeah, it's an absolute fact. And look, we've been talking about it for a while, how Thailand is truly up there. I mean, there was Made in Thailand or Myth, Team 1, Team 2. Who
I don't know what you mean, you
dominated
Max.
online tournaments. We saw them in the autumn circuit as we did a global broadcast for that one. I had a chance to see for myself about a year and a half ago how truly talented
What up,
this
Chafer?
Thailand region and country is compared to Australia, compared to everywhere else. And guess what? They've shown up big time here so far. But look, it's not just this mainstream matchup. We got our 2nd stream as well, and it's Space Station still on top. But AD shows up. Parka, Obli, and Kanpu with a great showing in game 2. Crazy Raccoon right behind them.
What is going on the other stream right now when we talk about consistency? Space Station looking like they are staying on top, but it is so close in the overall leaderboards here. You talk about Team Singularity right behind them by just 1 point. 80 Raccoon, of course, right behind them with 25 points, and it's nice to see right now with Crazy Raccoon right behind them.
Yeah, GMT with a GMT-esque pop-off. That was a huge game from them. They're playing with Rambo, Controller Lord, substituting for Mady, who was already a substitute for Strafey.
God, if I were to join the ALGS, what team should I join? Everybody vote in chat. What team should I join?
They call them Luminexity, Complosity. You see Monsoon and Shiny on that team.
If they're like
Here we go on the
Robo,
second page.
we'll pay you a bunch of money. We just all we ask is that you double your playtime because you really maybe triple your playtime.
So talented. Well, they are also
And yeah.
As well as Pulverix, actually. On the
Come
second
join the
page,
ALGS.
Later half of things. Pulverix, we got, I believe, 3rd in the Sweden playoffs. So interesting to see the overall results that we're seeing right now. It kind of trickles down to
You push so
how
much.
is going on for some of these teams and how has it affected them in their mindset.
So I should join Complexity, you said?
Nerves that they're experiencing so far.
Team of Hobo? You're saying I should start my own team?
Live audience who gets to see them perform here at the
Free Agent Kitties.
It doesn't get better than this. This
Panel?
right here, right now.
They're just a
ALGS
duo.
Championship.
I don't
Two
think that
games
that's
in
intentional.
World's Edge. Our last game of World's Edge is coming right after this.
TSM C9. I should join Burger. Your Team Burger material. I don't know what Team Burger is, but I do sound like I'm Team Burger material. See, I'm good at pushing, but like I know when to push and stuff. I hate teams that like, because I'm always complaining that people are afraid to do the when it's time to push, to do the push. You know what I mean? Yeah. All about creating an advantage and then taking advantage of your advantage, and then when to do that as well. In a lot of these scenarios, it's going to be different than like, you know. I want to turn it down. Holy crap! It's louder than they were talking. Team pizza. Amish. You pushed so well, so that was why I was thinking team complexity. How's the games going? Pretty cool. How you doing, typical Mark? What up, bro? The ALGS is a lot of bubble fights and Valk rotations. Yeah, it's just ranked. Although the thing about ALGS is that it's honestly less campy than Apex Predator rank because kills matter more. But winning is important too. So it's like you can't be afraid to like get your RP. Or your KP rather. What up, Mr. Scuff? At the end of the game though, you gotta be really good at those like bubble fights and the last second circles. I really wish if I could change one thing about like just Apex endgames is I'd do that more Fortnite circle that it stays a certain size and just moves around super slowly. Because I hate that fight that like it's just like no room anymore. It's like it doesn't feel skillful. It feels like a little random at times. But if you kept it that size, like the small size, like that last circle, and instead of shrinking it a final time to nothing, you just had that move around real slowly until someone died. Like have it move across the entire map. Eventually they're gonna fall out of it. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be some wall or some something. Do you guys know which brand of headphones they're using? The super like fancy ones? Dude. Chad has been asking. I have no idea. They didn't say. They just were like bragging about the headphones, but they never dropped the name. How you doing today? Ooh. How do I buy a member with points? You can't. Barely any offensive legends were used. Yeah, mostly every team's gonna have like a Valk, and that's gonna be like the most offensive legend. But you gotta have everything ready. You basically your legend comp has to be geared towards the end game.
Arena. We got the best crowd in all of esports here. We're just getting started, baby. It's Thursday. I'm out of breath because I was just screaming like, a lunatic. So you do this part.
Oh yeah. You know, guys, we are here now in the PNC Arena. The championships are now 2 games in, and we got a third one coming up soon.
That's right. 2 games down. And all Apex South to start. What a start for them. EXO Clan looking so incredibly sharp. We saw Dreamfire obviously doing the same exact thing. And obviously these are 2 teams I would not have had circled. I mean, literally in my notes here, I did not even include them in the championship caliber lobby that we have here. I mean, Dreamfire has done it before. Champions of the Split 1 Pro League in the APAC region. We know what they're capable of. They've never won a major tournament competition. And then EXO Clan, obviously a notable name in the history of competitive Apex. Used to be this Reignite, now Dark Zero roster. Picked up this Thailand squad and Maybe they're not regretting it. They're looking good. Kill a pose. What's up, man? You see him.
There's a bunch of legends nobody uses Division.
He's the demon.
Not just Newcastle.
Absolute even hours.
Rolling through, man. You have to see it here. Fnatic, of course, as well, holding on to the first place spot in the overall.
Where's those mirages at?
Not winning the game yet. Either Japan fully.
I don't even see any
Shout out to our
pathies.
Japanese team, our squads that are back at home who are watching the tournament. Fantastic Japanese fans, as well as the fans that we have currently in the crowd right now, seeing a lot of this international representation currently. It's great. It's fantastic.
Those different rewards you make.
Holding a cold beverage. Is that confirmation? Yes. Deltouche is so happy right now. We got some bevies live here in the arena.
That was a priority. He needed to know.
So
he needed
it
to
is.
know.
Deltouche did need to know. That was the most important thing to determine yesterday. Shout out to my man,
How
Touche.
come they're not shouting me out? What the hell, bro?
Deltouche showing up.
Fallout, you've shouted 3 different people out so far, and I, you know, have not been any of them.
Greek holding it down. And of course, live on the main stage, we got Imperial Hal and Sweet Dreams ready to put on a show for game number 2. I see a sign that says TSM and passion on it. We'll see if that passion can come through in game 3.
As the arena gets filled up, taking a little break now, we are getting set up and ready to dive into game number 3, last game on World's Edge before we start swapping over to Stormpoint.
That's right, Detonation Gaming, a squad that showed up really, really well in Sweden, but unfortunately playing with a team of 2 here. As you look at the map and overhead, as we will jump into display in a second, the overall hot zone, well, guess what? It's going to be where the FA Kitties drop over in Lava Siphon, and they are going to bully the entire central Lava Siphon drop spot and south, not leaving a whole lot for IG. Bryn trying to pick up some scraps, but take a look. They're going to do a split drop IG. RKN dropping No Name Village and picking up that loop, and needs to be careful for Infinity and Geyser nearby.
Especially with Lava Siphon being the hot drop here.
They're not live.
For FA Kitties. It's going to be scary here for IG to even try to pick up a little bit of the scraps.
Team Boris.
Rotating. But NRG love this circle for all the right reasons. Look at where this.
Everybody went to the exact same spot. There's literally no difference.
But seeing staging here, this is the circle that Sweet has mentioned that he absolutely enjoys. They start off here in staging, and now they're going to stick here as EXO. We get to see.
Amish, did you ever find that?
The winners of game number 2 as they make their rotation after looting up Epi off to the north side to see where they're going to rotate around Frag.
That's right. Well, it's about time we get a southern zone, which should fare well for TSM as they like to play edge with this team comp. Also, EXO, your champions for game 2. We got to hop on board with them to kick things off. We'll see if they can go back-to-back with a good performance here. It's Killapose, my man again. Suns out, guns out. Have you ever seen an
Suns out, guns out.
Roll up his sleeves and compete like that?
I mean,
ever in your life?
I mean,
you come from Smash. I mean, you got some crazy.
We got some controller spikes out here. It's a little bit of different environment. Yeah. They show up their guns in a different way.
Yeah,
the arms and the controller out here. Fnatic here, of course, again, that team that we were talking about before, still sitting in first place despite not taking a game just yet, but it's those points and the positioning that they've been able to secure.
I haven't been able to check on this because I have to like move the screen. That makes sense.
Southeast side of the map to themselves. They get big mode. They get dome if they want it. They get Lava City. They can split drop and not have to worry about a thing in this lobby. So you'd think
I was wondering if you did it so I could like
but they don't have a lot to
not
lose.
check
Actually,
first.
the truth
Makes
is,
sense.
this team actually prefers a team to drop Lava City or to drop dome behind them because they love taking that fight. They can take that fight without risk of third party, especially in northern zones because everyone's rotating. So instead, not having that early easy clap 3 KP is actually not ideal for Optic, in my opinion.
We saw one tappy a little bit to the side, right next to NRG. Some of these squads already taking their time to actually rotate in. That's Detonation Gaming. That's actually sharing some of that space with them as Alliance. You see Yuki actually falling pretty low. Godfire on the other side.
Yeah, what up, Hayden?
I'm so inclined to say with the way that they've been playing, especially rocking that Valk heirloom that looks fantastic. Alliance inside
it's
that.
what it sounds like, Yo Max.
Wondering if there is that beacon that's right on top of Burger. We're going to have to see here as their names are covering
Man,
up
these teams are
top of Team Burger, having the opportunity
totally
to
about to go
that
at.
Alliance on the other side there.
Oh, I
So
love
they're
the
gonna
Team
keep their
Burger's
eyes on that
logo.
squad
It's a
over to the
burger.
side,
It
and
looks so
they
good.
do have beacon control, so they already know where this next circle is going to be pulling.
That's right. It's a really fast rotate going to come through from Team Burger. They drop in tree, so as you'd expect, they'll be splitting and sharing thermal station with an early rotate. Meanwhile, we have Godfire, the former Elevate squad Cinderella story. It was such a remarkable story at that in Sweden, barely qualified to be the only team to represent South America. Brazilian flag waving behind them, and of course online, the Brazilian Apex community and esports community.
Exactly, Amish.
One of the best moments I've seen in all of esports was
it's a Twitch extension, essentially.
Been crying backstage. What a remarkable moment that was.
It was somebody's birthday there from that squad
It was.
too, so
Yeah,
that was such a
Bin's
great birthday gift.
Yep.
Talking about showing guns, you know, that was the same day we saw F-Chan coming out with the guns.
Yeah.
She got to roll up those sleeves, talking about it before. Charge rifle, though. Matutash managing to land those shots. Got the 3-time scope and the purple sniper stock at the ready here. A lot of these squads managing to rotate around through survey here, but they're going to have a nice line of sight over by EXO as they are making the rotation, forcing out the dome already.
That's right. Got Matsutasu on screen alongside Yuka and Meltstera. Of course, this former Game With team that going into Sweden was not considered to be the top 2, top 3 team in APAC North. It was easily AD Raccoon back then, now AD. It was Crazy Raccoon, there was a few others, but they showed up, and as a result, they get signed by one of the most historic and reputable orgs in all of competitive gaming and esports. It's Fnatic. What an honor, what an opportunity here for them. And they've been showing up so far. They've been playing really, really well. The Japanese turning up.
We see them coming out all the time.
Appreciate you,
The
Amish.
audience so big there for competitive esports. Fnatic now making their move.
Whenever we
Looking
play
great in terms
Pubs,
of
Yo
Evo
Max.
shields. You can see right now they are rocking that purple Evo shield. They're trying to see whether they want to fully send it onto this team or if they want to take their time here. Of course, that circle is closing, but it's only round 1 here, so they could take their time before making the commitment to start rotating to the southern part of the map, where first time we get to see a nice little crack right here on the Gibby. Matutasu now trying to move in. Look at this split position too, kind of similar to what we've seen from NRG in game number 2. Matutasu is on that
I haven't seen
high
a
ground
single
over by the hill
sentinel.
with the charge rifle. Could get covered here as Yuka's also taking a nice little off angle to see where EXO's going to go.
That's right. So we'll keep watching this northern fight as teams are going to situate themselves in the southern side of the map here. And I'd actually love to jump on board at some point. Just a quick look at NRG because they love to play that choke. I wonder if they're playing that choke north of Thermal Station, or did they go into Thermal Station?
By the sniper tower is what I was thinking there too, because NRG could make that rotation away from staging there.
Yeah, they actually did.
And they could play by the corner of that circle like you were talking about before, and they are inside, not the top of the sniper tower, but they are split a little bit by the lower
Charge
end.
rifle needs a nerf.
And,
It's the most OP
he's
gun in the
actually
game.
on the high ground since he is on the Valk. He's got that bow check, he's got that 2 times, which means that he probably had enough time to actually utilize that replicator while they were taking their time in staging.
Yeah, and it was Nathan who had that insane clip with the Bocek bow in, I think it was Split 1 Pro League. Since then, Bocek's become a legitimate contender as a weapon in meta. CFA Kitty's trying to get some damage here, and I think that might be a true squad that. It might be Optic Gaming, to be honest with you. On that rotate, Optic doing what they do, trying to make that rotate. It is going to be Optic. They're going to be cracked for no shields, and here we go again. Optic rotates right into Thermal Station, finds himself a spot, but Noct puts himself in a dash spot. Noct is going to get damaged by NRG. A dangerous drop from Noct, but he's somehow alive. And Optic gets away with murder, it seems like.
Oh, it was so scary there too. You saw him.
Wow.
He had the confidence to maybe land on the top right there, but they didn't know that they were split up at the same time with Sweet being on the high ground here. The dome has been used up as Optic Gaming are just taking a cover in the little crevices that they could find on the southern side of the circle.
My man Duplex threw that dome shield further than he's ever thrown in his life. He literally just
Sentinel
Hail Mary
eats
Peyton
yourself.
Manning
Yeah,
that
you won't be
dome shield
popping the
to
Sentinel
keep his man Noct alive in
thing
some way,
very much.
somehow. Noct survived.
Not on
I mean,
this.
that's inexcusable in my eyes. I mean, Noct drops in no man's land with NRG both right there and was damaged already, but they weren't able to get the kill.
And Burgers as well, holding inside of this building. They
You
could
do
have
it in
had
chat,
them in
yeah,
their line
Max.
of sight when they made that rotation, but like you said, yeeting out that dome so that way they could have some of that extra space.
Can you
Alliance
give me
was on
some
that
pizza?
building, right next to Burgers originally, so we have to see a lot of these squads already, 4 squads within this next area.
Again, this is what Optic
Why
does so
is
well.
TSM not running Gibby? It's not been working for them, I'll tell you
They
that.
take their time. They get
They're trying to be
great
anti-Gibby.
and then they rotate and they find
You know,
themselves one of the most
they
favorable
got to get to
positions
end
on the
game
map.
first before they can be anti-Gibby.
Good opportunity here for Optic. We'll see what they can do. They got NRG looking down sights. Meanwhile, TSM still in fragment because they want to pick any fight that they can. And guess what? It's going to be Fnatic right in front of them. TSM from America going up live against the Japanese sensational squad in Fnatic. And you already know they want this fight. It's a clean 3v3.
You already know they want this fight. You already know.
Opportunity to knock one of Fnatic here, but Fnatic already taking the real estate inside of the building. You got the Watson they have to worry about at the same time.
We're thinking, I do want the
Redeploy as
fight.
well.
Yes, please, one fight. Yes, sir.
You're going to be able to
One
have the high
fight,
ground over
please.
TSM, but you saw the quick drop from Verhos the moment he saw all 3 of them were right there on the balcony.
Yeah, there's no, oh no, Verholt's gonna push up. They said they want this
Oh,
fight, they're
no.
gonna take it. Here comes the aggression. They
Love
got
these
Mad
guys.
Maggie and they got Seer for all the intel they need. Mad Maggie to bully them out of this spot and of course to basically disable that dome shield.
I like this decision right now, actually, from Hal. Trying to get onto the roof, maybe try to see if they can poke through the windows, as the cracks of these windows do overlook the balcony into this building. You see the Watson fences set
Can
up
you
here.
get the
We can
view
just throw
to
one of those
change
Watson
it to
fences and
the
enable
wall?
Verhulst, as Verhulst is still stuck by the window, taking a nice little cheeky angle.
Yeah, Verholst needs to be careful though. He continues to put himself in some dangerous spots. He likes to play aggressive, which you like to see, but Hal's gonna do the damage instead. He's gonna crack one, but he gets cracked himself. And that means
Just
disadvantage
cracked
TSM
himself?
for now.
I don't know if
Hal
he
will
did
heal
that.
back up. And here comes the damage through. The Watson fence is eliminated. And here comes Yuka trying to get Verhulst out of this spot. Verhulst says, he's in such a good position.
They have to split their attention in 2 different spots too, which is crucial right here. Their backs could be to Verhulst while trying to focus down on Hal. Verhulst dropping down a little bit. Hal trying to meet him through the bottom, seeing if they can try to cut off that rotation, or if they actually see EXO in the horizon. You can see them now in their silhouettes. They have the high ground right here, and if you don't get moving soon, this circle is going to be closing in less than a minute soon. Currently, you could see Fnatic, they're just going to get set up inside of this balcony. They do note that TSM have disengaged right now. They don't know why here. Wondering if TSM actually had seen EXO, the winners of game number 2, actually make their rotation right here to see what the action's all about. They were making a lot of noise. This fight was taking too long. There's still 20 squads left in this lobby with Ring 2 closing in
Thomas, do you know how that
TSM
extension
now
works?
A little bit through frag to see where they want to go. They do have that redeployed just in case.
Tension so tight, you can cut it with a knife right now. TSM and Fnatic nearby, but TSM says, yeah, they're not going to let us take this fight. They got a Watson. They got good defense. And of course, it's hard to break those fences as Fnatic finds a rotate through. It's a tense situation for sure. Both teams will survive. Fnatic lives to fight another day, which is a wise decision. You got a Watson comp. You want to make it to late game. You want to avoid the Maggie and the Seer flying at you. Good job from Fnatic right there. That's a small win.
Yeah, they're going to be able to rotate, but they are going to be aware that TSM is off to their side. They may actually cut off TSM on these train tracks, as TSM are actually just going to get through this next choke point right here. EXO taking their sweet time, though, to rotate from the northern part of the circle. You see some shots being taken as Reps loses out on that shield, but they're trading a little bit as Matsutashu is actually going to lose a little bit of his shield. They're just going to go in for the rotate, prioritize going in through Landslide.
That's right. And that'll be the end of this chapter for the TSM versus Fnatic episode here.
For now.
For now. I don't think they're going to see each other again in this rotate. I think Fnatic's going to continue to rotate all the way northwest. TSM will rotate through Harvester unless Fnatic goes through the Landslide tunnel, in which case episode 2 is around the corner.
Let's see. See if they won't even want to contest or if it's going to be the EXO chapter that comes in for Fnatic story. TSM now.
Yeah.
Going to go over
for a little more of a cliffhanger there, you know? A little more dramatic ending.
It'd be nice. It depends if they're the ones that ends up pinching them. That'd be crazy at the very end. So
that is
going to be going at each separate side of that circle that we're going to be seeing. TSM will have the beacon here going into Harvester. Doesn't look like there's anybody else here to contest them. But that beacon's going to be controlled here. FA Kitties, though, in a fight themselves, gets double knocked and quickly eliminates Infinity. FA Kitties not playing around right now, holding this other side.
Leogri with the triple kill. What a showing from him. The Ava 8 in hand. A lot of people saying Peacekeeper is the way to go. Leogri says, hold this. Gets himself an easy 3K with the Ava 8. Nice job for FA Kitties. Pound for pound, one of the hardest teams to fight against. And wow, look who it is. It's IG's RKN, the substitute IGL for this team. And you can see on the look on Hardeki's face, he misses Archko.
Unfortunately, he can't put himself in that position right here.
Yeah.
He can't risk it, especially with so many teams already over by Thermal at this point. You know that energy is already stationed up by the sniper tower as well as taking up the real estate in the bottom. That's denying 2 teams an opportunity from taking up that same real estate. But IG now have the high ground over here, and they need to be safe with this because they're still rocking 2 white Evo shields.
That's right. They get a little bit of a hot take here. That's what we got to do. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if PKMK is that guy for this squad as a substitute. I mean, you look at FA Kitties with Artico, one of the best teams in the world, let alone one of the best teams in Europe. You know, Titans alongside Alliance. They have not been performing with PKMK, and I think Artico, I don't know if it's PKMK or it's Artico's absence. Obviously, Artico's such a talented player. The heart goes out to Artico and everyone from Ukraine right now with everything that they're going through. We know Strafey would love to be here competing with his brothers right now. But nonetheless, his absence is certainly felt.
Difficult here to make some of these adjustments, especially when it really matters here. Optic Gaming now in some trouble themselves. Sees that maybe another squad may be behind them just in case, kind of cover the real estate here. As Nox going to pop that shield bat, they're going to be able to take control over this building. Going to share that here with another squad over by the other side. Meanwhile, Alliance have not moved from that spot, but Hockey's decided to move up a little bit.
That's what Hockey's does. Likes to put himself in positions to make plays. Honestly, one of the best playmakers, you know, very similar to Hal, very similar to Sweet. A lot of confidence coming through from Hockey's. The older competitors, 27 years old, from Sweden. One of 2 Swedish competitors alongside his teammate Weiss. We'll see if they take that fight. Meanwhile, TSM on the rotate. They find themselves with Dreamfire nearby. Reps is too far, though. They wanted this fight, but Reps isn't there. If they have a Maggie there, it is maybe goodbye and goodnight for Dreamfire. But Hal wants this.
See, managed to put down the Seer. Oh, he's going to have a lot of that information here, but Verhulst in too much trouble, gets melted down, but they trade here as Reps gets another one down here onto Bolin. Now Dreamfire in some trouble to see if they can get that res. You can see them with the quick res, managing to put him back in the game here, and with the gold backpack too is incredibly essential here.
Yeah, this is the high risk, high reward play, right, from TSM. And here we go. We talked about episode 2. Fnatic nearby. Fnatic doesn't want that smoke. They don't want to fight. They're going to let the third party happen. And that's something you realize is in the APAC North region, it's really weird. If you watch their gameplay, they let 3v3 fights happen. They don't really care to third party. They will let a 3v3 clean fight continue without third party. And we'll see if that changes here as Dreamfire is going to push up.
Yeah, they want to prioritize positioning so that way they can just use the charge rifle that they have in their arsenal so that way they can just poke from afar without having to overextend and put themselves in a bad position. But look at this canyon, the TSM canyon that we've seen them land before time and time again, but they're stuck in the side here. Fnatic now trying to get these knocks. Nice little PK shot there as Yuka manages to get kill across.
Yeah, TSM's going to have such a hard rotate, but this is the best thing that can happen for them is Fnatic fighting EXO nearby, which gives an opportunity for TSM to heal up and maybe loot up, maybe third party this if they can, but they got to be careful because we know that Dreamfire, winners from game 1, are knocking. Nice shots from Elstera, and just like that, Verhulst goes down to Fun, and it's going to be looking very, very bleak for TSM.
The fact that they're able to split that attention so quick there too as Team Liquid find TSM, they're getting some of those knocks. EXO forced to play off of this low ground right here. Meanwhile, Fnatic is still hugging the corner, and that's why they wanted to prioritize their position, because they know that they could just poke from afar. They wanted to see what was more important, and it's to situate themselves in this spot without having to force themselves onto the low ground.
That's right. Fnatic is playing this so well. If you want to write a book on how to play a Watson team comp, look at this Fnatic game as Team Liquid loses 2. All of Nocturnal left to rat up if he can. Fnatic continues to fry everyone in the lobby right now. They are playing this rotate to perfection.
See what they decide to do. They see the Gibby Dome right up ahead on those train tracks. They want to try to get into the high ground as quickly as possible, but will they spot out Noct? That is the question.
Sorry, Chad, give me 1 sec.
Nice
Someone's at my
snug
door.
right there in those crates.
That's right. EXO already lost 1. It's Killapose. Sleeveless Sensation is out. It's going to be left to his 2 teammates to try and go back-to-back here. Going to be tough to do for EXO Clan, winners of game number 2 from Thailand. Meanwhile, Fnatic from Japan, Yuka F, Matsutasu, and Melstera, recently picked up by Fnatic game with some playoffs. We're just tuning in just to get you up to speed. We jump on board with Reject, another APAC North team, and they're going to be gatekeeping their way to maybe a couple kills here.
Crazy if that Thermite ended up going overhead and then started doing some tick damage to EXO. Noct is like, all right, y'all can do that. Y'all can do that. I'm just going to mind my own business. Going to hang out here. Nothing to look at. Doing what Kings usually do as Reject are going to be holding up to this choke point. This is a good position for them, but if they really try to commit to these fights here, they're going to get gate-kept themselves. They are not in that next circle, and with some of these late-game rotations, with these redeploys, Fnatic is going to take the chance. Going to fly right over them, say, you are not going to stop us with this choke point, but they are flying right in the direction of all the squads that we saw rotate earlier on to Thermo.
If Fnatic successfully finds positioning here, I'm going to do a VOD review on this game and talk about how to play big game comps, but it's not going to happen easily. They're both going to get knocked in no way. Jose, as 2 of them are going to get taken out by Godfire. EXO is going to be eliminated. Alliance eliminated in the kill feed. That's big. Some big names and someone's pretty high in the leaderboards taken out. 2 members alive and left. As TSM still alive as a team of 2.
Actually crazy right here. Wow. CRC's in some trouble. Junggi falls down. Nice EMP gets put down too. FA Kitties get wiped out as TSM now having to play this as a 2-man like you mentioned. Off to the side seeing a lot of the chaos. IG International. Let's see if they can get Bryn right back into this, but they're losing way too much health so quick, even with RKN now. He's got the crypto. He already utilized the EMP early like we've seen before. TSM will knocking them left to right. Dogma getting taken down.
Woo! Imperial Hal enters the fight and takes out 2, and he's the kill leader with 3 now. 9 squads remain. Reps and Hal, the duo. Ladies and gentlemen, PNC Arena, give them your energy as we got Hal and Reps looking to go big.
The energy that NRG is not part of here in this lobby as they get wiped out by Team Burger, who manages to actually send it onto them here, wondering who decided to give up their positioning first. The massive out here, as you can see, TSM having to play from the other side. A lot of the action, though, right in their line of sight as they hold on to the high ground.
By the way, TSM got the upper hand in the last laugh over Fnatic as they eliminated them. Scars knocks 1. But Mandy, weak, Taishin knocked. This is an interesting fight here between Scars and Dreamfire. Scars, of course, Japanese organization, picks up Scars Europe. Certainly looking to go back-to-back with championship wins if they can. Team Burger, team of 3 still alive and well. They're going to push up on Detonation Gaming.
And Team Optic as well holding on to the side. Scars take care of Dreamfire, though. Immediately manages to get right back to the cover. Taishin now going to be able to heal up perfectly. DNG, though, in some trouble as they're forced to actually play off the low ground a little bit with TSM holding onto the roof. What a position to be in here. Not too sure. TSM, I mean, with Imperial Hal being on the Seer, could immediately know that there's a squad right below them.
144 damage for Hal to rep and level up. Or sorry, for Reps to level up that Evo shield. Keep an eye on that. That's big. TSM with a couple kills here. They need a top 3 finish, though. If they don't get the top 3, they're not going to get the placement points that they need. Team Burger is going to fry. I believe that's Scars, who's getting gate kept right now.
They are absolutely eating here. Fallout, you can see the turbocharger on the Havoc. You can see the shield being broken. The Arc Stars landing onto its mark, but you can't overextend with a charge rifle to your back. Wondering if that's Team Optic, as we've seen Dupe absolutely rock that charge rifle.
Meanwhile, Reps is going to get a knock with the R301 on one tappy. Assault rifle and PK meta so strong right now. It's Reps melting from afar in high ground. And he's going to put so much damage on Scars. Scars is going to be in such a dangerous spot. And Detonation Gaming going to get eliminated. 6 squads left.
This is such a good spot for TSM. Optic Gaming is sharing real estate here with Suturaiku. And are also on the other side. Yes, and it's going to be scary here. What are they going to do to exit this building? Scars get taken out. They are still beaming from above. TSM looking unstoppable right now in this position.
The easiest Evo shield level up Reps will ever get, as he is frying right now, putting in so much damage. And that's going to be a couple easy kill points. 4 squads left. Reps and Hal back-to-back kill leaders in the kill feed.
I'm like sitting here watching and I can't talk because like
the duo shining, the duo doing what they do best. TSM now cleaning up the lobby, and now they're going to make a late appearance to the action happening over here. Look at the shots on the Godfire's back right there. That's TSM, who's still cleaning up right now.
Hal gets the knock on Bullet. They're getting every single kill. They are farming this lobby, and they might win this game as a team of 2. Here comes the Seer push. Look at the from Hal. Oh my God.
Somebody stop them there. They have the Valk out to call them out here. Let them know that they see them. They're going to be able to restabilize a little bit if he could get some of that natural cover. Reps is covering his back.
Fussy ratting on low ground. He might be able to get a second place finish here. That's insane. I don't know if they know he's there. Optic Gaming and TSM might be our final 2 teams. Hal and Reps get to sit back and watch as they're going to call GFR out, and they're going to find their easy kill point on Sleep, who takes out 1. 3 squads remain, South America and North America.
There you go. Got GFR on the bottom here. Godfather trying to look for another W right here, but they're right below TSM, like who doesn't want to overextend and poke because Optic has them in their line of sight. Let's see. You got the Nox gas ready here from Skittle Cakes.
The question is, do they know that they're a team of 2? They're being big and they're taking up a lot of positioning here. Does Optic? No. Here comes the push. Easy fight. Godfire might be able to rat their way to a win here, and the Dome Shield's going to come in. Godfire needs to enter this fight if you want TSM to win this. Right below them is Optic Gaming.
See if they have the opportunity. You see the massive in Rep's hand. We talked about the Mad Maggie passive before. See, Imperial Hell does not have that serial anymore. Just used it earlier. The Nox gas as well as Godfire now moving in with the redeploy, but they don't have the opportunity to actually take it away. They saw that they were fighting, but nobody wanted to overextend.
That's right, and for every second that Godfire distracts TSM, Optic pushes in. TSM's gonna ape. Reps drops. Hell's gonna try and rat, but they know he's there. Imperial Hell, 3 squads left. It's gonna be a 3rd place finish here for TSM. No way in hell they do it. Yes, they get taken out. Optic Gaming drops. Here comes the 3v3. Godfire, the damage is done from TSM, and Optic Gaming is gonna win it. Optic Gaming is your champion.
Optic Gaming with the win.
They needed that. They needed that Fallout. They were on the other side of the page of the overall leaderboard, and they needed that dub. But the performance that we just saw from TSM was insane. Cleaning up the lobby with every team funneling into their line of sight.
That's right. A lot of respect. We followed the journey of TSM all the way through the end, but you gotta talk about Optic's performance there. They late rotate after looting up into Thermal Station. Nock barely survives and position their way perfectly. Their rotates late game were impeccable. They had 3 teams nearby. They survived long enough to be the last team standing in that King of the Hill-esque fight that they had, and then they slowly work their way up. They don't full send, and that's the reality. If you're an aspiring Apex player, hot and cold, knowing when to be hot, when to be cold, and Optic Gaming did perfection right there. So well played.
And they knew that Godfire had actually dropped down to the low ground, so they didn't want to fully commit just in case that redeploy was going to come out, because they knew that Godfire had a Valkyrie on their team there too. So really good awareness to actually keep track of that ult just in case that they were going to get jumped on as a 3rd party from that squad.
Yeah, that's right. Godfire really put themselves on low ground, tried using that Valk ult to enter the fray, maybe a little too early, and went right back to where they were. So I don't think Godfire's play there was perfect necessarily. Let's take a look at the leaderboards. 19 points for Optic, a much-needed showing from them. Right behind them is TSM with 17 points. What a performance from the duo since the beginning. The brothers, Imperial Hal and Reps. Brothers till the end, brothers from the beginning, doesn't matter. When they started, they are here to finish as Godfire in second place with 12.
10 kills for TSM. What a game for them. And third place on top of it. Team Burger wiped out NRG, also adding to their 7 kill streak that they had from this game. An amazing performance for a lot of these squads. And I'm feeling here, Fallout, that a lot of these teams are now starting to kick things up, getting a lot more aggressive, and I can only expect the action to kick up even more.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm so excited to see the overall leaderboards here in a second. Let's first take a look at the second page. Fnatic only 2 points. Team Liquid only 3. Reject, the Korean team, with 6, showing up well. But the fact that EXO, Alliance, Team Liquid, and Fnatic, 4 of our top 5, top 7 teams, did not perform opens the door wide open for these standings to be shaken up. I can't wait to see the overall standings because TSM Optic Gaming will be up in the money in the top 10. This is anyone's game at this point. This is a championship-esque first game and first series of the tournament.
And what's really nice is that Team Optic now declare themselves the first and a winners of this Group C versus D, as we've seen APAC South really come through. Now looking at Optic Gaming taking game number 3. Look at this damage though. You can see how passive they were playing inside that building on purpose, holding down the fort to prevent any other teams from taking up that real estate.
Era Duplex Shepherd with 1,400 damage. What a showing from the Gibraltar, arguably the best Gibraltar in the world. You gotta put respect on that. Knocked controller player, former Cloud9, gets dropped for Alberlelli. The world wonders why. And then slots right into this Optic Gaming squad and picks up right where he left off. Controller player who's so talented, it's insane. But ultimately, Dupe in the streets, the IGL for this team, alongside Skittle, co-IGL, and Duo, showing what they're made of.
I love it. I love what I'm seeing from this team and the patience that were displayed at the very end. But can we talk about the high-octane action that we saw from teams? Not here, not yet. I mean, that would be crazy. I don't believe it, though. But from TSM, the way that they were positioning between the Mad Maggie and the Seer, the 2 composition changes that we needed to highlight going into this championship.
That's right. It's been so much fun to watch. If you love Apex even half as much as Vicky and I know you're enjoying the action at home. Big shout out to every single one of you joining us online. I saw 70,000 in the Twitch stream.
Wow.
You got this on YouTube as well. You, of course, can watch using multi-view as well, so you can check your favorite team's POV. You can hear their comms. Make sure to check out multi-view right below the stream here on Twitch only. And, of course, if you're watching on 4K and YouTube, shout out to y'all as well. I'm Fallout alongside Vicky Kitty. It's been a hell of a start here. 3 games down. The biggest talk right now needs to be all around the switch to Stormpoint. Think TSM is going to stay with Seer and Mad Maggie or change it up? What do you think we're going to see?
I think we are. I think we are going to see them try to stick to it. I think consistency is key here, and sticking to what you feel more consistent is going to be what they want to opt for. Being comfortable with what you've already found success on already. It may not be a game, but being able to frag out as heavy as they have, positioning is key here, and that Seer really does actually show you how many teams are within the area without actually overextending and actually revealing where your position is.
Well, hey, a lot to talk about. We hope you all enjoyed the first 3 games. We certainly have. Again, Vicky Kitty, myself, that's going to be it for us for now. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to the best desk that we got in the game. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Rain Day at the desk.
Thank you, Fallout. Exciting stuff, guys, huh? Everybody in the crowd, you've been liking what we've seen so far. I know everyone is taking a moment, a bit of relief. We've got some snacks upstairs, and obviously we've had 3 intense games back to back to back. And if this is any indication of how we are going to be finishing this tournament, oh boy, it is a good sign, James.
Yeah, we had a great first 3 games there. And, you know, no bias, of course. But I told you guys about Fnatic, man. I told you they were going to smash. We came in full jerseys. We can have a look at some of the highlights here. Of course, it was Dreamfire who won the first game with 13 kills. A fantastic start in that first series, but Fnatic up there in 3rd as well, representing, again, you know, with a few people down as far as the Japan area is concerned, but they are coming in with a vengeance. We've seen great things across that game entirely, but it's great to see the APAC territory start off well.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that this is how everything started off, we heard the casters talking about it, a way to open up the door for a lot of these teams that we had our eyes on. I mean, Alliance came in second, moving into the second match, once again, an APAC-dominated game. And did we expect the big names to do well? Sure, and they did show up in bits and pieces, but it wasn't really until we moved into the third game where it all started to kind of catch fire. But what I love about this is the consistency out of those teams we didn't even get a chance to talk about. You touched on Scars a little bit, IG, EXO. We saw them in a top 5 back-to-back.
And NRG was in that exact final fight with EXO as well. So a notable thing for a team that we wanted to see more of, showing a little bit more as well. But it would be game 3 that things would shift. We started off a little bit of a rumble with FA Kitties, and then TSM would start to steal the show late game.
Yeah, absolutely. A great run from TSM. And it's a very back and forth affair in these 3 games from a lot of different teams. We saw a 4th place from Team Liquid in the first game. They came 19th in the second game. So again, it's very hard to find that consistency early, but you can see the current scores on the Thors. Fnatic on top, just by the 1 point. Very close at the top. You can see TSM charging into that 3rd place there, representing that NA flag.
Cool. I mean, 11 spot jump up for TSM, a 12 spot jump up for Optic.
Big.
That's huge in 1 game, which always illustrates just how much of a difference that one big performance can really make.
And of course, to do this on World's Edge, maybe TSM had 2 kind of like blanks that they shot, but game 3 puts them in the driver's seat. Now, if we can have a very strong end of this Series 1, they'll be looking very, very well. FA Kitties starting to get rolling. Team Liquid, that was my pick for the day to kind of focus on them starting off with a big performance. Still have a little bit of revving up to do, but I think it's possible as well with IG International showing a couple nice in-game circles, notably a sub, RKN joining JMW and Grand Noises unavailable to play today. So tons of storylines heading into it, but of course this isn't the only group that is playing. We have our secondary stream run by Nicewig and Greek God, and they actually have some action for us as well, so we have a chance to check out how those leaderboards are going on that side of things. And wouldn't you know it, Crazy Raccoon, AD, out in front by a mile. Space Station still kind of reeling and doing well off of that first game win that they had, James.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was one name I was wondering about as well, because we'd always mention them in the online games. Like, sometimes they turn up, sometimes they don't. It's kind of night and day. It's 50-50. It's a coin flip. But so far, so good. Currently in 4th place, keeping it competitive. They're one of the 4 teams in the 30s. Can they carry on, though, as the games continue?
Lauren, I got something to look at here. Top 5 GMT Esports. Not sure a lot of us thought they would make it. Obviously, Max Strafey unable to be here. But Rambo, last-minute sub, flies here to North Carolina. Looking like a threat so far.
Looking very strong, and if you note, their score is on par a lot more closely to our top 5, right? They have a higher point cap right now for this second group of leaderboards. So they're actually sitting very pretty when it comes to everything. Now, what I also love is what we're seeing with some of these teams that are having those subs come in last minute is insane adaptability, still being very successful and finding themselves in strong positions on the leaderboard, and having to start off with something like that, being able to adapt that way is massive.
Absolutely, and we can see here too, still some teams looking to get underway, maybe 100 Thieves, the most notable, just 1 point after 3. Got a lot of things to do. I know the potential Scurry, Vaxel, and Onlu have together. They can rev it up.
In the last 6 months, we saw a great turnaround from them. They really started putting their name on the map again. But hey, it is still, well, I don't know how early it is. I wouldn't say it's still early, but we're 3 games in. So, you know, as the climate changes, so will their results have to also.
Well, we've got a lot, of course, underway here at the PNC Arena in North Carolina, but we've also got some stuff specifically for our esports fans to indulge in. That's right. I'm talking merch. I'm talking merch. Not what James is wearing. I think you got to do something, hit a Hello Kitty store at the right time of day or night, I don't know, to get that one. But we have some brand new merch coming out for Apex Legends Competitive. It is available in the store here and up until July 19th. And in fact, I got a little bit of swag right here. The satchel, you know,
that's pretty sweet.
You know, it's coming in, you know what I'm saying? I mean, this might be a little too tight for me, but
looks good.
It looks, you know, looks nice. And of course, this is how I think the style is going now. So make sure to check it out. And we have a little bit of a video for you as well that you guys can check out right here as we take a look at the content for it.
Alrighty, well, guess you can talk again. Sorry, I didn't even get to catch all of that. That's pretty cool. I'm glad to see the stream was doing so great without me. Holy crap.
So if you are at home, obviously you have a chance, maybe not to grab this merch here, you got to wait online, but you can go into your game right now and check out a way to get your in-game merch to support your favorite team here. Whether it's TSM, whether it's, of course, any of your favorites that you're watching, we have a brand new in-game store that's supporting some of our orgs, and I think that's just it's a great thing for our ecosystem in general, James, to have that going through the game's actual system.
Yeah, I've seen some of the previews of the banners, the sort of Cloud9 one in action. That looks really, really nice and clean as well, and I'm hoping I can pick up some of those after the event.
You already have enough merch, though, in person. That's the thing. Maybe digitally, that's where we can allow you to get some more things. We've got more coming up, though, and the best part about it is if you are a fan of World's Edge, you're going to have to wait till our Series 2. If you're a fan of Stormpoint, you don't have to wait any longer. It is coming up. Our next 3 games will be on the newest map to introduce an Apex Legends.
I wonder how this is going to be.
And it's the first time we'll be able to play that in front of a live crowd, in front of a global championship. And of course, this is going to mean that meta shifts, that changes occur, and maybe the right changes for the right teams, Lauren. We know some teams really have to start getting it going. Otherwise, it's going to be a day late and a dollar short.
You know, and that's what continues to open up those doors for these squads. If you didn't have the best showing in these first 3 maps, you get a little bit of a reset. You can worry about World's Edge later. Now we're on to
Robo, say something. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay now.
Play. And we were looking at those overall leaderboards. I think there were some surprises. I mean, you guys called out 100 Thieves down there at the bottom. We also saw Dark Zero a lot lower than I think we would have thought they'd be in those first 3 rounds. But it's fine because we still have a lot of games left to go. And this is where verticality, open spaces.
I'm sorry that it was literally like 20 minutes of dead air.
We would make a good trio. You know, fitness gods on the desk. Stormpoint's all about that incline. You know, you got to get your lunges ready to make your way up Stormpoint when you need to.
We got to put that photo out as well. We might have done some lunges stuff behind the scenes. I'm not going to explain more than that. I don't think it needs any more explanation. Of course, that has been the wrap of our very first 3 games. We've got 3 games coming up. Before we do that, though, we want to make sure you're following us everywhere that you can follow us. That's, of course, at Play Apex Esports on Twitter, Play Apex Esports on YouTube. Some incredible content there, interactive stuff with pros, engaging with our highlights, and, of course, VODs, and, of course, Play Apex if you're watching on Twitch right now. We've got 3 more coming up for our Series 1. So far, APAC North been dominating. Optic, take Game 3. Will it change? Will we see more of the same? We'll find out as Onset and Gaskin take the stage for our final 3 games of Series 1 after this.
All right. So I have time to download that Twitch extension real quick so we can do more listen-ins. Give me half of a second. I know this isn't the prettiest screen to look at real quick.
Of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Oh, this is fast. This is, yep, I get it. Yeah, this is already ready. I didn't even have to download anything. Although there's a bunch of ads going on right now. I heard you guys love ads. How do you move the chat? That's not what I meant to do. No, I broke it. Ah, we're back. Alright, broken during advertisements. Good thing I have this. Alright, that's all set up so that we can do more listens-ins whenever I'm ready. I like doing the listen-ins, they're nice. I wonder how this works. It's not in the game yet, so we'll figure it out later. Can you guys hear me still? You guys can hear me now, right? What up, Jen? Is Robo's door okay? You're just being sus, and I didn't like it. What's up, Buck? What's up, Jesse? Did you miss much? You missed a ton, dude. Look at Fnatic going crazy still. TSM got so many points that game. Holy crap. They did a really massive comeback. That was a huge comeback. I remember when I got my first apartment, I'd get terrified when people knock on the door. See, I get that too, but like, there's certain scenarios that like, I don't know. I'm not expecting anybody, and I like to understand how to get to my door. You have to like go through a building. It's not normal. So if someone knocks on my door, I'm like, who the f is it?
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship. We've had 3 games already today,
And they didn't
Dan,
announce
but
themselves. They were being like real sus with the way they were doing
it. It's time
it.
to get these games underway. We've got a little bit of a change of scenery for everyone. 3 games already done on World's Edge. Now it's time to head over to Stormpoint.
Well, this is where it starts to get interesting. This is where those teams who like to go for a little bit more of placement, they like to rotate a little bit earlier. There's going to be far more predictable zones for them to work with. So maybe we might see some composition changes. Maybe those who are playing a little bit more strategical might pick up some extra points. But there's also going to be those teams who are now chasing, right? Those teams who haven't got points yet, that need to get kills, that will be playing aggressive. It's just going to be a constant clash.
Are they still playing? Yeah, they're going to be playing. They're only halfway through.
They pan out.
I think one word that you used there, which is interesting, is use
Maybe Dad got locked out?
It's been anything but so far. Apex South coming out once again swinging. I mean,
I had
Sweden was the
him
introduction
go and check
to a lot of us
things
to
out.
the power that that region has been holding very
Okay,
recently. And in
Dad.
Sweden, they were unbelievable, a lot of those teams. You're seeing Dreamfire come out of the gates
Mafia's
in
here?
Game 1 with the win. Game 2, EXO stepping up. And then in Game 3, we were kind of sat in the green room. We were watching the games. We were like, where's TSM? Where's Optic? Well, they reintroduced themselves a little bit in those games. We saw a win coming in for Optic in that final game, and TSM putting some big points on the board.
And they had to. They couldn't afford to be that far behind going into Stormpoint, going into what could sometimes be considered unpredictable, even if the zones are predictable. But certainly there are going to be teams who are trying different things out. We know there are squads that are far better when it comes to Stormpoint. When you look at Split 2 and how some teams succeeded, a team like EXO, for example, they were one of the best teams in APAC South on Stormpoint. They had an average of 9 points per game throughout the entire season. So keep an eye on EXO, look for their consistency, look for them to try and build off what they've already done in these opening 3 games.
When they're moving over to the stronger map, historically as well, a win on World's Edge is always a good thing to get the confidence going, isn't it? Well, anyway, it looks like we're about to get into our 4th game of the day here. Group C versus D will continue. And the wonderful thing is, Dan, every time I look up, there's some wonderful faces in the crowd here as well. And it is putting a
There's a team about to drop their squad and put Nicewig, Timmy, and a freeze on their team.
It's time for Stormpoint.
Surprise.
Smile on your face, tears dripping down mine. It's an emotional moment for the entire Apex community, but it's good to be back. And this match is going to tell us a lot about how the teams are going to be approaching
Anyone know
this
if their
game.
Twitch
Who's
drops?
going to be trying to prioritize what? Is it going to be zones? Is it going to be kills? In the early stages, of course, we're not expecting too many contests, but we'll see. Maybe there's something else to be thrown in the mix.
Here we go then. We're having a look at where everybody is going to be dropping onto Stormpoint. And certainly just a little break for teams to reassess how they want to approach this map. Dan, it's important. Jumping from
different
one map
maps,
to
so
the other.
everyone's going to probably have the same landings every game.
Just make sure that everything that you want to be on top of is taken care of.
Yeah, you've got a lot of things to reconsider, not just your composition, not just where you're landing, but also your rotations and where you're going to be heading. Which teams are you now possibly going to be fighting against when you do make your way through Stormpoint?
EXO is so separated from his team here. He's going to have all this loot to himself. Fish Farms is unlooted. Nobody went to Canoe Cave. Great rotations.
So many different things that are going to go through your head.
And this is an interesting zone. We've seen it just very quickly.
Let me test out the quick extension real quick.
Southern side of Stormpoint to kick things off here in game
Beautiful,
number 4.
I like this.
IG International, Invictus, we haven't seen too much of them today. Obviously, we've got RKN jumping in today to join the
How do you
squad.
switch
but
it?
this is an important set of 3 games for them.
Oh, they're up at the top. I see now.
This is a big day for those teams who are happy
Perfect.
to use a sub because you're going to get
All right, so we're gonna have
on the go now.
PSM.
Use this as a day to learn how each other
Don't
work,
need this
what
one.
you're going to
Let's
do on
have
both maps, and then try and build from that as the days go on, as the group stages go on.
Alliance.
But for now, they've done okay. 13 points is acceptable enough as
Don't
long
need
as
the
you
main
get
cast.
aggressive when you go into that second map here on Storm Point. As for Optic, it's 20 points, and Optic do historically score a little bit better when it comes to Storm Point. They do like to go for that
Can I not
placement.
delete this
That's
one?
where the majority of their points did come from during Split 2.
Interesting for Optic here. They're probably dropping over at the middle and thinking, wait, where's everyone else? Because they were pretty much contested consistently.
So I want to
Every
hear.
time we saw them in Sweden, Sentinels certainly felt the brunt of it throughout
for the audio.
practice and all the.
I want to hear a listen in right now of the early game of one of these people.
Oh, I don't need
Can I
it.
make it larger,
It's not a fucking
please?
wingman.
Make that one full screen.
Able to sell it as well.
Can I make this one full screen? What if
do
I
you
push it?
armor or no?
It's not working, guys.
Probably not. I can.
Why can't I make this one full screen? What do you mean?
I can give you a bat.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Give me armor, I just get the other
Beautiful quality it is.
I could take a short off a little
There we
bit
go.
too.
Not
Is
too
that
bad,
short
actually.
level too as well, guys, or?
What?
You need shard too?
I currently have a sentinel.
Yeah, I have sentinel too. We're double
Oh my god, he has a sentinel. This is the first sentinel I've seen all day.
Sentinel Eva.
I think this might be a zone 3 angle, boys.
Alliance is a top team.
This sounds a
yeah.
little bit special. We can maybe, let's Uber launchpad maybe?
He's taking a
The
Havoc
Fish Farms is
sentinel.
crossing as well, so this should be... what's it called?
Okay.
We should be able to do that. I'm just gonna, what's it called? I'm just gonna cross fast. Need bats and stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, I might just drop my sentinel and crop a wing instead, no?
Oh, they don't want the sentinel.
You can do that, yeah.
Yeah,
Captain
yeah,
a
yeah.
spare bat for you if you need. Spare bat if you can hold it.
Take my stuff, boys.
Yeah.
I got someone else taking it. Yeah, Gibby's taking it. Alright, pretty cool.
Yeah, this as well.
So we could set up that. Yeah, we could remove that one. Now we can get some good teams. This is perfect. This is perfect. I like this extension already, dude. Alright, let's see what PSM's up
Blue
to.
extended here.
I cut to the purple. I cut to the purple.
Okay. So like you guys have to dual lane. You got to be dual up top, I think. Laning. Here.
Supply bin there.
I cracked one. I cracked two. They're gonna climb up. There's a team in that building. I'm burning them on flesh. They're running. They're going down. Crack. I got another. Gibby. I can't hit him.
I love it how the camera behind
Finish it down.
PSM
Finish
is
the caustic.
NRG.
Dead. They all died. I heard his dip. What the hell
Give
is
me your
that?
blue, Evan. Give me your blue.
Do we have a sight? I'm gonna grab this 30-30, I think.
No, I don't.
I'm double iron sight.
I'm having 3 times on my charge.
The white armor kid in here.
Lifting your hand
You have a
off the
bat,
key
Evan.
to like touch your face
No,
is
I'm
something
zero.
that no matter
Jordan.
what
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
going to
yeah,
be
yeah.
doing in
Yeah,
like,
I'm dropping
like
next to heavy.
especially in like a high pressure
I'm 2
situation,
bats.
like your face
Dropping
is never going
T-cells,
to
you
itch
carry those.
so much. I'll tell you that, chat. I'll tell you that. Let's go back to the main cast here.
Like Mandy, you know, priority places they like to loot and the priority guns they like to try and get their hands on as well, and they almost do make a name for themselves. It's quite easy to suddenly realize who's shooting at you when you look at skins and when you look at what weapons in their hands, but IG just retreating away from that fight a little bit. They were under some fire, but it does look like they've been able to find some cover. And speaking of cover, Alliance have got plenty to work with their current residents.
Yeah, Alliance had one game where they got that second place. Yuki managing to just kind of scrape his way into that second place to get some points on the board for them a little bit earlier on. That was game number 1 though. But Alliance, obviously, always an edge-based team, right? Always looking to loot up, make sure they're strong for those fights. And I always feel the first fight in any game for them is so important. If they get the right result in that fight, if it's a clean fight for them, the momentum just flows through them for the rest of the game, and it seems like they're difficult to stop.
I mean, there's so many momentum teams when you look at Apex Legends and how they can prioritize things once they have been able to at least win a team fight because they suddenly feel like they can win anything. Is Dreamfire in a little troublesome situation right now?
Yeah, it's Gildersons who's involved in the fight. And,
Oh,
if
and
you're
then a
wondering who that
third-party
is,
charge
it's
rifle.
Mandy.
I feel
He's
that
got
pain.
a charge rifle in his hand still, as Team Liquid are going to be able to pick up 1 KP from this. Gildersons just getting the finish with that Arc Star in his hand. And Gildersons, what addition he has been to this squad, joining just before Sweden, really having an impact and certainly helping out those close-range team fight situations.
It's great how, and addition of just one player can really change the dynamic of a team and what they can add, and sometimes it's just all mentality and the way they like to approach a game. But we've already seen quite a lot of early fights happening on Storm Point, teams trying to take those priority areas, not necessarily been able to get into those AKA God spots, but certainly a lot of damage has been done by some of those squads who have already rotated into those early zones. As we saw, Dreamfire were down to 1. They had been knocked 2 players and they were certainly struggling.
Speaking of knocked, it's 1IQ who have 1 player left alive at the moment, but it looks like they're going to be able to at least pick up a little bit of work here as we check out the replay. Unfortunately, they will be eliminated. That was a little replay from one of the squads, one of the 2 squads, excuse me, who fell a little bit earlier on. But Dreamfire, you mentioned them, Dan, and unfortunately, the Phoenix kit is only kind of a momentary security.
But you should go pro in Apex?
Even though you can see the bullet here is kind of safe and
I don't think I'm good
as
enough.
far as taking fire anymore is concerned. Unfortunately, he's going to
And
have
if
to
I am good enough, I don't have
one
enough
of the
time.
replacements that came in for Dreamfire and has been performing very well already today, and a lot of responsibility when you're the only one remaining on your team, does have the banners though. So if you can get his Valk over towards a beacon, then maybe, just maybe, Dreamfire can continue the dream story that has already been day 1 here. Of course, the incredible victory in match number 1 as it opened a lot of players' eyes. I think actually there is a realization around the arena that APAC is going to be here to play in this tournament.
Yeah, I think they earned respect and now they are demanding respect as we move obviously from Sweden over in Europe to the place that we find ourselves in Raleigh in North America now. It's kind of like almost accepted by the teams that APAC South and APAC North are here to play, and it's not going to be easy for anyone, especially a team like Optic Gaming. They're in a pretty good spot right now, down right at the bottom southern side of where this circle is going to be pulling. Looking pretty comfortable for now, not too many worries for them.
Well, there's 2 or 3 teams that are outside of the zone at the moment. The rest are pretty much already rotated to not just the next circle, but the one after that. They are very much predicting this is going to be a firm south pull, and because of that, that's why we're seeing so many of them positioned in buildings and being able to work with what they can and any sort of scenery they can hide behind. But with Seers appearing on the map and a lot of ways to try and find out any players that might be hiding in any nooks and crannies, you've got to be very careful with where you position yourself.
Well, a little bit of a deep breath here for Godfire as they hit the Valk ult and they try and find somewhere to call home for now. Will it be a permanent residence or will it just be a fleeting moment and a fleeting visit? It looks like under the bridge is safe for now, so they're going to be pretty comfortable as we also see the team that's pretty close to them is going to be NRG. Now, a lot of people might have been thinking, why did you pick NRG in the predictions, Mark? You know, some place back in Sweden, they had a pretty decent performance, but maybe not one of the top performers. I think they've got something to prove here, and I think they want to show up here in Raleigh and really prove everyone wrong that they're here to win.
Sometimes NRG perform best when they are underestimated, when they don't have that extra little bit of pressure on them, and they are trying to apply the pressure right now.
They certainly are, and Sweet is going to be applying the pressure. The Bocek is the weapon of choice, but he's got to move quickly here. He wants to get involved in this bubble fight. He wants to support his 2 teammates, Nathan and Rocker, but he was just getting shot in the back a little bit more than he would have wanted to in that situation. It looks like Godfire will be able to get back up to 3. Defensive bombardment is coming out, and it looks like NRG have made the smart decision here to disengage, but unfortunately it looks like NRG have got to find their way back in, and that's not going to be comfortable because Sutaraka are here at the moment, and they are making sure that NRG cannot get back home.
Well, Nathan's gone down, so's Rocker, and it looks like NRG are about to fall. Just 1 player remaining, and now they find themselves eliminated, so they go out of the frying pan into the fire, and now we'll see them out in 18th place.
Feels partially responsible for that as well.
Was your fault.
Hyping them up. Yeah, sorry, my bad, NRG. Anyway, let's focus on what else is happening in this game, because NRG will have to wait until game number 5 to get back into the action. Once again, just in the kill feed there, I saw it lighten up once more from Mandy. That charge rifle really doing damage. I'm pretty sure he's on 5 kills or so at this point, and there's still 17 squads remaining.
And we saw a little prediction of where that zone is going to go on the map overlay as well. It is going to be in a pretty difficult area to try and navigate. A lot of water to work with, but there is several buildings around it that a lot of players have already been able to position themselves in. So if you are one of those teams that have already got in one of those priority positions, you've got to take advantage of those arriving late. For example, Scars, they've been picking up those kills.
Interesting how he still hasn't healed.
Put to full effect. Like, this is the perfect game.
Like, he needs to max out that bat.
Scoring points situation.
It's also a perfect game to have a charge rifle of 160 ammo to work with. He is going to be consistently dealing damage to the lobby as they try and rotate into the southern side from the north side of Storm Point. So he's going to have a very fun game. 4 kills, by the way, for Mandy. Not quite the 5 that I credited him with, excuse me, but this is a quick look at the leaderboards at the moment, Dan, and you can see some of the points starting to stack up for teams. Teams down in that bottom half, they probably want a big game here because they want to get back into contention, not go into the final 2 games with that pressure on their shoulders.
I mean, a team like FA Kitties, they have been one of the most consistent teams when it comes to placement points throughout Split 2.
NRG needed a good
Storm
game.
Point should be their bread and butter, right? But we'll see whether they can actually find that same consistency. Different when you get to LAN, there's entirely different pressures that suddenly get added to the equation. Dreamfire, they're back up to a full 3 though. They were looking down and out, but thankfully we now see them very much healthy once more.
Yeah, just running around at the moment in the underwear and socks. 2 players, unfortunately, not able to get the shields and the full, dress up that they would have wanted with a blue or a purple or anything else that could help them on their way. But Team Liquid now coming under fire. Gilderson's trying to do some damage, get a little bit of shields chipped away, and adding to that Evo shield, going to be leveling up pretty soon. But unfortunately for him, you can see just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, to use a cliche, and having to be very careful about how he positions himself with that fire coming in.
As the circle closes, a lot of teams now being forced together. Dreamfire were the furthest team out, by the way. They have got a long way to go, but should be okay because there's not many teams out there anymore. All these teams have been forced together and have started to play these more central areas for this final circle, or close to what would be, as we look at number 4 arriving very shortly. But at the moment, Team Liquid, they're in a little bit of no man's land, but they've got a lot to work with when it comes to some of these rocks that they could navigate.
They also have that Loba ult down, so ammo's not going to be a problem for them. They'll be able to do a lot of damage. And speaking of damage dealers, here is Hackis on our screen now from Alliance, just trying to fight their way into the zone. You can see right in the top left-hand corner of your screen how close they are to the edge of that zone, which means with 17 squads remaining, it's not going to be a comfortable ride-in for them at all.
Yeah, 8th place at the moment for Alliance with the 20 points, and they've had some really solid games on World's Edge. If they can start with a close to victory or even just a top 5 here on Stormpoint, I think they're going to be feeling very comfortable. And as you said, the momentum will slowly build. They'll start to get more confident in their fights. And then that is a very scary thing for the rest of the lobby, because we've seen what Alliance can do when they are confident.
Now he's trying to see teams fight their way into zone. You're seeing a few Valk ults landing. You're seeing TSM now. Neighbor moving in, maybe when not expected, as now they have to deal with this team that is stuck under the bridge. So TSM will want to force this team out. They want to have this area to themselves. As you can see, they're going to be comfortable inside their next zone too.
I kind of want to do a listening of TSM here, so let me go in to TSM's point of view here. We're going to be watching Imperial Howl. Let's see what it sounds like.
Angle, yeah.
It's going to be slight blurry, but that's Twitch's fault.
Dude, I have to pop that Phoenix. Yeah. This is so dog shit that this team is here, to be honest. There's also a team is gonna walk in and play the rock behind on my ping too.
Yeah, like, they are aware of the other team coming around.
That's gonna be our move. Yeah. You can Valk out right out of the door here.
Yeah, with barometer staring at us with the charge rifle.
Well, it depends where the zone goes.
And I love how it gets clear for a second and then it gets blurry when he starts moving. It's like the bit rate.
Nah, this is gonna pull back to us.
It might. Honestly, there might be a chance.
I saw zone pull here during the first 2 weeks that Stormpoint was out.
They're trying to blow my door off on the bottom floor.
Can I cue them from your angle?
Yeah. I'm not. I don't think so actually. They're getting hard charge rifle.
Don't open it.
A lot of teams are gonna fly in on this next
zone.
Yeah,
I can't cue them.
Just be ready for top floor, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so definitely calm down. Let's take a bigger, wide view here. Once again.
Expect it. There is only going to be the situation where maybe a Valk team just suddenly tries to take it off.
Hello? Don't load on me, come on.
Off them that could really ruin the day for Optic here. But if Optic Gaming can put themselves in a position where they don't take a fight too aggressively, they just play this in a nice, calm, sensitive manner, they wait to approach their fights, they should be absolutely fine.
The only maybe slight concern for them, you saw the ammo in the bow check there, not looking too healthy for skill cakes.
You were very delayed, yeah.
Left, so he's not going to be able to do that poke damage.
A little delayed.
Just to keep those teams at bay, just to let them know that Optic are in the vicinity. But as we jump over to an overhead view of Barometer, you can see that Scars are still here, understandably so.
Go?
Good KP for the team at the moment.
Live.
With full red armor, they are going to be a dangerous team towards this end game.
And that was Dreamfire arriving late. They finally got themselves into the circle. They did have to Valk their way in. Alliance also on the move as well at the moment, but Hack is very low. You've got to make sure you at least get into a spot where you can't be drilled by someone who's got some sort of vision. But it looks like Alliance are okay. Ooh. And all the Valk teams have done okay to get in, but yeah, now you need bubbles.
Bubbles do go down. The bubble is going to be so vital for them just to reset. But the worry here is that other teams now know they're in the vicinity. They've seen them land. They know they forced the bubble. So Alliance are going to be under pressure here. And if they take damage, Alliance are going to have to fight.
That's a great ult, actually. It is not a waste.
Trying to force their way in as that zone starts to creep forward as well. As we see a couple of other kills go down in the Phoenix. It's going to be 5-2 opens up. He gets the knock on onto RKN, excuse me, as the Sentinel starts to see
They're
so
stuck back
much
there and
damage already
hurt.
done
by Alliance, and it looks like they want to take this fight. They want to get rid of
Alliance definitely needs to kill them, but quickly.
They find themselves in, but Hackett goes down. Not a good place to be in. Infinity have also fallen elsewhere.
Oh god, they're getting third parties so hard.
He's got the Peacekeeper, but with so many bodies in the vicinity, you can't see Alliance really getting
Beautiful
out here with too
shotgun
much
shot.
to speak about. A little bit of a dance around the edge of the bubble. One shot missed, but the second won't connect either. Alliance go out and Bryn clutches
Really
up.
smart for these guys to get that
As
third party
IG
there.
stay alive here.
Alliance did such a good job pinging them back there.
That there was help. It was charge rifles. It was scouts. It was everything just suddenly looking towards Alliance, and a little extra tickle of damage was enough for them to win that engagement. And now, look at the position that Invictus find themselves in. They can just wait here comfortably for this next minute as it closes, and they've got some Watson fences to work with as well.
I mean, IG, the fact that they unfortunately lost Arcane in the start of that fight, right? You think, oh, this is going to be a difficult position, but like you mentioned, just that extra damage coming in made it not a straight 2v3. There was help. It was almost as if there was a 2v2 with the damage that was done, and they were able to take advantage of that. So IG survive as we jump on board now with FA Kitties, and this man is one of my favorite players in the world to watch. He's built different. It really is that simple. Let's see what Hardeki and Co can do.
And even though we always talk about Hardeki and his slaying power and how many kills this team can get, they had the most placement points across both splits in the ALGS. That's how good they are when it comes to those endgame circles. They're putting themselves in those priority positions, but look at the damage they're outputting. Look at the hold they have right now. They're not in the circle.
I think he's
They're
a
being
coach
right pain in the ass to
BZB,
every
but
other
I'm
team
not
that is
100% sure.
2 bubbles down, and the lines of sight they have on this fight is huge for them as well. There should be a real opportunity for them to get some KP on the board. It's EXO, the winners of our game number 2, who are trying to survive. It's been a very, very tough game number 4 here. First game on Storm Point for them. We've already seen a couple players
Jimbo?
fall.
Who's
The
he playing
Reds is
for?
coming in. The beacon being used. It's been a rough one here for EXO, but they're still in the game. Hardeki can't say the same though. He's been knocked.
Is being picked up temporarily, but suddenly they realize that this weird love triangle that they find themselves in is not a comfortable position to be in. You've got to get the hell out of it ASAP, otherwise all 3 of you are going down. You've got to be thinking about moving into that zone as soon as possible.
And while all the fighting goes down, EXO somehow managed to survive, and now they're going to be moving forward. FA Kitties might not be able to say the same though, as the Ogre is the only player who is pretty much fully healthy on the team. PKMK goes down, and it's going to be Godfire now moving in. Fnatic out, Reject out, FA Kitties out as well. As now we're seeing Godfire try and force the pace of this fight. Sleep last alive.
Damn, third party Central. Look at the feed right now.
Gaming watching from the heavens,
Godfire was
raining down
eliminated.
from above. It's easy pickings. 9
Team that won
squads
the first
remaining.
game.
Everyone in the water. 2 teams have managed to find themselves an island. Dreamfire in a little bit of a scuffle as well. Suddenly it's all kicking off.
And Scars go out as well. Good KP on the board for them, but not the placement points they would have wanted. TSM RIP. They are out of the next game that we find ourselves in as well, as Optic are just reigning supreme at the moment. 4 squads now remaining.
EXO and Dreamfire are out. Optic still in the prime position. Liquid down to just 1, and suddenly with only 4 squads remaining, Optic can start to think about a victory here, but Gildersons is being a right nuisance, and now there's only 3 squads left.
Gilderson's last player alive, but trust me, this guy is still a problem. He's going to use the bracelet just to get out of dodge for a few seconds, as IG know that he's last alive. They're going to capitalize on some of these knocks.
One team
down.
left.
Team Liquid out.
Other than these guys, 2 teams left, rather.
Out, and now we're down to 2.
They stare at each other across the water, and they suddenly realize that the priority positions both of them have been able to find have left them alive and have left them in a 3 versus 3. It's the calm before the storm, but it's Invictus who are trying to make the move already.
It's North America versus Europe, plus RKN. Skittle Cakes is trying to just take a little bit of a swing and angle here, but they've got to cross the wide open seas, and they've got to be careful not to drown here in Victus Gaming, as you can see the Optics still holding that high ground as the players and the teams just creep and tiptoe towards each other.
It is great work from Optic. They're constantly moving up that hill. As soon as they recognize Invictus were trying to take the high ground off of them, you've always got to be working up that hill and not down.
Defensive bombardment comes in as well. Skittle Cakes is going to try and capitalize on the damage. The Arc Stars were going in, but the Wassingen is down as well. So the defensive bombardment is not going to be as impactful here as they would have wanted, but who's going to swing? Who's going to take a wide flank? It's Duplex!
Optic have surrounded them like raptors in Jurassic Park, and now they get to push.
Noctis moving in, the bubbles go down, the Peacekeeper shots looking to connect, but they can't quite finish off this fight. It's looking a little bit more dangerous than it was a few seconds
guys
ago.
on high ground
Not
got
Skill
this.
Cakes though. They've got the damage they needed to do. Skill Cakes
Low down Warrior over there.
Though. This isn't quite looking as
They
comfortable.
gotta jump down and
as
kill that guy
RKN.
now.
The super sub looking to pull off a superhuman play towards the end, but Optic Gaming, they go back to back here and win the first game on Storm Point.
Boy,
Nice.
did IG make it difficult for them, though.
Isn't
but
that
it was
getting
very
burned
well
right there?
assessed, very well prioritized by Optic Gaming. They split
Who was that in the
themselves,
back?
they split apart, and they surrounded their enemies, and they were able to get a very easy knock to turn it into a 3 versus 2 in the early stages. But IG, they fought back, they got some big chunky damage, but unfortunately just wasn't quite enough. But what a performance it was from those boys.
They're
on your
killing it.
screen
They
from
are killing
Invictus
it.
Gaming. The fact that they've had ARC-AN added today, and they're still able to get a second place position.
Really, really strong performance from them, but I want to talk about the green wall. Optic, back-to-back wins.
Look at the crowd. It is a lot more filler now.
Just to find that form, right?
Is it
Moving
now?
through the tournament on day one, if you're performing like this, Dan, you're going to be feeling good moving into the next 3 days of action.
I think there's a lot of fans that'll be watching.
That's
saying
Rogue,
it's
I
about
think.
time
Yeah,
that
that's
Optic
right. I'm
woke up
sorry.
because games
I don't
1 and
know
2,
why
a
I
couple
even
of
said it was
questionable
Rogue
fights they got
earlier,
caught in, maybe
and now
some
all of a sudden I
rotations
thought
that
it was
didn't really go their
Genburn.
way.
I don't know how
But
that
now they
happened.
start to
If
realize what
someone
they
said
can do
chat,
when
I
they
know what
start to
Genburn
strike,
looks
when
like
they do
too.
get to those priority
Why did I
positions.
think
If they had
Rogue was
that game
getting
wrapped
burned
up in
right
their
there?
eyes, probably as soon
No
as they
one
got
clipped
into
that.
that island on their own, and as soon as that circle shifted to their side of the water,
all smiles.
It was just all smiles, and they were just waiting for everything to unfold.
Shouldn't be so very late.
Wonderful game plan, executed to perfection. A lot.
Bum, 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 no, no. Can I see them through this? Or is it just the one team channel streams? Stream B. Do I can only watch Nicewig's point of view on it? They don't have it? These are all, look, they all, only Nicewig's point of view? They really don't have it. What? What?
Up. They kind of fell out of the lobby a little bit, but Alliance as well having a little bit of a slow.
They have it, it's down there?
And already we're starting to see a big lead potentially
They have it,
developing
it's
when you look
down
at the
there.
points
Why are you
that
lying
Optic
to me?
are able to do.
1,
Imagine if Optic
2, 3,
Gaming now
4,
were to
5,
win
6.
another game. They start to look at Group C
Maybe
versus D
Optic.
as a domination position.
I'm just
right?
gonna click on them until I
sometimes
find
question
one.
who's going to be the best team in that group? Who's going to be able to stand out on top? And after the first couple of games, I had no idea who it was
How
going
come
to
I
be.
can't see
But
anything?
suddenly,
Show
Optic
me.
Gaming,
It's
they
definitely
have
not
woken
Optic.
up plenty of kills to work with. Sure, it wasn't a
The black
massive kill game, but
screen.
they didn't need it. They knew they had that victory.
International
They
at
knew
20
they could start to
FPS.
just kill players as they arrived and as they joined them.
Yeah, just great example of that discipline, like I mentioned, in that final fight as well. Just doing damage, backing up to a little bit more high ground, making sure that the
Dude,
advantage
there's not.
was always
I'm
on
telling
their
you.
side. You can see skill cakes there on the caustic.
Can't even think of
Picking
the
up
other
4
teams.
kills along the way. Duplex, though, the biggest damage.
Like,
dealer
where's
for the
100
squad.
Thieves?
It was a
Wouldn't
difficult
100
circle
Thieves
for a lot
be
of those
like
teams
an
who
easy
were
click
arriving
on?
late. There wasn't any areas you could really play if you were trying to Valkyrie.
I want to see 100
That's why we saw so many teams
Thieves. What's
fall
up with
around
that?
the 5th circle where suddenly everything just
Whatever.
exploded, all hell
Back
was
to
broken
this.
loose. But those teams who had got to those positions, I mean, Invictus Gaming, they would have been delighted that they won that engagement with Alliance. If they had lost it, it could have been Alliance in that top 2. That's how big some of these team fights are.
It doesn't have a
Kind of
command
late
center
game.
for the
Yeah,
B stream?
100%, like
Well,
you say,
it should.
I didn't think it was going their way either, but it was just that little bit of help that was coming in from some of those teams. A little bit better positioned inside of the circle, a little bit of damage that helped them through that fight.
Maybe
And
then I
let's
could
have a
do
look
some
at
of
the
my own
overall leaderboards
commentating.
right now.
That would be
With
fun.
Optic on top, but quietly, I'd say quietly going about their business. Hello, Scars. Where have you been all my life? They're in second place, 34 points on the board.
Damn, how did Scars get in second place?
Consistency, and they're very good when it comes to match point format. Well, I tell you what, they're making the name for themselves here, just trying to pick up those points and having that consistency across the board. Dreamfire still in 3rd position after a couple of shaky games. I think they'll be delighted to still be in that top 3, and of course, EXO not far behind as well.
Let's talk about the impact that game on Stormpoint that had, though, for Invictus and Team Liquid. Both of them jumping up 6 positions into the top 10 here, which is where you want to be, and looking a lot more comfortable before we moved over to the new map.
Well, when you talk about the points that you want to try and secure in the overall leaderboards to push through into that winner's bracket, rather than dropping down into that lower bracket, you need to be having these consistent starts when you start to approach group play. Otherwise, you find yourself in a lower bracket, maybe your confidence gets knocked a little bit, and teams are going to be throwing everything at a lower bracket as well. So you better believe that you need big games in these group matches to try and demonstrate that you are here to play in this tournament.
Well, you can look at NRG, they're struggling a little bit down in 15th spot, and again, curse of the predictions. My apologies. We'll hopefully see NRG jump up the table a little bit more, and important that they do, because there's only two matches, remaining now in our Group C versus D today, and all of a sudden those teams who are down in that bottom 10 are going to be thinking, it's time to go.
It's time to go, but there's also going to be teams thinking it's difficult to go. It's difficult to start to get the engine rolling when you have some of the consistency that's on offer here. When you've got teams like TSM, Optic, teams like Invictus, who are so
Top
good
10
at
teams move
positioning
on and
themselves for
bottom
the
10
late
goes to the
game,
loser
you then
bracket?
suddenly have
Correct.
to say, well, if we can't outplace them when it comes to actually positioning, we've got to go for a kill race. We've got to start trying to get aggressive in the early game, and that can just be a coin flip at times, because you don't necessarily know which teams you're going to be running into, and that's not a fun position to be in whatsoever, I tell you.
Oh, 100%. And I think Optic as well, one thing we can mention there, just not being contested, something as simple as that. And getting the mill to yourself, we know, percentage-wise, it's actually very interesting. Teams who are dropping a mill on Storm Point, they have a pretty good win ratio in comparison to some of the other POIs that we're seeing. So Optic not being challenged there, being able to loot and make that fresh rotation without taking any damage is huge for them. You can see the impact it's had.
I think Optic have hit a little bit of luck, the fact that 4-7 aren't challenging them when it comes to mill, because 4-7 often would play that mill situation, but it seems like they were maybe a little bit worried about dropping there, and they didn't want to contest.
We're going to have to see what happens in our next game. But for now, it's time for us to jump into a quick break while the players just take a second to get a drink of water. It's heating up in here for
Get
sure.
the
Game
water,
5
chat.
is just
Get your
around the corner.
water. Get your popcorn. Get your pizzas. Don't forget to get your pizzas, everybody.
They're probably gonna try and bubble up on
He's
you.
pushing.
I got the valve.
Nice.
Sign down.
I'm taking the height.
I'm bubbling up.
Pick up the ping. Play slow.
I like this music.
73. I broke the Watson.
Does not fit the vibe.
Right here. Aim them together.
This intense game.
I'm batting. I'm batting. I'm batting.
Casual vibe.
I'm holding. I'm gonna pop a bat now. You cover.
Swinging up.
I cocked him.
Oh, you in the snot?
I'm not letting him win him. Flat.
Let's go. Just boys. Back to back, boys. That's how we do it. Good coaching, bro. Good coaching. Good coaching, bro. Good bro. There we go.
There we go. There we go.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Gabby, what up, Gabby? How you doing, Gabitha?
I've got everyone's back. Think you can break through my defenses?
Instead of that, you guys should get Glitch Energy. Code ROBO for 25% off. How you doing today, Metal? I'm good. How are you, Rob? I'm doing pretty good. Had like a heart attack earlier, but besides that, doing fantastic. I have ice, not water. That still counts, right? Sure, man. Anything for you, Infinite. Heart attack. How many more games are left? There's 2 more games left for this bracket. And then they're going to do another group set. Which I don't know if you guys wanted to watch or not. Did you guys want to watch another group after this? Or did you want to do it again tomorrow? Or do some Apex after this? Probably not Apex after it. Let's keep the watch party going. It's pretty easy for me to do this because I don't have to actually do anything other than just talk. And it was actually, it did better when I was muted. It was doing better, to be honest. People like that. People like that muted robo. About seconds to the next game. Yeah, people liking it coming. Having a good time doing the watch party. This has been fun. I've actually been enjoying this. Kind of sucks that I missed a little bit of that third game. $20 seconds left. I don't know any of these people. You don't need to know them.
Welcome back to all your beautiful faces from around the globe. We're here in Raleigh. It's, of course, the ALGS Championships, and we're ready for another game down, I think, right now. Storm Point certainly entertained us for the first time today, I should say. Optic going back-to-back. The first win, of course, coming on World's Edge, but they just thought, we'll just win on every map.
Yeah, maybe they could go back-to-back. We've seen it before, it can certainly happen, but I think now a lot of these teams would have learned what's going to be happening here on Storm Point, how teams are going to be rotating. Of course, it can change by where that circle goes, but now you notice there are a lot of teams rotating very early, trying to get into those positions. We know it's going to be more predictable than it is on World's Edge, so I think you have to move a little bit faster. Loot is great, and everyone loves to loot, right? We have a lot of loot goblins, I'm sure, here in the audience as well. They always gobble it up in matchmaking when I'm playing it, but right now, this is a little bit different. You need to be getting those positions, otherwise you're going to find yourself.
Does everyone think we'll win?
You're trying to get in. There's going to be
I said I think TSM's going to win. I think that I'm rooting for TSM, and they made a comeback here. On game 3.
Optic taking advantage, like we mentioned in that last game, of finding the playable, well, the most playable area.
Let's get a GT.
Earlier than everyone else. That just
how's everybody enjoying the stream today?
Advantage. But Invictus certainly gave them a battle in that last
I've been enjoying
fight.
this. This is a good change of pace.
A little bit of discipline that they showed that managed to carry them through in that final moment. But for Alliance, I'm looking at them right now, and I mentioned how early team fights are so vital for the confidence of this team. It looked like a little bit shaky in a couple of the fights that we saw. Yes, they got that first knock in the fight that we saw a little bit earlier on with Invictus, but when you don't come out on the good side of a fight, when you get that first knock, even with the fire coming in from behind, maybe that's a confidence, kind of a little bit of a drain for them.
Yeah, thankfully I think Alliance have got an excuse in that fight because they were fighting from the south side. There were other teams that were joining in, whereas Invictus had a little bit more cover on the other side of that rock. So I don't think they'll take it to heart. What they will be happy with is the fact they got to that position to take that fight in the first place. But if they can win that race, if they can get there first, then they would have more success. So I think it's just going to be lesson learned for Alliance. They are one of these teams who quickly adjust, who do learn, who do move on, and I'm expecting big and good things here in match number 5.
Well, Alliance get to move on now, and so do we, as we do head into match number
is the
5
fourth
now.
person to coach?
And
yeah.
after this, only one remaining between these two groups. So a lot on the line here, and all of a sudden that pressure's just starting to ramp up a bit here.
It ramps up. And pressure starts to kick in for a lot of these teams who are down in the lower half of those leaderboards. They need kills, they need placement, they need a hope, they need a dream at this point. And now we really want to see them kick off.
Well, Optic Gaming, certainly the team to beat in this lobby at the moment. Back-to-back wins for them, and the 3P is certainly poking its head over the fence and saying, I'm interested in being involved. So let's see what happens right now. But early on,
me helping
we've got
in
fights
life.
breaking out already, and it's going to be Invictus who are going to fight our second-place team from the previous game. Already
team
find
is
themselves
going
on the
down
back
already.
foot.
They always find themselves getting those kills, and one player's already gone down, and Taylor's desperately trying to stay alive right now, but it looks like Invictus have done enough to get the damage, but are going to be struggling very much here in this position.
Well, Bryn's in trouble here. He's got an R99. He's only got 12 bullets. He's barely got any HP.
12
A lot of this
bullets.
It's actually going to fall onto the shoulders of RKN, and he says the pressure is good. I can deal with that. I'm a
Good
diamond.
job, RKN.
And it will be one IQ who fall out.
And this is what we were expecting, some of these teams who are a little bit lower to maybe start contesting, to maybe start looking to try and pick up some extra kills in the early stages as we get a look at our map overhead. So that's going to be moving
Imagine being the
right
team
on
that just
over
got eliminated
to TSM.
IQ. That has to be so frustrating. Eliminated right off the rip on the LGS where everyone like doesn't fight. Oh man.
Then for TSM in this game, we saw them get a pretty decent early spot, but maybe not quite getting the zone read that they would have maybe worked on, we should say, as the zone did pull away from them ever so slightly. But like you mentioned, inside antenna, they're going to be very, very comfortable with where they want to set up and what areas they want to patrol. For everybody else, it's time to work their way in. The teams up on the northern side, they got a little bit of traveling to do.
It was blocked. I couldn't see whether they had a beacon or not, and if they don't,
Crypto
you've always got to worry,
hype.
do they move away from the position they're currently in? They've just got to kind of bank on maybe getting a little bit of information from other teams and how they're rotating, where they may be moving. But at the moment, they're looking all right. You've got a purple, you've got a blue, you've got certainly enough loot to take a fight if a fight was to arrive in any time.
Well, TSM, a little bit of a slow game in the previous, and it's been a bit up and down for them today. And interestingly, it was up to How and Reps earlier on as that duo, where we saw them pick up some points in game number 3. That's really kind of kept them in contention in this top 10, because without that game down, TSM could be struggling a little bit.
And we've not really seen Mad Maggie come into full effect yet. I think that's what's very exciting about this comp, because when it does hit, and when you do get into that final circle where there's 4 or 5 teams alive,
most of the
and suddenly
games.
Mad Maggie comes into play, and especially when a Mastiff was also involved, things are going to start to get pretty crazy for those other teams that are trying to desperately try and stay alive.
It's interesting that TSM are running this comp as well, something they've been practicing the build-up, and I get the feeling that when we get to match point, maybe this might be a comp that's changing as well. I think a lot of teams have been kind of doing a little bit of work about how they want to approach the difference between group stage play and match point play, because, as I say, it's all about the win, right? And if you can put a comp on the board that's going to secure you a win, you're going to be more than happy.
And the beauty is a lot of these teams are so talented.
All right, there's not a lot of action going on the screen right now, so what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to do another listen in over here on, you know, the lovely TSM. How do you show me? All right, let's see what they're
Purple
thinking.
armor.
Let's do a little listening.
Nice. I'll grab it.
Look for R3s.
This is like a head.
I'm gonna grab the car, I think. I'm gonna grab my R3 for you.
Okay, I'm gonna craft it 2 times, okay?
Flatline here.
Make sure nobody's here.
How much ahead is this?
From the northwest? I didn't even see those guys.
Go to the
Grab the
main.
bat.
Grab the main thing.
They're flying towards launch pad.
Of course that would be.
Where?
Towards over here. Like Gale, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. I'll drop here 2 times.
Likes the bruiser, huh?
Yeah.
Crafted
You
him
drop
a
the R3?
bruiser.
Craft the car, Evan.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Nice guy.
Can we hit beacon real quick?
You want to do it? I'm crafting.
I can do it.
I'll go up in a second. I want to grab the gun.
You can do it, chat. You can do it.
Climb.
Here's light if you need it.
Coming up.
I took someone's heavy mag. I'm crafting another.
It's gonna look for you. I don't know.
Who's shooting? I hear shooting somewhere.
Gale.
Towards Gale.
Which
Yeah,
sucks.
we play for
So
third here.
sucks.
We play for third. It's fine. We play for third.
So many ads. It's so blurry.
I'm gonna grab that white.
The blue heavy here for someone.
Actually, not that
I
blurry
can
right
craft
now.
your armor.
But it keeps
Evan.
getting blurry.
Okay.
You know, like when they do a lot.
Yeah, I did.
Give me.
Here it is.
That might be because
There's
he's
a blue
streaming. They're streaming out of like a LAN place.
If you're not crafting, get your ass on the
They
roof.
have a lower bit rate.
I'm 6 cells.
I'm 12
12
cells.
12-2, 12-2.
Yeah, I dropped 2.
Trade over there.
We didn't grab the other one.
Let's check out this thing.
A little bit earlier. I think Scars are in the vicinity. We'll have to see if Scars are going to fire back for now, but FA Kitty's
Yeah, there is no delay.
looking pretty comfortable and looking like they're ready to purr.
And as you
I
look
thought
at
there
that
was a
leaderboard,
delay.
you look how close all of those teams
There's
are.
clearly
I think we
none.
expected that from Group C versus D when we were looking at these 20 teams and who was going to be able to top the group. And yes, Optica.
All right, let's
Shit
check
fall behind us because
out.
I'm not looking this way.
Who are these people?
They really need another big game if they're going to secure
Oh,
themselves
wait.
in first in this Group versus C and D matchup. Otherwise, there is going to be teams waiting to gobble up those points, waiting to try and take those positions away from them.
Super cool. Anyways,
Legends
to the live.
kind of makeshift setup that they've got now. 2 Tridents in the vicinity, both providing cover, and now FA Kitty's kind
Why
of
is he
set up
checking
for
the
long game
heartbeat
here.
sensor
It looks like they
without
have
being
just
active?
worked with what
Question
is
mark.
available to them. This is very
Without
much
being
makeshift,
active.
as you
Well,
say.
they
There
nerfed
wasn't
it so he can't
necessarily
move as
building that
much.
They could actually get inside. So
He's like
instead,
looking
they build
around,
their own.
you
They
know.
start to create
Checking.
pretty successful fort actually, and you just got to be careful because you can of course get shot underneath the Trident, but as long as you're positioning yourselves where you are covered somewhat, they've got rocks to play with as well, they should be nice and comfy.
Well, just a little reminder of how tight this actually is. You can see the scores on the right hand side and not a huge gulf between any of the
Really
teams
not.
around that sort of top 15,
Only a
top
couple
16.
points away from
Anyone
everybody.
with a big game in these last 2 games can catapult themselves up into the top 10, and trust me, every single player and coach that is sat on that stage right now will be more than aware of that. Even the teams that are right at the top of that table, Optic included, are going to know that if they slip up in these final 2 games, they might have a tough run.
It's certainly something I learned from scrims yesterday is that even the big pop-off games were not as big a pop-off game as we've seen in online competition. It's no team has really been able to find those massive amount of kills as well as the first place to really propel you up those leaderboards. What's the most we've seen today? 12 kills I think we saw from Dreamfire in game number 1. That certainly it put them #1 for a while, but now teams have slowly caught up because they've dropped off. They've not been able to actually find any more success in the games that have followed. And with the teams on the scoreboard like TSM, like Optic, like Alliance, those ones who can just suddenly pop off, I think that maybe they're due it. And you've got to keep an eye on some of these squads who are a little bit lower.
Speaking of a team that's due a pop-off, it's going to be NRG. They're just right on the edge of where the beacon information is that they've obviously managed to get on their side. Sweet point of view we're going to be watching right now through the eyes of these 3x flatline and maybe just trying to coax out a few of the dinos in the park just to see if he can get a little bit more loot on board. But for now, it looks like nobody wants to come and play. Poor old Sweet.
Poor old
Sweet has
Sweet.
always been this player that has a lot of kind of following, a big fan base, a lot of expectations behind him, and I think you touched upon it in the previous game. There is always going to be that extra added pressure, but NRG certainly do thrive in that pressure in those environments when it comes to LAN, and that's probably why you talked about them in the pre-show and why you expect them to be able to get those victories and being able to push themselves up.
I'll see you soon, you, Max.
We know they are definitely capable of that, but you could say that about the majority of these teams.
Well, one thing that's very interesting, and historically, there's been a lot of talk about how TSM play, right? And I just want to highlight something here. We haven't seen them on screen for now, and you probably saw that map overhead of Antennae where they drop and think, hey, where were TSM? TSM have rotated right down to the southern side of the circle. They're hitting the beacon, they're getting that Zone 3 information, and that's going to be massive for them moving in, especially with the composition they're running.
It's something we used to see on World's Edge happen a lot. TSM, if they didn't have a beacon, they'd rotate out of fragment. They would then lose a priority position because they didn't have that information. But now, at least they can arrive late. Maybe they can take some aggressive fights because, as you say, with that comp, they are looking for those fights. They are looking for those engagements to try and take advantage of a legend like Seer.
And now you can see maybe they don't want to take a fight, but they're going to be forced into one as the zone is going to be closing behind them, and it's actually going to be Scars who are in front of them, holding that ground. Invictus also in the area, so some of our biggest hitters in the lobby certainly involved in that kind of area and what will be scuffling down in just a few moments' time. And here comes Hackis. There's a dive bomb. The grenade goes down. Will it hit?
What
yes,
a good
it will.
grenade.
The bubble goes down. Vipes moves in as the air bomber called Vipes. Then Hackis and Alliance strike first.
Did you see a little smile after he did that?
Striking fear into the eyes of everyone around them. And that was such a successful push. And they will be delighted. Not only do they get the kills, but they also get a position they can win.
And I tell you what, the arena like that. They like that a lot coming in from Alliance. The big grenade and the follow-up. Alliance just dominating, demanding respect, and taking that position. As now we see TSM creeping their way in towards zone. And you can see there's a team above them. They've got the Seer down, and How is looking to pounce.
Yes, Seer gives you that vision. Will allow you to now try and navigate this team fight. In TSM, they want that extra KP, but How just trying to creep in.
Hal's got a funny way of finding an Arc Star stick. He doesn't quite get it this time. No damage popping up either for him to capitalize on, but the distraction now in. Verholst is going to be there. The PK 99, but Verholst has gone down, and Scars get the first knock.
Yeah, and it was just a grenade that came out from Mandy, so now you've got to get aggressive. Now you've got to try and take advantage of the damage you've hit. Still a 3 versus 2, still alive are Scars. Now it's 2v2.
Dude, that looked like bad hit detection.
And Mandy trying to hold the ground.
Because of the replay?
How will go down. It's going to be the Mozambique of all weapons that does the damage. And now TSM kind of struggling to find any kind of a foothold. TSM out! Scars hold their ground, and Scars continue.
Scars kills TSM.
Scars will hold, but the third party has arrived, and Optic Gaming want to join the party. They smelt the blood, and they want to get some of this KP.
Optic Gaming moving in, seeing the pieces fall, and deciding they want a bit of this. They're now trying to move in and clean up the remaining players on Scars, but they've got to be careful, because there's a couple of other teams in the vicinity here, and even though a third-party opportunity sometimes presents itself, you still have to weigh up the options. Is this a good percentage risk to take?
Scars are still just down to 2. Taishin gets taken down.
Cake's down!
Cakes though will take RPR down, and Optic, they get the trade, and they will get the revive. In Optic, it's a successful push, it's a successful third party, but they are very aware of another team that could be approaching.
Sutaraku on the outside of this as well. The dome is down. Bullet pops that battery. Little frag grenade rolled up onto the staircase. Is he going to get the numbers that we saw from Alliance a few moments ago? It doesn't look like it for now, but those are pretty good coming in from Fussy.
Yeah, this is a different fight that we're working with now, and we're going to see 2 teams who are in a similar situation. One on the inside trying to fight their way out, and it's going to be DS Dreamfire on the receiving end of this damage.
The Prowler starting to sing not only verses, but choruses. It's a pop hit coming in from that Prowler, and Sutaraku trying to hold their ground for now. Couple of players do fall in that battle as we see Optic Gaming still alive right at the top right-hand side of your screen, but this battle is elongated now. You can see a little bit of a reset starting to come in, maybe.
Scars were eliminated during that passage of play, as well as
Scars got eliminated.
So down to 15 squads. Everyone gets a point now for your placement, but now this is where you get to the business end of this map. This is where suddenly these kills are going to really start to make a difference with your overall leaderboard situation.
So Taraku, the Apex South teams have been so impressive today. And certainly a region, like I mentioned, demanding respect, and maybe demanding respect from the teams that they're fighting against in every single engagement at the moment. A little bit of a tickle coming in from a charge rifle from distance. Not too much to do damage and really change the outlook of this fight. But look at the one right here. There's a team DNG just sitting there waiting maybe for the opportunity to pounce as a third party.
I think a lot of teams have got their ears down to the ground. They're waiting for that moment to third party. Some of these teams who are a little bit lower down in the leaderboard, who need that extra bit of KP, that extra points that can propel them up the leaderboards. But things do slow down ever so slightly, as it's still another couple of minutes until this circle's going to be closing. And most teams now, with 15 being left, they all seem to have found a position to play at the moment.
It's going to be actually Damnation Gaming who are just kind of hiding in a corner while this fight is going down between Sitaraku and Cohen.
Nice, I love corners.
That opportunity to pounce, a little knock goes down, they will be there.
OG Skittle Cakes
really
and the rest of the OG squad's at a nice spot over there.
You saw
Although they are
vital.
trapped.
That Q came in from Seer to give them that information. They are not alone inside this building and compound. They are going to have to be very careful how they tiptoe around.
And look on that map. Look where Optic Gaming are. They are going to be walking right into FA
Optic
Kitties
Gaming.
if they decide to
That's who
use
OG
their
is?
walking boots. If they don't, if they decide to try and propel themselves into the sky, a different matter. And of course,
Yeah, they're going to have to fly. They can't push forward there.
Any anti-aircraft missiles, but I do think there could be an engagement happening on that south side of the map, but it'll be a couple of minutes before it eventually does.
Just an update for you as well on some of the teams that are in the circle as we keep our eyes on this fight that is going to break out at any moment. NRG inside of it, Alliance looking strong, Team Liquid also inside of where that circle is going to be moving. As also, when you mentioned Optic Gaming, they're having a little creep up right now on FA Kitties. We could see an engagement in the next few moments.
I don't know if FA Kitties know that Optic are going to be behind them though, but they've already set up this position in Optic. They decide they do not want to take it. They're going to go over FA Kitties.
Do these players
instead.
ever stand still?
It looks like they want to
No,
try
you
and
don't
play
want to
that
stand
big
still.
old tree that they've seen in the north side.
Well, let's see how the landing is.
He stands
It's gonna be
still,
a
you get
soft one by
headshot.
the looks of things. Nobody in
Kraber.
the vicinity to really do any damage, and that's a great Valcolt to come in. And even from the sky, it's not taking damage. It's something that you always want to make happen, but Skittle Cakes having landed
Although
maybe wasn't
there
as
is
soft
a
as
little
it
bit
initially
of
looked.
people will over move and get like shot with extra damage that they don't need, but
It's going to be
it
IG
just
now.
happens,
We
you
find
know?
themselves on the back foot. Bryn goes down.
Bryn is down. Should be revived. Watson fences go down.
They're in that Robo-Hobo sweat mode, you know?
Be a big push. Nice damage.
Non-stop crouching. If you're not crouching, if your crouch button isn't broken by the end of this,
another team out here.
Get the sunscreen on, boys, because those thermites are starting to burn. Bryn gets back to his feet. Have they bought the time to get the heals off? Infinity also eliminated elsewhere while this fight is going down.
Yeah, there were several teams just trying to drill Infinity as they approached the circle, and they all were able to share that KP. But Invictus have been able to hold off this team so far, but is it going to be able to sustain here? Are they going to be able to reset? Because they're just desperately trying to heal up, and it looks like eventually they get a little moment here so they can do so.
Watson fence is so vital to that reset as well, just making sure that push wasn't going to be out without taking damage, without being slowed.
her decky just
Where
went
they
down.
can get into a position to fight back and really hold their ground, and IG decided
Our Decky was the one that had the crazy clutch last time we did it.
Skies, and now they've got to try and find somewhere to play.
Yeah, this is dangerous though. Where is a position you can play? They can already see the marks because of the passive from Valkyrie. They're on another team, and they say, hello, we'll take this building off you.
Scary, scary moments there. They land on top of the building as Optic will actually engage with FA Kitties. You saw Hardeki going down in the feed, and it was at the hands of Optic Gaming, but look at the teams we have stacked up here. 4 or 5 teams in the vicinity, and everybody looking to not be the first team to take damage and get pushed.
Optic Gaming went back to FA Kitties, by the way, as now FA Kitties find themselves eliminated. So Optic, they flew over them, they prioritized the position, and they said, you know what, they look a little bit vulnerable, and they go back on themselves, and they pick up that extra KP. Team Burger still alive. As I mentioned earlier, one of the most consistent teams when it comes to Storm Point across the entirety of the ALGS.
IG have lost JMW in this fight though. The Watson has gone down. So now
12
they find themselves
squads.
just as a 2. Information from that scan going to be vital just to find out if they have the opportunity maybe to get in a position to get the res off, but you can see where he is, and Bryn's going to go for it. He's sending it right now. The EMP is going to slow down everybody inside, maybe do the damage, just to buy enough time to get that res in.
A lot of these teams have learned they're going to have to move as well with where this circle is going to be going, but right now you can only focus what's in front of you, and it is a lot of other teams who also know they're going to be moving. So there's going to be a lot of panic, a lot of aggressive comms trying to persuade who is going to be pushing where, who is going to be moving where, how are you going to rotate into that next circle. And it's very difficult to try and analyze these things when you're getting drilled by someone else.
And if you're NRG, your Team Liquid, and you're Alliance, like we mentioned earlier, you're going to be chilling, right? Because all of this fighting's going down on the other side of zone, so you know you've guaranteed yourself some placement points just from the amount of teams that are in this area, and you would imagine to fall as we see 3
Ooh,
figures
what a beam.
popping up on the screen.
The three teams in the best positions
Not
at the
the
moment.
kill.
Optic Gaming, EXO, and Alliance, but Optic have managed to get into that zone once more.
All three teams here are actually not going to be having fun. They all have to like be careful with each other, but as the storm comes in here in 20 seconds, all three of them are going to be screwed by any other teams holding circle.
Well executed play for them to get the EMP down, to make sure they get in a position by the time they needed for that res
That
to
team
come
is
in. But
pushing
you can see they
over.
were just about to poke behind that one, and the bubble now is down. The EVA rate is starting to hit. One down. Invictus lose one in this fight though. Take it to the skies, both of these players. Bring gets fallen as well. JMW goes down. Two teams fall. Orthos go down.
Pushed over to no prevail.
Time starts to tick away. You've got 38 seconds to loot and then move. Team Burger, the team that was able to do some damage, was able to pick up some extra KP here.
The good thing that the one team did is as they pushed over, this team disengaged.
The rest of those Valkyrie teams, but you're going to be going into the Optic land. Optic are there waiting for them. EXO are also there waiting for them. This is not going to be easy landing whatsoever.
And that fence is not a good thing to see when you're landing, because it means you're coming under fire. Reject eliminated as we jump on board with Alliance now. Trying to hit some shots from the skies. Yuki with the wingman in his hand, trying to give some people haircuts.
Alliance have got some really good coverage, some really good positioning where they can play around a lot of these objects, but Optic Gaming are the real thorn in the side because they can start to rain down from above once more. This is almost like the same performance we saw previously.
Fnatic eliminated, NRG eliminated as Duplex takes over from Optic Gaming as the kill leader in the lobby as well. And now Team Burger trying to take advantage of this team moving in late on the low ground. Big damage being done, but it's not going to be converted into knocks.
But look where that circle's gone again. Optic Gaming have a magnet to this circle. They're in the best position once more. Their predictions have been spot on, but everyone else, they still need to work their way into that next circle. Alliance have just about slithered their way in as well. But EXO, they're going to try and make life a living hell for that team outside.
Big damage being done. They've been forced out of this cover. It was only a small piece of cover. Choosing to expend that caustic ultimate. The Nox gas goes down and does the damage for them to turn it into kills.
EXO are doing fine right now. Team Burger in a difficult spot and will get eliminated. They're going to be out in 7th place, so 6 squads do remain. EXO, even though they're sitting pretty right now, look how far they've got to move. Look at the distance that they have to travel. And there is going to be a lot of eyes on them because they had one of the best positions in the previous circle. It's not one of the best positions anymore.
Speaking of best positions, you mentioned it. The Optic Gaming magnet. The zone pulls to them, it feels like sometimes. As Duplex is now sat up on the highest point in the map, looking down on all the peasants and saying, I fancy back to back here.
This all goes back from that Valcor when they went over FA Kitties, when they took that position by the trees, but then they realized FA Kitties would be a real thorn in their side, but there is going to be more fights happening. At least there's a goal back to get this res.
Oh, but it's not going to be able to be used.
Didn't even get the shot on that angle.
Sitaraku will be eliminated. We're down to 5 squads. Team Liquid, one of those 5.
Team Liquid want to make a move. That's why the Gibby ult is coming out. It's a distraction technique. It's a let's send
Team
this
Liquid's
one
looking
way
really
and we
healthy
go to
here.
the other, and now the charge rifle in the hands, and potentially we're going to see the Kraber do some damage as well.
First time we've seen
Optic Gaming's also looking healthy.
What feels like quite some time. And I tell you what, Nocturnal's got pressure on his shoulders. One shot with the Kraber changes everything. And even though Optic Gaming are set up in that great position, if you can hit a headshot with that Kraber and push the numbers back into your side, Liquid might be in a great place. As we see a late game Uber is late night driving. The bubble goes down from EXO.
Uber Eats has arrived, and EXO say let's start to get involved in a fight here with Liquid. It's good damage though, the Mastiff is ripping through shields right now as Liquid are frying.
Detonation eliminated. Liquid
Massive went hard right there.
Down, but oh, they lose one! And another push is going to come in now as Gilderson tries to hold the ground! But Optic make their move!
Here comes Optic, they're coming into play!
Optic is in best position
is
here.
what they want, and it's so simple from this position.
Oh, they're just lighting them up, they move in, Duplex says, boys, it's time to go! The PK is in the hands, it's chunking away!
Honestly, they should have waited a second before they pushed up.
Looking to make it 3! Shot in, Duplex!
It doesn't matter there because they're going to clutch it, I'm telling you. Oh, it's just a 1v1. Way too close. Oh, no.
Are you doing this? Alliance still alive. Skittle kicks in a 1 versus 1.
They definitely should have waited a second. They push in and let the that means like bubble.
Push in and you go!
Alliance can do this!
Oh, wasn't enough. He almost clutched it. Optic with a win.
Back to back to back for Optic Gaming.
It's insane, Optic Gaming. That's insane.
The coolest men on the stage.
And it's only day 1. It is only day 1.
They had such a good position.
Just warming up
They
here,
didn't want the
everyone.
people to reset. but they weren't going to be able to reset because the dome was like 5 seconds away. If they would have waited like just a moment, I think it would have been a little safer, a little more precise. They risk it, but at the end of the day, top skill players, very confident in their abilities.
Shotguns hitting harder than ever. Alliance, they gave it a good effort, and they might look
And
a
they,
little bit
prevailed,
dejected, but
so
it
they
was
did
a
good.
bloody good effort.
We love Apex Legends here, and like you mentioned, it's day one, everyone! And we are seeing nuts plays like that coming in. But wow, let's take ourselves out of the moment for a second. Optic Gaming, back-to-back-to-back wins.
Damn, back-to-back-to-back.
And Optic have won 3.
And already when you start to look at the climax of this tournament, and when match point starts to get involved in teams who can find those victories consistently, suddenly
could
Optic
literally
Gaming
do
are already
nothing
looking like a
for
favorite
the
with a
rest, and they got
performance
this
like that,
for the next,
especially when you are putting that much pressure.
for the
Even
next
though
bracket.
they did have the best position, they almost threw it away a little bit. The fact you can come back into it after being put in that position as well just shows a great situation for this team, where they know that they can trust every single individual on that squad.
The crazy thing, right, about Apex Legends is we can talk about, you know, the deep dive into it, you know, the timing of a rotation, who's behind you, if you're able to hold whatever it is, the timing on a fight, if you get the bubble down in time, but sometimes
15
it comes down to a
kills,
1v1 and whose gun is shooting stronger, and Optic
What a
Gaming,
huge round.
my.
12 points for a win.
7 points on the board. That is a monster game. You said you were waiting for a monster game. It's almost as if you predicted the future.
It's almost like Optic Gaming heard me, but they definitely can. But a 27-point game, they really do set themselves from the rest of this lobby now. They give themselves such a cushion going into match number 6 that they could even finish last and still win this group. That's
Last
how insane
match of
lead
this
is going to
group.
be at number 1. Alliance, they'll be delighted. 13 points on the board. EXO, a consistent team on Storm Point, still
All right, let's see
finding
how
12
it
to
shakes
work
up.
with.
How
But
far
there
is
was
Optic
not much
ahead?
points to work with anyone else because all the kills were taken
Optic
away.
are thieving them. Optic are thieves. They're point thieves in the lobby. And as you can see here, I mean, you just look down at the bottom half there, and TSM, no points. Scars, just the 2. You're seeing the likes of FA Keys, another struggle bus game for them. And I tell you what, game 6 for some of these teams is absolutely massive now.
So important. I mean, you saw Invictus Gaming, their 7 kills they were able to find, but they were still in that bottom half when it came to placements. But they now need to be looking at the rest of the lobby, as does everyone else, saying, how do we pick up points now? First place may not be achievable in match number 6, even with a big pop-off game, because of the back-to-back-to-back from Optic Gaming. So what is the most realistic expectation for you here? Where can we achieve? Can we get top 5? Can we get top 10? How many points can we actually come out with in Group C versus D?
I think the thing that comes into my mind is, how do you stop these 3 gentlemen right now? Because Optic Gaming are on fire. Duplex, Skill Cakes,
Skill
and
Cakes.
Nox. Look at the damage stats coming in from all of these players. Breaking 1K, Duplex again. Massive game on the Gibraltar, 1.5k damage. That is nothing to be ashamed of.
Optic Gaming, a big favorite in this tournament for many reasons, but they're starting to demonstrate just exactly why. It's all right putting things on paper and looking at past
See what you did there,
statistics, but we live
Chimera.
in the now, and we look at what you're able to achieve when it gets to a LAN environment. And I think this Optic Gaming roster are here to prove a point in this group. This is stacked. We saw Group D and everyone was like, oh my god, Group D looks terrifying. But Optic say, nah, it looks okay. If we can dominate Group C versus D, what happens when it's D versus B, D versus A? Optic want to run a train through every single group.
Well, I mean, this has just been unbelievable. Unbelievable from Optic Gaming. 2 endgame fights for them, 2 straight 3v3s, and they managed to come out on top in both. I mean, the second one was a little bit more scary, and Alliance certainly gave them as good as they got in that moment. But like you mentioned, it's sometimes just
67.
about who hits the shots in that big moment.
That
Optic
last game
did
was
it, and
huge.
now
That's
look
nearly
at
half.
that leaderboard. Optic
That
Gaming
last
on
game
top with
would have
67
put them
points.
in
It's a 23-point
6th
advantage going
place.
into that last game, so we would need to see EXO have an unreal game.
That last game would have
and
put them in
Optic
6th
completely
place if they
flop
were at 0
to catch
points.
them. So perhaps we're starting to get an idea of who is going to be winning this group versus D and C matchup.
I'm glad you're liking it, Radical.
There are some teams that are starting to sneak up into the consistency boards, though. Invictus Gaming up into 4th place. Liquid and Alliance starting to climb as well. We've seen a big drop-off from Dreamfire after their early success.
Well, I mean, look, outside of Optic Gaming, who had one of those, we call them point sponge games, right, where no one else really has an opportunity to get points, how tight it is for the rest of these teams. And that just sets us up so beautifully for the last game of this group. Anyone who manages to have a strong game, some decent KP, even a decent placement alongside it, is going to be rocketing up those leaderboards.
But I think you were right. How do you stop Optic Gaming? How are you supposed to have that game that propels you up the leaderboards?
I think you can, right?
Exactly. When they're prioritizing position that well, when they are valcoting that successfully, when they are taking fights that really matter and they're assessing the risks, they know which fights they should be taking and shouldn't be taking. They came behind FA Kitties, they realized they didn't have the height, they valco over them, they then get in a priority position and they say, well, let's go back, let's take that fight, because now suddenly we're in the best position and they are our biggest threat. Optic know how to eliminate threats, and that's why Optic Gaming are so good at Apex Legends.
My goodness, what a game it was, and what a 3 games it's been from Optic Gaming. Stormpoint has certainly been their home, and now the real question is, Dan, not only if anyone can stop Optic, but if Optic can win 4 out of these 6 games, and every single one on Stormpoint. I mean, my question to you, genuinely, anyone stop them at this point?
It's a difficult question to answer because...
A horrible question to ask as well.
After seeing what they've just done, no, I don't think anyone realistically can, but can they make a mistake? Yes, I think when you get complacent, when you realize you are topping this group so easily, maybe you start to take a fight that you perhaps shouldn't. So Optic Gaming, they need to stay focused, they need to make sure they're playing exactly the same way. Don't get carried away by the moment, don't get carried away by the back. You could have a 4-game winning streak. We can also look at what's happening elsewhere.
4-game winning streak? That's like cheating.
I mean, the difference here is that there's a team on top called Crazy Raccoon, but the points in comparison to what we saw from Optic look very, very different. 39 points, and look how close this is. That is absolutely nuts. There's 18 points between the top 10 teams. That's 1 game.
You better make sure you have both streams open, because that Group A versus B matchup is going to be
How come I can't watch the Group B other than Ludwig's stream? Like, that's so messed up.
After their previous performance, but even these teams that are down in the kind of bottom 10, you can still jump up, you can still make a statement, and you could still top this group. That's how tight Group A versus B is right now.
I mean, you look down this bottom half, you've got the likes of Cloud9, Dark Zero, our
Let me set
playoff
up the
champions.
next,
You have 100 Thieves in there as well. Big game 6 ahead for them. Certainly going to be.
We're gonna get Alliance up here.
To say the least. Maybe some other areas. Who knows? I can't speak.
Let's
for
get
the teams,
Optic Gaming, because Optic Gaming is on fire. We got TSM, we got Infinity.
I just want to get into game 6. I'm not very good at.
Let's go with
You're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, because we are gonna go into a break. But when we come back,
Exo's doing pretty
we're
good.
gonna have
Alliance.
match number 6
Yeah, let's
here
go
at
to
the Apex
Alliance.
Legends Championships, and I cannot wait.
Perfect. See, this is that push up that I was talking about, because they had the dome. If they would have waited just a moment for the dome to cancel, they have no cover there. They were worried about the people getting back like maybe like 75 health. But they still got it, so who am I to say? Badass. First place, $500,000, chat. I got a quick question. What would you do with $500,000? Optic for the win, Robo? Optic's on a 3-win streak. Yeah, the shield coverage with their knockdown shields, people do such a good... They, like, practice it. You would donate it to Robo? Let's go. You would donate all 500,000 or what? Seems excessive. Pay off my mortgage, pay off my mom's mortgage, go to Japan. Take the money and run. Technically, you'd probably only end up with less than $100,000 because you gotta split it between like probably 5 people, and not to mention taxes. But if you did have the full 500 all to yourself, sounds like a lot, J. Claude. Are you sure you have that much time? Or you're overpaying. You probably are overpaying. Is that enough to get a face fit? 500,000? Probably. If you put $500,000 in my feet, it'd be hard to turn down. $500,000. That'd be exactly like called cashing out, wouldn't it? Like, what cash out situation am I waiting for? I had to leave and I just saw Optic won 2 more games. I know, they're on fire, dude. They're freaking unstoppable right now. Let's go, Boris. It's like $500 to $100 a G for below? I don't know why you're telling me this, but even, are you saying 500? Dude, what? Okay. Let's just use your own argument for just half a second.
Once more, everybody, it has been an epic morning, afternoon, whatever it is, of action, and Optic Gaming are certainly at the forefront of them. Those games that we're going to be talking about for the next few minutes. We've got one more game to go as we get back here at the ALGS Championship, but in Group C versus Group D, and Optic back to back to back, Dan. The real question is, can they close it out with another win here? It would be nuts.
I'm not surprised you forgot what day it was, time was, because they've been defying the space-time continuum at this point.
It's
with
very
the back-to-back-to-back. I mean, this is a performance that I think Optic would have only dreamed of last night coming into this competition, and they very much could make it 4. That's
yeah, it seems expensive. You're right.
But it was Alliance who came so close to taking them down in that final circle, and you saw their faces, even though they would have been delighted to be able to get into that final circle and take on that final team. They just couldn't quite get over that final hurdle. Optic have just put in a roadblock for everyone that they've been going up against.
Well, of course, there's more than Optic to talk about in Group C versus D right now, because that top 10 is where you want to be. And there's some teams who aren't in that top 10 now, even holding on to some of those top 10 placements, who are going to have a much improved performance in this final game. Storm Point, you might as well rename it right now to Optic Gaming World, because it really has been. For everyone else, they need to buy a little bit of land, and they need to get involved in the real estate.
Optic Gaming World sounds like something that I would buy a ticket to, and I'm sure that many viewers here would also buy it as well. Maybe this is a business plan that we should discuss with Optic Gaming when it arrives a little bit later on. But you are completely right. Everyone else needs to be putting themselves forward. They need to be putting their best foot forward at this point to try and pick up as many of those valuable points as they can, because we know that the more points you can get from Group C versus D, the better position you can put yourself in through the group stages, and the more likely you will find yourself in that winner's bracket rather than that elimination bracket.
Well, some of these teams are going to have to start to flex. And no, I'm not going to bring up. I'm going to bring it up now. I was going to talk about Fallout's arms. We saw earlier. You know, you usually say that you get the guns out, right? A couple of Mozambiques, maybe, for Fallout. I'm taking shots, okay? You are taking shots, John. They look good. Do it. I'm joking. You've been to the gym. You're looking good, my friend.
He's looking very good indeed, as are all of these teams on the stage. And what a moment it is, by the way, for the Apex community that we have this event. We're on LAN. We've got a crowd. We've got an audience. And we've got games like that happening right in front of our very eyes. I think this is all we could have wished for. Maybe what some people will be wishing for, though, is TSM to start putting on a performance as well, and they're definitely capable, Mark.
Well, it looks like we're ready to get into what will be the final game of Group C versus D. Now, Dan, are you ready?
I think I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Are you ready, Chad?
I'm pretty sure the people in the arena are looking like they're ready for this game as well, because it's the final one of the group. Back to Storm Point. It's been Optic Gaming World. I need to come up with a better name. I'll work on it afterwards, but let's see if they can close out with another win.
Can Optic Gaming make it back to back to back to back, or are we going to see a different team propel themselves up this leaderboard with a big old game in match number 6? A lot of teams are going to rely on it. Let's see if they manage to do it.
Well, let's see if there's some changes in composition, maybe some changes in approach, and maybe some changes in the outcomes when we do see those final bullets being fired. It's going to be interesting for sure. This is one
right.
IQ will watch it.
Right away, we got to fight.
Looks like they're going to be involved in another.
1IQ just seem to be dropping in these different locations. They're trying to find a home on Storm Point, but they just can't seem to find one at the moment. It's Team Burger they're going up against.
The one thing I've noticed is a lot of these people's movement,
but anyway,
like,
let's see what the
I always get worried about how like jittery mine on rocks and stuff look, but these guys are just as jittery on the rocks and stuff.
But unfortunately, 2 bullets is all that's left.
It's good to know that Apex climbing on rocks is so sketchy and so inconsistent at times.
And Burger have been able to get 2. 1IQ last player remaining. Is he just going to scarper away? It looks like that's going to be the case. And things just, it's not been their day. 1IQ, unfortunately.
They should put 3 randoms together and put them on a team, see how far
trying
they
to
get.
find a new drop spot, and it just seems like group versus D
I'll be
is
one
not
of the
going to be a
randoms.
comfortable one for them. But maybe as we move forward in the group stages, they might just get a little bit of respite, and they might finally find a POI they can loot.
If I'm Nax, I'm turning around and I'm avenging my teammates right now. 1v3 is what's going through my mind. I'll put them in the ground, and that's why I'm not on that main stage. But Naxo's certainly going to be trying to get into a position to maybe think about recovering some banners, or maybe he's just going to have to try and rat this one out. But not a good start for 1IQ is one way of putting it, for sure. Probably the simplest way to put it. It's been a couple of rough games, like you mentioned.
I mean, at 3 points, they are just trying to do something to have that big pop-off game to try and get further in that leaderboard so they can try and salvage something from Group C versus D. Circle is going to be moving down south, but slightly more central, and it's going to be close to Antenna once more.
Yeah, pretty similar to what we've seen in a couple of the previous games, and we're going to have to see how this one plays out. Now, I'm very interested in how TSM are going to approach this one, because we saw them in the last game with a similar kind of circle moving down to the south side, moving out of the zone and kind of working their way back in. I wonder if they're going to play a little bit more position-based in this game.
Well, the main difference was Shipfall had a beacon in the previous. I don't think it does in this time. So now we're going to see them maybe move over towards Barometer or just slightly west of their current location in Antenna to pick up one of those beacons. And if they do go to that middle beacon, they will be slap bang in the center area and maybe could return to Antenna. There is a little bit of a scuffle happening in that central area that I was talking about, though. A couple of teams taking some shots at one another.
Well, it's like TSM just on their loot path for now, so no decisions really been made by the looks of things.
1IQ with the 1IQ tactics.
Looking like, and if they're sticking with what we've seen from them so far today, or maybe if there's going to be a little bit of a change. It does look like Reps has actually jumped on Gibby, so maybe a little bit of adjustment going down here for TSM.
Yeah, maybe they just felt like they needed that little extra layer of protection, even though they were trying to take those fights, and even though Mad Maggie does offer so much, and we were all very excited about that composition, this is kind of more home territory. This is going to be more of a comfort pick, and Gibraltar here is going to allow them to play in a far more comfortable way for sure.
Well, let's see what EXO can do as well. The winners, of course, of game number 2 earlier today, but that was on World's Edge, and the scenery is looking very, very different here on Storm Point. Obviously, some lovely looks over the ocean, and certainly they want to bring some of those good vibes in from World's Edge, because the play hasn't been quite matching up to what we saw on World's Edge from EXO. I'm sure they'll want to put that right. Ooh, goodbye, Gildersons.
That's not a bracelet you want to be seeing, but Liquid, they reply with some damage of their own, and Fun is doing his best from a distance, but he loses Gildersons and Nocturnal, but he should be able to get the res off.
Should be able to get the res off, but are they going to be able to close this ground quick enough to take advantage of that knock? Team Liquid, ooh, they're going to be so careful here as Scars are moving in. They want to pick up the pieces of this fight, and it looks like Taishin and RPR are not only going to be able to pick up the pieces, they've also got the loot as well.
I didn't even get to see what happened.
That's one of those moments where
he just got knocked.
What happened next prediction moment, where we get a freeze frame of the
he's
bracelet
getting a
being
res.
tossed. And I tell you what, I don't think that Team Liquid would have been expecting it.
Got knocked again.
Would have been as well,
totally
and just
dead.
like that, they are
Scars
white.
with the
Team
points.
Liquid, 20th place in match number 6.
A horrible moment there for Team Liquid, just poking around the corner and just getting smashed in the face, and it was horrible to see. Unless, of course, you're a Scars fan who would have loved every single moment of that. And I've got to say, Mandy's playing some pretty damn good Apex Legends today, and I've just learned that I can get a cheap pop from the crowd if I mention Scars. That's good news. That's good news for me.
There's certainly a few teams that are heavily supported in this audience today. I heard our stage host, James, trying to get an indication of who has the biggest fan base, and I think TSM won it by a considerable margin. But I do think that maybe other teams will start to get...
Oh, speaking of TSM, look at the feed! Look at the feed! It's not looking good because they have lost Verholz, who falls again, and not for the first time today. We've seen Verholz go down as the first player on TSM. Worrying moments here in the group for TSM. You can see House pixel sniffing right now, getting right close to his monitor because he knows how important this situation is.
Team Burger does seem like they've
TSM really needs to clutch
away
this.
from the little bit of a scuffle they had previously, and they are going to be escaping. They're going to use that Valkyrie ultimate jetting up into the sky. TSM have also got away from DF. And perhaps it was DF who were able to get that knock. But you are completely right, TSM. They've struggled a little bit today after a lot of successful scrims just yesterday. I did see a couple of jokes online saying it's going to be a bad tournament when TSM are scrimming well leading into the tournament, but I do think they'll be able to pick it up as the tournament goes on.
Well, Team Burger escape for now. They find themselves inside of this eggshell, and they'll be the yoke for now as they get the caustic barrels down and will reset. So they're going to be comfortable for quite some time, but a little bit of a scary situation for everyone in the lobby in the last few moments. 19
That's
squads
a
remaining.
great
There was
term.
only
I've
one
never
IQ
heard
we
that
saw
before.
involved in that initial fight off the drop who did fall. And from there, we've had a few knocks, we've had a few scary moments, but we still have everyone else still in the lobby.
Never seen a burger and an egg. I've seen an egg in a burger, but a burger and an egg is an entirely different
It's another business idea we can work on. Keep it to yourself.
TSM, they're back to a full 3. I think
It's
they'll be
another
delighted they would have
business idea we
had
can
that
work on.
heart-in-mouth moment when you do lose a player and saying, I really hope that team isn't going to get aggressive, but they escape, they're going to back up, and it's like it's never happened. Men in Black, pew, don't worry about it.
Is that the exact noise?
That is the exact noise. They actually contacted me for the films. Yep.
Impressive. Let's see what IG
They
can do.
actually
Let's see if they can
contacted
be
him.
equally
Yeah.
as impressive as they're just trying to peak on some of these teams at the moment, just at the bottom barometer, and see if they can really do some damage. But it's FA Kitties who are once again inside, who have been quiet today. I'm surprised some of the team fights we've seen them involved in. Usually they're one of the best fighting teams.
I'm gonna use that
We see the
saying
likes
now,
of
same.
Hardtech, we see Leogri really beat damage dealers in those fights, but it just
Already
hasn't
mentally
quite
wrote it
fallen their
down.
way.
And even though I spoke about FA Kitties being, you know, one of the best teams at getting those placement points across both
All
splits.
right, I know that
it's
Imperial
like-
Highland then must be tilted there in a very stressful situation. I kind of want to go see what they're up to over here. They did get a
2-0.
full reset. All three are back
8-1.
up.
I'm dropping you 2 cells.
Which is nice quality.
Rampage PK. I need like
Those
anything
bins,
fine.
launchpad bins
It's
are
because
not
they just have a lower bit rate on their
See,
streams. I swear that's
Man, I'm
all
gonna
it
check
is.
this building. Okay, come with me. Why are you sitting up there? They don't even have a beacon there. Why the fuck? More
There's
heavy
not
here.
even a
Flat
beacon
line.
there. Why would you?
Arcs are.
This is a charge, bro. No way.
They're missing snipe
More
down.
heavy.
Can't
They're
get to the
missing
building
them.
yet. He's a
The cells
charge
here.
on height.
Need all that.
If you had a choice, who would you choose to be on my team? Let's go with,
My loot's not horrible. I'm
go with the
6-0.
content
I need
creators.
heavy.
Let's go with like it's Timmy
What if we
and
go into
Masu
the
or
zone of
something
fish
like
farms
that.
and hit there and
The
grab them
brothers.
there? What do we think?
11 to 1080p.
What do we think?
Good.
Hello? Am I
Yeah, we
talking?
could.
I'm thinking, probably.
We can scan this area.
Yeah, there's a team on the hill too back there.
Yep.
Okay.
God dang it.
Looks nice now.
We have to hit third over here. We gotta play off of that.
I mean, we have to Valkyrie.
Wait, what if
for
we cut
that.
the launch pad now that the team's moved?
Where'd they go to, though?
Yeah, I don't know
Oh,
where
no.
they went. They might have went to
Plotting
go
out
hit
the
third. They're
demise
going
of all the
them?
opponents.
There's a guy there.
That's probably them.
They're holding that, it looks like.
Maybe we have to fight them for a beacon. I don't know. Like,
If anyone's on that island, they instant third us.
Crews over here.
the stock here. blue
Breathing
ball,
into that mic.
light mag and shit.
They're shooting
Oh,
someone
yeah,
else.
they're shooting somebody. We might maybe pinch them. If we maybe pinch them here.
They're Valkyrie. We should look at this, I think.
Okay.
Someone shooting on the left as well.
You can hear the
Yeah.
intensity in their breath.
Fuck, man. Like,
Maybe just go craft while we have the time.
I guess we might as well. We have to.
Now we're getting shot, bro. I don't know if they are gonna walk in zone or what.
I'm gonna just craft a pad here, and I'm done crafting.
So they're gonna
There's, like,
rotate
nothing else
through
for
the
me to
storm
craft
there.
except
Let's get
gas, two
a
mechanisms.
wider view of some of the other fights. So we have a fight going on over here with Team Alliance here.
I got bowed. Going. Yeah, I'm batting. We should probably come from Seoul.
This is the team they're fighting in a way, from another angle. Well, at least we're fighting.
They come from zone here. They're working high ground. I think that's the best. We have the range
How
for it.
crazy that they're doing a reverse sweep of what TSM just did. This is the opposites.
Wait,
what TSM just did.
No. Wait, it's a team here. It's a team here. Okay, careful. One on one side. I'm ulting this because I might die. Got the GB. How close the bubble vibes? I'm trying to cover you. I don't know. 5. No, I'm down. Rest quick.
Yeah, I'm getting. I'm covering.
I'm gonna bubble.
They're pushing.
Very intense situation there. They got the reset. They needed to quickly do whatever they can to reset.
They're not aping.
They're not aping. The original call was wrong.
Yeah, you have to run.
Thank God for them.
I'm just running. Yeah, they're here. We're good. You're inside the building. Nice recovery.
They got the reset. Perfect for them.
That's my ulti though. Fine.
They literally almost died.
Up here. We might have to Valk. They're crossing this place though from Montana. Yeah. If I don't have ulti, this place kind of ass.
They're gonna go try to reset here.
Cut me.
Looks like Team Liquid died.
I'll send it.
Take it back to the live map broadcast.
Anywhere in Tana. Anywhere.
Oh wait.
Just look for anything.
They jet up into the sky.
Yeah, they don't
We
want
just
none
immediately
of
go back to them.
They decided to relocate here in towards Antennae, which at this point is going to be outside of the beacon information that we have. They will be safe for the next zone, of course, so they can play this one a little bit slower. Inside of the center, though, you can see that they're going to have to take some damage. So they'll be comfortable, they'll be set up, and as we know, Alliance like to creep their way in on the edge of zone. They like to find an isolated fight, or even better, a third-party opportunity. And for now, Hackett is going to be scouting out, doing what he does best. That's 4-7. They're not looking too good at the moment themselves as NRG are on the other side of this fight.
Well, they've taken down Sweet. They've made it a 2v2. Rocker is also taking a lot of damage, but that's going to be enough. 4-7 get eliminated, and NRG will just about hold on. But it was looking a little bit shaky for a second.
Well, they get the job done. That's all that really
Why is there
matters
so much
at the end of the day. It
reverb?
doesn't matter how
Well,
it
they are at a
happens, as long as
stadium.
you are still alive when that fight is over. Sweet will get the Phoenix kit in his hands, and will get all of his health and shields back immediately. But this is a big moment here for NRG, I feel. Something like that, a little team fight win, just to rekindle the belief, give the confidence in that team fighting situation. It can't be understated sometimes how vital that can be.
What have they spotted them? I see a lot of pings on the map, and maybe FA Kitties now know where Optic are in residence, but Optic, they just managed to walk on
18
in.
squad left, circle 3.
A few points realistically in match number 6 for them to top this group.
Nobody's trying to die here in this final game.
Such a big gap between themselves and second place that if they can
What
get
up,
a
Cold
little
War?
bit of a consistent performance and even just find themselves in the top 10, they're going to be sitting pretty.
You can see how many teams are stacked up here. It's still going to be Invictus Gaming, FA Kitties, and Optic Gaming, who kind of controlled most of the center of Barometer. Outside, you can see ORF just kind of overlooking things at the moment. Not quite close enough, I think, to really get involved in this fight unless all three teams all of a sudden break out into a little bit of a scuffle. But FA Kitties, once again, still up on this high ground. Maybe thinking about where they have to move next, but it's a difficult spot for them to be in here because they will be safe if they move forward a little bit, but that zone's going to start singeing away at those shields in a few moments' time. They're going to have to be careful.
Oh, here comes a push, then the bubble goes down, and the FA Kitties are just going to be watching over it and potentially can add a little bit of extra damage, but it is Optic taking this 3v3.
And the difference here for Optic, if this is another team, maybe a team who's above them tries to force them outright, but with how Optic have been playing, you know, if you poke down and you take a few bullets, we've seen how the 1v1s have been going today. They've been falling in the favor of Optic most of the time. So Optic Gaming bully that team back up to the top of the building and say that low ground, this bottom floor, this is going to be ours.
And that circle
Better be
moves
safe than
once
dead.
more
Absolutely.
towards
There's a
Optic
lot of
Gaming
money
and
on the
towards
line
FA
here.
Kitties. They're all going to be sitting pretty for where that circle is going to be. EXO are going to have
A
to
lot
move
of
ever
them
so
know
slightly.
that they
So
can't
it's
really
Timberger
get
and
to
Scars.
first, so they got to get as many points physically
They've got FA Kitties
possible.
above them, watching that cross the whole time, but they time it perfectly to slide in without taking
Just
any
enough.
damage. FA
All you have
Kitties
to really get
maybe took
into
their eye
is
off the
the
ball for
top
just
10.
a second
That's
there,
really
not
all you have
being able
to
get
really
damage down.
get.
The bubble was perfect
And
for
I
them to
believe you get
get
extra points,
inside
so
that
you do
building.
want to
Just
get
little
as many
moments
points
like
as
that.
physically
It's not always
possible.
the kills that count. It's the movement across the map and how you get into the building.
It's something as simple as Valkorting to a point and then walking for the rest so that you are not too audible, so you are not going to be too visible. And as you say, very successful rotation.
What's the prize pool? There's 2 million in total
Are going to
prizes.
potentially be in a scuffle on the edge of this circle as well. They're going to back out of it. There is a team on top of that building. It's going to be Godfire.
Godfire doing damage as well. The bubble's going down, and unfortunately, the Gibby's going to be isolated here. 2 players fall onto him. The shot's not quite connecting, and it will be Rocker who falls. Nathan is going to be there to exchange some fire, though. Bin now in a 1v1 inside of the bubble. He goes down as well. Sweet's going to have to step up here. Nathan, he's in a position to try and do damage and stay alive as Godfire fall, and NRG come out on top.
But Team Burger are still there, just applying that extra bit of pressure, knowing full well they can make life a living hell for NRG. But Team Burger do not want to give up their position, but they are shredding.
Rocker gets taken down as well, and it's GFR who are coming on the move as well, so it's not just Team Burger. NRG are a little bit in shambles at the moment as they lose 1 player, but 2 players still alive. Sweet and Nathan got work to do.
As this circle closes, there are going to be a lot of teams. They're going to get forced together. They're going to have to take fights, and NRG are going to have to leave this situation up and away, and let's see if they can actually survive this push.
So as a duo, Rocker, unfortunately, that banner's going to be left behind. Sweet and Nathan going to have to work together now just to try and creep up into those placement points. Look at that feed, starting to light up now as the zone starts to have an influence. Alliance eliminated. Our second place team from the previous game will not participate in our last circle.
Down to 15, everyone got one placement point, but now we're going to start to see more start to get racked away. Nice amount of kills for NRG at the moment, but they are down to just a 2. Maybe if they had a respawn beacon, they can make it a 3. TSM right on the edge of this circle in a really difficult spot as well. Look at the fire and the flames they've got to go through first.
Got 1 minute 30 to get the job done. Verhos is involved in a little bit of a scuffle as well. And this is such a tight situation to try and work their way out of here for TSM. You can see they can kind of force their way maybe around that rock, but I think a lot of it is actually going to be on the shoulders of Verhos here to try and use those Valkyrie jets to get up, get an angle, and then allow Hao and Reps to get that swing, go in and get that damage down to capitalize.
I feel like TSM are just waiting for the Valkyrie ult to try and get up in a way to infinity and beyond and just try and escape this fight, but it's all going to be down to whether Verhos actually has it and whether he has any accelerants to try and enhance that factor as well. But it looks like TSM have been able to hold off DF for just about enough time here.
Well, the scary thing here for TSM as well is even if they hit that Valkyrie, the audio cue is going to be given to DF. They can swing around that corner. They might be able to knock Verhos as he tries to take to the sky.
That's
so
a rough angle, dude.
Really worrying moments here for TSM. They have to play this perfectly, and Verhos looks like he's creeping up, trying to get some damage down.
But I mean, DF need to escape as well, right? They can't afford to just hold TSM forever, otherwise they're going to get
really
held
can't
out when they
hold.
approach. But here's the position you were talking
about.
Oh,
Big
man.
damage. Coming in from the controller player himself, but no knock here for TSM. Can they capitalize?
Well, you said you wanted to see an angle. He's got that angle, but now the rest of TSM need to be able to prioritize the damage he's been able to put down, and now you need to push if you do capitalize from it.
Scary moment here for TSM. Look at the clock. Look at the zone. It's going to be closing in 14 seconds, so it looks like TSM now going to back
might
up.
have enough time
it will
here.
be the Valkyrie, you would imagine, just to get out of this position and continue the game.
They've done the damage to just push DF back. Valkyrie
It's
is gonna
crazy
have
that they're
DF
able to
not close enough
Valkyrie right at that
capitalize,
position.
and maybe that will allow DF
it looks
to
like there's
also
no
escape.
overhead.
But TSM just about staying alive thanks to the positioning, thanks to the damage from Verhos.
Well, here's Scars. They're involved in a fight as well.
That was pretty clutch.
RPR
Pretty clutch.
jumping onto Ash for this as well. Big damage coming in, but RPR will fall. So Scars find themselves down to 2. Flesh damage going to even things up, and now Taishin finds himself in a situation where he has to clutch up here for Scars.
Tries to guarantee one more point, will do so. Up to 39 are Scars, and I've seen Taishin do some crazy things in 1vx's. TSM also find themselves in the southern side of this circle. Should be able to move in slowly, but there's not a lot of cover for them to work with.
Verhos is kind of isolated as well. You can see that Reps and Imperial Hao have moved forward. RPR has been finishing that kill feed as well. Reject and Scars both eliminated as well. I'm speaking of Verhos. He finds
Gaming is
himself
so
on his
loud.
back.
Scars, Reject just got eliminated.
A long time ago, and they know they can really capitalize from it. They need a big point game. Optic's still alive as well.
NRG still alive. We have a lot of big names here. Dreamfire,
as everyone tries to get
and
into that building.
Exo, Team Burger.
Everybody finally being able to just take a breath here.
This is like the most star-studded end game here.
Somewhere to play. The pressure subsiding in the lobby for just a few minutes for the teams. And Optic Gaming, I almost said it in jest at one point. Can you go 4 in a row here? Well, there are 11 squads remaining, and the position they find themselves in.
Imagine Optic Gaming does.
Maybe the fairy tale is about to come true.
Optic have almost guaranteed themselves a victory in this group, but they'd love to do it in emphatic fashion.
I would love to hear an end game here of Optic Gaming real quick. So let's do that, exactly that. Optic Gaming, let's see what you're up to.
High kill.
Zone, guys. We're not in
Let's
zone.
see what the geniuses that won the last 3 games straight are up to here.
We want to fight.
Let's do it.
Ready?
I'm going up.
Coming up. Broke their gen. I'm gonna ult them.
They're being very aggressive, as you can tell.
Lots of 22 with dupe. I'm going. Lots of one. Guy, bubble up. No. After that, I'm batting. I'm gonna get an angle again.
Let's Falco! Come!
They want to disengage.
Where do you want to do it?
Rip it! Just rip it! Go, quick!
Very drastic comms. Wants to go quick.
I'm fried.
They're playing here as a hover. One gets. Oh, Valcon lasered out of the sky. Optic Gaming is not looking good here.
I stuck one.
I ulted. Stay alive.
Oh, so close, but that was not enough.
Such a bad play. Yeah. We had that so weak. We literally would have just killed that team.
But there's a team on the roof.
We got some after comms here. All right, back to the main thing. That was very cool to watch.
But where do you go from here? You're only a 2. You don't want to be pushed. You've got to take the fight.
It's a 3v2 for TSM. Reps
TSM is about to go down. TSM just got eliminated.
NRG eliminated as well. We're down to 6 in our final game of the group.
Fnatic were in 3rd place. They could capitalize. They could push themselves up to 2nd. IG are out. UCAP trying to take it.
Fnatic being aggressive. They're getting some nice KP.
Into the top 4.
Fnatic survive for now, but
great
so
little
much
armor swap.
in on him.
Armor swap God over here.
A couple of boxes to hide behind. As we see EXO,
He's gonna somehow armor swap again, I'm sure.
Edge was great for them. Dreamfire, the winners of game number 1, still alive as well as Fnatic will be eliminated. We're down to 3.
Remember, EXO were 23 points behind Optic Gaming going into this. A victory here plus a set of kills. They could still, in theory, take this 1st place position away from Optic Gaming. It is still doable. They have some KP. They have started to catch up because Optic Gaming were eliminated in that 7th place spot. But it's going to be difficult because there are 2 separate 3s waiting. Dreamfire, who won match number 1, and they could try and sandwich this Group C versus D with back-to-back victories in a way if you reversed it.
Well, EXO trying to force these 2 teams into a battle, trying to force them to do the work for them. Dreamfire, another one of the teams. They're going to have to move in on a few moments as well as the zone will close behind them. And I think that Dreamfire might be the first team who are going to have to bubble here. No cover to play with for them. They have to walk out into the open ground. I tell you what, the sand is looking pretty hot to step on right now.
DNG. They're losing players, and they will lose all of their players.
That position's so rough.
3rd place. Now we've got a 3 versus 3, and EXO are already shredding.
EXO trying to hold this cross for now. They get the damage done to make it a 3v3. The bubble is forced. So now they will have that opportunity to get the bubble down
comment, they switch.
Always so vital in these final moments.
So
vital not looking bad here either.
Position from Dreamfire. Look at the shields for Dreamfire.
Dude, this is pretty good.
Now starting to really cause
even back and forth here.
The Stars are hurting, and so is the Peacekeeper. Big chunk as EXO look to add another win.
Killer Pause is going crazy there. Not bad.
What a performance from EXO! Not just in that game, but this entire group. They will rival Optic Gaming when it comes to those final points. That 12 points for winning is going to be huge for them. Did Optic Gaming do enough? Did they get enough kills?
Huge.
I think they would have just about managed it and should still be topping it. But EXO have given it such a good go to try and contest them, considering how far behind they were from Optic Gaming.
Terrible down.
EXO, the winners of game number 2 and the final game of group play today for C versus D. Will be extremely happy with how they finish things off today. Have to look at those kills, the amount of points they get on the boards, and how it does influence those leaderboards. But I tell you what, another amazing game of Apex Legends. Again, we keep saying it. It's day 1, everyone. It's day 1. It's just nuts.
He did start rolling his sleeves up, but I made sure that that stayed away. We don't want to have too many competition going on between our commentators here because Mark does have very large arms. EXO with 19 points though, and even though 7 kills was a huge amount, considering they were 23 behind Optic Gaming, that does confirm that Optic Gaming win Group C versus D.
So Optic Gaming does win with the 3-peat, but this does matter.
Points as Dreamfire come in as well. The winners of game number 1 today with a 2nd place finish in our final game of this group. Big kills for them as well. 50 points on the board.
On the next one.
Optic Gaming, they were involved in that final kind of 10 teams. I thought they might be able to pull something off here with everything else they've done today, but TSM, another one, a little bit slow for them. NRG, a little bit slow for them. We'll have to see how these final standings look down because it's going to be very interesting.
Do you know what's crazy is that even with 3 wins in a row for Optic Gaming, EXO put themselves in a position where they were only, I think around 5 points behind Optic at this point. That's how close it's going to be when you see these teams getting down to the wire, and that's how close some of these groups are going to be, and how important group stages will be when you start to look at who's going to be progressing into that bracket play. Those are your bottom 10 then from that game. It's a good amount of kills once more from the likes of Scars, but unfortunately just not able to turn them into placements.
Yeah, it's just great. I just look across it and I always feel like I'm picking out a team and being like, oh, that's a bit of a surprise because they haven't got any points on the board, but that just shows the level of competition, not only here at the Apex Legends Global Series Championship, but just in every single lobby we're going to see. Every single team can win games. Every single team can do damage. It's just been nuts to watch today.
It has been crazy, and as you say, just day 1, and we've still got plenty more action as well. We're going to have more group stage action happening on the main stage, but I mean, 6 matches to try and separate 20 godly teams is always going to be a difficult thing to do, but Optic, at the very best chance they could, they were making sure they were doing as much damage as possible and getting those kills when they can. But EXO, in the position they found themselves in that final game, I think they knew they had the chance. They just needed to make sure they played that final circle correctly, because when you do have a 3
wasn't in this group unique.
All it takes is just an engagement a little bit too soon and you can throw it all away.
Yeah, just again, takes that discipline in those final fights, especially when you see those 3v3v3 situations, right? It's about forcing the teams to move towards each other, being the last to move, being the last to gibby bubble, whatever it might be. Keep that utility for as long as you can, so that you can use it last and get that big damage down. So congratulations for EXO for closing things out. But I mean, the crazy thing is, well, we've got so much more today. We've got so many more games to bring you today, and honestly, I just want to keep casting. I'm not going to leave. I'm going to refuse to leave. I'm not sure that's how it works. That's how it works.
We will remove you if we need to, so that you have a break and you don't die on day one, right? It's only we've got 4 days of action. That's what's amazing here. And I think that Optic Gaming and their performance, they've demonstrated that they are not just a team capable of getting points, they're a team capable of multiple victories. And as the tournament progresses and as we get into serious thoughts about match point,
now it's going to be a new group.
Start to look like a favorite.
What the hell?
So do EXO Gaming, another team that was able to find multiple
This is
victories.
from this? I knew this from this. I was
will
like,
be
what is going
highlighting
on
as
over
the
here,
tournament
bro?
goes on. Those teams, you will consistently be finding those victories.
Well, as you say, Dan Gaskin's own words, Optic maybe looking like favourites after group play has concluded between C and D. We'll have to see what the desk has to say about that one. So Rain Day, it's over to you.
What's up, Rain Day?
Thank
Tell me
you,
what you have to
boys,
say.
and welcome back to the PNC Arena in Raleigh. Our fans alive and well. It's so good to be in this environment with them, watching firsthand how this is all unfolding. I'm Rain Day, and I am joined by, of course, my great crew for this first part, our first series, James Bardoff and Lauren Lara Quinte, Glitter Explosion. It's been a explosive afternoon, I would say.
Rain Day is really nice. I like Rain Day.
Multiple times. EXO recently getting their second victory of Series 1. Optic went
You can tell he's a good guy.
back and kind of created the storyline that was a little too easy to fall on for all of us. But overall, we've seen some deadly performances from APAC South, mostly, James, and I think you've been pretty excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one huge question, especially for the likes of EXO Clan, a Thai team coming into the international stages, can they deliver? And boy, did they too. Especially with Optic Gaming taking half the game, taking victory in half the game. EXO took 2 of the other 3. That is a huge statement to make.
It would all start in game number 4, where we would get back into Storm Point. Lauren, a lot of questions, but they were answered by Optic.
Absolutely. And, you know, I do want to call it, because we were talking about this while we were watching, and we saw at the beginning of the Match 4 highlights here, we've seen some really strong plays coming out of Suto Raikou yet. I don't think they fully found their groove, but their aggression is there. We watched.
Did TSM make it to the next group?
Get them out of the lobby. We're opening up a lot of doors.
Or did they lose?
We're seeing so many of these other.
Don't we get to see that still?
Play, obviously, EXO as well, and moving
Pretty sure
into this
so.
5th game.
Yeah.
This
We'll go
was
see it.
another situation where we have Suto Raikou getting 8 kills in this game as well. I mean, just strong performance.
Unbelievable. I mean, you would not expect to see that of the game winners in Series 1, there would be no EMEA, there would be no APAC. It would be North America and APAC South, and you're looking at a Thai team and a Taiwanese team, an incredible kind of feature here for our global competition. That's why we get so excited when these things happen. Optic's still looking probably the most lethal overall
that
comparison to what they've demonstrated on Twitter.
Yeah, I think they are definitely in final boss mode on day one. Just how they want it to be. They want everybody else to know that they have the foot on top of everybody else. They're keeping their heads below water. That certainly is true, you know, as far as their regions are concerned. But again, APAC are coming in. But I have to also give a shout out to IG. The team is starting to rise pretty quickly and kept the consistency even when they finished in 11th place, for example, in one of the games. They managed to get 7 kills, so they're keeping their keeping the momentum moving forward, and that's pretty good for a top 10 place at the moment.
Obviously, FA Kitties running this year as well. We saw a bit of a catch between Dreamfire picking up this year also. Another team that won Game 1. A good mention for our APAC South squad as well.
We are getting a lot of consistency out of them right now.
Oh, thank you, Cold War Pro Gaming.
People that are very, very happy about
the
that.
The Costa Barrel just gave up. Yeah, the Costa Barrel was stuck on his head.
Gino's on his way up here. But it's just overall what the type
He's now on Dark Zero.
We're hoping to see out of the regions that
look at the leaderboard. TSM just sneaked in.
Of course, EXO, Fnatic, Dreamfire, Scars, and
NRG did not make it.
Gaming round out your top 5 here, but shortly behind, it's IG International. Alliance, we question how they would perform. I think, well, maybe not as good as they would hope for final day. Liquid, my pick, tied with Alliance also. Team Burger coming up, 33, just 1 point behind at TSM, rounding out the top 10 for C versus D. We'll always have some representation in the crowd as well. And on the back half, too, maybe some adjustments for these teams who couldn't quite get it done between the top 10 and 20. And for those who couldn't, James, as we kind of pan over to that, what's the conversation here? Is it just a matter of slow to start, big new venue, big global competition, or are there maybe some tweaks that need to be adjusted for right away?
We have a number of variables here. What's clear is that people have not been shy in the compositions they're running here, which of course they haven't won previously a different.
I don't know any of those teams.
Partly it might be down to, did we come out worse in a situation? If we run it back, are we going to win that 10 times, etc.? Partly it's about
One IQ did not do well.
Early rotation, run out of resources, low on shields, low on opportunities. Now, there's a lot of different things it could be. The key is to disseminate that information and make the right decisions for the games to come.
I had a question, Lauren. How did you feel about TSM? You know, obviously rough start 1 and in 2. Sticking, though, with their composition on World's Edge. They kept with Mad Maggie. They kept with Seer. They kept with Valkyrie. Is that the type of thing that you like to see teams do? Just trust what you've planned, make adjustments day in after day? There's still so much time.
There is, and I think they're one of those teams that handles being under pressure very well, so this is not something that's going to throw them off by any means. If they wanted to stick with that through this first series, that's fine. Don't forget, we do get to see them again now coming in the next series, and it's going to be against a different group, too, so that could potentially inform what they want to do, how they want to play, but I appreciated it, for at least for the first 6 games.
I think it's been great to see the diversity here, and one thing's for sure, the winners, there was no joking about it. In fact, I remember the conversation very clearly on the plane arriving in Sweden. We're not here to make friends. After their performance to reach #1 today, they certainly haven't. Let's head over to James Banks on stage with a member from Optic Gaming.
Oh yes, that's right. Thank you very much, guys. I've got Optic Gaming's Duplex with me here. Raleigh, you gonna make some noise for Optic? Now, in the opening couple of games, you started off a little bit slow. I wanted to see, what was the discussion after these games? What were you talking about in the team?
Just, you know, those zones are really hard for us for some reason. It's probably our worst zones to play out for us. So we got some new strategies coming up, but obviously I don't want to say it. Hopefully they work. Yeah, it's just like we're not good on survey zones. That's about it. Yeah. So and we had 2 in a row. So just ended up dying, Valk ulting, and couldn't move. So many snipers in the game.
So sometimes it happens like that. That's for sure. Now you did then go into back-to-back wins, and that was more than impressive. Did you start to feel
You could tell he's a little nervous.
confidence after that?
Yes, we did. We were trying to go for 4 in a row, but it didn't work out. So I wish we would have gotten that 4 in a row.
4 in a row would have been something super special as well.
They won
You know,
half of the games
You
in
guys are notorious, right, for not stopping once you start going. Do you feel like you've got the momentum now after getting this wins and after starting so strong to take it through to the following days?
Oh, yes. I think we're pretty confident. So we're going to try and take the first places going on forward, trying to get the #1 seed in the championship finals.
That's what we want to hear. #1 seed, what do you think, Raleigh? I think the crowd are certainly believing in that. But also, if we go back to Stockholm, you guys finished in 4th place. What did you learn from that?
We learned a lot of things. Well, you know how it is. It's our first LAN, so we learned a lot of things. Like, you know, I don't want to say it, but because then you guys know the weakness. So,
Don't exploit your weaknesses. Okay, we're not going to do that. That's for sure. Now, finally, I also want to ask, right? In this lobby that you're playing in, there was a lot of Seers coming in to play. Obviously, very good in the team fights. How is that for you to play against? What do you feel about that?
They're just annoying. Annoying.
Super annoying Seers to play against. This is Duplex. This is Optic. They're looking good to start off with. Let's get ourselves back to the desk. Raleigh, make some noise!
Thank you so much, James.
I don't want to say
Duplex,
it.
maybe not a man of many words, but very clear with his goal. We are not giving away any information whatsoever that will stop us from getting first place. It's all business with these guys. I try to tell you, they are not giving anybody a chance if they can help it.
Listen, Duplex, don't be shy, man. Just say like, okay, yeah, we learned some stuff, but I don't want to tell you. That's it. Just, you know,
He wants to be polite.
He wants to say.
He wants to be polite.
I want the BM though. Give it. I want to hear him like he plays on the serve. I want full BM. I don't want to tell you the secret.
Of course you do.
Sit there and watch.
Of course you want
Absolutely.
to. Yeah.
We've got our secondary.
I'll tell you next time. I promise. In the future, I might tell you if you're good. You behave.
Here's how it is gone so far. I'm not sure if this is the final match. I'm going to wait just to confirm that we are done with matches and this isn't just Game 5 play. But as it stands on your screen, AD lead them all. And of course, Space Station, a team that won the first game, they've rounded out the third.
They've turned up today.
I know. And Furia, I mean, talk about Seer, talk about the annoyance. You got to give a lot of credit to his Watson as well and this squad. Kind of.
So wait, this doesn't decide anything, right? Not yet, right? Because they have to do another group that adds on to this before they get the top 10 in the bottom.
The bounce back.
On both halves, because we were talking about the performances of 100 Thieves and Dark Zero being very subpar, especially for what we know they're capable of, and both of them, Dark Zero jumping up 10
what
spots,
up, Bailey?
100 Thieves jumping up 6. It's not the end of the road yet for them, but this is a much
Is that Touche in the crowd? Didn't it look like Touche?
I mean,
booing? Wasn't the guy booing? Let's go back.
I kind of asked Lauren this, but I want to get your thoughts. Do you think they just kept with what they're doing and it finally worked? They're a little polite. He wants to be polite.
Was this guy not Dal Touche? Yeah, we gotta check real quick. Who cares about that venue?
In the crowd has certainly learned.
For his goal. We are not giving away. Duplex, maybe not a man of many words, but
That is totally him, isn't it? Come on.
very clear with his goal. We are not giving
Bro, that's
away
totally
any
him. Come on.
information whatsoever
What?
that will stop us from getting first place. It's all
No.
business with these guys. I try to tell you, they are not giving anybody a chance if they can, right? I mean, that's the idea. You don't necessarily know what's wrong unless you actually get punished for it and have a chance to look back at it and make the decision. Like Duplex would so unkindly not tell us that he did or what he did, but we've got the first series done. That means the first part of our group stage here in our 4-day tournament in Raleigh is done, and here is how it stands across all of the 40 teams competing. Optic Gaming, they are #1 overall. EXO follow right behind. AD with 61, rounding out our top 3, and then Team Singularity and Fnatic taking our top 5. And of course, even for Dark
They
Zero,
said Touche was in the crowd? Really?
I think Scars had a day that a lot of people have been waiting for, a big turnaround for Scars here. And of course, Furia.
I thought that was Dal Touche for a moment. I didn't say it out loud because I didn't want to be wrong.
I think we have a nice spread, like salted butter across some toast. In terms of the scores here, no one's running away with it too much, apart from, say, the teams in the 60s, and that's fine. There's a lot to compete for, and this, you could almost turn this entire table upside down later on, so no one's lost anything just yet in this top 20.
I think we're looking at something that is going to set up a very exciting rest of our day. Of course, that also means that those who are doing well, the opposite is also true for some who haven't gotten it together just quite yet. Detonation Gaming, I have to give a shout out to them. Playing with 2 that entire lobby, 32 points, almost in the top 20, almost in winner's bracket. That is an incredible feat.
So close to winner's
Well
bracket.
in the same position down there, but these are those teams that haven't been able to get it together. And for me, most notably, coming from North America as well, I look at Cloud9, they've got their full roster together. Maybe would have expected something, Lauren, a little bit more cohesive.
Yeah, we'll have to see if anything changes now moving into the next series, but it's definitely a team that we were excited to talk about, definitely a team that we expect more out of. And there's even a few teams on here from what we were just watching, Sutaraiku, NRG. We saw, and to be fair, we did see some pop-off moments from a lot of these other squads. We saw Reject have a couple good plays in there. We saw, obviously, Godfire have a couple good plays in there. I mean, so things are shaking out, right? We have to see what happens as we continue to move through the group stage.
I'm going to say what's not polite, okay? I'm going to say the real stuff.
BM.
Cloud9 have got their full squad here. There are 2 teams above them with only 2 players.
Ow.
They need to fix that.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, James, I think it's important to note, too, we've got teams that have played it very differently, almost that decision-making process to go, we know we're not going to take 3v3 fights, so we're going to just make sure we get good placements. I did notice Detonation Gaming found themselves in top 5 situations often, and they were playing, I think, Ash and Seer, just a really good non-rat potential.
There's
you will never be
2
surprised,
teams.
plus we can get out of dodge pretty
3
quickly.
teams with 2 players.
I like the approach. Cloud9 maybe a little bit more confident, thus a little more aggressive. Maybe a few more mistakes. We'll have to wait and see But not too long. We will be following along with some of these teams on the main stage very soon. Of course, if you want to check out the secondary stream with Nicewig and Greek God, they're nonstop. And trust me, it's a little different than what we're doing on this main stream in a good way, that's for sure. But for those of you who game quite often, I know we got a lot of gamers in the house as well, you got to be gaming in comfort. And for those who are curious on how they can increase that, well, there's good news. Herman Miller is actually going to be 15% off all of their gaming products through July 19th. That is actually going to be, if you can actually pan over, we have our Japanese broadcast who's sitting in some of those chairs. I have the Herman Miller gaming chair. It is a great investment into your back and into your quality of life, but also it's available if you want to get off.
Do you think ALGS got paid for that, or do you think Rain Day got a cut?
Up until July 19th, and it's in North America and Japan only. I think you got to get involved, James. You got one yet?
Hey, I've got an Aeron. I've got a size C. I've got it for the bubble butt, and I was super comfortable. You know, nice and fit now, but it's still very, very nice.
Are you getting one? I think
I already have that exact chair. I'm already on board. I already know what's good. Okay.
That's right. I remember we did that show, and I saw you in it, and I said we have the same chair. Trust me, it's good. Big shout out as well to Monster, of course, our official energy.
I'm already on board. I already know what's good. Okay.
That's right. I remember we did that show, and I saw you in it, and I said we have the same chair. Trust me.
I never skip.
Soon it is going to be, I believe, B versus D on your main stage, which means those questions about Cloud9, we're going to see them right here behind us. G&T,
Cloud9, I'm excited. Are you excited?
Rambo flying in to fill in for Matey last minute, and of course they had some decent success.
Probably both of them.
Furia going up against TSM. We've seen that storyline over the course of the last few months in Imperial.
Oh, helps back pain, Robo. Investment time. I need a new bed is what I need.
Okay,
Do they sell beds?
I think that a lot of B might be in trouble against a very difficult D squad. However, on the flip side of things, I think Cloud9 might rise to the occasion against familiar foes and some of the most dangerous teams in the world.
All right, 1IQ was in last place, so I'm kind of rooting for them now.
And you know one of the things that I want to point out that we haven't
Is
even
it continuing tomorrow? It's continuing right now.
Yes.
This is what's about. We're about to watch this right now.
I want to see
it
what
continues
they can do
on
into this next series as well. That's someone I'm going to be keeping my eyes on.
Yeah.
And yes, it does continue tomorrow, but
unfortunate for them not to be able to attend.
It also continues now.
My bus to Sweden with those guys as well. Just incredible players. And, of course, they are going to be rooting for Enemigo to make that happen. On our secondary stream, here's the matchups we're going to be seeing. Of course, Group A versus C. That makes up for a very fun kind of time here with Nicewig casting the action alongside Greek God. It'll be 100 Thieves, having a chance to kind of build off of that. Remember, AD, one of our top 3 teams in this entire... We didn't mention Team Singularity as well.
We have to note, AD got rid of the raccoon and added themselves a generic esports flying bird. So
that's
you know, just for if anyone.
That's the shift. Yeah, that's all I needed.
So the raccoon's dead, and now they've got some kind of eagle or falcon. I'm not quite sure what it is, but
it's a bird of prey.
Let us know what you think.
Yeah, we think that's fine.
Where?
Also, a chance to see Space Station again. I mean, Zanal dropped Frex. I've always loved their commitment to playing Horizon on Stormpoint. I think it's a legend that.
There's a break. Yeah, we're at the break right now. This is the break.
Still is very viable. So excited to see what they bring to the table too.
We've got a lot going on. Okay,
lot.
You thought the day was done, and I know we're typically done at 6. We're not. We have 6 more, and those games.
Do you do a watch party tomorrow? Maybe. Today's went pretty well. It's been a lot of fun.
Change alongside them.
Probably do it again tomorrow.
To keep our eyes on, in case you guys are forgetting, it is the top 20 that will make it through to that winners bracket, and we see where they stand right now. And I don't expect them to be even remotely the same after this next series.
Well, I know where James stands. It's about 6'5". That's why I have a box underneath me, and I
wasn't even going to say
every broadcast.
We weren't going to talk about it.
You got to 8 Mile him because he's going to do it eventually. So you got to just jump in front of it, and I'm not going to do it. No, this is our height exactly. And so you guys, James and I born pretty equal in all those regards. But all jokes aside, we've got our talent predictions, which again are not who we want to win, but more so who we're focusing on today. And 2 members focused on the, I would say, the more star-studded storyline approach, and that was, of course, Vicky and Tom. It was Optic Gaming all the way. I think, though, everyone, look at the balance of points that we got there. Really nobody underperformed too badly. And in fact, James, I got to give you a shout-out on Fnatic. Look at them. I mean, coming in with 50 points, you're basically second in terms of who you were focused on.
Yeah, I'm super hyped for them, and you know, I wanted to pick Pulverex as well, but of course they're playing with their coach the best they can. Shout out to those guys as well. But I love the APAC region and what they bring. I am
Sounds good, Gabriel.
Big fan of that region, so I'm all about that life all week.
Glitter Alliance, it was a good choice. I mean, I think we still have more to see from them, though.
Absolutely.
But I think, you stayed in the pocket there. Big shout out to Gaskin as well. We're all trying to beat him. He is the unequivocal points champion, apparently, and so we were trying to slow his roll a little bit. Vicky and Tom, they are out to the races, so we'll wait to see what that is. If you want to keep in touch with us, we've been tweeting all around. Fallout has been tweeting more than I think the official channels of any of us here combined, but we are all tweeting a lot about this event, as well as, of course, the official Apex channel and Play Apex Esports. You can find it right there, Play Apex Esports, of course, on YouTube, same one, and on Twitch at Play Apex. It is a good time to be an Apex Legends fan. In fact, if you've been watching the stream, that means you may not have caught all of the action happening on our secondary stream. So we're going to do you one better. We're actually going to play some of those highlights and some special content while we go ahead and get ready for our upcoming sets. It is a good one. B versus D coming up here on the main stage after this.
Ooh. Oh, we get nice. We get a little bit of that second stream now. Is it like the highlights?
All right, game number 4 here, live from Raleigh as we kick it off. We're gonna be on Storm Point. Like I said, we don't really know where everyone's landing. I don't know if everyone's gonna really land on each other here. Most likely gonna be a very big, a very big peace treaty. But C9 and SSG will be landing near each other, so they're probably gonna be the team to watch in this situation. Who knows if they actually do anything, but they are gonna be landing at the same POI and Chariot. Here we go. Naughty and them dropping down. We're going to see C9 and SSG flying over. No, SSG is not landing. They're landing on... No, they are. They're coming.
There are 6 Seers in the lobby, and E8 is running Valk, Seer...
Are we just not watching this? What?
Wow, what a comp.
E8, I think, is just happy.
This is the special content?
They're pulling up straight Empire. So C9 and SSG are going to land on each other here, chat. They usually don't do anything too crazy. They don't really fight. But SSG has been getting way more hyper-aggressive onto C9 as of late. And C9's been really trying to claim this POI as theirs. But, again, it's not like C9's versing a really bad team. SSG is one of the better team-fighting teams. They definitely have really good mechanics. So C9's been really struggling to deal with that bullshit that SSG provides in this situation. But you would think, oh my god, C9 is getting less loot. They're losing this battle. It's not true. The backside of this and the building that they're taking is actually better than all of the chicken toes and the up top spots, even without Crafter. And everyone's like, oh, they get Crafter. Also, again, not true. They do get the Crafter, but C9 also rotates up, and they get all the spiders. They get the spiders up top, too. Sometimes they end up with like 250 goo for Crafter.
Yep. One thing I do want to point out here, looking at the map, you go down to the south side, and LG has all of Gale Station and fish farms. And when you click on them, well, I don't know which team has it, but it is indeed pulling back this way to fish farms.
Wow.
So LG looking good here. Yep. They're going to be kitted. They might even have time to do the armory before they rotate.
Yeah, that'd be great for them, honestly.
But it's pulling back fish farms.
Well, that's
you heard
good.
It here first.
Personally, I'm not really a big fish farms fan when it comes down to those late game circles. I don't mind watching them, but I really hate playing it. I hate playing. I do think in ranked they were super boring. They're super infuriating.
I think the reason they're good in comp is because it allows a lot of teams to stay alive.
That's fair. I guess
there's a lot of buildings. You can play in the little under the pads.
And look at this, bro.
Whipping the foreign.
AYM whipping the Mercedes or the Beamer, Benz, or Bentley.
Wow.
One of the 3, they're whipping it, and they're going to be going crazy. They're just running through.
Just names 3 different cars.
He's ready to fucking poke some eyes out with that thing, dude. Jesus Christ. Look at that shit. Oh, my man's whipping. Oh, my God.
Are they getting the cannon?
That air looks clean, bro. That air looks so nice. They did a phenomenal job with that air, bro, on some real stuff. They did a great job. Now, this is going to be interesting to see how AYM moves forward. They're not taking the car with them, so they're going to walk this. Most likely just going to try to get into fish farms somewhere, as Monsoon and them opt to take the building in the middle of fish farms. I think it's a good call. We have C9 here rotating on the back. Ow! I think the fly just
This week has always reminded me of someone who I couldn't ever put my finger on who. Probably like your uncle.
I'm not kidding.
I remember when I found,
when
I first heard of Nice Wig, it was from that Dizzy raid.
Oh, IMC. Fury's going to be
He
fighting
really
over
made the
here on
most out of
bottom
that.
side. Let's see what they do. Ow! Dude, I got bit by a fly. Is there a horse fly in here?
You got bit by a fly?
I want to see it. Do you think Fury takes this fight?
I don't know if they're going to be able to block them out, though.
Yeah.
They might be able to just leave.
I mean, they might be able to leave here. Don't forget, you can't put the car on top, but they do have the Horizon Q Greek to stop it.
He just said he got
The
bit by
Horizon
a
Q can indeed
fly?
stop, and he's going to drop the Serialty down soon, too. I
Look
want
at
to
how
see.
many teams are already in.
This is one of the reasons I don't like doing the Armory Greek, because I hate getting stuck like this, man. It's so fucking anxiety-inducing. It's so bad. And C9's already in there. We have SSG, C9, PBX, AYM, Phoenix, NPC, and Ascend all in picture. Here we go. Fury getting some good shots down in the Caustic here. They're going to get some KP most likely going down.
Knock on to ODK.
ODK going down here as Fury tries to move in. The Caustic is stopping the push a little bit, but they want to get aggressive on this. It's going to be a lot up to Panders to get back up top and get some fucking shots going down inside onto the Caustic here. He's climbing the bins. Watson getting some good angles, but I think this is going to be an ODK wipe.
Your uncle
as
busy.
Fury is going to just destroy them, I think.
They get the Finn. They have them stuck in the corner here.
And he sees
hungry
both right
for some
there.
KP. Watson calling out where they are live.
Wait, he's right under you, right under it, bro. What the hell is he doing? Nice. Watson
Good
not seeing
shots.
there. Panders does get the knock on the Hatson, and it's going to be one man left, and they can't find him. I mean, he is a seer. I mean, you should be able to find him. I don't really understand where he went. Where did my mans go? Oh, he left. So he's already gone. ODK's third is already down the mountain.
I think he got to take the
Seer's so good.
pad out.
His
Yeah, he
Watson
took the
has
pad
made
out.
Seer
And
very
ODK,
popular.
two-man down.
Seer
Worst owner
becoming so
alive as
popular
Fury
is a
gets
lot
2
of his
KP on
Watsons.
ODK there.
Like the
Really
person
great
we're
job.
watching, it's a lot of
And look at
literally
this.
his
DC
doing.
and SNG right next to each other, bro, in the late game. People just taking the little angles right here onto the holes. This is a good call. I like this spot a lot. I think these spots are extremely playable, and I think they're really, really durable when it comes down to late game, too.
Yeah, they should be able to coexist here for a while.
Yep.
They might be able to bub out and get some shots, but it's very hard to start a fight there because there are a lot of teams in the buildings looking over you.
And we're not used to seeing this Greek, a very fast C9 rotate here. They're running in the backside of fish farms, and they usually take their time to loot and everything.
Yeah, they actually have pretty decent loot. The guns are kitted because they did both sets of spiders.
Yep.
I saw a fully kitted Mozam, which could low-key smack.
Yeah, those Mozam hammers go crazy.
A
dude,
purple
100%.
bolt Mozam with the hammers goes crazy.
And look at this. Zeta's going to be fighting AD here as the Sensei's going to try to get the bat off. Taskmaster then breaking 2 shields, and Impulse is all in there by himself. They're going to try to help him out as Impulse might go down. No, he actually gets the knock on Oakley here. AD, one man alive here.
And AD gets wiped by Zeta.
Oh my God, Taskmaster and Impulse staying alive for 35 minutes by himself as Sunset doesn't even get the help. And AD, the second place team, is now out for game number 4.
Wow, AD getting
Great job.
rolled in that fight by
Great
Zeta.
job by Zeta, man. They did a phenomenal job fighting there, dude. Really, really good job. I love seeing that. I love seeing that AD is an aggressive team getting put in their place a little bit, too, by Impulse. And what's
GMT
going
looking
on?
to fight as well over here.
Jeez, look at that
And
end
here we go.
circle.
Crazy
Holy
Raccoon gonna try to
crap.
stabilize against GMT.
That's gonna be
GMT is
so
trying to get
rough.
angles on the inside. Rambo does go down here. The nade is getting eaten as Maney's trying to get some shots off. The Seer pushing in. The Eva shot's going down, and they're going to get the knock on to Maney. Sunday and Zeta, the last 2 alive as they try to do a 2v2. Can they do it? Yes, they can. And the wipe on the GMT as CR, Crazy Raccoon, without Roz, the first place team, wipes GMT Esports.
Wow, what a reset here coming out from CR. The composure, while getting their building breached to win the fight, reset, not get thirsted, the most important part.
Unbelievable, dude. Honestly, a great job, CR, man. Without Roz Freak, are fighting exceptionally well. They're doing an amazing job. This is a team with a sub. They are playing phenomenal. I love seeing that CR is still doing well without one of their main carries. They are performing phenomenally. And my man is actually opting to keep the Eva right now, and this man needs help.
Look at the boys Swinny in them.
700
Outside the
damage,
map,
4 kills.
Cruising in the foreign. They got the Oakleys on.
They definitely got the Oakleys on. I mean, look how far deep they are, bro. It's actually crazy.
Yeah.
All right, chat, I'm going to be eating,
They're taking the
so I'm going to be
scenic
muting and
No, they
unmuting
really
every
are
2
taking the scenic
seconds.
route here, and they're whipping the foreign on the backside. I mean, they're not really much to worry about. They're just trying to get into fish farms, and if you can avoid all the bullshit and the hassle, bro, it's like taking a back route. You know what I mean?
I think they're most likely going to take that singular house.
I think so too. They're probably gonna take that circle house in the back left, but it's not that good. Wow, I cannot lie, bro. I am unbelievably impressed by CR right now. Without Raj, they are literally in first place in this lobby, doing a phenomenal job team fighting, which I think is the hardest part about having a sub.
You got to think, though, that, you know, the support from him You know, even though he's not playing, is probably going to be there. His thoughts are going to be with them.
Yeah.
And they're playing their hearts out right now for the boy Roz.
100%.
They're trying to make him proud, and they're doing just that.
And then we see SSG back inside of Launchpad here, and it's going to be fucking E8 above. And they might actually get aggressive out of this. They crack one on E8. I wonder if
What do you
they're
mean,
trying to fight
Dijon?
this. No, they're not. They're going to come back.
What up,
They're
Goated?
most likely going to Valko with the out. 100 Thieves is alive, bro, but they're taking their time. They're playing the top spot. And I don't really like where 100 Thieves is at right now. We see Zeta here. We see FL, Veto all by himself. And Sarah Tricky never doing powers in the back. But this
I
is
do
good.
want to point out that 100T did not have a beacon to hit this round, so that's probably why they opted for that spot. They weren't sure it was going to pull all the way back, so they played a neutral position.
Yep.
I would say same with SSG because they
Everybody
didn't have a
knows
beacon
the
at launchpad
circle.
either.
You see how everybody is already like taking very end game positions because they know.
There's not much you can do in these situations because it's so difficult. You just try to guess the zone. You can't really rotate early because if you're...
As we know, chat, most of the rotations happen after the first beacon hit. Most teams can see the zone and know where it's going to end by zone 2. So the teams that don't get a beacon off spawn, when the zone 2 is revealed, most of their rotations are already cut off and the good spots in the zone are already taken.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying is a lot of these spots, chat, like we will keep reinstating this, bro. This is nothing like your Xbox Gold lobbies. Like nothing. Stop saying you would wipe the fucking lobby. No, you wouldn't, dude. You wouldn't even get 3 shots off before you got put down. Okay? It's nothing like your Xbox Gold lobbies. It doesn't matter about your PS4 lobbies, dude. All right? This is nothing like them. These zones are going to be ridiculously hard to get into because of all the teams live.
I don't
want to
see
for $2 million. You're playing for 33 RP.
I don't want to see a single comment about
Tell them, Nice Wig. I've been telling everybody. I keep getting in these lobbies. I'm like,
they're playing for $2 million.
Screaming at the people, and I'm like, you guys are not in the ALGS. Push this guy.
You wipe your ass with that, bro. You're Drake. You're literally him. Now, SSG is going to be waiting up top near Launchpad. They're really late on the rotate, Greek. This is very obscure for SSG. I feel like they would know, you know? I feel like they would know where the zone's ending just based off this. They have to know it's a fish farms.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the zone, though, there's really nowhere to play right now in fish farms.
No, nothing at all. I mean, everything is taken here. And, chat, you guys keep saying, watch my team, watch this team. Chat, half the teams are just sitting here, bro. I'm just going to watch whoever's doing anything.
There's nobody fighting right now.
There's no one doing anything. Shut up. Love you. Very much love you. Now, Zeta's going to be rotating on this left side. We're going to have Burnham United, bro, next to FNX. FNX is actually ratting.
Hey, chat, shut up.
They're ratting the armor right now, and the only one's going to come to that is Zeta, but I don't think they're going to do anything in this situation. They're not going to move in. We have Furia and Zera, bro, play on the backside. They're right next to SSG. I wonder if the fight's going to go down here. We have 100 of these in the top spot. We have CR here. We have LG in the back. I mean, everyone's just in fish farms right now. And I wonder where it's going to pull. I think AYM might be in the best spot on the map, Greek.
Is it Vayne? Why is SSG camping in zone? I'd wipe them on God.
I think AOM is the best spot, Greek. Thoughts?
What?
Can you talk?
What?
SSG, AOM has the best spot. So what are your thoughts?
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. I'm going to be honest. I think Swinny is in the best
I
spot.
feel like this is exactly to a T how my live stream would be if I was the one commentating it.
Very good spot. But one
To
thing
the T. I would be yelling at chat. I wouldn't be paying attention at what my partner said. This is me to a T.
From both sides, the middle house and the far left house. And it's very hard because you can't stand up in those pools without getting LOS from somewhere.
That's fair.
So you have to rely on audio cues. We know about audio cues.
Yeah,
in this
Apex
game.
lacking the audio cues many, many times in a row. Devastating to say the least every time I play rank. Probably one of the more
Me and Googly, yeah, that'd be so fun. Oh my God.
Legends.
Yeah.
9 hours a day I play this game. 9 hours a day I just get no audio. It is unbelievable. It doesn't matter what headset I'm rocking.
Yeah.
I could be literally in Doug Dimmadome's Tomesdale Dimmadome.
Just look at
with
this
the
map,
speakers
chat.
blasting.
You have never had a rank game like this.
Never.
It looks like Skittles out here with all these colors. All these teams here, every single spot is taken. We're about to see a lot of feeding.
We're really about to
next
taste the rainbow.
I should just go cast with them. Yeah, what am I doing here? I should be over there casting with them.
Yeah. C9's going to be in a really tough spot. SSG not fighting. Look at this. Everyone's going to be rotating an Otic just in a top spot.
I'm almost done eating already.
I feel so bad for my man's, man. He has a long way to go, and it's going to be a struggle for him. 100 of these has a good rotation.
He does have a long way to go.
AYM has no beacon. No, there's no beacon for anyone to really hit, so it's just going based off knowledge here. Knowledge. And CR going to be looking over here as E8 starts to move in as well.
Crazy Raccoon did really good throughout this tournament.
I want to know if CR is going to fight this. Is E6 going to get aggressive on these guys, or E8? And look at Furia wrapping behind E8. The Bangalore ulti coming out from E8 here, and once CU's getting active, they're going to be in a tough spot as CR starts to move up for the sandwich. The soup sandwich moving up. Here we go. CR looking for that little fucking sandwich here as Furia starts to rotate to the right side a little bit too, but they all have to move decently far in the open. There's not much area for these guys to play when they start to move forward, Greek.
Yeah, absolutely. All three of these teams not in zone.
Yep.
Someone's going to get pinched, and there's going to be some Valk ultis coming in.
Yeah, 100% without a doubt. And there's going to be the Valk ultis that really start to make pressure. Look at this. Zera and them actually getting the knocks out of the boys over at E8. E8's going to be one man alive right now. They're going to probably get out. But the Furia's going to apply pressure. You know they want that, dude. They want to apply that pressure. And we're going to see more shots going over here. Zeta and them, FL on the backside, Zeta on the left, 100 Thieves on this right side. And it looks like Furia's just going to wipe E6, E8 most likely, and they're going to be done. And E8 is indeed eliminated. Presley going down, and that's going to be wraps for the Furia boys as 100 Thieves is trying to get active as CR is moving up now as well. And Pelverix, bro, is going to try to stay alive here. And they're getting pushed right now by CR underneath as they get a knock. It's going to be a 2v2. Some nades going out, really good one on the bottom side, and he gets no audio from behind. Is he going to be able to stay alive? Can he do it?
He's getting no audio from behind. I love that call.
Eliminated. What a
wow, what a grenade.
Jan going nutty with
the
Eva.
Oh my God, what a nade. What a great Eva shot. Phenomenal job, and they actually hold off the push, but they are only a two-man now.
Furia hitting the Valk ulti as well.
Yeah, and here we go. CR, though, eliminated Greek at 17th. The first place team is now done. And this is a tough spot for Furia. There's a lot of different angles from the house that they can get looked at if they start to get nade spammed here. But they're going to be okay for now, as Monsoon and them are going to start to get shots over at them.
And 100T looking to get this rat kill. They sniffed him out.
Yep. They want this KP.
And there goes Anu lighting up the shots.
There we go. They should get the KP onto this guy. They need this point.
Why the hell is he running in the field like that?
Looking like me right now, bro, with these
Why
shots.
is he running
really
down in the middle of a ravine?
They got the kill right now. Where's just go down? So Onyx is eliminated at 16.
You got to know not to run through the ravine.
Sadly, Greek just got their amount of KP.
What the hell? There was from the rocks. Run from rock to rock. Don't run in the middle through the ravine.
So they have now 2 points going into the overall leaderboard, which is a rough start for 100 of these boys.
C9 walking up to fight AYM, though.
Yeah, and AYM and C9 going to go after it here. What is C9 going to do? They're going to throw a great bubble here by Mac, and they're going to get angles. Naughty getting in there, getting in the fucking dirty on it, baby. And he's going to get stuck right now with the Arc Star. Two Valks getting cracked here as they start to move in. Naughty with some great shots, and he goes down. Zach's going to let the Spitfire rain. Can he do it? No, he can't. And
C9 really struggles.
Eliminates C9. As C9 trying to get aggressive on him.
Oh my God, they held them off. Are they going to get third-partied, though?
And they are. They're getting third-partied by Pelverix, bro, as 100 Thieves is now flying in as well in the backside building.
And AYM is full eliminated.
And AYM goes out because C9 wanted to fight. And I guarantee AYM is not happy.
Oh my God, the door jam.
No, the door jam comes out. Post-kill's going to knock Scurry's going to turn the armor swap. He does not get the full kill here. 2v1 for the boys over 100 Thieves. Can they do it? The gas is causing a problem. Shots going down right now as VJX get the shots on the backslide. Anmu, the last one alive, as the gas is starting to be an issue here. Good fence right there. You actually can't get it because they're body blocking. He's going to most likely get the res on the Scurry here. This is huge.
The door is blocking it.
Baxton is now full dead, though, and they're going to be a duo here. And that sucks for 100 Thieves. Not a bad
they're
fight.
not even in zone either.
No, and Scurry needed to get that kill, Greek, and he did not get it. Anmu taking some shots, the 2v1, and oh my God, the shot from Anmu with the PK just saved their day. Holy shit.
100 Thieves getting some points here. They still have a rotation to do.
But look at this. Pulverix, the duo, is holding God spot. And this could be really good for 100 Thieves. They decided to take this 2v2 fight. Maybe there's a Moby for them as well.
Pulverex is without their Watson, though, so they will not have a defensive character. They need to show big here, though, because everybody else is going to rotate away, and they might be able to win this as a duo.
Yeah, and look at Phoenix. They're trying to stop a Falcon on this left side. They're going to actually pop one, too. And we see Phoenix on the top side of Armory going to try to pop this. And where are they going to go? We're going to see Falcons everywhere, Greek. We're going to see SSG,
Zeta is also Valk
Phoenix, look at the fireworks from above as they start to go in. SSG actually getting getting dropped right here as Jet Burner gets the kill on the DC. They're going to try to get the res. Can they get it? They're going to swing to the left. They actually do want to drop, but can he stay alive? I don't know if he gets this bat off. He does not. Dropped again consecutively, and he's going to go down as Zeta and Fury are fighting on the bottom side. Fury getting some kills here as Burham United is eliminated indeed. Drop getting full kill. As Fury is looking for some shots underneath the house, and they should have some good ones. Great job by Zara Tricky there as Watson and Panders tries to get angles, but they're not going to be able to get anything. And Panders looking for some more shots as DC is fighting on the backside. Smeggy and them getting some more good shots as Phoenix and 100 Thieves are fighting as well. Scurry still alive. Getting some more shots on the team down below.
Scurry looking for a Finny to armor swap, and he's not able to get the armor swap. It is now up to Anmu to carry the weight here for 100 Thieves. Is he able to get a swap and stay alive?
And it does not look like Anmu's going to. And Anmu gets eliminated by LG as Panders and Furia get aggressive onto Zeta, and Zeta is now dying by the hands of Panders.
There's still 8 squads alive here.
8 squads alive, and look at the zone here, Greek. The little platforms on that left side are still Godspot, and it's the fucking duo Pelverix, bro.
E6 in a very good spot as well.
Yeah, E6, Pelverix in a great spot here. You see Singularity and Arden still alive as well. And I want these fucking boys to do well, Greek. I fucking love these guys.
Yeah, they're calm, cool, collected right now. They're looting up. They know they're going to have to rotate here. Most likely either have to Valk ult, which they can out of the pools with a good bubble on the height.
True.
Or they're going to walk up and try to third something.
And look at this. Zeta going down right now to Furia Panders, and Panders eliminates Impulse. And look at these shots right now. It's going to be Jem Burton, bro. We're going to watch over to the controller god here, and let's see what he does to Singularity. He's going to be the deciding factor, only with 66 bullets in his R301. Watson going down to Shiny, so LG is still alive. Don't you forget it.
The nades pouring in here. They're able to dip, dodge, dive, and duck. I probably didn't say it right.
You did not say that right. You are fucking not a class act at all. And Burns, they're going to get the bubble going.
Up.
Singularity moving forward here, and Burn has to play this smart. He does not have the shotgun like Dudu.
Good counter bubble.
That's a great bubble. They're going to time that perfectly. Jen not getting the shots he needs to. He's actually getting looks from above on a different angle. And then Gibraltar drops down
just
to the
walks
gas.
right in.
And this is going to be a throw by the Gibraltar. He goes down. It's going to be Best going down here. And then it's not looking good as Elysium is going down as well. And Jen Burn and DC just get a free fight on a Singularity.
Best just walked right into that.
Best just absolutely fed face as Zeta Division goes down. It's going to be Furia still alive. And look at the shots by Jen. Great shot by Jen moving forward as DC has a team on the left. It's going to be Fury on the left side. They start to walk in. That's going to be LG. That's She's an Isle going down.
PK shot.
Jen trying to do everything he can. It doesn't look like he can do anything. And he's trying to stay up. He moves forward and no, he cannot get anything going. And here we go. Fury in the back trying to stay alive too. Sarah's going to be 1 HP Monsoon with a knock. And we're going to switch over to Shiny. He's going to be alive on the backside here, but E6 the team to watch. Is there a duo here? LG eliminated as Furia is somehow still alive.
So we have a duo, and...
A duo.
Everybody's a duo?
I think so. They're about to be a duo right now. Furia is actually going to get eliminated, and Furia is gone as E6 is one of the duo. 2v2. Who is going to come out on top? Is it going to be E6 or is it going to be PVX here?
Swinny getting angles here. He has a fully kitted R301. It is just one other team to beat here.
2v2. The bubble comes out.
And here we go.
And the PK shot's going in for Swinny. Some great shots. The Arcstar does come out, though. His boy putting in work on the bottom. He needs to give her a shot.
And E6 gets the W.
E6 with the sub gets the W as K Swinny, the Yankee with no fucking brim. How you darn getting the W in the 2v2.
I want to point out, whoever that seer was from PVX, that movement in that bubble was insane.
Oh, insane, dude. Literally fucking crazy.
Oh my God, what a game.
What a game. E6 needed that badly, Greek. But you see a lot of different teams alive there, and honestly super unexpected for me, dude. I'm very, very surprised.
I think that just goes to show that, you know, you can practice in scrims.
Yeah.
You can get your reps in.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of limit testing going on. People are theory crafting.
Yeah.
People are theory crafting.
Yep.
They're theory testing. They're trying to hold spots that they don't normally hold. But this is where it matters the most.
I am back.
This is when the games are the most realistic. People aren't taking fights as much as they were in scrims. And this is the real deal right here.
Yeah.
And there are teams that know that going into scrims, so they take it with a grain of salt. But they know that this is the time that they need to play the most serious.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, I guess scrims are just not a good representation of like what teams are going to do good all the time, you know? Like, I guess it just sucks because you.
Welcome
really
back, Robo. Thank you, Elite.
Scrims is exactly how the play's going to play out, you know. But I guess there's just so many different things that are happening, like you said, theory crafting, playing aggressive in certain situations.
How's it be like in this ALGS watch party? You guys having fun? You guys think we should do this again tomorrow?
Scrims are just not representation.
I think that the issue stems from the fact that when you're scrimming,
We're only
no
like
money on the line.
we're still taking that
and
in between
it's
session while we're watching
so
this.
you want to get reps
In about 30 minutes, the next group phases goes live. We'll be watching them live.
You can't do that here. You got to stick to
intense.
the theories that you got, the rotations, and stick to the plan, and just play your game.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It just sucks that.
Hell yeah.
It's just frustrating because like I feel like it's a lot of false confidence that a lot of players get, and they come to LAN and they have.
I think it makes sense because there's going to be a lot of people that want to watch it.
I guess that fucking sucks. And the person from the venue.
This is like the practical Super Bowl like
said that it made it worse.
week. The next 4 days, it's going to be like the Super Bowl week for the guy awkwardly leaving in the back.
Love that. Love that. Love that. Love that.
We just got to not use that.
But yeah, I don't know.
Everyone keeps leaving out that door.
Yeah.
When they could just use the other one.
Yeah, I agree.
You're one of
them. Ancient Gamer accepts here too. Chat.
I want to photobomb them so bad.
Man, that's just not fair.
I would be the kind of guy, because nobody knows what I look like, I would go and photobomb them, and nobody would know it was me. Nobody. Like, nobody. Like, you could, that could be me. You don't know. That could be me. You don't know.
Top P performance from every team here. They're going to actually make some mistakes. They're going to struggle a little bit. It's how it goes. Things like Greek said in theory crafting, seeing what worked in LAN didn't really work, or what works in scrims didn't really work. So we have to go from there and make best things. Now we see the circle here.
Like leading the door behind them.
Zone, or mill slash fucking bean area. This zone's gonna be pretty good. Bean. Yeah. I don't know why it's called bean, but it is. And we see AD, AYM already in a good spot. We see E6 rotating over.
I would know.
So
Amish would know.
It's going to be the hot commodity here on these first
Amish
two
is like
down below are going to be the hot
very
commodity.
small group of people with that
would
know.
Struggle coming from this right side of the map. We have Lightning Rod's going to be a hard rotation, or hard fucking high point, which sucks ass. Command Center is going to be easy, just Valko at the end. We see DNZ moving quick, bro, with the Valko trying to get in the zone already.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out, last game, we saw ODK try to take the armory of Furia.
Yeah.
And they shut him down. They got the kills. And now ODK has actually landed in the North Pad armory and taken it from the boy K Swinney.
Yeah, and that's
the
that's
best
what I'm
thing
saying.
indeed,
It's
Gabriel.
very interesting how ODK and the boys go from there to the wall to there, and they get that shit. And now we have Rambo and them crafting in wall. Now, one thing I want to say here, chat, is Cloaksy's in the chat. Cloaksy, stop fucking playing Mad Maggie. You are throwing your teammates RP. Gentrifying would be the #1 play in the world if he didn't play with you on Mad Maggie. Stop. Do us all a favor. Do Nick Merckx a favor. Do the M-Fam a favor. Get off of Mad Maggie, for the love of God. Thank you.
Tell him, Nick. Tell him.
Legends. They fixed the door,
You
chat.
have a hard mill zone
Oh,
here.
he's not Nick. He's
I
nice.
gotta say,
Thank you. They fixed the door.
What's his name?
Goat.
What's
Goat.
nice
Thank
with his
you
name?
so much.
It's not Nick, is it?
Legends.
So as I was saying,
I feel like it
we
would
have a
be.
hard
I feel
mill
like
ending
everybody
here.
named Nick is
I gotta
like,
say on Stormpoint, these are
I
some
don't
of my
know,
favorite
the best
zones
gamers
here.
of all
I
time.
think there's a lot of places that teams can play.
Okay.
It gives good end games because of the fact that there's at least 4 hallways.
We'll
there's
recognize you
roofs,
because of my
and
hands.
there's buildings next to mills. So we're gonna see a good late game.
I'll be sitting there.
I agree. I think so too.
Photobombing, and they'll like zoom in my hands. It's like, wait a second. I know who that is. I've seen those hands before.
Now we have DZ though getting pushed a little bit by fucking E6 and boys, and here we go. PBX tying right now. I don't even know what the fuck PBX is. E6 and PBX fighting on the bottom side as K-Swinney and them are getting aggressive on the PBX. 2 going down for PBX. And
Which
this
one,
is going to be really
Amish?
bad for
This
both
guy?
ranks,
The Greek
as they're most
guy?
likely going to die by the hands of the boys over at E6.
We see it time and time again. A team tries to coexist with E6, and they just don't let it happen.
Yeah.
They triple swing, they use all their utility, and now they got some loot and some KP.
Yeah, and look at this. Pulverix is eliminated with the Onmu getting the Lombo shots going. And this is going to be really good for 100 Thieves because that means they're close, and they're holding a lot of lands here, Creek. They're holding the up top spot, and they're getting naded out. E6 is trying to hold and stabilize here. They do have the caustic, so I'm guessing that they're going to be okay.
They got a lot of
Zeta going down, though, and they're going to be right to AYM, and AYM wants to fight Zeta. The 3v3 commencing. The caustic traps being popped. The PK
hell?
shot coming out.
Good
Another shot going out.
It's like
Great
a
job
ringing in my
right
ear
there.
right
Oh,
now.
my God. Sunset providing some massive firepower as Taskmaster goes down again. Great grenade coming out as Elysium comes in and knocks Taskmaster.
Wow,
So
now
there
the
might be a
ringing's
couple
gone away.
fucking teams moving on into the fucking mills right here.
They might be able to get a reset here.
Scared me. Holy
Honestly,
crap.
the caustic is going to be the main provider of this reset. No bubble coming out, though, and they're going to risk it. risk this res without a bubble, and the actual caustic stops all the pushing. No, they don't. Oh my God, they actually get hinted on here. And Sunset's the only one alive. And Zeta gets mauled by AYM. The caustic couldn't even stop that rage. And AYM wipes Zeta for
I'm honestly a little shook.
Not even going down at all.
Yeah, huge push from AYM. They're fully set up. The traps are down. They start off by breaking all the doors so that they can get LOSs, and they just slowly start working on Zeta.
The guy on the right, that's nice.
They burn the meds, they get the knock, and great play from them.
This is really bad for 100 Thieves. Scurry with an immediate slam on the backside here. Tricky getting the kill on the fucking worst in the top right. And here we go, the cell's being popped. 100 Thieves likes to play these situations because they provide that back wall for cover. But this is not easy, Greek. There's a lot of teams around. This is where I think Newcastle becomes extremely situational. Would Gibraltar just be better in this situation is always the question you're asking.
I will say that 100 Thieves is not in a spot that I think they can just hold for the rest of the game.
A lot of swearing. That is interesting because isn't Nightspeed considered to be like
I think they have good cover here on the doors.
Very
They'll be
like
able to stop this team from inside, but they're going to start getting looked at in the back here, and I don't know if this is enough.
I don't know how to put
I
it
don't
like
think
brand
so
friendly in a way.
Audit gets eliminated by Furia as Furia eliminates
I mean, he's
ODK.
passing the ALGS right now.
Fully out of game number 5 here in Raleigh, North Carolina. We are live from Raleigh. This is not a green screen. And we have 100 Thieves here setting up on this backside.
This doesn't really matter.
There's really anyone's going to fight right now, but there are going to be so many teams. And like you said, bro, we are seeing Skittles. Just colors everywhere in the mill side.
AYM does have an entire building of mill to themselves.
Yeah. And I mean, AYM's holding a lot of ground. I don't think they're going to be able to hold this for the whole time, though, Greek. I do think when a team starts to funnel in, they'll be in a really bad spot.
Yep. I do want to point out there, though, that AYM knows that the other side is borderline unplayable.
Maybe like genuine.
They have no doors. So the second that they hear a Valculti, I wouldn't be surprised if
he does seem like a good guy.
Again.
Yeah, I mean they have the dominant side.
I'd love to meet him one day.
They have a Valk to get the angles.
Yep.
Just look at the ground. There is just loot on loot.
I mean, yeah. This is absolutely perfect.
He doesn't
for
give
AYM.
a shit.
And that's one thing I like playing with Madness. When I play with Madness on CLG, he always would destroy the doors on the other side of the houses, etc., to make sure that the other teams didn't have that. And funny enough, it actually created huge amounts of openings for us when it came to fighting. It was actually extremely beneficial. So now AYM gets to see this. They get to maneuver a little more aggressively when teams start to funnel in. And I like how they take that side. It's a really, really good job. We have BRU here, man, too, in the bottom side. We have FNX. Phoenix not in a bad spot. They're holding the little eggshell out here, but it's not probably going to be in for too long, or it might just pull to this bottom side. I'm not really too sure. But they have so much loot, AYM. It's crazy. And look at this. The C9 special.
I love it how he
C9
keeps dropping
all
F-bombs
the
as
way
an official
on the backside of
ALGS
Stormcatcher
commentator.
while the zone's going on. It's actually kind of fucking crazy, dude, overall. How late they play
But
is
my Apex Legends club name, Whiskey Apex, is too offensive.
Yeah, I mean, Mac is one of those players that if they don't get the guns that they want, he will take the worst gun on the team and make it work.
Yeah, I agree.
He's always been known to be versatile, character-wise, gun-wise.
Whiskey Apex, man. What's wrong with it, dude?
He's just like one
I
of the
need to
most
know, man. I need to know.
There's not many that can do what he can do.
Do you think Nice
Always
would be
impressed
okay
by
with
Mac.
it?
He always knows exactly what to do in these situations. He always knows
So funny.
how to like get the upper hand. And here we go. I think ADR might be fighting here, Greek. Is that what's happening over there?
I saw Bangalore.
Yeah, here we go. ADR
This is literally
versus
the only thing to
E8,
watch right
and
now,
we're gonna
right?
have Karan with the R3
This is no games going?
blue mag, and he's looking spicy over here, and also has the Spitfire, and he's trying to rain down some shots. E8 might want to take this fight, but I think they're actually getting aggressive on it with the bank smokes coming out. And I don't know if I'm AD, man. I'm going to be about that action with the Bangalore here.
One thing you do got to be mindful of, they do have Bangalore.
Yeah, true.
So the Digis are going to come into play.
Yep.
I'm not sure if E8 does have the Digis, but they are the only team in the lobby running Bangalore.
Yeah, true. I mean, you're not wrong.
You broke
and
it.
This could be really good for AD. If they know this is E8 and they think they're a better team, bro, they can just immediately fight this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at this. Good shot. This is a great angle
I want
for
pupusas.
fucking Karan.
You
Gonna
can't
miss some
have
shots,
any
though, going
pupusa,
down.
Gabby. I'm
He's
sorry.
going to get the little Valkyrie, not going to get any hits.
No
And
pupusa
E8
for
looks like
Gabby.
They're backing off a little, and they are. E8 doesn't want the smoke. It's a good call by E8 as well.
Yeah, E8 wasted their C-roll there. Didn't really get much value out of it. AD has absurd angles on top of the rocks, and they aren't getting shot at or LOS from anybody else.
Yep. I really, really like this play. They're going to hold the angles out. E8's going to rotate out. That's 100% the right call.
I agree.
Yeah, EA not fighting this is definitely the right play. They have a lot of different spots that they're going to be struggling with to fight over here on this backside. And I think majority of the time when you take the fight onto these big side rocks, it's really, really tough. Really rough.
I love it how they gave Ludwig his own little thing, but then they like were watching it through the main broadcast. So
teams still alive
officially, he is officially broadcasting the main
to get hectic.
channel too.
That's
pretty
what
cool.
I'm saying. We have Furia actually avoiding E8 here, and they're going to take the angle that E8 didn't want.
It's crazy that they're not censoring it. Like they say, they're like, oh, that's fine.
I think that's what's going to be the right call here. As Furia is going to maybe be first place after this game.
Has 7 bats.
I mean, they are kidding.
They are kidding.
They are literally this whole fucking CVS. They are the CVS and more. Literally. They are literally the fucking CVS, the Rite Aid, and the fucking Walgreens all in one.
They got it all right now.
I mean, they get the free loot, they get the KP, and they're able to move forward. That's all they need to do. Now, I think a foul call might be a necessity, or else they're going to try to fight maybe E8 down below.
Starting to get excessive, right?
I see a Bangalore problem.
When do we say it's
They're
excessive?
looking for it. Watson leading the pack.
I mean, I don't really care.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if he throws that seer ulti down
He
to
can
the
do whatever
bottom of
he
the
wants.
building to avoid it getting destroyed, and then they
I'm
just
just
start to
surprised
work these angles.
that, like, you know,
And they have to start getting these angles quick, bro.
they're not trying to censor it. Like, because they had the footage, they could have just,
later if I'm them.
you know.
Yep, C9 is
that little bit.
low-key walking.
I guess
that
it doesn't
way. They
matter.
might be able to hear it if this fight takes too long.
Yeah, if
I feel
Fury
like
does
very
take
small
this fight,
percentage of
C9
people are
is
gonna
making
care.
their way through that tunnel on the bottom right side here. They could be really bad for Furia. I think that's why Panders is probably isolating himself and looking around to make sure that there is no third party happening.
It's not over FCC airwaves, so they can do it uncensored. Yeah, facts.
From behind before they decide to take this fight onto E8.
It's just,
But
I don't
right
know.
now,
They
it's kind of looking like
they get really like
just
the
isolate.
reason
Just take the
like
time
it's
and
not a
open
knock on
doors. If you
Nice
think
Rig or
C9
anything.
should
It's a
show
knock
face
on
here
how
coming from
EA
power,
is
should
because
they
they're
wait a
so
little
like
C9 is gonna hard right
strict.
here and wait
Because
to
like
get some action.
people have said
Nobody
things
knows
and they've
they're
been
there.
like, "Hey, you said this
And if
thing," and
nothing
then
breaks
you
out,
know what I
can
mean?
always
They're like,
downvote
"You did
from
this
the
thing."
alleyway, up and over the rocks and get into mill. I think they
It's
know
like
that,
very.
but I
It
think
seems
they
to
know
be
that a
their.
storm is
It's
brewing over
very
there.
like they have no
They're doing
leniency,
a lot of
so
poking,
it's just
making a
surprising.
lot of
You know.
noise. And you know Alb and Zach are sniffing that out.
I like
you
what
know that for sure.
Amr
They're
said.
definitely sniffing, bro. They're getting it all going. And here we go.
E8
Furia.
running right into
We have
them.
TikTok, Robo. No need
This
for
is going to be
censorship.
great for Furia. It's actually picture perfect.
Here,
as
they're
E8
going to run right
backdrops.
into C9.
Yeah, and look at this. This is going to be bad for E8. They're going to get routed on right now in the tunnel. And look at that. Mercy's actually getting some good shots going. Mercy goes down here. And oh my God, they're actually winning the fight. They're turning this around somehow. How are they doing it? It's going to be one alive here. It's going to be Golden in a 1v2. Can he survive this? Oh my God, the knock. Oh my God, another revenge shot. Can he do it?
Oh my God.
Oh my God! Golden with the 1v fucking how you do! Holy fucking shit! Golden eliminated Cloud9.
How did they lose that fight?
They rat and they fucking lose. Oh my God! Amazing wingman patience
Where are
right
they
there.
right now?
Great job from E8. Holy shit!
Golden, how did he win that fight?
Oh my fucking God, that is the craziest shit I've ever seen.
That was it. That was the craziest apparently. I thought it was pretty crazy, but I thought the reaction was like slight over.
It's Naughty looked like you out there.
He acted like he just won the whole thing. Like if he doesn't put that kind of reaction,
Never lost a gunfight in my life.
that was actually crazy. It's a big time fucking C9 choke, and I cannot believe that Golden just
What do
did
you
that.
think the comms were on that one?
I mean, they must be devastated, Greek. There's just no
I wanna
way at
see it
that
again.
point you were not absolutely devastated. It looked like
I want to see it again. 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 It was. This was the craziest thing Nicewig has ever seen in his entire life. I don't feel like I appreciated it enough.
Tunnel. And look at that. Mercy's actually
All
getting some good
right.
shots going.
All right.
Mercy goes down here, and oh my God, they're actually winning the fight. They're turning this around somehow.
Right.
How are they doing it? It's gonna be one
So
alive.
now
It's gonna be
Golden
in a
goes.
1v2. Can he survive this?
He hits
Oh
him
my
with
God,
one bullet.
the knock.
Oh, another bullet. Oh,
my
no,
God,
third, a
another
fourth, a
shot.
fifth.
Can he do it?
Can he do it? Get a six. That was it. That was it. A six shot.
With the 1v fucking how you do. Holy
Oh my God,
fucking
dude.
shit. Golden eliminated Cloud9.
How did they lose
That was not
fight?
that crazy.
They rat. And
What do you mean? How do they
fucking
lose it? What do you mean? How do they lose it?
It's gonna be one goes down
Look,
here, and oh my God, they're Mercy's actually getting some good shots going.
look at this.
Mercy goes-
Look at how they're literally
Yeah, and
pinned
look at
in
that.
there.
Mercy's actually
It looks
getting some good
horrible
shots
to see
going.
that.
Mercy goes down here, and oh my God, they're actually winning the fight.
And
They're
honestly,
turning around
this
somehow.
guy
How are
did
they doing it?
amazing.
It's gonna be one alive.
And then
It's
this
gonna
guy
be Golden
goes
in a
over.
1v2.
This is
Can
okay.
he
Like
survive
this shot was
Oh my
clutch, even
God.
though
What are they doing
I'm
it?
not even
It's gonna be one alive,
sure
it's gonna be
what happened
Golden
with
in
this shot.
1v2. Can he survive this?
What?
Can he survive this?
Okay.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, he said, nice hip fire. Ooh, what? It has what? The replay has to be off. He shot him in like the tip of the.
Oh my god! Another wingman shot.
What? It's his hit detection.
Oh my god.
Got a flying away Valk that was unshootable. I mean, can't shoot back. The craziest thing he's ever seen in his entire life, chat.
Fucking how you do? Holy fucking shit! Golden eliminated Cloud9.
How did they lose that fight?
They rat and they fucking lose. Oh my god, amazing wingman patience right there. Great job from E8. Holy shit.
Golden, how does he win that fight?
Oh my
How does he
fucking
win
god,
that
is the
fight?
craziest shit I've ever.
The craziest shit he's ever seen, Chad. Don't forget.
I mean, overall, you know. But look at this. AYM and Fury are going to have to make a play. Their building's barely in here, and someone's going to have to make a mistake.
Yeah. There comes the
Here,
horizon.
let's rewind a little bit.
This is going to be great for Fury.
The comms were on that. AD, that's another squad wipe for AYM.
Yeah, and I mean, Sunday is somehow still
Was it
alive. They
perfect?
actually might get this res off as AD goes down, and AYM is just dominating.
They have 6 kills already.
And this is not good. Fennel,
some
the
wrong.
grief with the charge rifle knocking Cedar over here. Cedar and Sunday are dead. It's going to be up to the Watson Maney just trying
So was
to
that
stay
the
alive.
craziest thing you guys have ever seen, chat? Can everybody vote in chat real quick?
And it might be a Furia versus AYM fight going down again.
Oh crap, I hit the wrong
AYM is
button.
just taking fight after fight over
I'm sorry,
here.
chat.
And it looks like they want to do this, but Furia might be backing up to the other side.
Yep. I would expect both teams to coexist here. I don't think a fight is going to break out. It might when they have to walk out here for the zone.
Sorry about that. It's like my controller
so
thing.
Sunday, Maney and Cedar do not get the reset there. Maney is charge rifled, and Fennel gets all 3 KP on the CR.
Absolutely. Fennel getting some much needed kills. We look at the zone here. Ascend most likely in the best spot.
Yep.
But SNG is also going to get a really good game here.
Yeah, SNG's in a great spot. The zone's going to pull a little bit more outwards. SNG should be okay, but look at LG now moving up towards BRU. BRU, not in a bad spot. They're going to be holding the top rock, but they have a lot of movement to make here as SSG is also routing in the bottom side. SSG is going to be near Bean, and there's going to be a lot of teams now funneling in towards BRU. BRU needs to play this safe. They cannot go down, and they need to hold this height immediately.
Yep, there's going to be a lot of Valculties coming in here. And if I'm Ascend here, I need all the caustic traps down. People are going to be Valculting in left and right. They're going to be trying to leak into the building, and they might get forced on here in third party.
I totally agree. I mean, overall, if you're inside of Mills right now, you have to be preparing for these you know? But look at this. AYM and Fury are going to have to make a play. Their building's barely in here, and someone's going to have to make a mistake.
Yep. There comes the Horizontal.
Wow, big time Horizontal. They don't break it.
Jerovich is in the nades, though.
Oh, Jerovich is going to go down here. There's no way he's
alive.
He might get the armor swap in the box. No, there is no armor swap. He's going to be able to get the reset most likely, and he is lucky by the skin.
Good recovery.
Of his
He
fucking
is lucky
team.
by the
Stays alive
skin.
as E6 is eliminated by GMT, and GMT raised the ability of E6, and E6 is gone.
They're
the
gone,
winners
chat.
of last game are now out for game number 5.
No more of them.
With a good push there. We know that house has a lot of angles and LOSs. It's very hard to hold it. And Jerovich getting knocked here.
Jerovich getting knocked by the Havoc is Sarah Tricky, and he's getting pushed right now. Can he stay alive?
I like the guy in the
They're not
background.
getting looked at by
It
the
might
left
be
side.
me.
It's going to be Singularity trying to get some shots. They
I
might get the
can or
reset
cannot
again,
confirm
but
if it's me or
AYM is
not.
getting very lucky with these resets. I'll be surprised if they get another one. You know fucking Furia wants to get these kills.
Yep.
Real
AYM
bad.
doing whatever they can here, getting the fences down, trying to hold it down, but the push coming in.
And Hierarchy just going to get wide swung by both. That's
Anders
a great
with a nice
swing.
knock. And they get the full wipe. They're going to have some armor swaps, good loot. Be able to walk in here on the edge as they're the only team on the left side of Mills.
Yep, and Phoenix is going to get eliminated here. Look at all the ultis going down. We're going to see BRU moving over to third party, who is going to be Complexity / LG. DZ Sharky going down, Monsu going down. It's going to be SSG versus LG. Who is the real G? The real G is going to be SSG. More shots going down. SSG turns and burns, and BRU is getting spanked. Get put in timeout. SSG
phenomenal
wiping.
team shooting right there.
But look at this. Singularity is looking for the third party on SSG. Drop is going to be literally down by himself, and it's going to be Zanile, the only one up. Can he do it? And Zanile is going to be a rat as GMT is getting wiped.
Fennel needs
Dude,
to
I still hear the ramp. I still hear the
Do
rampage shots.
Fennel needs to wide swing and wipe denial as they will be able to play the south side of the zone. There is a shit ton of action going on in Mill right now.
What is this bug? And there's 30 teams fighting over here. Surdell's going to go down. Noski's going to stay alive here. Can he do it? It's going to be a 2v3. No, he cannot.
Rampage is going off left and right.
Going for more kills with the triple and armor. And all I'm hearing is this fucking Rampage in the back.
I'm going to be hearing that in my sleep tonight.
And then 100 Thieves getting shots onto Watson. Watson goes down. It's a 2v2. 100 Thieves versus Furia. Who is going to come out?
And the wide swing.
The wide swing
from Anmu.
Anmu going down here. Zeratrick somehow staying alive. He's going to be 20 HP. Can Scurry and Anmu and Baxter punch up? It looks like they might not do it. They might. Zeratrick in a 1v1. And 100 Thieves! Get the fuck off of them. Never mind. They're dead. And Ascent coming in to wipe 100 Thieves. Are they going to do it? Yes, they fucking are. And 100 Thieves is eliminated. And then Kashera as the solo comes in.
Look at this feed right now. SNG is the only 3-man alive. There's a solo on SSG, a duo in Fennel, and a solo in Kashera. I'd be surprised if SNG doesn't win this game easily.
I'm going to fucking hear this in my goddamn sleep with this Rampage.
Didn't that guy just say that?
And now SNG is the free win, Greek. This should be the freest win
There's
SNG.
no way that they don't win this game.
Well, this is really good. They're in 3rd place right now, and they can actually get over Furia and company. Oh, he shot the Rampage. He's gone. Oh, he shot the Rampage. Holy shit, thank the Lord. Now, SNG should have a free win here. They should also get some free KP. Gibraltar should die here. It's going to be a 2v1v1v3.
If I was there, I'm not even, I don't have the same energy because I don't want to talk over them sometimes. But
they just want the points.
If I was there, I would have been like, and the Rampage, oh my God, don't, and another Rampage going off. Don't forget about the Rampage.
Still top 5.
I love to see it.
There's a Rampage behind you.
Great job. Noder. Echikabo not on there. He's looking for the Tom Brady 3-step drop back. Can he hit it? The Hail Mary full of grace. The Lord is with thee. And he gets the ulti, and it's going to hit a little bit. And they're going to go kill the solo who's going to be Zenile here.
Oh, Elysium is
Oh my God! Elysium with the throw, and here's the 2v2. Can Fennel do it? Singularity versus Fennel.
Dead throw.
2v2.
He's not going to get the res off. It's going to be a straight-up 2v2 here from SNG versus Fennel.
Here we go. The PK shots looking crispy, trying to shoot the toes down through.
They're going to get stunned here. Fennel with the caustic
The
ulti.
wipe does come through, and here we go.
Oh.
Arden in a 1v2 right now for Fennel. Can Fennel do it as a duo? Can they do it? Are they the ones to watch? Fennel getting the bat off. They are double red versus a one-man army. Fennel, come on, baby. The only duo in this game. Can they get a win? Can they make history and be the first duo to ever win? More shots going down.
You can do it,
trying to
Fennel.
get some angles. They're both going crazy.
You can do it, Fennel.
He's trying to get angles here. They're playing this as safe as possible because you know they want this win so
You
bad.
can do it, Fennel.
Barrel's coming down. And here we go. They're playing so safe.
Come
Just making
on,
sure they secure
Fennel.
this win. They're making sure no reses happen. Oh my God, Fennel. Just taking their
it
time.
slow. Very calm, cool, collected. Smart play.
Yes, sir. They
They get the crack, and then they're going to go in.
And here we go. They have Fennel.
Let's go.
Fennel as a fucking duo.
A
making
duo.
ALGS history. Winning the first game ever as a duo in ALGS.
Fennel showing that they don't even need a third to get some points here.
They said COVID who, bitch? I don't give a fuck. We can do this shit duo, baby.
My God, Fennel playing out of their minds here.
That is actually crazy. The first time we've ever seen a duo.
That's crazy. Next game is in 11 minutes, chat. We are only 11 minutes away. If you guys have been having a good time on today's live stream, we're doing a watch party for the last 6 hours. We've been live for over 7 hours. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to be live again for probably another 5 hours because we're going to be watching the next group stages. Everyone had a nice little break. I've been having a lot of fun watching the ALGS Championship. I've been maybe learning a thing or two. We've been commentating, having some fun commentary with the chat in the background. If you guys are new to the chat, feel free to find your way to the chat room and at me in chat, have a conversation, ask me something because we're 11 minutes away. I will be trying my best to not interrupt the people, but I also got to put up my content and have fun at the same time. So if you guys are here, hopefully you guys are ready to vibe. Thank you so much for being here. Imagine how wet Wig's mic is right now. Let's go do a wins.
That's actually pretty hype for the one of the duos to win. That's so hype. It sucks that their teammate like was unable to participate because of COVID, and they didn't have proper COVID protocol set up, because they should have known that this could have been a reality for people. All they really had to do is have a separate facility area, like maybe a separate somewhere, like it could be very small, and just set up a smaller area for them to compete in. That would be like, you know, quarantined and, you know, go through the advanced protocols that would have to go through to do all that over there. Sure, I don't know enough about it, but it seems like they could have done something. That sucks that so many people had to like have 2 teams and stuff like that. How many kills did Quaff get on average during the ALGS Championship? I'm gonna go with 1.8. B, final answer. This is hype. Hell yeah, Alexis Ramsey. Hey. Crazy. Sear, huh? I love this. It's like average damage dealt 171. Average kills 0. Average match wins 0. Nice, dude. On fire. Hey, we got reps. His main legend is Mad Maggie chat. You don't know No Name, the OG? Mustache. Eight minutes left, chat. 8 minutes left. Grab your popcorn, grab your snacks. Still have a few minutes. If you guys want to chat, I'm just chatting with chat. Killing the time. Gibraltar. I haven't seen a single Pathfinder. Has anybody been Pathfinder at all? Has there been a single Pathfinder? Single Pathfinder chat. Has there been one? I don't think so. I'm trying to think. We're gonna go no, right? Chatty chatter chatting tonight. Yeah, tell me freaking about it. Any raids? No, okay. Yeah, there's been a couple raids. Not many. I've seen at least one, though. I think there's more than one. Lunda? Somebody delete that? Chat, why is this so loud? All right, Oscar. Average kills 6.6. Not bad, not bad. Average wins 0. Pretty good, pretty good. Average damage 510. That's a lot of damage. Killing it. Killing it, dude. Tell me how YouTube hasn't figured out how to delete the name. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Matthew. Hello, Matthew. I really barely know a lot of these people. Like that literally has the F word in it, and they don't what? Hey, that guy's killing it. Look at that. That guy's killing it. 3 match wins. Woo! That's insane. That's insane, dude. He won half of them. He's just out here winning half of his matches, chat. In the ALGS. What up, Just? How you doing today? Woo! That guy also won 3 matches as being his teammate. 2.2 kill average. Love to see it. Good, how are you doing? Pretty good, pretty good. 50% win-loss ratio would be nice. Taking all the dubs. I'm there. You're where? It just says there again about. How many more matches? 6. We're 3 minutes away from the next stage of groups. So we just completed the first one. We had an hour break. Now we're 2 minutes away and 50 seconds from the next group. $12 matches. I guess if you want to be technical, you're right, because there is another group, but we're not going to be watching all of that. We're just going to be watching our group on the main page, and we have our main page watching here, and I also have this nice Twitch extension where we're able to pick out 4 of the teams. So we're going to have Optic Gaming, I guess, TSM, maybe Alliance and Team Liquid if they're all here. I don't know if this has refreshed yet. So it's gonna be a good time. Why does it keep coming back? Tell it to go away and not come back. How about that? How many kills did this guy get on average? I'm gonna go with A, final answer. A, final answer, chat. This is an easy one, chat. This is an easy one. It's a layup. It's a layup, chat. It's A. Told you, it was easy, Chad. It wasn't even hard. It was like a minor inconvenience at best. Ah, so close. What was the highest number of kills Imperial Hell got in one game? Oh, this I'm gonna go with D, 9. This is an Imperial Hell we're talking about, Mr. Dawson. Philippe. I probably said your name wrong, Imperial. Please don't sue me. Mr. CEO. Oh, 6. Not bad though. Oh, good. Blood and violence, my favorite.
Gaming's looking pretty good, Evan. Oh my God, these guys have been phenomenal. And
What the hell?
Many players here from many countries and much on the line.
It is do or die. It is win or go home.
Oh, no! No, it's a double stick!
This has been the moment they've all been looking forward to.
Let's go, dude! The elevator's gonna do it!
I cannot believe what I just saw.
Nine! What? You gotta be kidding me! Will they do the unthinkable?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Year 2 Championship. We are live from the City of Oaks Research Triangle. That's right, it's PNC Arena in Raleigh, North Carolina. Fallout here, joined alongside two absolute legends on the desk, ready to deliver some Group D versus Group B action. I can't do it myself. I'm joined with none other than my man right here, my duo, my boy Rain Day, as well as my boy Genome, coming all the way from Australia, live on camera for the first time. And look, Rain Day, last time we casted a championship together, someone said you guys have buddy cop vibes.
That's right.
You already know we had to bring out the Miami Vice 5s again.
Lethal Weapon 5 coming at you guys. We're going for the reboot. It's not sold yet, trust me, but we're trying.
That's right. This is Mel Gibson joined alongside Danny Glover. No, I'm just playing. Genome, you're coming all the way from Australia. You're, of course, maybe a little jet lagged. How you feeling right now?
What does that make me, the villain?
He is the villain.
That's a great, I think it can play it.
I think so. You have the accent, man.
I know.
You got it all. That's right. But hey, we hope you guys are enjoying the show at home. It has been one heck of a tournament so far. Obviously, some disappointing performances from the likes of Cloud9, TSM, a lot of names you thought would maybe perform. On the flip side, Optic Gaming's looking pretty good, Evan.
Oh my God, these guys have been phenomenal, and it's partially the reason why I think they've just been so much our favorites to win these tournaments over the course of Sweden and over the course of what we've seen online, because they're lethal in that final zone. They find themselves in the right spot. Skinnlecakes is a huge proponent of him and his team knowing better than everyone else, and of course they're trying to hold on to their secrets as long as possible. So.
3 controller players, right? Where does that shine? Close range. Those final circles, like you're talking about, as soon as you get into those late game bubble fights, that kind of stuff, it doesn't matter which one of them is still up, they've still got that advantage.
Absolutely.
It's an absolute fact. Obviously, Dark Zero, I know you're looking out for your boys from Apex South to perform as well. We'll be talking about that and some more in a little bit. But first things first, we got to set the stage a little bit for y'all watching from home. There's this little thing called Multiview. We hope you're enjoying it. Of course, you can watch us on broadcast, or you can watch your favorite teams competing all weekend long. Multiview
We will be doing that as well. We're going to be doing
LGS
listen-ins, watching from all different people's points of view here.
Using the Command Center functionality on Twitch, the tool lets you watch the action from multiple viewpoints. So you'll be able to choose which teams, which players, which points of view, which listen-ins you want to have. That's right. You will also have live comms from your teams. This is insane. A one-of-a-kind experience that only Apex delivers. Make sure to click the Command Center button below the Twitch channel player near our follow button, and also maybe hit that follow button while you're at it. Experience everything from the drop to looting to rotations, and of course, your favorite players and more with Multiview, one of the best components of competitive Apex. But if you're going to stick with us here on screen, well, guess what? We got some breakdowns, we got some analysis, we got a lot to talk about here. Obviously, Group B versus Group D coming on up. Randy, starting with you, any kind of key storylines you're looking out for?
Absolutely, and I'll hit on more a little bit in the teams to watch, but I think Group B brings us a very strong team in Furia that I really want to see their insistency on providing a Seer, Maggie, and Valve meta. And it's kind of almost transported itself across Apex Legends in all levels, from a casual to a rank perspective.
This is going to be a good group. Cloud9, Luminosity, Alliance, TSM, Octave Gaming, Dreamfire. I don't think they won, but they won one of the games last time.
Spoiler alert, they're abandoning the Matt Maggie and
One IQ, who came in, is in like dead last. I'm rooting for One IQ. Make a comeback that I've never seen before.
We got a few other teams to talk about here as well, Neil.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen Group D already, right? Group B, though, can they really match up? Like some of us have been saying, Group D seems like that group of death, right? Now, how many in there are really going to show up in the top 10 in this lobby? I'm not sure. Cloud9 definitely.
Chat, that thing it keeps coming back. Whenever you see it and it gets banned, can you guys all put like an emote in chat so that we can push chat down?
Sorry, I take that back.
Does that make sense?
Elevate the bottom left of your screen.
Because it won't go away. It's just going to sit there and linger. And that's why it keeps coming back.
Secondary stream. It's going to be Group A versus Group C.
And you know what? This is a lineup that I think has a lot of Apex South representation. We've seen some incredible performances already, and for me, that's kind of been the star of the show. EXO, their immaculate performance already versus maybe the hardest group, and of course they've got Reignite there, or Dark Zero now, and I know, Gino, they've been going through some things.
Yeah, man, these guys, 5 games in, weren't doing so well, right? They had 1 game to really try and pull it out. Halfway through, they take out Crazy Raccoon. All of a sudden, Sharky's not feeling so well. He vomits, leaves the station in the middle of the game for 2 minutes.
Mid-game?
Wow.
Mid-game. His teammates punch him into the corner. They come back and take out the win to save their series.
You gotta be kidding me. That's a story you can't even write. Even if we tried to write that story, I hope we wouldn't write him. No,
I'd leave Vomit out of it.
Yeah, exactly. We'd probably leave it out of that one. That's insane. I mean, 3rd place finish from them, obviously looking really, really solid. Solid point so far. That is the reigning champions. I mean, look, they have a lot to prove. Obviously, Jen Burton competing for the first time in a major LAN tournament and championship, was replaced by JMW as a substitute, and they won it back then. If they don't win it now, well, all eyes on Jen Burton on this team, but something tells me they're pretty secure with this Dark Zero pickup.
It's crazy that he's been recognized as one of the best players in the world for almost like 2 or 3 years now, and this is the first opportunity we're getting to see him, perform at that level.
Insane. One of the best content creators we have, one of the best controller players we have as well. Excited to see what he can do on the secondary stream, which you can catch, of course, on twitch.tv/NiceWig. Big shout out to the boy Wig. Hope you all enjoying that one as well. But guess what? For watching this stream, for watching competitive Apex, you have a chance to win with Twitch drops. So enjoy the action all weekend long and get rewarded. The ALGS Year 2 Championship Finals are the epic conclusion for the season of the ALGS. We're rewarding our Twitch audience for tuning in today. All you need to do is claim these rewards, is connect your Twitch and EA accounts, and you can start earning 4 different Twitch drops to commemorate the occasion, and what an occasion it is. I mean, this is the championship. This is the culmination of Split 1 Pro League, Split 1 playoffs, Split 2 Pro League, Split 2 playoffs live from Sweden. What an event that was.
Yeah.
And now we get to be in front of a live audience.
And it's honestly the fact that we get to do this on a global scale and claim one true champion, one to rule them all, essentially, at the
We don't get 5 champions anymore. None of the Scars over here, 100 Thieves over here.
Who's really the best? I mean, this is really the day. These are 4 days.
One IQ comes back from this far, it'd be like when the Atlanta Falcons blew the 28-3 Super Bowl.
Who knows if they'll be stoppable.
Nothing will be that bad.
I think there's a massive chance that that is going to happen.
That was a
John.
1v1
we've
Amish.
seen already EXO doing well. Dark Zero.
What's up, Network
pulling it
Gaming?
out. Dreamfire with 2 substitutes still showing up. Burger keeping themselves in the mix. So many of our teams are performing so well in the first series.
You didn't mention Raikou, what you have to say live on stream. It's cradled me every time.
Sutraiku!
Oh my god, it gets me every time. It's apparently a striker in Japanese. You learn something new. They are an Australian team, by the way. Don't get it twisted. Look, lots
Don't
to
get
talk
it
about.
twisted.
Obviously, our main stage matchup is the one we got to start to preview. A lot of storylines here. We talked about at the top of the show. TSM, Cloud9 underperforming. One team that performed, well, it was Luminosity, currently sitting within the top 20. They will qualify. They had a really good showing. Complexity plus Luminosity, essentially, and they're looking good so far.
And I was very, very heartbroken at the fact that, of course, you saw Yanya, Ganjamin, and then Nizel not able to make it with
Gabrielli.
They are a great lineup. That was just like kind of handpicked to do what they did. And remember in Sweden, they were in that final circle. They were one of the teams that we thought should have pushed Reignite at that time and didn't because they were out of ammo, but in the best spot. And this team knows how to play circles really well, so they're one team that I have to focus on here. I'm really excited to see them perform with Complexity.
Yeah, that's right. From right to left, you got Monsoon and Amigo, and of course, Shiny. Monsoon and Shiny of Complexity. They basically are like cats. They have another life. They had a last chance qualifier, second life. They have their third life. Still have a chance to compete. We'll see if Luminosity and Monsoon, one of the best IGLs, one of the best personalities we have in Apex, one of the best stories as well. Talk about his story. We'll see how they will do. But then we saw Cloud9 on screen. Obviously, did not look good.
On the mainstream, so hard to know exactly what happened there. But when you think back to Sweden, you know, this is a team that towards the end of the tournament really started to get better and better.
I can do
So
that
maybe
one more
it's only
time.
day one, and we've still got time
I had
for
like
them
20
to
seconds of
reset.
leeway.
Yeah, it's a great point. Obviously playing with a substitute in Sweden. Of course, Fingarna basically showed up as a substitute as graceful on that team. They looked good, but hey, you know, obviously I don't blame him, but Zach Mazer, my boy Mazer, got a lot of love from him. I told him I'd say this on broadcast. 4 or 5 days before the biggest tournament of his life, he's obviously supporting his girlfriend Claire at work in Vegas, but that's lack of scrim time. That's going to cost him.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things where personal life rubs into your professional life. And
Look, it's in
everyone who's
How.
comfortable with something like that knows the difficulties of making the right choice. There is no right choice. You have to do what you
Hey, look,
feel
it's
good
Rogue.
about. That's what Zach
Hey, look,
decided.
it's
I
Optic.
think it's partially, though, the fact that there's a lot of pressure on them. They're the North American team that can get stuff done, but they haven't quite proved it on this main stage. Now they're fully back. A lot of pressure.
Yeah, speaking of Claire, I say
I think so,
she's really
Chimera.
right in front of me and starts screaming. Big shot to Claire at work, performing in the Nick Merckx tournament, by the way. But hey, look, gameplay is about to start. We know we want to jump right into it. It is time for my favorite part of the segment. It's the talent predictions. We've been all over the place. Why? Because the competition is better than ever before. Let's take a look here. I am the sole Invictus Gaming stan in this one. I think IG is going to take it personally. They're playing with a substitute RKN. Torrent IGL fits really, really well for this team. I got IG.
Yeah, he's a very smart player. I think Furia, though, to me, is who I'm focusing on. This is
I like
necessarily who I think is going to win the day, but I think they are the most important team because if they perform
Oh my God.
well, you're going to see people research back into Seer,
Oh my
back
God.
into Maggie, also back into trusting that not the traditional Gibby caustic Valk is the only way to win and succeed, which I think now a lot of people have got the feel the nerves and are kind of going back to what they're used to.
That's right. I see a nice little team singularity pick. You can't sleep on them from Gaskin. Who you got, Gino?
Yeah, look, I went with Dreamfire. As we talked about, those guys were showing up. I mean, Roy, I think personally is probably a top 5 mechanical player in the world for me. He is that good. And we saw some footage in one of those World's Edge games with him with a Hemlock just destroying the lobby, right? And it's almost like as long as the other 2 guys are alive and sort of like distracting the other team, Roy can come out and win any engagement.
I love that call because honestly, so many people focus so often in the APAC region on AD, on Crazy Raccoon, on Reignite, now Dark Zero, but Dreamfire, well, they've
You're
won
extremely
before.
delayed,
They won the
Robo?
Pro League in Split 1.
It's like 10
They certainly
seconds.
can do it. But look, gameplay is ready. And without further ado, for the very first time,
12
casting,
seconds.
first time on broadcast, I got to throw it over to my boy Tom T-Squared, Telestrator Taylor, and Glitter Explosion. Take it away.
Surprise, surprise. It's not, unfortunately, John. You've got to stick with us. I'm sorry. Hey, see, we threw a little curveball at you, and that's what we do, right? We're here. Don't worry. It's Onset and Gaskin to take you through the first 3 games with a Storm Point specialist stand. That's why we're back on the broadcast, John. I understand why you're kind of thrown off a little bit there.
Also going to remember, Mark did say
It's
earlier
better
he
like
would not
this.
be
Trust me,
leaving this
Gabriel.
desk. Rumor has it they did try and cast, and Mark did not allow it. But Storm Point, we're here again, and we've got to be focusing, Mark, on the teams that have had success in Storm Point already today. Singularity, Optic, Furia, Dark Zero, Dreamfire. Fire. They've all had games. They've had big games as well. This is going to be an amazing, amazing game.
And of course, if you're just joining us, a reminder, this is
believe
now
by a minute the game started? It's 12 seconds, dude.
So the
and the game did start, look.
Teams, they've been sat on this stage all day now. They're going to feel extremely comfortable. A little bit of a change of scenery for the Group B guys, though. They're all going to be on stage now, fresh and ready to get into the action.
Yeah, slightly different scenery and also... But right now,
all right,
you can see
we're
we're already
up
into the game. We already have a map team across Storm Point, one of the best teams across the entirety of the ALGS when we get onto this map, but they haven't really found
I
that
lost my
form
12-second delay. You're welcome.
But I will always put it down to possible LAN jitters coming into the equation, or maybe just rotations and circles didn't really go their way. Now, with 3 maps once more to show what they're made of, I'm sure they're going to put on a show.
Well, the battle that was going down at a checkpoint, we did see that contesting going down as we see Team Singularity taking a little bit of
I think you're just wrong about how long this delay is,
a little bit of trouble. Those two teams look like they have split the loot and have split off, so don't worry about that battle. You're not going to miss it, but Team Singularity, you can see they're involved in what is can only be described as a little bit of a barroom brawl at the moment.
Singularity, who got 50 points before, I found a Gibraltar wandering into the alternator, and they are definitely going to try and follow up on that.
ALGS and YouTube and Twitch are simultaneous.
We know it. Sometimes it is a jump scare.
We already tested it. It's simultaneous.
I think it was a little bit lost. The GPS coordinates had not quite been put in the right way, and here he comes again. The Gibraltar comes for an engagement. It's 1IQ. The Gibraltar belongs to a Best will go down, and now we're going to see 1IQ having to fight and scrap to save their lives.
And Naxo's going to be the last remaining player, most likely. No, Talus is still alive, but that is going to be a lot of burn that's going down. Singularity have got the upper hand here, but they are going to be below them, and they are reluctant to push. You don't want to just force yourself and funnel yourself through a position where grenades will eat away at your shields.
Still a 3v2 inside the building then. Team Singularity.
The only person annoying about it is you, Gabriel.
Here, making sure that they're in a position
You're
where
the only person.
they can at least trade out that first kill and make sure they can convert onto a full team wipe and get, of course, those points on the board and send our first team out of the lobby.
Bear in mind, in their previous group stage on Storm Point, they finished 8th, 2nd, and 8th. They were very consistent here. They want to find more damage.
Well, here we go. 101 with a Peacekeeper, and Elysium ain't missing with this thing. That'll be the knot they're looking for. Now it's a simple job of cleaning up the 3v1. That will be 1IQ wiped from the lobby, and Team Singularity with their first KP.
1IQ who struggled in the previous group, and it seems like it could be the same old story here in B versus D. There was a team who had a little look at that, a little sniff over towards
I'm glad that we're getting some nice early action here, because the other games, holy crap, it took forever to get some early action.
So Singularity going to be able to reset now, looking very, very comfortable. And of course, this fight's so important as well, just from the position they actually find themselves in, right? They're right inside of Cenote, excuse me. I'll get that. You know what? We'll get it right at some point. And they're going to be set up for the long game now. So clearing out this building, absolutely huge for them. It just means they can watch the perimeter. Anyone coming into the area will take damage from them.
It's been like that for like 2 hours, Gabriel.
Set up for long game.
It has been their placements that have really propelled them up the leaderboards, Team Singularity. In the previous group stage. Going into now B versus D, there are a lot more teams who play that way, so they may struggle to find the same kind of consistency. So they are going to be needing more team fights to go their way to secure guaranteed points.
Well, let's see what Fury are doing. A lot of talk on the desk about this lineup and what they can bring to the table. And the man on your screen, His Watson, has certainly been putting a lot of hours for sure over the last couple of months here on Apex Legends. Let's see if he can turn the performances from the online arena into a LAN environment and see if you can push Furia forward.
Furia, another team who had success when it did come to Storm Point. They find themselves in the top 10 at the moment in the overall leaderboards, and they finished in the top 3 in their previous group games. And it was because of a 3rd place finish on Storm Point that really shot them up through the leaderboards. And to be honest, if it wasn't for a 0.20th position in their final game, we probably would be seeing Furia a lot higher. They really know how to play this map. They know how they want to rotate. And with a composition like this, they're going to be looking to engage in some fights.
They certainly are. At the moment, they're not going to have too many to speak of, though, because just looking at our map overhead we have in front of us, it looks like they've got a lot of room here at Antenna. There's not too many teams in the perimeter who are going to give them any problems. However, speaking of problems, it looks like we're back at checkpoint and the fight is going to continue.
It is going to continue. It just seems to be constantly going on, but no one brave enough to get too involved and get too up close and personal. But maybe this could be the opening, just that little bit of a Gibraltar ultimate to try and engage in a fight, maybe trying to force some lambs their way.
These people be fast.
Bombardment will come down for now. Orthoros Fang with just an opportunity to reset, though, inside of this
What's going on?
Building now. However, just trying to force their way maybe into a position where they can get that opening damage. Initial damage so important in Apex Legends. We know it so well. If you can get that initial damage down, it just allows you to close the gap, allows you to maybe throw that Gibby bubble down, take advantage and look for that first knock.
Really important that you try and clear this other team out here because you're in such a power position afterwards. You've got that beacon there that you can use to get more information, of course, before the next circle.
Welcome back, Jesse.
It looks like neither team is brave enough right now to be able to engage in that fight, and they're just happy neighbors at the moment. I say happy neighbors, they are sending shots through the window. I don't often see my neighbors
I was going to say, what kind of neighbors do you live next door to?
They look like my neighbors.
Let's see what EA can do there. The team who are on the other side of this fight, and at the moment it's just a little bit of a standoff between the two. Golden's got to be careful though, as he replies with a nice little 45 with that wingman. Now we're starting to see the teams closing in on each other a little bit more. But again, it's just kind of like poke damage, and this is just going to be burning through meds for both teams.
We did see Golden hit a 1 versus 3 in the previous group on the Bravo stream. It certainly was something very impressive, and it shows the capability of what some of these players have as Tenderin absolutely melts.
Here, welcome to the stream today, David.
EA having to take a second. It was Presley who was the player on the other side of that. He has to pop the Phoenix kit as he had his shields and the health chipped away at there. We'll get back up to a full health complement though, and we'll be able to survive for now. But as you can see, the zone starts to move in. This fight has to end, and it has to end quickly. Otherwise, these two teams are just going to get stuck here. The rotation's going to be slowed down. All of these knock-on effects. It doesn't really work out for either team here.
I wonder whether one of them is just eventually going to Valkyrie up into the sky and get out of things. Orthrus, of course, have that Valkyrie. They have that possibility, so they're the more likely to do so. But it's just a question of whether they want to. It feels like both of them are thinking about the fight, then thinking about re-engaging, then thinking about backing away. Maybe just need a solid call here from the IGL.
Well, just an update for the other teams in the lobby at the moment. If everyone's watching and wondering if
maybe this is the solid call, buddy. Maybe the call is that one team runs away and the other team forgets.
They're in a really, really solid position, as we would imagine, right at the southern tip of where that circle would be pulling.
Although actually, I've just seen on the map over there, C9 are landing on Optic Gaming right now on the south side of the map, so there could be an engagement happening elsewhere. Furia also looking to see whether they can get involved in. Here it is. Optic are going to be contested by C9 right now, and C9 have managed to get a little bit of high ground.
They certainly have indeed. It looks like Optic Gaming, though, they've got this position locked down with those caustic barrels, so Naughty's got to be very, very careful. Here he managed to just about Scarper away. He's got the cover coming in for some shots from Zach Mazer, which is just going to allow the reset to come in on both sides. But Optic, we know how they love to play these positions. If you try and bully Optic, it's like they don't forget about it. They will come back in a couple years' time when they've been to a gym for, you know, a couple more lifts, got bigger muscles, and they'll make it pay.
And they've been waiting, they've been watching, have Optic. They know where the other teams are in residence. They know the angles they could be taking here against Cloud9, and that's why they're not engaging too much. That's why they're not throwing themselves at Cloud9, because they know there's another team in the distance that could potentially get involved with that fight. And Optic have not been huge risk takers. They have played very methodical, very strategical, and very impressive, it has to be said, with their 3 wins previously. As for Cloud9, they had a very rough group stage previously. They were down in 17th position in Group A versus B, so they need a big old time here if they're going to put themselves up into the overall leaderboards.
Well, Alliance not looking too good right now as we jump on board with Pulverex and seeing a little fight that they're involved with, and it's going to be, again, Alliance who are on the receiving end of a lot of this damage. Alliance eliminated here. You can see the Monsoon popping up in the feed as well. Great to see Monsoon, I will say, on the main stage. Maybe not the circumstances he would want to be here, but if you're going to pick up a player who's going to put a smile on everyone's face with gameplay and personality, Mon's going to be that guy.
And as I said, Luminosity got so much room to loot, so they should be in a good position with any engagement they take in. They did find Alliance, unfortunately, a little bit vulnerable, and now Luminosity will find themselves over in the same area as Furia, and those two teams are sitting pretty for now, but will eventually have to move over to the area where Optic currently hold.
Well, Majetta's trying to do some damage through these windows. You can see he's trying to just put pressure onto the team in that building next door, trying to chip away at those shields, water down those resources, make sure those meds are not in the position that any team would want to find themselves in, and they've got the Watson fences down as well. So this is home base for now for them.
Everybody welcome David.
Watson really being reintroduced to the meta has changed things a little bit. Teams can't necessarily approach the game the same way. We have seen a few spanners being thrown in the works of legend composition changes in recent weeks and people trying different things. I think we heard it on the desk. They were talking about Mad Maggie and her introduction and how certainly has found a way into the meta, but maybe might find itself falling out of the meta again as well at this tournament. We saw TSM, they changed back to the Gibraltar after not really finding the success that they thought they would, but maybe they'll go back to it a little bit later on.
Sometimes it's different in the LAN environment, how the games play, the lack of aggression. Everyone knows how much is on the line. Everyone knows how many eyeballs are watching. And we always talk about the difference maker is the LAN environment. It's just so difficult to replicate what you what you do at home a lot of the time. There's different situations and different pressure. Teams play slower, teams play quicker. You just got to be on top of your P's and Q's.
There's not
$2 million on the line when you're playing scrims. True. You can try and replicate as best as you want and try and play as if you were in that situation, but as soon as money's on the line, things become.
Bro, do they have wall hacks?
And a few of these teams are just kind of sparring with each other, trading
they're all
shields at
gonna
the
get
moment.
banned, bro.
No one
Looks like
engaging
everyone
in a
has
full
wall
3v3
hacks.
fight, but we might see our first now happening after a few moments.
Oh, stairs up. They
It's
actually
gonna
have
be
wall
LG
hacks now.
inside of this
Joke's
building.
over.
Luminosity versus Furia. Luminosity looking to be extremely defensive in this situation. Defensive bombardment's actually going to do a fair amount of damage on the outside. You can see it's just chipping away at shields. But here comes his Watson. He's going to catch one player off guard. Bubble will be forced, and he's going to jump in and capitalize on the damage. Zeratriggy got the Arc Star down. And that will be Enemigo hit the first to fall here.
Yeah, the black hole went down as well. It just sucked the Luminosity players into the hole, and now Luminosity down to almost 2. Monsoon just about alive, but eventually falls, and Luminosity get wiped. And it is going to be Furia showing their aggression, showing that composition works.
Everybody, you guys didn't welcome David like I told you to?
Furia executing the fight perfectly. So much HP on their side. Even when the battle was finished and the bodies were on the floor, they were still in a position, even if a third party was in the vicinity, to at least hold their ground. So Furia, like you say, taking the 3v3 engagement, isolating that fight, and coming out on top.
Got to take advantage when a team is in a building like that, and you can surround them, and even though the caustics were there, and you can play defensive with a caustic, when Furia execute it in that way, and you've got the Seer to get all that information, you have the one-up on the team that is going to be on the back foot. So Furia will be happy. Their first points on the board here in match number 1 of this series, but now their attention's turn to rotations. Now they have to start making their way across the map to the southwest area, which is where all the teams have found themselves.
Yeah, the pacing in this lobby much different from what we saw a little bit earlier as well. You can see 17 squads still remaining in this one, and only just over a minute until Zone 3 closes. So expect that kill feed to start glowing in a few moments' time when we see that ring force all these teams in towards each other. The teams who have those kind of transitional places to hold at the moment, well, they're going to disappear pretty quickly, and they're going to have to take a fight or find somewhere to call home.
And that is the moments that often separate, you know, the good teams from the okay teams. As I say that, C9, they've been spotted out, they've been caught in the red once more, and it's Dreamfire who have got eyes on them, and they've already got one knock.
Bubble's gone down as well, so they want to capitalize on this situation, and Dreamfire moving in, 80 with the Peacekeeper. The second one doesn't connect, but the third will.
Ooh,
Zach
good
Mason
shots.
will forward. C9 struggling here in our first game on Storm Point.
Struggling in the previous group, struggling again.
I gotta say, my Peacekeeper game needs work.
The finishes, though, they want to secure those
These
points.
people make me want to use the Peacekeeper more.
Avoid the damage and will be escaping ever so slightly, but I think he's going to be running into another team.
Yeah, he's getting hunted down, though. He is getting hunted down by Dreamfire. They're trying to find out where he is, and it's actually Phoenix team who are going to be trying to finish off this final kill. So a lot of battles going down, and C9 coming into this lobby, they would have thought, okay, it's time to step our game up because we had a shaky start to the day, and unfortunately for them, it looks like it's continuing.
The thing with C9 is they had some good placements. They finished top 4 a couple of times, but they weren't finding those kills. They were really struggling in a lobby, which was a high kill lobby at times, where really big points were gained.
C9 eliminated. That will be them out of this lobby. So they're going to have some more games to play with, but they need to find some form and they need to catch fire quickly here because the games will dissipate and slip through their fingers extremely quickly today. But 16 squads
eliminated
remaining, 40
again.
seconds or
Feels
so
bad for
until
C9.
round 3 starts to
Not
close.
their day
That's going to
today.
be a scary moment when the 40 seconds is up and that circle has closed, because there are certain areas where there is not going to be enough space for all of the teams that are going to try and break in. However, when I look at the map overhead, everyone has got within that next circle. It's probably going to be the one after that, which is when we see the true carnage unfold, when people try and get those priority positions. Arguably, this circle is going to move probably southwest even more so. I think that's what a lot of people are banking on here.
Information being collected here by Tao. Yes, that CQ down, just to not only chip away his shields, but as you can see, give the information of where teams are set up around you. A lot of this play here with Series about information. Where can we rotate to next? How can we play these next situations that are going to unfold in front of us? Well, TSM, they've changed comps. They've gone back to something a lot more comfortable here. And to be honest with you, Dan, it's something I'm not too surprised at.
That's something that T-Scab was talking about
I have
backstage.
no idea,
You know,
Nick.
it's about mechanical skill,
even
it's
know if he's
about
playing.
muscle
Someone
memory.
in
What
chat
are you
said
good
he
at?
is.
What are you comfortable with? What has found you success in the past? And TSM, well, they needed a change. They needed to find something. It wasn't a great first group stage for them. They find themselves in 20th position. That is the cut-off spot, and that is not where TSM will want to be. They will very much want to be a little bit higher in that leaderboard.
Invictus now trying to hold a couple of teams out, trying to move in from the edge of zone. Those moves are going to have to be made very, very soon.
You got pizza, what did I miss?
Center. Wow. On where this zone is for the next zone as
Team
well.
Optic's going to win.
Invictus have got to pick up a few KP, but they're not going to be able to do this easier because flying through the skies, Using that gravitational lift, it's going to be Furia putting the pressure on, and Pandas, though, he's going to have to back up, and Pandas can't back up. He will fall.
Because Invictus Gaming are coming on in, and they're getting involved in this fight. The Black Hole again playing a part in this engagement, but RKN can at least try and do some damage, but he will fall. And Invictus Gaming, they need to help.
Need to take this one player out. Oh, 106 from Bryn, but JMW, he's still alive and still in position. A little reset occurring here.
It's a 1
Zera Tricky will be able to get into position. It was a 1 versus 1, but here comes Optic!
It's terrifying. It keeps happening. Optic just appear out of nowhere. It is literally a horror film right now when Optic Gaming are involved. They'll clean up. They'll get the knock. They will eliminate Furia, and now they're on a tear to try and get some extra KP.
And JMW is thinking, I was in a 1v1. I was in a 1v1. I was in a position to maybe win this, to clutch up, to get guaranteed KP. Now he's got Optic running at them, the most formed team that we've seen in the lobby. And Optic, I mean, they just timed that perfectly.
This is smart, though, from Optic Gaming. Get some guaranteed kill points, because look where that circle's going and look where they currently reside. You need to take
Food's
this
here.
side
You
of the
got
map
me, Food
so
Gabby?
you can be the kings of the mountain, as it were, on this side. Because look at where the circle's ending up. Absolute no man's land in the middle. The buildings that are currently in the circle, they're already in residence, there's already teams waiting, but somehow JMW has been able to hold them back. He's been able to show enough pressure that Optic Gaming did not want to re-engage.
Well, JMW has survived for now because Optic have chosen a different route. Now, we've seen them do this a few times. They don't have too many worries if there's one team inside of a building. They will take one of the floors. It's bottom floor for now. Barrels will go down. Skittle Cakes will get that gas popping as well, just to give them a little bit of cover, but there's a black hole, and there's a grenade in it as well.
Just about surviving at the moment. Backs to the wall, backs to each other, watching every angle of Optic Gaming at the moment, but it's Onic who are above them. It's Onic who have been in this building the entire game, and they're saying, we are not going to give this up for free.
You can see it in the feed as well. Unfortunately for JMW and Invictus, that is the end of their game. He falls as the last player surviving, but Optic once again find somewhere to play. They just seem to do this so often. It seems like there's no room. Optic will create room.
And you see that little tiny building in the next circle. Team Burger are within that building, arguably the best position to be in at the moment, and they're probably thankful that Optic didn't arrive and knock on their door. Instead, it's Odic who are having to share this building and hopefully survive until this next circle.
I think one thing that Optic do so well that we need to just quickly discuss before these fights break out, Phoenix team eliminated as well, is they're not afraid to make an aggressive rotation earlier than everyone else. That was a risky play from them, but they thought if we don't get here now, maybe we're not going to get an opportunity to win this game.
Well, how many times do we talk about momentum? We talk about confidence. Think about what Optic did in the previous group stage game. They won 3 games in a row. They are on top of the world right now and top of the overall leaderboards, may I add. So they're looking to try and add that pressure, try and dominate some more to gain more points and continue being at the top of this leaderboard.
So finally, everyone has found somewhere to play, some more comfortable than others. GMT on the edge of the zone. They're going to have to make some moves, and a fight will probably break out when they do have to make that rotation. The fact that they've got, I think, not just one, but maybe even 2 teams stacked up on this building is going to be a tough move for them.
There's just so many people in this building. The
one guy's camera is like off to the side
as well. It becomes like the crystal maze, and you hope you can escape and hope you get a reward for doing so. Your reward, though, is walking into more teams, because everyone now is going to be prioritizing getting central, because we are moving. Round 5 is closing.
Risky moments here. Perfect time to hit the ukulele for Gibraltar, as he is not feeling the pressure. However, of course it will fall, and TSM now move in. How will pick up that kill? And now TSM look to create some space, look to create some ground, but Imperial How will have to be revived and brought back to his feet.
Good bubble,
back.
and that's perfect. Now you've got the Gibraltar, now it's working, now you're back to your comfort.
I would love to have a listen in here at Hal's point of view.
And neighbors are going to be joining.
Uh-oh. Grenades go down, the bubble disappears!
Oh god, I fucked up. Put a trap in the bub, Let me know if they're dropping.
Nice. See, I told you. YouTube's ahead of this.
They died. Can we go under? No, behind!
You told me Twitch was ahead. I told you YouTube was ahead.
Come to me if you can.
And then the main broadcasts for the both are the same.
Play your life.
Oh my god, only Hal's up now.
Full team right here. Did they fight? Are they dying? No, they're sitting in the corner, all 3 of them.
Not good for them. Not good at all.
My god, man.
Who
Who followed us behind? Like, what?
do you think he's gonna say next?
It was the 8, yeah.
Insane. See the sadness on his face.
I'm so confused. If I just didn't die for free right there, we could
Gonna
have
kick him now.
wiped it.
Let's go back to the main broadcast.
They do. Optic back on their feet.
And look at this. This bubble is going to disappear very, very soon. Nox was trying to play the off angle there, trying to see if he could take advantage of that situation, but the timing of recognition, knowing he was too far from his team to get away if that bubble dissipated and those 3 players just locked onto him, he retreats to his team and will live to fight another day.
Well, I said I wanted more from Team Burger, and they have delivered. They are into the final 3, but all 3 teams have now got back up to a full health. They've got back up to a full total, and they get that chance to assess.
Subway Club
We've got
just a
1
moment
minute
ago.
30 for this final round to close. This is going to be slowly moving in. You've got a lot of room to work with, a lot of building, a lot of rocks to work with as well. You want to be the last team to engage in this fight, so you can just pick up the pieces.
Oh man, what a zone.
To creep in now. This is what we love. These 3v3 situations. Optic make a move, trying to swing out to their right, trying to
Dreamfire's
play
at a great
against one of
spot.
these fences. Maybe force some teams to make some mistakes, and it
They
looks
just gotta
like
be as
Diff are
patient
just
as
set up
possible.
on that high ground, just waiting for their opportunity to strike. But the thing is, if Diff, at some point they will have to drop.
They will.
They're in a great position here.
Dreamfire have to drop eventually, but if they can force the fight,
Oh, look at Optic.
Optic go in, and now the 2
Optic
teams
going
will
in
fight
here
the
is
Dreamfire.
genius.
Call is coming from Optic Gaming. Boys, send it. Let's see if we can get inside that bubble. Let's see if
They
we
can't
can
really
get
break
the
it,
damage
though.
down. But now it's just a
They're not
standoff
forcing.
between the 2 teams, and here come Dreamfire.
Dreamfire wanted some of the action, and that's a shred! And Dreamfire get the entry.
Duplex will
Dreamfire
fall.
knocks from Optic.
Down to 2, but 2 still alive. Tao now just shredding through the skies. And shredding on the ground as well. The car is singing.
Dreamfire
The car
and
is
Dreamland, they're
singing.
on top of the world right now. Optic down
It's
to
a
2.
singing
What
car.
can they do in this fight?
Optic, this is looking like a tough game to win for Dreamfire. It's looking like, how many KP can we rack up?
Nice.
There's your answer, Dreamfire. With the first win of Groups B
Then they win the
versus
first.
D.
They've done it again.
Didn't they win the first
game
time?
in the
Yeah.
previous group. They win this first game in this group as
start
well.
strong.
As soon as you think Dreamfire have been knocked back down, they get right back up. And even with 2 substitutes prior to this tournament, this team looks like a scary force as we move forward.
Sometimes things just click right. You have a couple of subs come in and you get into that what we call the honeymoon period as a team, right? Everything, you're playing for each other. The comms are crisp, the comms are feeling fresh, and the gameplay's looking damn good as well.
Why does this keep? Is it like I'm
Fantastic
bumping the
moment for
table?
them as they just saw Optic and Burger collide.
The Optic Burger.
The Optic Burger, another business
High
plan that
ground
we have
wins,
to
yeah.
get into, and we will have those discussions later, I'm sure. But Dreamfire, they were in Dreamland. They watched
Why is this not
everything
going away?
unfold in front of them. They knew they would have to drop, so they tried their best to use grenades to try and force some of these players out of their hidey holes so that they would collapse on each other, and then they took full advantage of that, but they also hit their shots. It's very easy when you end up behind a team to, miss
What
or
the
just
hell?
kind of flick and not hit those shots, not do that damage, but boy, were they shredding.
Yeah, sometimes we always say it, right? You can overthink these situations. Sometimes it just comes down to hitting the shots, and that's what we saw in those final moments, just holding that high ground. And my Dreamfire with 32 points. Wow. That's a 20 bomb here,
32
people.
points in
That's a
one
20 bomb.
game.
That
First
is
game.
an incredible
Good
performance.
start.
I saw what Dreamfire were doing in scrims yesterday, and I was like, how are they getting this amount of kills? They weren't necessarily always winning the games, but they were getting high KP in the scrims. But now, you add that to the 12 placement points, and suddenly they put themselves in the best possible position to climb that overall leaderboard already. Hats off to Optic. It's still a solid 16 points to keep them at the top of the overall leaderboard, you'd imagine, but Dreamfire, they have come out swinging here in Group B versus D.
I wish we would have caught the crowd's reaction there to when they saw the 20 kills come up, because there was so many eyebrows that were raised at the same time, and it went, whoa, that's nuts. And that's exactly the reaction we would expect from seeing points like that. And as we sometimes see, Dan, when there's one team popping off, destroying a lobby, there's not many scraps for the rest of them.
Cloud9 with 0 points, Alliance with 0 points, IG only managing the 2. There's some big hitters there that are down in the lower side of this leaderboard, but it is only game 1. And the good thing for these teams who are very down low at the moment is that a lot of those points were gobbled up by Dreamfire. So the rest of the lobby, you can start to catch up. The overall leaderboard doesn't look as daunting. But certainly, I think Optic Gaming will be happy with their second place, but no one is going to be feeling better.
Watching this makes me want to compete, doesn't it?
My goodness, look at these numbers coming in from Dreamfire. 2.4k
Damn.
damage, 1.2, and 2.4.
Bolin got
That might
9
be the
kills.
highest damage game I've certainly seen today.
I mean, Roy, arguably one of the most mechanically gifted players we have.
That's more
in
kills than
Apex
Imperial
Legends. He is
Howl's ever had
definitely
in a
up there,
round.
and he was showing it. He was popping off. As you say, 2.4 gate damage for 2 of them is unreal, and the amount of kills they were able to get because of it. I mean, they were farming at the end. They were in the best position possible. They had the high ground. They were just looking from the heavens and drilling everyone that was below them, and they were rewarded for their positioning. But it was their intelligence, it was their methodical play that got them into that position in the first place.
And the patience, right? The patience is so easy when you have that high ground in those end-game situations. Just one player maybe get a little bit antsy, get a lot of damage on a couple of players below, just kind of slip off. You know, we've all been there. But they held their ground absolutely perfectly, and most importantly, like we saw in those final moments, the shots were not.
Just need to find a team. Yeah, but I gotta find the best team like ever.
Showing up on LAN, and I think that's what you want to see as a viewer, as a spectator, as a fan of Apex Legends. You want those moments, you want those pop-off moments to happen. You don't want it just when people are comfortable in their bedrooms. You want to see them do it on the main stage when the fans are watching, when the lights are on. It's not an easy thing to do as well. I've seen many players crumble in esports as soon as they get on the main stage like that. But these guys, no, they're the real deal.
I mean, this heat map, this is where they just destroyed everyone. I mean, this is pretty nuts. This is where they traveled throughout this game as well. When you can see where they ended up, it was just a sea of red.
But look how far they had to travel. Yeah. Well, when you look at where those initial kills were at the northeast side of the map, to then move all the way down to the southwest, and then it was just a warpath.
What is this heat map?
A sea of blood that has happened in the southwest area of that map. Everyone who walked in Dreamfire's path, they certainly knew about it.
They certainly did indeed, and that's the kind of momentum you want to start off. That, you know, a new group.
I'm not following this heat map. The more I look at it, the least I understand it.
It's certainly going to get you hyped and ready to get back into game number 2. And this is the thing, right? You win game 1 like that in such a dominant fashion. You're sitting here right now, you're like, can we just start game number 2? I just want to get more people in front of me to kill.
And they're going to be more than happy that they've got more Storm Point. They seem to just gel and click when it comes to Storm Point, even though they didn't find a victory on Storm Point in the previous group stage. They were finding consistent placements. They were getting to their kind of top 8, top 5, and they were still getting those points on the board. But the scary thing is, they also did it in World's Edge.
It's true.
So if I'm in this lobby, I'm like, well, how are we going to shut these guys down? And you're maybe looking at Optic saying, well, hopefully 2 of these giants collide in the early stages.
Yeah, but then what's the other colors? It doesn't make any sense.
That's going to do it for game number 1 here in the arena.
What's
the players
the green
again set up
mean,
for game
then?
number 2. We're jumping into a quick break. We'll see you in just a second.
Doesn't make any sense.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
You would be the only streamer to play in the Apex tournament? And I'd be the only Apex streamer to YouTube streamer to win. Wow. Bum. Nice. So loud. I'm gonna turn down. See, you know what would have been nice to have? Being able to skip 10, 12 more seconds right now. Would have been nice. Would have been nice to have. Would have been cool. This stream is so wholesome. Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Probably could be doing a better job commentating. I don't care enough. I'm just doing what I want to do. I don't know. I'm chilling. I'm enjoying it. I'm having a good time. I'm just enjoying the content. Hanging out with chat, just chatting. Could be going the extra mile, you know. Commentate myself on top of their commentary.
mute them, commentate. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. What is the highest number of kills? We already had this one. Running out of questions here. You're doing good. Oh, thank you, Sam. You might want to see that change. Thanks for hosting the watch party, Chief. Absolutely, Hesher. Thank you for being at the watch party. You think that the poll of question would be larger than that for sure? Yeah, they must be saving some for tomorrow. Is this a live event that's going on right now? Yeah, this is happening right now, Tomster.
Welcome back, everybody, to day
That's
one.
them. They're in, right now. They're in North Carolina.
And I think the headline coming out of that last game is very, very simple, right? It's the we had 32 points put on the board and a 20-kill game. It was absolutely nuts. I don't want to see that again. I want to see someone match it in game number 2 here.
I mean, if someone can match it in game number 2, I will sign up for that every day of the week, because that was a dominating performance from Dreamfire. And if they carry on playing that way, they are going to start to rack up those points and really put themselves up in the leaderboards. And Optic Gaming, who were top of the overall leaderboards coming into this, they're going to be looking at that saying, okay, well, someone maybe is going to start to race us here. Someone is going to be starting to match us with the amount of points we were able to accumulate.
Yeah, I'm glad you talked about Optic here, because quite rightly we're talking about Dreamfire.
What up, Kind
It's a
Claw?
ridiculous performance, right? 20 kills, 32 points in the books, in the history books, is one of the biggest performances we've certainly seen in the LAN environment for any team in the ALGS. But Optic's still there in the end game. A couple of times I saw them have a few players knocked, but managed to get back to their feet. And Optic are always in that in-game scenario. And once again, it was a perfect example of it there.
Well, I think Optic Gaming were probably looking at Team Burger there saying, guys, look, if you just hold out for a little bit, that team that's up above us, that is destroying us, they will have to drop off. But unfortunately, because they bubbled so close, they both were almost, they felt like the other team was going to be attacking them, so they almost attacked each other, and they were never going to come to any sort of agreement, because agreements, that's not what happens in Apex Legends, right? It's every man for himself, every team for himself. You can't really make those handshakes, those deals happening on the fly. But Optic Gaming still picking up good points and still keeping themselves at the top of the leaderboards is the important factor.
Oh,
they keep playing like they are, you'll never need
that grand
to.
final, should Optic make it, of course, although they're looking extremely strong here on day one, is that change of format, right? Match point format. I'm all keeping my eye on teams throughout the first 3 days or so here at the ALGS Championship and thinking, how many times have you been in game-winning positions? How many times have you managed to clutch up a first-place finish? And at the moment, there's one team who's standing on top of the rest.
And it's interesting when that conversation comes into fruition, because when you look at Dreamfire and you look at the changes they've had to make coming into this tournament, and the previous 3 now with 2 substitutes or 2 changes since that split 1 playoffs that they were able to have success with, do they have that capability to win games in those pressurized moments? Sure, they're absolutely shredding at the moment.
Why is the thing not going away?
Running through, but when everyone is starting to play for the win and the game starts to play a little bit differently, is there someone who can step up with that leadership role to ensure that you are still playing in that same way?
Okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room then, and that's going to be what has been a very, very slow start from Cloud9, from TSM, 2 of the biggest names in all of Apex Legends and the competitive scene. We haven't seen the best of them by any stretch of the imagination so far today. What do you attribute that to?
Well, I think TSM are not comfortable with their legend selection. Like, they've been flipping and flopping, they've been changing back and forth, and they're unsure about what they want to be trying to do here. And that's what happens sometimes in group play, because you get these changes, you get 10 new teams coming into the equation, you don't really know who's going to be dropping where, you have these agreements, and people are like, okay, this is how it's going to play, or is it? And then everything changes when you get to LAN, and suddenly teams aren't necessarily rotating the same way they were.
Well, let's see what happens in our next game then. Our second game of Storm Point is live on the server, and it's time to get the gunfights back underway. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on TSM and C9 in this one down. I think they're certainly teams who need to turn it up now.
Well, C9, they're dropping in the southeast side of the map, close to Luminosity Gaming, but they have spread themselves as they did before.
I love it how coordinated everybody is out of that freaking jump tower. That's not jump tower, that jump ship.
We get a map overhead, and you can see C9 and where they have positioned themselves as well. Look at the amount of space that Luminosity Gaming have with Gale Station and with the fish farms. They have got so much room to spread themselves out with. And then Optic Gaming, another squad, heading over into the top left side of the map now. They are going to get to the down beast and they're going to have the mill to work with. Like, that's 2 POIs they get through.
I mean, Optic Gaming should be coming out of this dressed up to the nines. I'm talking like waistcoat, bowler hat, monocle. I can see Skill Cakes rocking a monocle. I don't know about you.
I think he'd look very good, and he'd probably still get equally the same amount of kills, if not more kills, with a monocle on.
When people know where they're going, they spread out so far. It's interesting to look at that. I got lost in looking how far away everybody would land. It's like they would know, they would map out where to land, and based on where the people would land around them, because they would already know.
I think Terrifying Force is all you can use as a way to describe this team at the moment. The way they're playing, the way they're communicating, and most importantly, the way they are just destroying people in those close range battles is certainly something to be proud of.
Skill Cakes is my favorite on the stage. He's been doing really well. He's been killing it.
Together we saw from that first game of this new group. Well, strap yourselves in. It's going to be a heck of a game for them.
And you saw from the heat map that was shown after the game how many kills they were able to find originally in their drop spot and where they were rotating through, but then it was the end game where they really came to life. And if Dreamfire can keep playing in a way where they pick up some early kills, get good loot, get that confidence, and then have got a good rotation, there's no reason why we can't see the same thing happen again.
Okay, well, we've got beacon information on our screens now. We will see where that circle will be going. We're going south once again. A lot of southern zones we've seen so far today here on Storm Point, and it looks like Shipfall is going to be involved, a little bit of Gale Station. And when I say south, I mean right on the coast.
Yeah, this is very much south. TSM will be happy with this one as well. They have been a team that has rotated quite quickly from Antenna down towards Shipfall, often to get that beacon information. So once they do have it, they'll be pleasantly surprised with the area they've already rotated
Which
into.
TSM would
and
do
also
better?
teams like Luminosity Gaming, who are already in that side of the map. But here comes TSM. Here's that rotation I was talking about.
Oh, well, this is
They're
their
going
chance.
to be basically ending up bang on where this next circle is going to be landing.
I mean, look at this. They can already see there's a team in that vicinity, so the first ping isn't good. See, TSM had an original decision on where they wanted to try and land, but just saw a couple of bodies kind of floating up and around the position that they had originally pinged to each other. So TSM, a little bit of a change of not only composition here, but a little bit of reverting to a game style which they're more comfortable with an early rotation.
Good news, though. They've got a crafter to work with. They can get all the goodies that they would have wanted and make sure they can get into those engagements. Singularity are also rotating in. Here they come, here they arrive, and now we've already got 3-4 teams in this vicinity very close to one another.
And that just shows confidence from a lot of teams on where they think this circle is ending, right? Everyone decided to get here as quickly as possible to find some sort of god spot to take some of this height, because moving in after all of these higher positions is taken is going to be a rough job indeed. But Team Singularity have one of them! Waltzy with the triple take. Hitting some nice headshots.
Yeah, Team Burger also have joined the party. Everyone seems to be arriving, and the last person to the party arrives with a gun just to let them know they've arrived. It is not a comfy situation for those who are already there, that's for sure. But you are soon going to run out of room down here in the south side of the map. So very much want to be seeing as many early rotations as possible for those who are nearby.
Well, it seems like early on we had that contesting going down over at Checkpoint. It looks like that sorted itself out a little bit. So everybody has somewhere to call home for now. 20 squads remaining, and 2 players unfortunately not being involved, as we have a map overview now. We can see where Cloud9 are. Cloud9 are going to have a really important game here, I think. This is not just important for the leaderboards, not just important for the, you know, for the fact that they need the points on the board. It's more a confidence thing, I think, for C9. We talk about them being a momentum-based team, right? When they get hot, they're difficult to stop. But sometimes it takes a while to get that fire going.
It is crazy looking at the map overhead at the moment as well. The amount of teams that are in the circle.
Get another one, Jesse.
The little amount of teams in the middle of the map. Everyone is either on the edge of the map or in the circle. A team that I do want to talk about is Optic Gaming. A similar rotation we saw prior was that they went down the southwest of the map and then they ended at the bottom of the circle. And I wouldn't be surprised with a circle like this if they do something similar.
It does look like Optic might be doing something similar indeed. We'll keep tracks on them when we do have the opportunity to do so, but for now we can see a little bit of a knock in the kill feed, and here comes Optic Gaming, a reskinned car looking all beautiful. Got that one wrapped, I think, and a little bit of bubble. I don't know how much that costs at the detailers, but you know, we'll find out.
Bubble wrap's not that expensive, but very fun to play with.
It's true. Can't argue with that.
They're making the same rotation again, or Optic, but I think there was a team.
Oh, ouch! Knock, knock. Who's there? Dreamfire is the answer, and that R99 that hit hard.
I mean, I was terrified, let alone what that player thought as he exited the doorway and was greeted by an R99. But now we're going to be down to 19 squads. Onyx eliminated, and Dreamfire already finding some KP to work with, just similarly to what they had done prior.
There's another team in the vicinity as well, and little bit of a poke out the window. He's going to do a little bit of chip damage. It's GMT now who are underneath. The team we haven't spoken too much about so far in this lobby. Obviously, Rambo coming in as a substitute today to try and do what he can, but as we know, the controller player is certainly going to help them in those close-range fights. We see Dreamfire trying to hold the line now.
Dreamfire are surrounded. GMT looking to try and take advantage of Dreamfire, who are going to be very much backs against the wall inside. If they've got any grenades, GMT, to work with here, they could make life a living hell for Dreamfire. A lot of information, though. Of course, having the Seer, getting those movement scans, but now here comes the push.
Oh, Nasky gets melted! And now Dreamfire in a position to take advantage of this. Nasky just poked around that corner for a second and was just deleted in the blink of an eye.
Dreamfire is the last team you want to be taking in an engagement right now. The res trying to come through. Rambo's got a hold. He does some damage. He's done a lot of damage, but Dell has fallen. Dreamfire push in, and GMT eliminated. Dreamfire live on.
Dreamfire's on fire.
Out of their mind.
Dreamfire on fire. It is as simple as that here
said that first.
If I see these guys at the moment, I'm walking around and a couple of our 9-shot start to really hurt a little bit more than they should. I know that's Dreamfire, because these boys ain't missing.
Then you want to be running the other way, if you have any idea. But Alliance, they take down the black hole. Someone's trying to engage in a fight with them, but Alliance don't look like they want to get involved in this one. They are scarpering away. It's Furia on the other side. It's Furia trying to engage.
Vibes has been taken down to just his around 50 HP as well, so Furia trying to chase this down, and understandably so. They're trying to close the gap before they can pop those barriers.
He's stream
a little bit of a
sniping.
spray coming in from the R301, won't get the knock, but the pressure that Furia are putting onto Alliance here.
A lot of aggression going on around here. Love to see it.
Has got to be hurting.
They've had a couple of good games of Alliance. None of those massive pop-up games, and they haven't won, but they have come very close. 0 points at the moment, of course, from that first one. They're on the back foot. They're being chased, but that's the Furia composition. That's what they want. They want to get aggressive. They want to take these fights, but Alliance know that because Alliance are playing a defensive composition. This is very much two different playstyles clashing in the middle.
So for now, a reset. Looks like Furia don't want to overextend too much. Waiting for that initial damage once more. They do have a couple of players trapped here from Alliance, which might allow them to get that initial damage like we've just seen from the missile swarm from Pandas. But for now, it looks like the teams will allow each other to live just for now. As maybe Pandas is thinking about something different. You can see he's taking a little bit of a wider angle here. Zeratrick is going to use that grav lift to try and get a few angles. And again, Yuki's on his back! And here's Watson has other ideas.
Seer plus Horizon plus angles equals death. Alliance, they try and get Yuki up. He is up, but now can you stay alive?
It looks like they've closed the gap here. Yuki will go back down onto the floor, and Hackis has got to do so much for his team here. Vice has managed to escape, which is great. They have the high ground. They should be able to reset. The question now is how aggressive do Furia want to be on this position? They have a 3v2 advantage, but as we know, you jump up that zip line, that can become a 2v2 almost immediately.
Furia will want this KP, but as you say, it is difficult to do so. You've got a few things you can throw in the mix. Because you're the Horizon, you can utilize that black hole, you can utilize the grav lift to try and make life very difficult for Alliance. But Furia, it looks like they want to get involved.
Oh my word. Here's Watson says, I want some of this. I'm coming in for dessert, boys. The Arcstar will be missed. Pandas takes down Hackis, and now he's just trying to finish off the meal. Alliance are out of there.
Pure aggression from Furia and Alliance. They tried as they might to survive, but it was the angles that Furia took, the Horizon angles you can get when you're elevated.
The Horizon
maybe
angles.
wasn't expected there by Alliance, and unfortunately just get caught in the back. And now we have 17 squads remaining. Alliance full.
I think the Fury have been watching some John Cena promos. These guys are showing ruthless aggression at the moment. It's paying off for them for sure. Just chasing down those last two players coming in from Alliance. And a lot of teams would have let those two get away, knowing they didn't have the height advantage. But not Fury. They chase them down. They secure the KP.
We've got that next beacon information. Luminosity Gaming in prime position. They won't know it at the moment, but they are going to be sitting pretty. And all those other teams are out of that next circle at the moment. They are going to have to move in. A lot of open ground to work with. Very little buildings as well. Some of these circles on set, they've been ruthless today.
They really have. They've been tough. They've been tough for teams to play.
They've been ruthless.
For sure. Not a lot of ground to coexist. And it's been down to those final moments. And Gibraltar, I think, has maybe been a bit more of an influence. People realize take her out of there!
I love the crowd noises.
Oh, it's difficult to watch that kind of thing happen, but it was kind of fun at the same time.
They all die?
It was like an anti-drive-by. That's not what you expect.
Reverse drive-by.
It was like an anti-drive-by.
Blown out of the car.
That's something I would say.
And Furia say, look, that's an extra couple of kills, and they're laughing about it.
Bro, no way they got 3 kills.
They haven't made many mistakes today.
No.
That's insane. They got all 3.
You know, kind of entertaining, right? Anyway, Fury get the job done. That was just given to them.
Those are the moments you look back on, you can laugh about, but also those extra 3 kills could be very important in the grand scheme of things.
I was going to say, maybe you can laugh if you're Optic and you got that many points on the board already. For another team, they might be, let's just say, having some more colourful discussions. But that is going to be Noct's loot box being looted. As you would imagine, they're going to have lots of stuff to play with now. And Furia, I mean, it's been a good couple of minutes for them.
You'd expect it.
It is crazy that was OG.
When they are playing this composition.
Optic.
We know that Horizon plays a big part as we get a little replay of what just unfolded on our screens. So much damage. And unfortunately, did the bubble not go on the car?
Oh my God, I was just having flashbacks to learning multiplication when I was about 4 years old there. Just numbers, numbers, numbers. None of it making sense. And certainly for Optic fans, it didn't make sense. But E8 now trying to move up and to re-establish a position here on the map. But as we know, and we saw a little bit earlier, lots of teams already in this vicinity, so they're just going to have to find somewhere to call home, and it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe not the decorations they would have wanted, but they're safe for now.
I mean, statistics would suggest traveling by air is more successful than traveling by Trident, judging by what we've seen so far.
We've just seen that in effect in front of our eyes.
I'm a fan of air travel. It has to be said right now. EA, it seems like they are also part of that crew. And they do successfully make their rotation and into the next one, because round 2 closing 30 seconds before these teams have to move into the next. But still plenty of time to work your way in. Of course, it is not be-all and end-all if you're outside, but we are starting to see now Valkyrie Ultimates jetting up into the sky.
Oh no, and I mean, oh no, not for Dreamfire, for any team that Dreamfire decide to land near, because we've seen these guys and how well they have been shooting in the last few moments, and this is going to be something to keep an eye on. Even though everybody is trying to take him out of the skies, they still manage to land and find themselves nice and cozy.
And they found a building that no one else resides in, somehow, some way. And the Valkyrie passive just giving them that little bit of information. Of course, you don't know whether a team is inside, but they've banked on being able to land and use as many of the objects and doorways that they can, just in case there was, but it is easy pickings for them.
Well, the strongest moustache in Apex Legends was on your screen for just a few seconds there. That's, of course, Smeggy Toe. And now we jump on board with K-Swinney to see what he can do, the Frenchman. Just playing a little bit sneaky and a little bit, to be honest, too close to the geometry he finds in front of him. Slayers is going to be alongside them, of course, to make up this lineup. And we'll say this is a make-do situation for them for now.
Yeah, they've not really got the best position in the world, and it seems like another team has sniffed them out. They might have been able to rat out for a while if they did go unnoticed, and unfortunately their footsteps were heard.
Second grilled cheese done.
Toe was smelt.
Glorious looking moustache. Every time I see it, just draws my attention away from everything else on the screen. But let's see what K-Swinney can do. Maybe the attentions of the flat line.
Keep that one slow, Jesse.
Back to Apex Legends
Nice
for now. It's a little bit of chip damage. Plenty of ammo for him to work with, though, so he's going to be positioned to hold off all of these teams. At the moment, they're just looking for targets. They're looking to just play this one nice and slow. They've got the caustic, of course, just to hold down this area. This should be comfortable for them.
Well, I mean, even though E6 don't have loads to work with, they're not inside a building, but look at that, there isn't many buildings in this circle. The only team that has one is Luminosity Gaming in that egg, and Element 6 have already seen them. They've already done a little bit of damage. They've let them know they're there, and they know full well they're not going to push LG. But a team arriving with a Valkyrie may well dive on that egg a little bit later, and perhaps Element 6 are waiting for that. Perhaps they want another team to get involved in that fight, because then they can make their push.
Well, this is going to be a really tough circle now. We've got 16 squads still in the lobby, and not a lot of them are actually in a position where they can make any kind of play upon this circle, because there's nowhere to play. It's open ground, it's little nooks and crannies. It's going to be very, very difficult, even with the Valkyrie rotation, to find somewhere to play. So that field is going to be cut, you would imagine, almost in half.
There is only 4 teams in the circle that you see at the moment. In 20 seconds, 12 of those teams all have to try and get involved in this short space of time. That kill feed is going to go nuts.
And I wonder if some of these teams are thinking, okay, this is going to be a tough circle for us to end up getting a first place in. Let's just try and take some fights. Let's play for KP. Let's get points on the board. And maybe Furia, who have kind of been playing with that in mind a lot of the time through groups, are going to try and execute now.
There are circles where you do have to make that decision. I think you're right. A lot of teams are going to make that decision, but that will naturally create more fight. Then people want a third party, and it is going to be carnage unfolding in front of our very eyes. Dreamfire looking at maybe making an early move here.
They're going to make a Valkyrie move. They take to the skies. Can they get into the skies? Bullets down!
Oh, does not work for them.
Landing. And it's Furia who take advantage advantage.
Fury are ruining everyone's day right now. The rest tries to come through, but the finish is
everybody does what I do,
and the team
dude.
who dominated the previous game are wiped.
Everybody in this lobby does what I do. You know how
as well,
I'm
so
always
Fury
shooting
had two
everybody
big
out of the
collection
sky like that?
Kills. C9
Bro,
starting to warm up a little
imagine
bit
a full
as well,
lobby
like I
of people that
mentioned.
does
One
that.
IQ eliminated. I mentioned this is going to be a busy few moments
Can't
for that
even
kill feed.
foul
You
call.
see it in front of your eyes.
There's going to be more to come. Still teams trying to desperately scarper their way into this next circle. Still damage coming out from Invictus Gaming, but they're down to 2 as well. Everyone doing what they can to find somewhere to call home.
Phoenix team fall as well. IGE just trying to do what they can, trying to survive, but they can't. Down to 1 now. JMW left on his own. Oh. Looks like the back door might have been left open here.
Oh.
Wow.
And somehow... Oh, JMW's taken down.
Okay, we had to. We were all waiting with bated breath. Everyone was just expecting maybe something godly to happen, but eventually Invictus fall, and we're down to 11 squads. But it's still not
Something
done yet.
godly
Action's
to
still
happen.
unfolding. Teams still trying to fight for these priority positions.
Well, it looks like here's Watson is interested in starting one of the most deadly games of peekaboo you could ever ask for, just waiting for that door to open with a Peacekeeper in his hand. Zeratricky's got an angle. Zeratricky's chipping away at shields, and this team inside is not looking good.
And you really don't want to be going up against Furia right now. They are going to be oozing with confidence. They've already won 2 engagements, and the Peacekeeper hits hard. And now the Seer can come out to play, and you can get some information. Heartbeat is going to tell a lot here for them.
Can they take advantage, though? E8 fall while all of this is happening. Team Burger now under pressure. There's people inside of that bubble. It's not looking comfortable for them. Jaro goes down as well as Zeratricky moves in. And Furia once again look like they're going to win a team fight.
Furia have done again, but can his Watson stay alive? Yes, he can. Gets the shield swap. That was pretty clutch, has to be said. And Furia can reset. They can stay alive. They can reanalyze where they want to go from here.
So many kills for Furia in this game. And I tell you what, we thought 32 points was impressive. If Furia get into this end game, then maybe, just maybe, we might see them having a go at that as well.
We could see a massive
We're looking on
drop, that's for sure.
TSM.
Team Burger have still been able
Alliance
to stay alive.
is dead,
Though. Just
Optic
one remaining,
Gaming is
but
dead.
Furia
Let's
do
see
not
what
let people escape, and this is
with
the down. Peekaboo! It's the Seer, and now the finish will come through. Team Burger eliminated.
Team Burger
Furia
eliminated. Wasn't that exciting? They scream over everything, chat.
Yeah.
TSM really needs to win this, chat. They really need to have a good performance here. If they die again, their momentum is so low, they're definitely going into the losers bracket.
There's nobody here. There's nobody here.
Okay.
No, we're right here.
Okay. I scanned somebody in the gas.
Someone's in the gas, yeah.
We're not safe
We're
here.
fine. Just shoot north. Shoot these guys.
Cracked one.
We're fine.
I think we third this. There's
no behind
us.
I'm give you ulting this. We third this.
Oh, he's going him.
Shoot. We have to walk up in white space.
Huge. He has high ground still. They're in great position still.
Are they here?
They were in great position. Your calls.
They might be inside though. We don't really have cover here.
We have no bub now.
They don't have a cover.
There's no cover really.
We cut right here.
Safe right here. I'm safe right here.
We can use the barricades. We can use the barricades.
It's fine.
I can't lose.
I'm safe here. I'm safe here too. I'm safe here too.
30 white.
Yeah, they're set right there.
It's top 5.
What up, Asher Diamond?
You need to look. Oh my god, I'm looking. Is there a team on the right? We're good. Maybe we'll walk up. Evan, are you good?
Yeah, I'm at 4-1.
I think we walk up now. There's a solo behind us, I think.
They're moving down right now. Taking the lower position.
I think you're right. I think there are people
they
there.
They know that there's a person
to
the right.
1-1 after a heal. 1-1.
You did not lose?
No, I couldn't lose. It's
I got you. Okay, guys, hold on. I'm need to heal. I'm gonna drop you some cells, okay?
Alright, I'm 6-1. I'm 6-2 now.
Okay, here.
They're all in one spot together, holding hands.
Are we all walking this? Popping a cell?
Not yet. We're gonna have to play this right rock, okay?
I think we just stick with TSM here. Do you agree, chat?
Yeah. Okay.
I would love to see them clutch this up from their POV.
You sell Costico?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have Gibio. Shoot, focus left.
They need this win.
You have Costico?
No, I do.
He died to a nade. Left side. Okay. I'm walking up. I'm moving up a little bit. We can get kills on left. Get kills left, get kills left! Dead.
Nice.
I'm walking up to you,
I'm walking up to you. Coming up.
The team on the right.
I have to bat. I'm batting.
Be careful, they might have an angle on the right. Be careful.
Trap up. Do we have any white?
They're doing a really good job mapping out the area.
There's a guy on the roof. Just gotta focus this team. They have a Watson.
We have a gold helm. I don't. No, I have one bat. What do we got?
I have one bat. There's the Gibeon somewhere. Where's Gibeon? On the roof?
I don't know. Yes. He dropped in his zone.
Whether you like them or not, they need this win, and I would like to see their POV.
They can't play it. That team has Godspot on the right.
Yeah, but all the other people on that zone, if we walk in slow, I think we can like stall enough to take right side heady.
Yeah, we have to walk up to that corner there. We're gonna have to Caustic out there. Listen, we're gonna walk up.
Where's the gen?
I don't know.
You can fly and look maybe. Drop me a bat.
I don't have one bat.
I have two. I can drop you one. I have none. Here.
They're flying on the roof. Okay, they went back inside. Listen, Evan, you stare at this team at the top. Okay, you're staring that. Listen, most likely we're gonna have to walk up, and you just have to Costco in front of us so they can't peek us around the corner.
Yeah, just on that side.
Yeah.
Literally. Okay. Just there. Don't go too far where it gets eaten. You just need gas. OS.
You don't have GBL, right?
No. 72.
They don't have Watson gen down. I've been queuing it the entire time. You're gonna have to probably bubble towards that so we don't get beamed.
They definitely gotta wait till the last second.
Gas that too. On a rock.
I'm one.
I kill one.
That's huge.
No, get this milk. Dead.
They got the reset and the kill.
I'm going.
Team is extending. Oh my god.
Come on, knock.
Behind, shoot behind, Jordan.
G9's taking them out.
Give me knock.
How down.
You got it.
Nice. All right.
Cloud9 won.
Take that.
That's good shit.
Take that.
Second place, they do need that. That was a bunch of kills there. That's not bad on their half. Let's go to the live broadcast. Let's see how that is.
All day, it does not matter when they provide a victory like that. They target. If you're a TSM fan, TSM were hoping they could go unnoticed for in the game. Needs are starting to come through to try to get that knock. But they should have dealt with as Verholz moves in. Nita Swap does not get it. TSM down to 2, but they can still win this one. How falls? It's all down to Reps. Reps is trying to do what he can.
Chill out.
But while all of this is happening, it's C9 who are going to move in!
Insane.
Cloud9 win it! And the momentum is truly back!
Where have they been all day? It does not matter.
C9 needed that as well, so the fact that C9 and TSM got that's huge for both of them.
And even though TSM had done so much to get into that position, timing is everything in Apex Legends. What a final circle we just had.
What an amazing final circle. As you can see, teams having to adapt so much from the years of Apex Legends that we've had at this point, where you have multiple teams stacked up inside of buildings on World's Edge. Stormpoint poses a different question. How creative can you be to get towards the end game when those circles, they do not give you anything to play with?
It was just crazy how Detonation Gaming made life a living hell for every other team as well, just with those Watson phases, with the priority position, playing as a 2, they were able to get into arguably one of the best positions, but eventually everyone realized there was only a duo, and that's when their time was up. But they did so much damage, and they ruined TSM's day a little bit with the damage they were able to output. Could have been very different if Verholz had got that shield swap. He was so close to doing so, but what a huge game it was from Cloud9.
But let's look down the leaderboards here. We're going to go through it, but there's one that's jumping out to me, okay? Cloud9 with the win, 6 kills. Extremely impressive and extremely necessary, I think, for C9 to just get that confidence back. Exactly the same thing.
Have they done Olympus yet? Not today, Jesse.
Second place for them with 17 points overall. But take your eyes down to 5th place.
15 kills for ALGS.
For Furia. The boys were shredding.
They were on fire, Furia, playing with so much confidence, and they were able to get those kind of free kills that happened a little bit earlier with Optic Gaming, but the likes of Cloud9, the likes of TSM would have been delighted to see that in their kill feed, that Optic Gaming was eliminated early, that we saw several teams taken out, Dreamfire taken out early as well. The big hitters eliminated in the early stages. Suddenly points
Yo,
they get
let's
a little
go.
bit more
IQ
available. And suddenly
I got a
these priority
placement
positions
point.
are going to be
Let's go,
definitely
one
spots
IQ.
you can hit in the late game.
Alliance, another slow game though, and I'm starting just to be slightly concerned about the day one performance of Alliance here. It just seems like something isn't clicking in those team fights. We're so used to see them dominating on the edge of zone. So certainly Alliance maybe going to look at what has just happened on the main stage in that last game, right? With TSM and C9 just all of a sudden clicking, finding form. That's how it can turn around.
Yo, what
The
a
fun
bad
fact
shot.
about Alliance, well, not so fun if you're an Alliance fan, is they've had the most 0-point games throughout Split 2.
It's not a fun point.
It's not a fun fact for Alliance fans, but at the same time, they still get here. They still manage to get those big games, right? So don't be too worried, because Alliance will still find that success a little bit later.
I want to give a shout out to Stay Naughty as well in those final moments as well. You mentioned the word, right? Timing in those final moments is so vital. When Naughty saw the opportunity just to take that high ground, it wasn't so much to take the high ground, it was just to give the information, right? He knew where every other team was positioned, and then he can relay that to Zaken and Abralele, and from there the decisions can get made, and C9 convert perfectly on those final moments.
And when you start to think about match point again, and I know we're going to keep having this discussion, and like,
it's always there.
Who can clutch up?
Always there.
Who can be those teams to get wins? Even though C9 have been so quiet, imagine if match point went on like enough that several teams start to get onto that match point, and Cloud9 eventually get there. They do become a very worrying team. You look at these three players and the experience they have and what they're able to do on any map. They do become a team that suddenly could be champions.
It's very true. You can never count out Cloud9. They catch fire and they're very difficult to slow down.
I don't understand
it's all
his
about the
heat map
consistency,
once
though.
again.
That's the one thing sometimes that is
6
missing
kills.
with this
Tell me
squad.
what
We know
these-
about the
what these
firepower. We know
options.
about the individual skill. Gee, I've been watching Abralele fry people, and Naughty is
It's okay,
he's won
Robo,
one
I'm
victory,
here now.
you know, during Pro League. It's been absolutely ridiculous. So certainly a team full of firepower, and I just think it's the consistency thing that has been missing, I should say. If they can find that, trust me, C9 are dangerous.
And TSM able to pick themselves up as well. It's not been the best of days for them so far, but a second place finish, I think they'll be looking at that saying, okay, we've been able to at least get into those final circles. And considering it could have been a lot worse, when they were the 5-6 teams left and they were on the outside and they were getting griefed a little bit, they could have very easily been eliminated in those stages.
Yeah, I mean, look at TSM now. They jump up into 4th place. This is the overall leaderboards for Group B versus Group D. Dreamfire, of course, still on top after that absolutely ridiculous first game, which I'm sure will go down in the history books. But Team Singularity jumping up into 2nd place as well. C9 and TSM, though, I said, big games required. When the pressure was on, they stepped up and they found that big game.
I don't get the
And
heat
it's not
maps
just
either.
this
I don't get it
overall
at
leaderboard
all.
with B versus D, but the overall leaderboard, when you think about the grand scheme of things and trying to progress to that winners bracket, remember TSM were 20th. They were right on that benchmark.
Like, how can you have a
Teams are gonna be
hotspot on what a
trying to
kill is?
catch
Like, the
them up.
damage
So
of it?
TSM need to be
Makes no
constantly
sense.
providing points and pushing themselves
no
up that
sense.
leaderboard.
And I tell you what, there's a few
The giant red
ladies and gentlemen
circle,
in the
like,
crowd
I
right
don't
now
get it.
who may have some TSM shirts on. There's a TSM chant starting to break out. I think from that performance they've just seen, they're starting to believe a little bit here.
Some of the duo team, some people had visa issues and some people got COVID.
I think everyone's going a little bit over the top, but I damn love it. That's what I want.
No. I'm going to stop you there. That's the British in you.
It is.
That's no such thing as being over the top in this crowd,
doing
right? We're in America. This is where they go like kind of crazy. We're not used to this, okay? That's what I want to see. Okay, everybody's all right. Just calm down for a second, guys. All right? Let's not get carried away with things. Let's focus on what is our next game though, because this is going to be the final game of Storm Point before we move back over to World's Edge, and there they are. By the way, the wonderful people.
Some people didn't
by
have
the way,
ults, I
keep
think.
getting hyped. By the way, I love it. That's what I want to see.
They're coming over the bar. No,
no,
they're not. He got worried. He genuinely thought for a second TSM wave.
Do you see me like just grab you as well? And I was
for
like,
me, I'm very light. I can move quickly.
Make a good human shield though. But while we bring ourselves back to our center for a few seconds, we're going to jump into a quick break. We've got one more game of Storm Point to get through before we head over to World's Edge, and that's coming up right after this.
Hell yeah, Nate. Fair play to them for not being last. True. Earlier, the one team won one of the games. One of the duo teams. Hey, Apex Mobile.
It's prime time at the Apex Games.
I think there's going to be a new legend announced right now. I have that feeling. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Just immediately wrong. I thought they were going to do it. I thought they were doing it earlier. I know they're announcing that new legend. How can you watch the whole thing when it's live? We're watching it live. What do you mean? See, this is why we were ahead. See, bam, look. We just skipped like a minute. Boom. I meant to Nate's comment. Oh, that's actually funny because he says you did watch the whole thing. I think he meant up into this point. Top teams by kill shot. Ba-bum-bum. That guy's killing it. Do you do these watch parties for the ALGS a lot? I always do watch parties for every single trailer. I've only done watch party for the last championship, and I'm only going to do it for this championship. I guess I do it for the championships. So we're doing it today, tomorrow, the next day, because it's like a... I know it's basically a playoffs to the championship, but this is for the championship, if it makes sense. Oh, it is weird how, if you think about it, it is a playoffs for the championship, even though it is the championship.
Welcome back, everybody, to day one of the ALGS Championship. And I tell you what, Dan, I've loved every single minute of the gameplay that we've seen so far. But you grabbed me during the break and you were like, Mark, I've got something to say. I've got a team I want to talk about. So the floor is yours, my friend.
Glad you followed up with a team, because if you had given me an open floor to talk about anything, this could have gone very downhill very quickly. But Team Singularity have been silently going about their business, very consistent so far. They're one of the teams that you asked me, you know, who's going to be popping off? Who's going to be able to show us something here on Storm Point? A third place, a fourth place, a consistent amount of kills. They find themselves in second place at the moment. And if Singularity can continue that consistency into World's Edge, that's what you need in group stages. You don't necessarily need those pop-off games. You just need to be constantly getting to those final circles.
I love how you gave me more credit than what I actually asked you. You said it. You said Team Singularity, and I went, why? And but you made me sound smarter than I was. But let's talk about C9, because I think C9, a big moment for them. I kind of highlighted them before that game, where I said it's time for them to put whatever's happened behind them so far in the group stages and remind us of just how dangerous they are. The team fight towards the end of that game, but also the patience. I feel like patience and consistency is something maybe C9 lack at some of the big pressure moments, but if they can learn from that, what they've just done in those last moments, that last game, they're going to be in a great position.
And one of the best coaches in the game, it has to be said, the amount of work that goes into his working day, as it were. We don't necessarily talk about coaches too often, but definitely deserves the credit for the amount he adds to this Cloud9 roster. And I do think that now that they've got that victory under their belt, this is going to be a different Cloud9. I think they're going to start to believe in themselves once more.
I think we call it a vibe changer. I think it's what the kids call it these days, you know?
Yes.
Have a difficult day, you win a game. Vibe changer. Let's see what Optic can do. Let's see if they can up the vibes a little bit after what was somewhat of a comical way that they fell out of that last game. We obviously only saw the back end of it, so we don't know what quite happened beforehand to put them in that situation. They might have been trying to escape from another scary-looking team. But for now, Optic Gaming still looking pretty good in the lobby and the overall standings for sure. But TSM, it seems like we cannot go 5 minutes without talking about this lineup. They always give us something to either entertain us, to make us worry, or to just pop off. It's always interesting with this lineup.
Well, as soon as TSM drop off a little bit and you start to think, okay, maybe they're not going to be involved in the conversation, they put themselves into that conversation. They make sure they get to that final circle. They have that scariness about them that they are always going to be a threat.
And the change of composition, they look like a different team. They look comfortable. They look like they know what their roles are, and it looks like they're here to win games of Apex.
Right,
well, here we go then. The last
game?
time we're going into Storm Point for the day before we head back over to World's Edge. Let's see who's got the sauce. Let's see who takes home the win.
Are we going to see that same kind of consistency from teams like Singularity? Are we going to see the aggression from teams like Furia, who were able to pick up so many kills in the previous game?
Who do we want to add to this? Furia?
To life. This is what's scary about this lobby is
Furia's
anyone can
first.
suddenly pop off.
I want to see Furia and Dreamfire have a fight. I don't care, straight 3v3 endgame, because that would be
So this is
absolutely
Furia,
nuts
this is Alliance,
with the way those two teams have been
TSM,
shooting so
Optic.
far. But for now, obviously, we have to look at that circle where the teams are going to be making their way. Checkpoint slap bang in the center of it, as it looks like we're heading for the first time, not down south down, we're heading kind of to the northwest.
We are heading to the northwest indeed, so that's going to be good news for the likes of Optic Gaming, the likes of E6 who are going to be traveling all the way up there, and E8 as well. We've got E6 and E8.
We got
just
Optic,
separated
TSM,
by
Alliance, Furia.
on that map. Down in the far southeast, the likes of Luminosity Gaming, who have had a very comfortable rotation, it's not necessarily going to be the same
Here's
for
the
them.
layout where everyone's
Optic,
going.
this is a great circle for them. You can see Skill Cakes obviously moving over at the down base, and that might just be where...
grab this bag for now.
Okay, so you can see we got... Everybody's kind of going to the same thing. IQ keeps going to the cave area. Luminosity has this whole fish farms area. It's opposite side, so Skittle Cakes OG has the
we should
nice
get a
drop here. Let's take a look at what OG is looking at.
I haven't found shit. Dibs that gold, dibs that gold. I haven't found shit either. But there's so much loot here still.
We got Skittle Cakes POV.
Purple. There's blues over here, knock left side.
Trying to find a fucking sniper.
They already have 2 purples, that's huge.
I have not seen a charge. Just R3s, PKs.
I'm crafting a car and then I'm really good to go.
He's not even picking that gun up. What?
After this. Let's see. Oh, PKs. Bitch.
That blows my mind.
Flatliner PK.
Like, I don't even need to pick a R99 up. I know I'm not going to need it.
There's a PK over here.
I got a flatline.
PK right here. Yeah, 6x.
Hurry up and get over here. I have a 6x. Hurry up before team gets here.
I'm running over it right now.
Do you have a team you want to win or you're not bothered? I don't really have a team I want to win. If I had to pick, I would say TSM because everybody keeps hating on TSM and keep calling them overrated.
I only have 6 L's, 2 bats, and Phoenix.
I have no bats, I have 12 cells.
I have 2 bats.
No sight either. I'm probably gonna craft the fucking...
There's no crafting.
Alright, so they're not really doing anything. We got a couple other teams not doing anything. Let's see what the main page is looking at.
Getting inside your head right now. That's what Dreamfire are doing. They are ruthless, they're aggressive, and they are fearless.
I had no point of reference what you were talking about there, by the way. So I'm sorry, you'll have to explain it to me later. However, EA. They're going to just be doing a little bit of looting for now. I think a lot of teams are just going to be taking their time on their loot pass, and not too many rotations will be made. So instead, we're going to have a little bit of fun just killing some bots for now.
A lot of teams have already started moving ever so slightly towards the northwest side of the map, but because of where this circle is pulling and where a lot of the teams have landed, all those teams in the north that were like traveling very late in the previous rounds, they're now traveling a little bit quicker than they were, whereas the teams that are in the south who were traveling a lot quicker, now they're traveling a lot slower. So this is going to be a very different game for these teams, where you're going to be playing edge perhaps a little bit more. You also get a lot more time to loot, because you know you're not going to be winning that race to that priority position in the final circle.
Yeah, and those two teams we mentioned that we saw in the end game, right? It was TSM, it's C9. Those two teams are going to be a completely opposite side of the map to where this circle is going to be moving, and like you mentioned, not going to have the opportunity to get into a good spot. Optic Gaming, though, they will be in a great spot. You can see they're already around the down beast and already calling these buildings home. And 1IQ are going to be pretty close by as well. So maybe we might see a little bit of a fight break out here. 1IQ love to fight, and we haven't seen them shy of it so far.
True. No, they've been getting involved in a lot of early engagements. In the previous group stage game, they were dropping on other teams as well. Unfortunately, it just hasn't really been their day. But all you need is that one game to give you that little bit of a kick up the backside and things start to change.
Uh-oh. Here comes Furia! Once again, just introducing themselves to fights and just beaming. Here's Watson. He gets one. He might even get 2. It's huge flesh damage. And it's Alliance again who are on the receiving end of this. Alliance do not want to see Furia for the rest of this tournament.
I mean, Alliance are just saying, give us a break. Let us rotate. Let us move around the map without being shot in the butt. But Furia are just trying to do what they can to pick up as many kills in these early stages as they rotate. Again, it's another team with just sheer aggression.
Here's Watson just saying, come here, boy. Let me find you. Let me get this last KP on the board. Let me turn a 2 into a 3 for now, as he's using that CQ to search out the Valkyrie. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to catch her up through the sky. So Hackis will survive for now. He'll get out of dodge, but I wonder if he's going to even have the opportunity to get those banners back in. This is going to be another tough game for Alliance.
Here we go loop-de-loop. Here we go loop-de-la. Does he actually go for the banners? It looks like no. He's just going to
looks
try
like
and
no.
But that's another team that's going to be getting involved. So Hackis just trying to stay alive at this point. It's not going to be a fun game for him.
Yeah, I think he just caught the edge of that on the passive from the Valkyrie there. And that team actually ulted back up into the skies, so a little time for him to catch his breath for just a few seconds after his heart would have been beating 1,000 miles an hour. But Furia, I mean, I love watching him. His Watson today, I think he's been one of the most impressive players overall.
Well, the kill leaderboard popped up on the right-hand side of your screen for a short amount of time, and his Watson was up there in the top 5 throughout the overall kills so far in the Apex Legends Global Series Championships right now. And that just shows how well Furia are playing and how many kills they are able to find, because he might be there individually, but also the rest of the team's up there. Ow! Just try and get around that corner.
Hackis is just thinking, give me a break, man. Come on, let me play the game. Yuki won't be playing the game, though. His banner has timed out, and in about 1 second time, unfortunately, that will be Vibes, who's gone as well. So Hackis is going to have a lonely game number 3 here on Storm Point. I'm sure that Alliance are looking forward to getting onto World's Edge.
They've not been able to get a point yet. 0 points on the board, so the bare minimum that you want from Hackis is getting top 15. Try and get 1 point at the very least, some sort of contribution to the entire series here in the second round of group stages. But that is certainly going to be an awkward day for him, that's for sure. So we focus now on some of the other teams who have actually been able to find the success, find that aggression, and Fury are just looking for fights. And I think with Sia coming into the meta and a lot of the teams now realizing the amount of information you can gain from playing him, it is a very different game that you play, and you can make things very awkward and difficult for your oppositions.
Yeah, as we always say in Apex Legends, right? Information is king, and the more you have, the more informed the decisions you make.
Yo, what up, Dead Space?
So Sia is certainly introducing
I'm getting a
himself
little
into
tired. I should take an energy drink.
into the meta and having a big impact on
Get
how these
some
games are playing out.
caffeine in
GMT
me.
Esports, though, they have already got a few KP on the board to their name, and they're in a pretty good spot. They've got the Watson fences down,
Imagine the crushing feeling of being a solo.
and it looks like they're more than aware of some of the other teams who are in this surrounding area. Dell with the wingman in hand is always a lot of fun to
What's that
watch,
sound?
but not so fun if you're watching GMT get hit by that EMP.
There are a lot of teams that have gone into this northwest side of the map, like far northwest as well. They are not very spread out. They are all kind of on the beach side, as it were. They're all very much close to the water, predicting a heavy pull to the northwest side here. So I expect those teams who are arriving late to be able to get into the next circle relatively comfortable, but it's going to be the circle after that where things start to get difficult.
So for now, GMT, almost the throwback setup here from Season 1 with the Watson fences down and the Gen just charging up those shields. Alongside it, Naski, of course, one of the best IGLs in the game, certainly a vocal IGL, whether in-game or maybe on social media. He certainly believes in his squad, and I think he's going to want to put performance in today, maybe just to silence a few of the doubters.
Yeah, and GMT have obviously gone through their hardships, but Rambo, a fantastic player to be added to this squad. Glorious hair as well, it must be
Honestly,
said.
I've never had jealousy
Wow,
like it.
look at it. Imagine you with that hair.
That would be a cursed image. Well, Rambo's charging up. His Evo
My hair's
shields
actually
got
longer than that,
718
chat.
more damage to do before he can get that up to a
Can you
red.
believe it?
As Naski is
Although
once
he
again
has
just
some
trying
nice
to get
color to it.
information. I'll tell you what, the information that that's a blue shield might get them a little bit more inclined to think about
This
a
is
push
very
than they were a few
curly.
seconds ago.
Well, 1IQ are slowly crawling up on GMT here. They could both reside in this area and just ignore each other
Or
and
fuzzy
survive
looking.
to the end game. But it's like 1IQ don't want that to happen. But they need to be careful here. GMT are now going to
But
die
they've had
for
enough. GMT have had enough. Naski's trying to push up on this bubble, trying to take advantage of the huge amount of damage he's done, but you can see also some respect being shown. Doesn't want to throw away that first death, but 1IQ will go down. It's going to be Dell who moves in. He'll be the kill leader now in the lobby with 3. He cleans things up.
It's so difficult to try and get that aggressive and go for those pushes against teams because you don't know who they're going to be, and you know how many scary teams there are in this lobby. I mean, all 40 teams at the championships are here for a reason because they have dominated their region in some way or another. But GMT do get some kills on the board, and now there's 18 squads left remaining. So GMT are going to be fine. They're going to be sitting pretty. They can sit here for a long time. But the other teams that is not going to be having so much of a fun day. TSM are rotating late. C9 also rotating late as well.
Is your
and
hair
actually
curly?
several teams
No.
still outside of this next circle we are going to see a lot of late
not
movers
curly
for
at
sure.
all.
Good news for Alliance fans. Hackis is still alive. Is he having a good,
Yeah,
good
it's
time?
pretty straight.
Probably not, but he's still in the game. And we're going to have to see if the bad times can
like,
turn into good stories. If he can close this game out and, like you said, get into that top 15 and maybe work from there just to give Alliance something.
People tell me all the time it's like really healthy.
Games. But here are Optic Gaming
I can tell
up
it's
on
pretty
top
healthy.
of the high ground, up on top of the down beast, and once again just demanding.
Like I think back to like
from
some of like
everybody
my
down on the low
past
ground.
like girlfriends.
Even
I
though
have
it's
like
not been
long
the
hair
same
like
dominating
that.
Optic Gaming that we
but,
saw
like,
in
it
the
doesn't, like,
first group
fall out
stage.
like
Remember,
theirs does.
it was the end of the first 3 maps when they started to put victories
Like
on
every
the
time you
board.
take a
and they went
shower,
back
it's
to
just
back
like
to back.
hair
So if they were
everywhere.
to
It's
find a
disgusting.
victory
Why
here,
is
maybe they
my
could
hair
replicate
always
that, then going
like I
into
do lose a
World's
little bit
Edge,
of
where
hair.
they
I ain't gonna
still
say I
look
never
like
lose hair,
a very
but
dominant performance.
it's
And
not
Team
the
Burger,
same.
another squad that have found a little bit more consistency in this second group stage, but haven't necessarily been able to find as many kills, but their placement has been pretty good.
Placement's been pretty good. If you can just add a couple of those games where you get a little bit fortunate, a couple of teams walk in front of you who are fighting and you can just pick off the KP, then we could see them just boosting up those leaderboards a little bit more. Cloud9, though, moving through the mill, Dan, and trying to make their approach to that down beast.
And speaking of teams like Team Burger, I was speaking to Genome about it previously, and he was saying, look, they're a great team, and we may well see them in the finals because they play quite riskless. They don't necessarily take these risks, so that they are consistent enough to get to those finals. But then what happens when you're in match point format? Do they have what it takes to be able to get those victories against some of the biggest and best teams in the world? I think as the tournament goes on, a lot of these teams who are consistent are going to be tested in various different ways.
Well, E8 just holding down this building. There's Hackis.
There's the boy.
There's Hackis.
Did your hair look like Jay from Jay and Silent Bob?
I think Hackis,
I have
even
no
though
idea.
he's having a tough game and Alliance are having
I'd
a
have
tough
to
game,
see
just
it.
this one
I
performance
can't remember.
has gained some fans here in Raleigh.
Well, if he can stay alive for just 3 more teams being eliminated, it's 1 more point. And we've seen Rats being able to survive to
Telling
the
you
late
what,
game.
If Alliance and Hackis manage to get top 15 here, I think the crowd might pop off more than we've seen for some of the game ends, to be honest.
Well, I think Alliance have been waiting for that pop-off moment themselves. The difficulty is, with the amount of seers that are in the lobby, ratting is not an enjoyable experience. It's a nerve-wracking one. You're constantly terrified. Does someone hear my heartbeat? Are they coming for me? I hope I can survive.
And let's give a huge amount of credit to the 2 gentlemen on your screen right now. Detonation Gaming playing as a duo today, and I tell you what, they have put in some solid performances as we have a little bit of a player comparison between His Watson and Imperial How.
Well, neither team been able to find a match win thus far, neither TSM or Furia, but certainly have been doing a lot of damage and getting a decent amount of kills. I mean, an average
Wasn't
amount of
Furia
kills
winning?
of
I thought they
2.5
were
per
winning.
game, remember, so you are going to be seeing these 2 players getting involved in
wrong.
plenty of skirmishes and doing damage for their squad.
Well, as we see the side-by-side of both TSM and Fury and where they're trying to move, you can see that just outside the mill is going to be TSM. And looks like checkpoint is going to be the location here of Furia. So TSM, we're going to jump back into the point of view now, behind the R301 of Imperial How. They've got some calls to make for his squad now. You can see they've got 2 minutes to make some decisions here. They have to move.
Well, if TSM do go up towards the mill, there's 2 teams waiting for them there. However, if they were to rotate more north, they have a far easier entrance into that circle, but they don't know that. They don't know how easy that choke is, and also very vulnerable choke getting into the next circle. So it's about how you want to play it. TSM, do you want to try and win it, or you
The
just
crowd
want to try and
does
pick up some
love
KP?
it.
This one tappy or this Robin Hood? I'm not quite sure at the moment. He's trying to steal some points from the rich and give them to the poor. The duo certainly trying to do what they can to stay alive here in the tournament and progress through. What a performance that would be, by the way, of the duo if they managed to get out of the group stage. Very, very impressive stuff from them so far. But for now, Detonation Gaming, they're going to be safe. They're going to be cool. They're going to be chilling. However, maybe that's going to warm them up. That's a charge rifle.
I mean, at the very least, you've got the losers bracket, even if you were to exit the group stages in the bottom 20. And you've got another chance to try and progress, as eventually Hackis will fall and Alliance do not manage to get into the top 15.
We'll never know how hype the crowd may have got. However, Alliance do fall, as you say, and
We
Hackis
may
did
never
everything he
know
could to
how
survive.
hyped
But it
how
wasn't to be.
hyped
The
the
duo
crowd
now
would have got.
takes
Man,
to
I'm
the
getting
skies
tired
to try
already.
and survive.
I am
One
taking
moment
an
the duo
energy
if
drink
you're
right now.
inside the circle. As soon as you get sniffed out as a duo, teams are going to be putting pressure on. They will want to take advantage of the numbers they have. And for Tatsu, he's hoping this building is not occupied. Good news, everybody. Plenty of room to play with.
Well, it's a very small building, but there is certainly room in it. But unfortunately, another team has already sniffed them out. It's going to be Singularity, a team I was focusing on with their consistency, but they've not taken that many risks. Another team who just kind of play that game, get to the late game, get a few kills here or there, but will not put themselves in a risky situation where they could potentially go down. Odic were also eliminated there on our screen, so now 16 squads remaining. When one more goes out, a point suddenly is shared between everyone.
And again, Furia, the aggressors. So many kills in the first couple of games that we've seen from them. And it seems like this man on your screen is becoming a superstar overnight at the moment. He has introduced himself to the competitive scene in some way here in Raleigh. Or maybe he just wants to take this tournament by the scruff of the neck and really, really assert his dominance in these lobbies. He started off pretty well, Dan.
They are going to be greeted by E8 with the way they're moving into the circle right now, and they've already got eyes on them. Seer will provide that little bit of extra information, but they are going to be forced back by Valkyrie and those missiles. They do get a little bit annoying and pesky to play against, but Furia know that they can engage in this fight because I think they've been able to scout out the rest of the area and know there's not anyone close by.
They could, however, the difficulty is they don't have the high ground, and here's Watson's got grenade markers all over his screen. He's trying to find any kind of position to pop this battery. Pandas is going to take the high ground as the Seer ultimate will now go down, so everybody's going to have the information they require. Pandas with a flat line can't quite connect for now, but the bubble has been forced.
Is Watson literally dangled himself as bait and said, come and look at me, and he's allowed the rest to take the high ground, and Zeratricky gets the opener, and Furia are doing it again.
Huge spray coming in as Zeratricky now moves in for his second. And Furia once again just bully a team. They take them apart, they pick them apart. Here's Watson, rejoins the fight now.
But now here comes DF. They want some. We wanted a fight between the two most aggressive teams, and we're gonna get it. Furia, they lose one, they lose two. Panda's the last remaining player.
They don't know where Pandas is. They don't know where Pandas is, but there's 3 alive, and I think Pandas does not want any of this right now. I think, unfortunately for Furia fans, that DF will be more than aware, but no, it's gonna take to the skies. Oh, it gets cancelled.
Pain, dude, a random charge rifle, man. Is that not suffering and pain?
Pandas does what he can. Furia
Imagine the feeling that you're about to back out.
A great
effort
effort
charge
from
rifle.
Furia. Again, another aggressive movement, but it's Dreamfire who were able to sniff them out. And you were right, Furia were being the bullies. They were turning teams upside down and shaking them for their lunch money. But then Dreamfire came and gave them a detention.
Who was this
Sent them
Dreamfire?
out of the classroom, and now we're going to see Dreamfire stay alive into the top 14.
They'd literally be on
now
fire.
making their way in towards this end game, and one of the most handsome men on the planet. I was going to say an Apex on the planet. Monsoon is on our screens right now, trying to do what he can for the Luminosity team to get them into that top 10 or so. Optic Gaming inside the kill feed though. Detonation have been taken out, and it's at the hands of OG.
It's because Optic Gaming are in one of those positions. They've got the high ground. They can take out a lot of teams that are trying to approach this next circle. And they've just got so much vision. They can do so much damage here. And you really don't want to get caught in their sightlines.
Just raining down damage. Cracks coming in as well from the missile swarm, but not enough to get the knock. So now Optic Gaming will take a second to reset, but look who's approaching at the bottom of the screen.
Goodness.
It's going to be Dreamfire once more as Hal gets ripped apart.
Oh my god.
There is a bubble though, and the revive can come through. But is there going to be anyone closing the gap to Dreamfire try and play on that one? No, they don't. FSV also, even though they did that damage, they refused to drop. This is the thing, when you are in a spot where you have so much high ground and there's still this many teams left, you are going to be reluctant to jump down on these fights. You're going to be reluctant to get involved, even if you've done damage,
Gibbies
because
so
you know
clutch.
you have a chance to win the game from this position.
And this is the
Now that they have a Gibby, they're doing so much better.
We've seen them here so many times. They show such resilience, such patience, and they also have skill cakes.
Tracking, annihilating, beaming. The Pulverix are going to be able to stay alive, but they are pretty much going into no man's land. They have no idea what's happening, and they run straight into a team.
Run, 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 run. Time to turn around, Pulverix. That's not an alleyway you want to walk down at night. As Optic Gaming now continue just to rain damage on all these teams trying to rotate. If one of those teams is Team Singularity, the Watson fences aren't going to be good news. They know the building is occupied, but somehow they've managed to find the side of a building which they can at least calm things down for a few moments. No one in position with a line of sight to deal damage.
You can play it now, but you get very vulnerable a little bit later on as people start to kind of join the fray here. So you need a game plan. You need a position you're going to be trying to take from someone else. Speaking of positions, TSM on the very edge of the circle right now. They can avoid all these fights, but they will have to move after a minute passes.
Yeah, they've got the furthest distance to move here, TSM, so very tough rotation for them to make. They're going to have to force their way in if they want to be involved in that end game for the second game in a row. Invictus Gaming still involved in this game as well. You can see them in that triad building right in the middle of your screen. Team Singularity, the team on the outside that we just saw land, they're going to be up against Invictus here, and they're trying to maybe get a little bit of poke damage, a little bit of prod damage down.
Even though the high ground was everything moments ago, that big area A lot of these teams who are on the low ground are going to be able to kind of sneak under these bones of
There's
whatever
no
the chuff that is on
Pathfinders
the
at
map.
all.
And you've just got to stay
Why is it-
alive.
why is the
And you can
Pathfinder
do so when you've
disrespect
got so much
high in this
protecting you.
lobby?
Not just being careful here, just getting chipped away. I think all the teams that are in the area know that Optic are up on the high ground, or at least the A team is on the high ground, so they're trying to just exchange damage when they can, just to make their own lives a little bit
The
easier.
down
which
to
then,
beast ending.
with the kind of knock-on effect, makes everyone's lives a little bit easier. If the rest of the teams down on the low ground can focus Optic, everyone can survive.
How
it.
exciting. This has never happened in the ALGS
It's
before.
a good position from several teams. Cloud9 in a little bit of trouble. The Thermite starting to just heat up underneath them as well. But suddenly as this circle moves, everyone's going to be engaging in fights.
Well, here comes IG then. They've had enough of Team Singularity on the outside. JMW moving in. The triple take does not connect. RKN, he's good enough. And so is his teammate. A Singularity will fall as Albralale pokes out and puts someone in the dirt.
And that's going to be Dreamfire as well, losing one. That's good news for Cloud9, trying to catch them up on the leaderboard. In the grand scheme of things, Dreamfire are down to 2. Cloud9 still have a full 3.
Albralale and Zach Mazer have to keep their teammate alive though. Naughty, you managed to get out of that situation. Phoenix team will go down as well. TSM still alive here as well, as we're down to 11 squads as Imperial. How is lighting things up
through the gas as well. TSM find themselves in such a good position. E6 at the moment though, they can watch everything from the angle they currently find themselves in.
Dreamfire out. They will fall as well. Invictus taking damage. C9 taking damage as well. IG eliminated. Luminosity now make their move.
Everyone's just scarpering around these bones, trying to stay alive around the Fallen Beast and hoping they can get into a spot where they're not in vision of several teams at once. If you can fight one team, sure, that's great. You've got vision on them. But if 2 teams are looking at you, you know you're going to fall.
What a difference a comp makes for TSM. They look so much more comfortable, but here come Luminosity. Dealing so much damage, but in return, the fire just flies in and rips away 2 of their shields.
Luminosity using the tail, I think, of the Fallen Beast to their
Hey,
best
what up,
advantage and
Shauna?
actually have arguably some of the best
Everybody
coverage,
welcome
but they also
Shauna.
have to move. Cloud9 down to just stay naughty. He's got a slither at health, maybe a little bit of a shield swap. STSM in the kill feed once more. Element 6 are eliminated.
Element 6 out, shield swap comes in, and Cloud9 trying to survive. Naughty trying to do what he can, and somehow, some way he is still alive.
Cloud9 is still alive? Yeah, what the hell?
GMT, they've been in this spot the whole game. They've got the walls up.
Nope.
The
Cloud9's
fences
dead.
are in position. Cloud9 finally eliminated. Stay Naughty does get taken down, but Optic, TSM, GMT, they're all still in position to win this game.
Optic finally fall from the high ground. They now play the backside of this circle. LG still here as well. And now LG looking to swing onto TSM, but TSM are aware of this. Imperial How will not let that ground be taken without a fight.
The good thing for TSM, GMT are above them, but GMT will not move because they have fences. They've got arguably one of the better positions, they would think, so they're not going to try and take this fight. Instead, TSM are just going to directly face Luminosity and hope no one joins it.
LG's going to have to show first here as well, so TSM have got a really interesting decision to make here. Do they want to try and take advantage of a battle that's happening between potentially GMT and Optic, or do they want to try and hold out Luminosity Gaming here? Their heads are on swivels, and Hal's got to make some big calls.
TSM are saying, we hope everyone above us helps us by holding out that team, but no, the nades come to try and force TSM out, but they should be able to stay alive. Optic Gaming trying to take down TSM as well, and suddenly everyone got angles on them.
Circle starts to close. It's about to get messy here in these final moments as
It's about to get
Luminosity,
messy.
they lose one to Naski. Monsoon is down.
TSM have to bubble, they have to stay alive, Furhorse will fall, and TSM down to just 2. Optic Gaming will find themselves in one of the better positions. GMT also doing very well.
Shiny trying to hold the line.
Pretty intense.
Imperial How trying to get the shield swap. He gets the shield swap here, and now they
Final
stand it on
30
the
seconds.
team. Luminosity dealt with by TSM.
4 shield swaps available for them as well, but still Optic Gaming and GMT in such a good spot.
Pretty huge
But
for
can hide
TSM.
behind, but they're going to be focused.
Optic
Well, the
Gaming
big
is
thing
in a
here
good
for
spot
TSM
still.
is if they can survive for just a second longer, GMT are going to have to drop. The longer
Oh my
that
God,
they survive
TSM is
this
stuck.
decade alive, the higher that the chances of winning this game become as Hal
That's
picks
scary.
up 1, Hal picks up 2,
Oh, look at that.
3, and TSM
Yo. TSM finally coming in with a huge win right after the second place.
It took them a while to wake up.
TSM is making a
But boy,
comeback.
Are they showing what they can do. Even as just a 2 in those final moments, they played the bones perfectly. They knew they needed mere seconds, and then they could win that final 3.
Timing, timing, timing. The key word of today in these final zones. And I got to give a shout out to Hal there. It's a brave call to send it on to LG. They get the jump on them, and then they they take the position away from Optic Gaming and GMT, who were forced to fight. They were forced to fight. TSM just watched it happen. How did miss many bullets? And TSM take the win.
I mean, a great game from GMT. It smiles all round on their faces. They were waiting and waiting. They knew they had one of the better positions, but in the end, it all came down to that last circle closing on their side a little bit quicker than the side of TSM. And with that little bit of high ground, they were eventually able to do that damage. I mean, it was worrying moments at one point, but it is smiles for GMT. That's fantastic to see.
Yeah, really, really good from them. You can see Natsuki making a great call on where that end game was going to be, and he called it perfectly. Got the Watson fences down. They were able to survive for so long to get some points on the board, but like I mentioned, what a difference a comp makes, right? TSM, they look comfortable.
That's pretty good.
They look dangerous, and I think the rest of the teams in the groups have just realized that TSM are here to play now.
TSM are back. It's kind of worrying a little bit for the rest of the lobby, and it's not like the composition is a bad one, right? We've seen Furia offering
it's
a similar
kind of
composition.
Everyone's talking about it. News on the street.
Maggie in other lobbies has been getting a lot of chaotic
told me the other
times
day.
as well, but TSM
dropped a big 19, but
comfort picks back on top. But GMT
also got 19.
But again, Optic Gaming.
The difference between first and second in this is not that big.
I feel like that's going to be a sentence that's said a lot of times over the next few days here in Raleigh. But TSM on top. That's the one thing to take away from it. Cloud9 as well. Naughty staying alive as the solo player. Bumps them up into 5th place as well. That could be vital.
And what's important is that even though we've seen Stormpoint, which was the back end of the previous group stage match, it's the front end now. So you've got Stormpoint out of the way, and you're going into a far more comfortable map for a lot of these teams who thrive on World's Edge. When you look at statistics throughout Split 2,
how many games left? Well, that was match 3.
Find more points,
so we're halfway there.
Are going to be those teams who are finding it on Stormpoint.
There's 3 more matches.
Don't even find themselves here at these championships. So we are going to see a lot of teams very successful in a World's Edge environment.
And I tell you what, for Alliance, World's Edge is massive now. They've been a bit slow today. Like you mentioned, had some decent placements, but the kill points have been missing when those placements have come. But I mean, Stormpoint, they're going to be more than happy to see the back of it. It was a rough ride for them.
It was a rough ride. I mean, there was actually a very rough ride for Optic Gaming at one point where they were on the Trident and they were very quickly off the Trident. And they will very much want to forget about that, but I want to remember it forever. That's ingrained in my brain now. But there's the winners, TSM. I think that has brought a lot of joy to this audience. They were waiting for TSM to get that victory on board.
Yeah, certainly breathe a little bit of energy through the crowd here. Have been amazing all day
long. So you're going to be streaming for a while?
Sure they will
yeah, tell me about it.
Amazing for our final 3 games of the day when we move back over to World's Edge. But I mean, the pressure as an IGL is absolutely like 11-hour stream today. In these games. We were talking off camera during the break saying like every single kill, every single match matters here at the ALGS Championships. And Imperial Hell made a great call in that game. And when you get the confidence as an IGL that your call pays off, I think that's just going to be massive for them moving forward.
And even though this is only the group stages, right, there is no easy game. There is no easy group. There is no easy matchup you're going to have. And you need to be getting these points. You need to be putting yourself into that winner's bracket. Because if you drop into that lower bracket, remember, you will not get the chance to start with an advantageous point situation when it does get to those grand finals. You can only have those extra points if you are coming from the winner's bracket. So even these group stages, even these points that are being picked up, every kill matters.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely nuts. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the games as well. Just remember, Stormpoint's done. We've got 3 more coming on World's Edge though, Dan. It's going to be nuts.
World's Edge, as I said, it is the home ground, the home base for so many of these teams. Even though there are a few teams here or there that I was like, yeah, they've been really good. They're some of the best teams when it comes to Stormpoint. I would say the other 17 teams, they are better when it comes to World's Edge. So now everyone is going to be sitting pretty, happy, have a little refreshment, have a little break, and then they start to deal some real damage.
I want to just give a quick shout out as well. I think the Optic Gaming won't be too disappointed with how that lobby went. Yes, they didn't get the win, maybe not the huge kill point games that we are used to seeing from them, and maybe we came to expect after an incredible session that they had this morning in the Group C versus Group D, but being involved in that end game is going to be so big as those days go by and the lobbies get tougher and tougher, which they are going to do somehow or other. I mean, Optic's still in with a shout in every single game that we saw.
Well, so much of Apex Legends is about knowing your opponents. When we look at drop spots, when we look at rotations, and we look about learning what they do, the more end circles you're in, the more you start to learn what some of the biggest and best teams, how they play. You start to notice tendencies, you start to notice who's going to be flanking where. And suddenly if you think you're in a situation where you're going up against the team
what did I miss?
in those final circles, you've noticed the skins because these guys know what skins they're
I'm
playing nowadays. I know that some guys
try
and change it here or there, but everyone's smarter than that. Everyone starts to realize that those tendencies are going to start to show. And you suddenly say, hey, that's TSM. I know it because they're flanking like they did on that first day. And if TSM are on match point, then you start to focus them. So all these things can start to play into the equation. That's why I love Apex Legends.
And also, quick shout out to Cloud9, because I feel like they were in a very similar position, that we saw for TSM just before that game 2 got underway. They get the win in that game number 2, which for a team who thrives on confidence, it was huge for them. You saw it in game 3, right? They managed to scrape their way into the top 5 off the back of it. And what's more impressive, I think, from the performance from TSM and Cloud9 in that last game, was the rotation they had to make. A huge rotation in comparison to what they had to make in the previous.
Well, we knew that Storm Point coming into it was going to be a little bit more predictable than what we'd seen on World's Edge, and I think when a lot of these teams see that first or second circle, they get a good idea of where
You broke my
it's going to
phone,
be finishing.
chat.
So
What
that's
the
why
hell?
we're seeing such harsh rotations from them. For example, in that previous series, Optic Gaming going all the way looping through the south side of the map to just find themselves right on the base of that circle and catching teams out, right? We've seen so many teams caught out by other squads they weren't necessarily expecting to be there. Big grenade damage that we saw coming out in that previous series as well from a team arriving from the skies. You've got to be on your toes. You've got to expect the unexpected in these series because we're seeing so many teams just pull out new stops, kind of pull out new tricks, and it's so fun to watch.
Also, we just kind of haven't even mentioned the game number 1, which was arguably the most ridiculous game that we've seen so far today. Dreamfire putting up 32 points in a single game. If you're just joining us now at home, just go back and watch it because it was absolutely nuts. 20 kills on the board for them, and again, just showing Apex South is a region to be taking extremely seriously here, as if it wasn't being taken seriously enough.
I think a question that was asked yesterday was which region do I think is going to win this tournament? And after what I've seen, it is so difficult to predict because every single region has put their best foot forward. We're seeing teams show up when they need to. We're seeing teams dominate from every single region and pop off in different games as well. I think it's almost impossible to try and predict that at this point. North America were very quiet to begin with, but suddenly they and the crowd have got a lot louder as the day's gone on.
Well, let's see what the Desk thinks. Obviously, some of our bigger names in the ALGS certainly heating up in those last few games. For now, that's us done. It's over to you.
Thank you so much, Onset and Gaskin, not T-Squared and Glitter Explosion, my bad. We got the crowd live here in PNC Arena. Fallout joined on the desk with some special guests. Obviously, we got Rain Day, we got Genome, but also joining us on the desk for the first time on broadcast, it's none other than Tanner Slays himself, former TSM content creator. How you doing, my man?
Doing good. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, man. Give us a quick intro for those that don't know you at home.
Oh, man. I've been streaming Apex Legends since day 1. I'm no longer a part of TSM, but I joined TSM as a content creator like 8 months into Apex. Yeah, I've just been loving this game, and I feel like there's no Battle Royale experience in any other game. So Apex is unique in its own way, and I love it.
100%. One of a kind. That's correct, man. It's a pleasure to be here joining.
Thanks for
on the desk here. Thanks for joining us. Of course, we got other content creators alongside Tanner. We have His and Hers Live in the building. We got none other than Double Touche in the building. Designful. It's been great to have content creators joining us, and appreciate you joining us on the desk. I know Lulu's going to be here a little later, which is awesome. But hey, gentlemen, lots to break down there in those games. Obviously, games 1 through 3 done and dusted, and TSM finally waking up.
Yeah, and I think this is important, especially for their confidence. They abandoned the Seer meta originally, and this is something that worked for them so well. But teams are remarking on the fact that if you're winning scrims this much, this consistently, something's got to give when you hit championships. They saw that, but they made a quick and committed change, and it's worked really nicely for them. Second place so far in the class.
Yeah, I mean, some struggles at the start there, right? But then picking up the core stick, and I mean, we know from Sweden, right? Like, these guys trying to change things up with the Seer in there, but all of a sudden, if it's not working, they're switching over to the core stick, and then, yeah, they come out with a dub, right?
Notably, too, Verholz on the Valkyrie most of the time. That role's now been given the Caustic to him. Hal taking ownership of the Valkyrie. Do you think that's a bigger impact for them?
Yeah, it's an interesting switch up, right? You know, a lot of those bigger characters, like Caustic, as well as Gibby, we talk about that being not so good for controller players, but for Hulst, definitely making it work there in that last game.
Yeah, Xperia for me, John, I mean, that was the story of the day. When I started out, it's the team I looked at. Now they're continuing to show this year is here to play and here to stay. But not only that, their aggressive style earned them in game 2 19 points. They got 10 kills, so they didn't even place well.
Just doing some Taco Bell. How are you? Just chilling.
Third in this.
Been watching this for like 9 hours now.
Going to be showing up for the rest of the
Absolutely. And then it was a Cloud9 finish. No Mazer moments here live on stage. Instead, Cloud9 showing up. They did a good job in game 3 as well here, Evan. Walk me through game 3.
I just think this is really a TSM masterclass. How to rotate in these circles. And you see the commitment between Reps and Hal. They don't have Verholz here, so they're doing this as a 2-man, but their positioning is so immaculate and their timing is even better. They wait that half second before the zone closes. It forces GMT and Optic to take that fight, and TSM clean it up.
Right, TSM with a dominant game number 3, winning as a team of 2. It's the Reps Hal duo doing it again, Genome. And as a result, well, it's your boys Dreamfire from Apex South on top, walking through the leaderboards.
Yeah, look, on top with 46, and you've got to remember, 20 of that is kill points from a single game, from that first game. Now, they've been being contested by Odic, the South American team in Command Center, not always running into each other at the start of games, and we did see them get into scuffles sometimes. But, man, it's just like... And this is something we know and love about Dreamfire, right? Is they have these huge pop-off games where all of a sudden they get on a roll and they just don't stop plowing through teams one by one by one. They all fall, and you have these massive games where they pick up 32 points in a go.
A record, by the way, it's for insane. A LAN championship. A 20-kill game, 32-point game for Dreamfire. But look, they've only gotten 14 points outside of that. Want to see some more consistency as we head to World's Edge. Let's flip on over to the second page here. Obviously notable first pagers. We got Luminosity there. We got
really up
to talk about as well. But on the second page, Invictus Gaming. Not the performance I expected from them. Obviously, I thought they looked pretty solid. I thought Arcane was a great sub, but it's not necessarily looking great for them. What are some other key stories you're looking at here, Evan?
I feel like Detonation Gaming has to be mentioned. I went into our stats team. I said, how many top 5s has this duo made? Because they are consistent in these final circles. I don't know how they're doing it. This is incredible. The biggest lobby in the world, and somehow as 2, they are consistently in top 5 situations. Hats off to them.
As a team of 2, which is impressive. And then, of course, the biggest story, the biggest sore thumb on this page, Alliance with 0 points, Genome. After doing pretty solid in their first series, Alliance...
Feels bad, Alliance.
Yeah, I can't help but think about the ups and downs they had in
IQ
Sweden
has 1
as well,
point.
right? There was, the one day where I saw Haggis,
Haggis.
Not
That's like his,
not the
his,
Scottish,
his ugly,
not the Scottish.
evil
Haggis.
uncle.
Just swaggering around the stage because they had this massive points day and they were absolutely crushing it. And then when we got to finals day, nowhere to be seen, right? So I can't help but we're getting this this same feeling here where they're not being consistent.
Here, let's go, Boris.
Consistency is key, and that's always been the question for Alliance. Their highs are high, but they almost didn't even qualify for the Sweden playoffs. They had to be perfect, and they were, granted, but sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. We're going to wonder which Alliance will show up in this second half, but speaking of seconds, let's take a look at our secondary stream here and our leaderboards from that one. We, of course, have the likes of NRG, AD continuing where they left off. The Koreans, Parka, Karanpu, and Obley looking so good right now. Scars right behind them. Dark Zero, Tanner. Jen Burton on that team, fellow content creator, but also competing at a high level. Talk to me about Jen Burton as a player.
This man is probably one of the most talented people that I've ever seen play this game. Like, the things that he's able to do, I mean, with his thumbs, it's unmatched.
With his thumbs.
Extremely, they just got signed with Dark Zero.
Mostly his thumbs,
strong
though.
showing here. One talented kid.
Impressive stuff. I've seen him compete against you, actually, in the Lulu Lovely throwdowns and random tournaments from Australia with Australian ping. Rumor has it they might be moving to the States and playing from Texas. That'll be interesting, joining the North American Pro League. We'll see if that comes to fruition. On the second page, we got Godfire. Godfire is the team I had circled from South America to perform. Not performing here in this one, but keep in mind, only 1 or 2 games in. This one's a little delayed, Evan.
Yeah, you captured one of their greatest moments, and I mean, they've obviously got a lot to live up to, but my eyes go straight to Fnatic, who was a 9th in Sweden, and a great performer in C versus D, and only on 1 point after 3 games. NRG also joins them with the 1-point syndrome. So we have a lot of great teams, great potential in this matchup switch. We're seeing some continue to perform. We're seeing some drop way, way down. So that's kind of a surprising thing for me.
Yeah, and I think that was only after game 1 as well by looking at the results. So I think they are a little bit behind the lobby we've got on mainstream here.
Yeah, that's right. We'll, of course, keep you up to speed on that one. But you can catch the action live as well on twitch.tv/NiceWig. Speaking of content creators, talk about Wig, the energy he brings to his stream, Tanner. Could you even think about matching it if you were casting?
I love him to death, but I've never met a human being communicate as fast as him. The amount of speed, the amount of words that he can spit out in a quick duration. I mean, he's got a natural talent not only in the game, but I think with casting and stuff. So it's cool to see him doing the B stream thing, and he's killing it.
That's right. Also one of the greatest human beings I know. Evan and I were in the gym this morning, hanging out with him.
Yeah, we were in the gym.
He's like, sorry I didn't hold the elevator for you, bro. I'm so sorry. I'm like, I didn't even know you were trying to hold the elevator for me. I appreciate you, Wig. Shout out to Nice Wig and Mr. Greek on the B stream. But let's take a look at the map schedule here. You guys are well aware that we are playing on Stormpoint and World's Edge, flip-flopping though. We started on World's Edge, and guess what? I hear some cheers in the crowd for World's Edge. We're jumping to the competitive home of Apex Legends. It's World's Edge for games 4 through 6. And Genome, talk to me about what you think we can expect from the Switch.
I mean, we've seen a little bit of you know, legend variability between the maps so far. Typically, you see more caustic on World's Edge, right? Yeah, exactly. I feel like it's a little bit yet to be seen whether we're going to see the Seer translate across both. But as we've seen from TSM, it feels like teams are discarding that already.
Yeah. That's a great point. Ever you say something?
You only have one chance to really make that change, right? You've got to get it done in these 6 games. Otherwise, you got one more group play, and then you're already in the brackets. If you don't get it right, you're in the losers. You could be going home. So I'm with teams being a little bit more conservative, especially on World's Edge, where it's been proven to work time and time again. But I think we will see Seer. I think he will be there for sure. I think he's a staple, but Maggie, not so sure. I'm not too confident. Watson, though, a legend that I think that we're seeing in APAC North and even APAC South will be, I think, throughout this tournament and be playing a big part of these finals.
Yeah, I think the teams that are running Watson at the moment are just more committed to her. You know, like there's it feels like the teams trying out the Maggie, the Seer, they're just trying to splash that in there. They're like trying to shake things up a little bit. Whereas, yeah, you know, here's Watson,
Fnatic, you know.
Yeah, those teams as well. The APAC North teams that typically have been running this for all the way through, like back to Split 2 and Split 1 as well. Those guys, they're going to stick with it. It's what they know. It's what they love.
Yeah, that's right. Well, hey, look, you watching at home, make sure to follow us on all things social. Shout out to my man Tanner Slays. Give him a follow as well at Tanner Slays.
Follow me on all my socials.
Apex Esports YouTube.
Because you guys probably already follow these guys on their socials. So my Twitter, I have my Twitch, Discord. We have a Discord. Glitch Energy is my sponsor. 25% off, code ROBO. What else we got? We got our desk mats. You only got till July 9th to get it. In fact, if you don't order it now, you probably will never get one. So go get the desk mat.
Thomas Polo, my man. You're not mixing.
Next time.
Matching. Genome, I'm looking at you as well. Where's the floral? Where's the floral?
Maybe yet to come.
Oh, maybe yet to come.
We got 3 days of tournament.
Yet
to go, John.
That's right. That's right. Big shout to my man Tanner Slays. Thanks again for joining us. We have Game 4 right around the corner. Myself, I'm Fallout, Rain Day, Genome, and Tanner Slays. Thanks so much, everybody, for watching. For now, we got Game 4, 5, and 6. We're moving to World's Edge, and this time, for real, we got T-Squared, Tommy Telestrator, and Glitter Explosion right after this.
Nades? Any nades? No, just live. Like, stay over here. You play your life, Jordan. Go up. Go. You gotta go. They're jumping on each other. Come back in the air. No, 100. Caustic, got road cracked.
Oh, the energy.
100. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Good call, baby. Good call, baby. Good call.
Da na 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 na. Impressive. Being on the top of the list. Good job, dude. Look at all those names. Who's at the top? Hey, Furia. Kills again. This is the list that I thought was the winner last time, but it was the kill list. You haven't won yet. Very impressive. Look at all these names. You're on the top. Nice. Good job. Song's a banger though. Song's a banger though, chat. Hey, how many wins did Duplex get during this competition, chat? Is it A, 4, B, 3, C, 6, D, 5? It's 3, Chad. It's B. No, wait. They did not win again. No, yeah, it's B. They're doing good, though. They had like a second. They had like a third. They're doing good. Did they sneak a win? It's B, right? Can't be A. Has to be B. It was B. Tell me about this guy. That's insane.
The stage is
and they
set,
haven't won at all.
Ready. Crowd, are you guys ready for some more Apex? Let's go! T-Squared and Glitter Explosion bringing you the action. TSM Glitter, they're coming out hot. Made a little team comp change. They're no longer on Mad Maggie. They're no longer on Seer. They're going back to some old school comps. How you feeling?
The resurgence of the greats. I know the crowd is very excited about that. We still have 3 more matches to go. And of course, like they said on the desk, we're going back to World's Edge. Everybody's favorite.
Edge.
This is going to be a great way to close out the day.
Group B versus D. If you're
What
just
up,
joining us,
Marco?
welcome to the best week of Apex Legends that you're ever going to see. $2 million is on the line. It's going to be absolutely insane. And this is the last 3 games of the night. So the last chance to basically get as many points as you need so you could sleep tomorrow.
Pretty much, right? And the worst part about it is that we haven't been able to predict things right all day because we've had more regions stepping up to the plate. We've seen incredible
Just got to think I'm late. You're a little late, Actor, for you.
And now
I'm all sleepy now.
Back-to-backs out of Optic.
I don't think I'm going to take my energy drink. I kept saying I was going to take one. I got it over here. I brought it over here. But it's already 8:30.
We saw that in the last match. Now we have to see if they can continue doing that in the last 3 matches.
You just saw the CEO.
There's no high. I'm sorry, Amazing Wolf. What's up, dude?
C9 Dreamfire won game 1 of this series. C9, they took game number 2. TSM, they were the team that just took game number 3, and they were playing with death on the edge. We have a lot of TSM fans in the crowd. Let's hear you guys one more time. Let's go. It is live. We are ready to go. The players are loading into the lobby, and we're going to get this one underway here very soon. Taking a look at the team compositions. Not much has changed here. You're still going to have TSM rocking the Caustic, rocking the Gibby, having the Valkyrie. It's really nice to see the diversity that we've had in all of the legends coming through. That's GMT right there. Rambo coming in and filling in, doing a phenomenal job. Nasky, he's got the vibes.
Probably the same C9, isn't it, Akra?
Well. And we are in the ship, y'all. It is time to get this one underway. Game 4 of B versus D. Keep in mind, we have A versus C going on the B stream. Shout out to Nicewig. Shout out to Greek. They've been
Does nobody like Robo there?
We're gonna probably be on board
Where?
with TSM going on
At the
side. They did win last
ALGS place?
that we joined the winners.
Why? Because they haven't shouted me out? That's messed up, right?
Especially not after their performance. I wouldn't want to be messing with them. We do have to keep our eyes on, like I was saying, and like you were saying, a bunch of those other
No high Robo signs at the stadium.
And right now, this is just.
Oh, I was wondering why you said no high Robo, because you were here earlier. I was like, I thought you just wanted me to say hi again. Nobody likes Robo, man.
The hot spot, it's going to be over towards
Don't mess up, Amazing.
You know who needs it? It's the team that's goosing. It's Alliance. It's your pick, Glitter.
Somebody get like 1 million subscribers, chat.
Was this some sort of collaboration with Onset just to jinx these guys, or what's going on? I love Alliance. I want to see them do well. I hope they get the loot that they need. Saw his Watson out in the lobby. They are getting it on over here with their 50-50. We're on board with Fury, and look at those shots with the Hemlock. Immediately going to be picking up the first kills of this match, and the armors are looking pretty good. Getting control of that middle area always really clutch, so you can pick up those extra armors there. But Dreamfire, they're not feeling it. They're going to back off. Bolin, he's been booling. He's been doing a really great job overall today. These guys' shots have been absolutely insane. But they're going to get backed off, and Fury is going to take advantage of this one. Zeratricky is busting out the fuse on World's Edge, which I'm really excited
to see. And if you had an opportunity to watch their tricky play, the dude is nasty with the hemlock, with the R301, loves the 2X, loves the 3X. Him and Watson have been popping off in the kill feed.
And these are the two teams that I was literally just talking about. I mean, before that last match, Dreamfire and Furia were both at the top of the kill leaderboards. So they have been having phenomenal performances, and the fact that they end up in that 50-50 is super unfortunate for Dreamfire, making the smart decision, though, to back off and play safe in this next match. And Furia, though, has to feel good about that because they have been insanely aggressive all day.
It's interesting how many teams are refusing to go on over towards Skyhook, because looking at the map right now, you could see E6 actually has this completely to themselves.
I hate
so Dreamfire may want to consider backing off because they've had such a successful day, and they're going up against a team that has had a successful day as well. There's your winners from the previous game. Now, TSM, they got 10th in their previous group. They are trying to definitely better that and continue to put the hurting on. They're going to go on over towards the broken building. You can see Fragment West looks fairly clear. They're picking up some loot along the way, and they're just going to continue to play their style of play, which is pretty unorthodox. I mean, they have so many different varieties of play, and you could see that's what they were trying to do when they were playing with Maggie and Seer earlier. They were trying to take fights, but they understood, hey, it's really congested around here. We're going to need to get into the zone fairly early. But Hal is so good at making mid-tournament adjustments, and that's why TSM has been such a successful team throughout Apex Legends.
Not only that, but TSM can snowball pretty hard.
I didn't play ranked until the split.
In a really solid position, feeling good about their teamwork, about their gameplay, and heading in to World's Edge. That is going to be, we heard the desk talking about it, we heard the other casters, Mark and Dan, talking about it, but it's a comfort zone, right? This is where they want to close out the day for the majority of the teams in this lobby. We'll make it a little bit more difficult for all of those experienced players, but still, this is going to be fantastic for TSM.
They have a checklist in their head in terms of, hey, can we get to this zone based on where the zone 2 knowledge is, or do we have to go continue to loot, get the crafting materials that we need, play the edge, maybe pick on some teams that they have an idea of that are going to be rotating up from the northern side, because a lot of teams have already made their way on over towards where this zone is going to be, and you have a feeling it's going to continue to pull over towards Thermal Station, kind of where that hot zone was in between staging and Thermal. Maybe the choke over there could be the ending spot for this one, but looking at the mini-map right now as we take a look at the top 20 players and what their damage and average has been, shout out to the production crew as well. Everybody behind the scenes at PGL, thank you guys so much for all of you guys' hard work putting this tournament on, and all of the players, orgs, for coming out here. It's been absolutely amazing seeing everybody in person. E8, they're over towards the Harvester side, big chillin'. They have, obviously, Caustic, who really thrives over towards the Harvester side, getting that passive from the scan from Sears, so they can see that there's another team up over towards the high ground. Now, at the edge of the zone here, you're going to eventually have to move, so this is a little bit of a passive play from E8.
You know, I think they're just trying to wait here, figure out that information. Those rotations are going to be the most important decision that they have to make coming out of this area. You can see on the map just how congested it's already getting. Some of the teams waiting for those later rotations, but this southwestern side, like you're saying, over by Thermal, over by that choke, is going to be where everyone wants to find a place to bunker down. And if you don't have it early enough, then you're going to be fighting your way through a lot of people to get there.
Bubble goes down. You can see the infiltration on over towards the door. It's going to be Presley over here. Presley with the Caustic Nox Gas Grenade. Doesn't get any ticks. That one's not going to hit. But that Spitfire PK combo up close in that bubble should be doing some serious damage. They're going to come through and take on over towards the high ground. Now, having the high ground is going to be a lot better than the low ground in these situations, especially with that replicator there. You're going to be able to get a bubble into the replicator and get any extra batteries that you're going to need. They have plenty crafting materials as well. So I like this play from E8, kind of bullying their way on up over towards this high ground. Now, a couple reasons to go and lock this place down. Is this going to be
a lot of nothing's going on around the map, so let me look over here. We have 4 different POVs. We have Optic Gaming, we have TSM, we have Alliance, and we have Furia, the kill leaders. We have Optic Gaming, who was 3-win streak, TSM here that was on the 2-win streak. Looking at all 3 POVs, still nothing going on around the map. Let's take a listen in over here on Optic Gaming. They definitely want to get their momentum back. After winning those 3, they haven't won yet.
Huh? Where's my armor?
It's in the crafter. I crafted it twice though.
Oh, sweet. That works.
I suspect we will find something here.
I crafted a bat too.
Guys are chilling, taking their time.
Trying to
talking about the crafter.
before the zone gets to us.
Coming. I need a barrel stay B if you guys find it.
Dude.
What?
Fucking crafting more shit.
I have to
just
craft
need
his
one more
armor
bat.
and a bat. He had crafting the whole time.
You didn't give me no bat.
Dude, finesse. Oh, I have it on. But you know,
Just
I'm
keep
not
it.
giving it to you now. You're
Keep it then.
crafting your own.
I did, because I didn't see you drop it. I thought you were gonna hold on to it.
You're going all the way to the back.
Yeah, well, I needed the beacon though.
I'm gonna go up with them.
Trying to clear the zone first, so we don't just have to hit and gas.
Still nothing. It is very interesting. Very calm comms. Very sudden. Let's take a comparison. Let's see how TSM comms are.
They're just like ratting or something. I don't know.
Ultimate accelerant here.
No more.
Sure nobody's walking up on your Yeast.
I've been looking.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Just in case. Just in case.
Wow, what a pull. We gotta go. Let's go.
What if we played up here, where like if it's open?
I don't think we can play up there when there's a team in the choke, maybe from
Very
landslide.
calm comms.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Optic's probably getting tree beacon.
What if we... it's gonna be risky. If we Valko and look if it's open...
I don't know what our backup plan would be.
Okay, we can Valkult here. Let's get close to the wall here, okay? Let's get close to the wall here. We're gonna Valkult over the wall, and we're gonna see if Immin's on in that choke and landslide, okay?
Okay.
If there is, then we're gonna go for like inside harvester somewhere, okay?
Okay.
Like top where the beacon is, or maybe snake, like just anything that we think that is open. All right? You ready? Over here.
All right, let's see if their plan works. You heard his
You
plan.
just want to fly like kind of like.
I can't hear you. You gotta speak up.
Make sure you fly so we can actually go to harvester if someone's here.
The team in the ravine.
There's nobody in the choke. We can take choke. Take choke.
You gotta speak up, dude.
Okay.
Someone just died. Put
need to
traps
trap
in.
out the
Yeah, trap up, trap up.
I'm gonna stay up on height for now, okay?
Yeah. I need to drop down the trap.
Yeah.
I just queue on accident.
2 traps is fine up here. Drop down and you trap. I'm gonna stay up top.
Good job.
For now.
I'm gonna put a
There's two
trap right in the
bodies
middle
here.
here so we know
There's two
someone's
bodies
coming.
here. LG just died on my ping.
Team Burger was just eliminated.
I'd probably loot this shit over here.
Let's go check out point of view from Alliance because I do have
I'm
him
gonna drop
pulled
you,
down
okay?
here actually conveniently. So let's go check out him. They were just eliminated Team Burger.
Yeah, I'm looking at you. I guess.
50 flash. There should be another one.
Ammo here, brother. Ton of sniper ammo.
Yeah. I can
The
take
circle
it.
is going to be pulling thermal.
I have a Phoenix for you. Ah, never mind. I used it.
I'm just batting.
Hey, did you tell that PK by the way?
Yeah, I took the peek. Okay. I'm flat on peeking now.
I'm shooting the back so I can actually loot.
I'm gonna swap actually. I'm gonna play the R3.
I've already picked up the
Pretty
armor.
crucial
Fucking God.
wedge kills. Let's take a grand look again. So let's take a look at the main page.
Get some damage.
We have a nice circle look here. Look at all the different teams. I'm actually going to pause so we can take a look at different teams. We have, okay, so it's definitely not pulling late thermal, so it's going to pull thermal now. Then it's going to have this really ugly circle in the middle between harvester and staging. And actually, this is a great circle for like kills. So we're probably going to see a lot of kills coming. Whoever can take this backside is going to be nice. Probably going to be a 4-way fight though. It's going to be a lot of stuff going on.
And you know who's going to thrive in this type of zone? Any type of crypto team.
What was up with that? Why was that replaying like that?
Top of harvester, so you can just continually get that scan over and over again. Having a
Why is it
Caustic
Skippy?
on your team is going to be huge too. But a lot of teams starting to set up over towards harvester. One of them is the winners of Game 2 in this series. That's going to be C9 rocking the Seer. And I just really feel like Gibby still, you have to have Gibby and Valkyrie, right? And it's kind of up for grabs who that third Legend is going to be. You can play a handful of different things. You were obviously seeing Furia play a wide variety of compositions. We're seeing Watson, and that's why it's so exciting to get all of these different regions together so we can see exactly what the meta is for based on where they are.
Teams starting to move in to each other, drones being detected. Information is going to be super important for these teams here, and that's why the Cryptos, the Seers, all of that's going to be what puts some of these teams at a much better advantage. Some nice shots coming out of Alberlella here, being able to spot some of those squads trying to rotate towards Harvester, being able to deal a little bit of poke, make sure their shields are evoed up as much as possible. This is going to be that kind of mid-ground, though, where they're just playing passively until the first team is forced into making the first move.
And that's potentially Optic.
I wish I had a couple of their tools. That'd be so cool.
Spot to go and hold. You can see exactly where these players are going to be located in that picture-in-picture in the top.
I want to
left
see
of your
this from
screen. The
Optic's point of
30-30.
view. I would love to see this from Optic's point of view. I would love to see this from Optic's point of view. Where was my tabs?
I can put our Moby down.
Optic
here.
is in a really weird
They got
position because
favorites
they
somewhere.
have a lot of
Put the
different
fucking Moby
teams
down.
all around them, and I don't even understand how they're there. They're like in a wedged into this rock.
They got
Okay, so I guess also you can't tell from the minimap, but there's a lot of hill there. Basically a cliff.
Watch some fucking.
They don't know how many angles are on
team
all
up with the
spots.
Godspot. They're flying over Harvey.
Yeah, this repeater
The
team.
Seer
is
knocked
just-
one. The Seer knocked one down. Low Skittles.
Okay. I'm trying to not take damage from people. That's like the prio. We just have to survive.
They're literally in every single
There's a guy
direction,
out
in
there,
every single way he will look. And if he takes like a look down, he'll see people. If he looks up to the left, he'll see people.
Team landed in this. This team over here should help us with the team up in that choke in the height. I'm 6 and 5 right now.
I'm 5 and 6. 5 and 5. I mean.
I'm 6 votes, 3 cells.
Alright, so still very calm. Every direction from them, though.
Try and save yourselves. If you get hit.
Let's
once,
add the
just
main
wait until you get that
thing from.
They're good.
Match
They're like.
4 is selected.
What the fuck?
Get behind me. God, how does that hit?
Alright, so we can. This is TSM that's actually pushing them.
Bridge or something.
Valkyl.
TSM is coming around the
don't
backside there.
That's a duo.
Yeah.
Worst comes to worst.
They don't
we
know that
Valkyrie
TSM's coming up
or
behind them.
some shit, I
There's
don't
a
know.
fuse team out here.
TSM just took the position that they had.
Yeah, it's like from fence.
So they're still getting shot from every direction.
2 arc stars.
I can drop 2 cells. He's gotta carry them though.
I can carry one of the cells.
You're gonna have to bring the arc up to me too. Here,
TSM kind of stole the position that they were talking about.
You need 1 or 2?
Yeah, 1 arc, 1 arc.
They're getting arced in the valley.
They kind of had it for a while, to be frank.
I need 69
Then
on
they
my
left,
armor.
and now they're back.
Okay.
This is beautiful.
One of my traps is gone.
Okay.
Let's see what their decision making is here.
We have the Valkylt here. You can't. Okay.
Do we know if there's a team on the height? Can we even check?
I can maybe check. Can I see it from?
So they're gonna check some stuff. We still have Optic Gaming here in that
I think they're
less
going left. I
than
don't see them anymore.
optimal
Oh, they're just on the height.
position.
I'm gonna have to give you out this team, make them bubble, and we gotta kill them, okay?
They might just foul call, but.
Fucking hey, bro.
Very calm.
We gotta keep peeking it, but that fucker's just staring.
He's not peeking. Skittles does not want to peek. They have TSM looking down at them.
Fear has a Kraber on
Somebody's gotta stop breathing into the mic.
I don't see them. They might be moving left.
Dude, they all have to, because
left,
they all have the mics like in their mouth because it's noise canceling.
Okay, no, I see him. He's playing this.
They have 20 seconds.
Man, I wish I was in that lobby
take
right now
damage.
with a Sentinel. This would be the kind of lobby that a Sentinel would just tear people.
They're moving up.
They're gonna get griefed by the snake team.
No, they're sitting in the corner. I think they're just about to Valko. Yeah, they're going to the right corner. I could queue it and probably cancel it. Do you want me to, or let them do it?
Valko from stage.
Probably just let them. They're going.
Don't let them. I'm gonna fly up.
So they're flying right now. They're taking the shots.
Another team's up right above us.
TSM
They're
is
landing
going
on
to
the
be
truck,
taking a different position.
We're going underneath. We're going underneath.
Okay. There's a team there too.
Staircase. Go here. Go underneath.
This isn't in zone. This isn't in zone.
This is a terrible position.
Save on me. I didn't know you were safe there. You gotta bubble him.
I'm
Bubble him.
back too.
He's dead.
Just bubble to him.
He is dead.
I'm gonna die.
Reps looks like he's going down.
Are you good, Evan?
Pop your trap, Evan. Please pop your trap. Please pop your trap. Please pop your trap.
There's people up there that are gonna shoot us.
I know.
Play my side. You guys are good. Maybe you want to go underneath that team over there, across. Oh no, you chill there. Maybe chill.
We have to hide, bro.
When do you have buff?
15.
I love all the maybes. A lot of maybes going on.
Start shooting the team underneath. Can you start shooting the team underneath on the right?
Yeah. They have a lot of cover. I only have one bat. I have one cell, one bat. Okay, I'm gonna drop you.
Dreamfire was just eliminated. They were absolutely shredding.
We have to just walk in, bro.
You're gonna have to walk in.
Early elimination this game for Dreamfire.
Yeah, but we have to stall over here first.
The crypto team.
Drone?
This is going to be a rough circle.
They're going to peek over, maybe.
There's going to be a double multi-part. There's going to be a lower area and a top area. I really wonder how that's going to play out in the very final seconds.
You have to keep me on the side. I'm going to
go under the stairs, okay? I'm giving ult in the side of the hill.
Yeah, you have to play underneath them. I think.
You ready?
They're about to move in. Let's take a wide view.
20 seconds. I think you still go underneath them.
Under here?
Yeah, okay, you have to
go down. Going out too. I gassed the team under the stairs.
Who's breathing in their mic? It's Hal.
I have no meds. You have meds.
Spreps or something. Yeah, it's one of them.
I have nothing.
Spreps or
literally nothing.
Valor's. Dude, he is going ham in his mic.
They're Valko for you.
We just walked this in.
Yeah, you have to walk this in. You have to play the fucking...
I have two arcs.
Listen, you have to play the wall, right? The slided wall. Not the straight wall, the slided wall. Where the big door is. You have to play where the big door is. Yes.
Okay.
They landed... Right there. They're gonna fight. Let them fight. Just play safe.
Yeah, I think we're still
we
just have to walk in.
Did you understand what he just said, chat? You all understood that, right?
You're gonna go with the big door is, okay?
Go where the big door is.
One cell, that's it.
Get ready to buff.
We're getting absolutely shredded here.
Get ready to buff forward. Up.
I have no meds.
You have to go to slided wall. Go left.
You have to do it, dude. Go.
Right there to the left. To the guy to the left.
Oh, dude.
One shot.
They're at the slated wall, bro.
It's just you, bro. It's just you.
They are dead, eliminated, not at the wall. Only there were 3 of them. Let's take a quick look over here.
Call one.
We got a Team Alliance here.
I'm healing right now.
We got the POV of the healer, unfortunately.
Look me, I'm looking.
There's a fucking red wall to right.
Yeah, swing.
3, 2, 1, go. 54.
We're running. So reloading. Play them.
Careful above.
Care above.
Oh,
I need to lose.
Pearl back? I don't even know who that is, but was eliminated.
I don't. I got closing.
PVX.
Look for me. Can we climb a bit? Look for me. Yeah, looking for you. Yeah, I got ultrasound.
Take wide view.
Gold bag and everything. So many ultrasounds. Come here, boys.
We got Optic Gaming here. Just eliminated Team Singularity.
I need
trap up. I'm trapping.
Optic Gaming really wants to win. They have this double layer area here.
They have to move.
I wonder if there's any race, right? Any race? Probably not. Ain't gonna be no portal off.
I need gold helmet, dude.
So right here. Dude, they climbed up.
I bubbled.
I'm batting in the back.
70 on the balcony height. They drop down.
We gotta keep you all in
batting.
I'm safe on me.
They could be up on our back wall.
He's flying right here on the wall. They're climbing up.
I threw like
Caustic behind us. That's their ult.
I'm flash, dude.
He's flash, dude.
110 on Caustic.
I armor swapped.
They're climbing up, they're up. I'm taking them out.
This is really good for OGs.
Nice. I stunned them down low. I'm looking left.
Guy right here, on my ping.
Oh my god, a lot of people just went down. Phoenix team was just eliminated. We didn't get to see the POV, but Team Alliance, Team Optic Gaming just destroyed them.
They arc this side, careful.
E8 was just eliminated.
On the right, dude, on the right.
Oh, absolutely beamed.
They're aping. I have a purple knockdown, guys.
Purple knock.
This is not good for Optic, but they did get a big knock. They have to win this bubble fight.
Last guy. He's chasing you.
Fuck!
They were unable to. They're going to probably get a full reset right here.
I pinged them and called them
Only
out.
Team Furia is left here of these. We have the legendary It's Watson here.
Don't climb on this because this high team can see you.
Making Seer meta. Did he just die? What happened? All right, we're going to go back to the live broadcast.
C9, 2 games.
No!
Continuing to get scans over and over again, just so powerful in this
Watching on Twitch sucks.
Playing this popular spot, which is on top of the
Why
high ground.
would we ever want to watch on Twitch?
They rarely end up seeing teams like TSM go and play this before.
What?
Dreamfire, they're going to get eliminated. So TSM down a player. Dreamfire, they're completely out. We'll see exactly what Cloud9 has in.
Fortunately, there's so many teams waiting.
That was so disappointing because that like ruined the surprise, but it's okay. It's just one of the games. We got this.
Able to hold this.
That's why I like watching this broadcast.
CE8 Alliance, your boy Yuki is hitting the battery, trying to heal up. He's
We gotta get to the point we were.
friendly fire here. C9, they're still alive. Zach with only a sliver of HP. They're trying to get on over towards the high ground.
Eliminated.
It's a little bit of a disadvantage.
I went to, it was like lagging. That's why.
It. Can they win the 2 versus 3? It's
should have immediately swapped over.
It's C9. 2 games out of 4 are going to take our first game on World's Edge. What a game.
It really all boiled down.
It really
to
was
the
those last
perfect
seconds there.
Timing of Cloud9's rotation in from the north.
I have a solution though.
They got themselves the spot that they needed in Harvester,
Oops.
and they were unbothered once they got there. They were able to hold that, let everybody else down below.
Command center.
Pay attention.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna eliminate Team Alliance, and I'm gonna add the main group stage here.
Cloud9
there we
really
go.
popping
Perfect.
off, and they really
that way,
need
if I'm ever in a last-second situation, I can pull up the main one again.
PNC Arena. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed that one. We're seeing C9 banners. We're seeing
Hope you guys can
TSM
forgive me
banners.
from
We're even seeing the robots.
anticlimactic spot.
Oh, it's been so much fun here. And, you know, going back to C9, talking about how they play, when you are so kind of individually talented and you like to take team fights so much, it's kind of refreshing to see them take a spot and kind of wait for the action to unfold and pounce. And sometimes you could feel like you're trying to do too much or you want to have too big of a game. But look at the patience. Like you said, that's the key word right there, kind of taking their time, getting those huge placement points and letting the kill points come to them.
And we saw that out of Optic as well. They timed all of their rotations, their pushes up onto that high ground very, very well, and they nailed down the positioning at the right time. It was just the unfortunate push from Furia, who's been dominant all day as well. I mean, that was a rough fight, and then E6 being able to capitalize with a little bit of that extra damage, all the while Cloud9 just waiting.
And
for the perfect time.
Harvester zones are so fun right there, and it was a little unorthodox in terms of where that was going to bounce, right? I think that unless you're playing in this tournament or playing at a really, really high level, you're thinking, hey, this is going staging, hey, this is going thermal. It bounces back on over towards Harvester, and that's why these players are on the main stage. You can see how they set up, C9 making their way on over there, and kind of taking that high ground area, which we saw was very sought after from a lot of different teams were trying to make their way on over there. So again, the patience, that's the key word, but also just kind of the domino effect that happens of, you know, Furia understanding that they got to go and take out Optic Gaming, and then the timing from E6 to go and climb up over there, and then again, just waiting to the very last second to show your cards. I thought that was a really great job.
And even E6's journey, because they were holding that low ground for a really long time. They were dealing poke damage. They weren't pushing anything too crazy, and then they were kind of forced into that late rotate. They didn't have a whole lot of real estate to work with in those moments. They lose a player in the process and are down to 2, and we saw them just trying to hold the side of Harvester, that small little angle they had for as long as possible until they were really forced to pick a direction and push into it.
It's such a good zone for World's Edge too to begin with, because it's very central. It's a lot of teams can go and make the rotation on over there. from a handful of different POIs, and you get to see an opportunity of how the different play styles based on what your composition is going to be. And I wasn't expecting Zera tricky on Fuse. Was there any other like compositions or players or legends that stood out to you?
The Fuse, honestly, it got me too, because I feel like now it's only one day in, but like we're used to the whole Seer meta. We've got used to Maggie on Stormpoint. We've gotten that down. The Fuse I was not prepared for.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, it was pretty surprising to see that nobody ended up picking up Maggie either, and we're seeing a lot of different things. But you wonder, is Fuse kind of a troll pick, and could they have eventually done something a little bit, more useful in that situation? But then you watch the way that he plays it, and you say, wow, this guy actually knows what he's doing. And I think we're in a great meta right now where everything is viable as we take a look at the points from match number 4. C9 with 18 overall, but it's fairly even across the board. Even Optic in 4th place, picking up 15.
Yeah, but the 10 kills coming out of Optic because of their really solid play, the right timing on the rotations, pushing up for that high ground. They're still getting some insane points on the board, but now we're seeing lots of repeat names. I mean, Alliance, at least with a little bit of a bounce back, but Team Singularity still up here. Not probably as many points as they would have liked, but still chipping away at keeping themselves in a top spot. For me on this second page, though, a little bit surprised to see GMT down here, only because the 9 kills, they were doing so well.
Right.
It's just that unfortunate position didn't work out in their favor.
It's a lot of kills for 13th place. Yeah. I mean, you're picking off a majority of the lobby at that point. Also going back to Alliance, they were losing after the first 3 games. It's nice to see them get on the board. So I'm really excited to see what happens in game number 5 and 6, our final 2 games of the night.
And that's what's important, right? These are your last 2 opportunities of the day to get some points on the board before we've got tomorrow with our last round of group stages. But here are the stats for your champion squad. Alberlelli putting in work, 1,500 damage with only 1 kill.
This was the first team that I saw come into the event, and they were riding, on a pretty high. I think that they were focused, they were ready to go. Zach was ready to go. Naughty's talking about how good that they were playing, and
when I key with one more point, they're at least consistent. You got to give them that.
He's one of the nastiest controller players that we have in North America. Obviously, Alberelli, former TSM player, who's been one of the most successful players that we've had in all of North America. Again, it was much needed. 17th place after round 1, coming through, winning 2 of 4. Now it's up to these other teams to kind of respond now that the pace has been set on World's Edge.
It makes a difference. That confidence boost, knowing that you've put yourself
pretty
in
good, Malachi. How's your day going?
The overall leaderboard here. Dreamfire, though, still holding on to that top spot, and now TSM and Furia tied.
So consistent. That's so consistent.
A slow climb up the leaderboard, as does Element 6.
Preach consistency.
This is so close, but when it starts to get over towards that 8th, Team Singularity area, it seems to be a little bit more lopsided from these teams in top heavy because of the fact that they picked up so many points and so many dubs, but we've seen a lot of kills going onto the board, and it's not surprising to see that these teams being up on over towards the top. I guess on the surprising part of page number 2, Invictus Gaming to me, Alliance, Luminosity, I think that these are teams over the last 2 games more than capable of picking it up.
And we'll have to see if they're able to do that. We've talked about it a few times, but these last 2 games are going to be very important, and I think some of them are poised to do just that. It's just a little bit of a reset that's needed.
A little bit of a reset, come through and take a little bit of a breather, which is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, game number 5 and 6 of the ALGS 2022 championships right after this.
All right, now we can skip nothing. Lodo keeps giving me an ad every time I pull this up. How's it be feeling, chat? At me in chat. Tell me how you feeling. How you liking the watch party for the ALGS? I know I'm a little tired. I know I'm not even that talkative anymore. And I apologize for that. I'm going to try to do better this game and be a little more talkative. Gabasa! How are you doing, Gabasa? How many likes are we at, chat? I know, kills are so important in this. It's like ranked so different. Like all about camping. Oh, look at the pick rates. You know what I see is 0 Pathfinders. 0. Zip. 0. No wraiths at all either. No wraiths. No wraiths. No Pathfinders. Blasphemy, I tell you. What should Ash's heirloom be? Well, she carries a sword, so it has to replace her sword. Has to be like the opposite of a sword. What's the opposite of a sword? Bamboo stick? Nunchucks. Bat.
Cloud9 looking like they have this group under wraps, but it's not over yet. T2, L2 bringing the action. Fun fact about us is we've never lost a ranked game ever, and we're the perfect Apex Legends teammates.
Why would you? Don't bring this up in don't bring this up in public, okay? We need to focus on the people that are actually good at the game.
That's totally true, and you know who's looking nasty right now? It's Dreamfire, it's C9, it's TSM. And I'm looking forward to seeing how game number 5 and 6 are going to play out. We had a Harvester ending in the previous one. Those are your winners from the previous match right there, talking strategy for what's going to happen. What's up, PvP? How you doing today? Put your headset on, you're cheating. You can hear us. Get that thing back on. I don't want to give any info out. But it's going to be one heck of a series. 2 more games remaining before we wrap this thing up, and we go into round number 3 tomorrow. The way that this thing is working, I'm sure that you guys know that you have a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. Right now, everybody's trying to accumulate as many points as they can throughout the 3 groups to make it into that winner's bracket so they do not have to face going through the loser's bracket and the elimination. It is so crucial. Not only that, once you get to that point, if you can get in through the winner's bracket, you're going to get rewarded with
water
extra
balloon,
points
like
for
one of
that
the really
match
long
point
ones.
format. Lauren, what do you think is going to happen over these next 2 games? Your pick Alliance, they're not looking too hot. Do you think they could pick it up?
You know, I feel like you keep blaming me for that, but I have more than enough faith in the Alliance crew.
He is
to
back,
pick it
sir.
up. Okay, got it. A little bit of that snowball going in this last match. We still have 2 more left on the day. They can bring it back. They started off strong in the first series.
Seems
of
to be
the day.
popular.
Now
Do you like him,
kind of
Baxter?
bounce back. Everyone had a little bit of a lull. If we're looking at a lot of this lobby, whether it was in the beginning of the day or in the middle or towards the end, so it's allowed.
Taking a look at Optic Gaming, you have Rogue coaching them from behind. And when you have one of the top players in the game coaching you, that has to be a huge advantage going forward. We saw C9 in PvP. We know Hodsick, he's coaching Team Liquid. There's a handful of talented coaches all across the globe that are here and showing out. Taking a look at the map right now, you know it's World's Edge. We have 2 more remaining crowd. I know you guys aren't tired. This is typically when we get on to play. Let me hear you. I saw one yawn, actually. One guy's tired over there. I lied. I saw you. Let's get it going. Everyone's in the map. They're flying out. And this hot spot, it's going to be on over towards the lava siphon side again. We had a harvester zone.
I'm going to watch. Oops. I'm going to watch through the Twitch thing
Obviously
so that I
ending on
could
the west
swap
side where you
different
see the beacon.
POVs.
We'll find out exactly where this one's going to go here very, very shortly. There was a 50-50 that was happening. We saw Dreamfire going up against Furia. Curious to see if that one's going to be underway because Skyhook still looks uninhabited. E6 is going to get that one over
in open lava siphon area. So this could work out well for them as far as their loot goes. Everyone else getting through the lava siphon area.
You shouldn't talk over yourself.
Well for them as far as their loot goes.
It's just
everyone
rude.
else getting through the. You asked for the 50-50. It's
How
already
come
happening.
to skip this again?
And it's interesting because you have Skyhook so open. You have Frag West still open. Teams may be afraid of TSM, or are they just really fighting it out over here? And Furia, they got the better of Dreamfire previously, and it looks like they have the advantage again. 2 knocks in their favor. You also saw during the break who was leading in assists, damage. Furia is leading in damage overall ahead of Optic Gaming. His Watson, he's doing really great in kills, not only that, but leading in assists as well. I feel like you'd have to be absolutely crazy to challenge this team.
On the hunt right now for the Valk, not wanting to let this kill get away, but they do spot another team. GMT decides to back off because of GMT's presence. However, Furia has won that twice now with just me and you here. They are looking so solid on that drop. And right now, all it's doing is just giving them free kills.
And it's something that Dreamfire has to consider is what's the purpose of dropping over here after losing that twice? Are you going to go for a 3rd spot, or are you trying to do this because you're trying to impose your will later on in the tournament because you've already accumulated a lot of points in this round? You're feeling like you're a pretty safe bet to make it on over towards the winner's bracket. But when you've practiced so long in a certain POI, it's everything to you. You know exactly how to fight the 50-50s. You know how to make your rotation on out. There's so many different things that lead into you wanting to continue to make that fight that it completely makes sense. But this is the #1 team in this group, and we know that Dreamfire won game #1 and is looking extremely solid. Taking a look at the loot, looks like you have a great amount of attachments coming in for Zeratricky, who's still busting out on over towards that fuse. The zone, it's going to pull on over towards, looks like the epicenter area. So we'll see exactly where this one's
Isn't he the #1 rank guy right now?
Hills in between Climatizer, that's going to be really well for TSM. That's going to be great for C9.
He was the guy that basically made everybody
IG
play
right now, and
Seer.
if you know how fast these players rotate, right around that 145, 130 mark in the top left, where that mini map is typically when everyone ends up dipping out. Furia, they're going to go and get on out of here very soon. You can see 20% on that Skyward dive for Panders. Curious to see if they're going to stick around and play the edge, or if they're going to make their way on over towards the zone.
Well, now they have all of this uncontested loot. They have all of the options at their disposal, as we can see a bunch of these teams making those early rotates. Like you were just saying, IG here, while Cloud9 is going to
I don't know if he's in
right
this group
above
extra though.
the edge of the zone, going to be able to kind of move their way in as they please.
They were talking about him earlier
Now,
though.
a lot of these teams are going to try and hold the area that's going to be right below TSM. TSM has already found themselves dead center of this zone, and they are going to try to take this one home if they can. You know they want to get another win under their belt before the day closes out.
Oh, 1,000%. And you can see pings coming in from IG, RKN, who's done a phenomenal job on this crypto, filling in, and JMW, winner of the Stockholm, Sweden playoffs, coming in and filling in. So he knows exactly what it's like to have to kind of call an audible. Meanwhile, Furia is looking for some more fighting, and if you're wondering if they're going to make their move or if they're going to play edge, well, they're continuing to bully teams, this time on over towards the Lava Siphon side. That's going to be one knock and one finish. Looking for some more over here is his Watson with some nice map movement, going to go and get that second knock. And it looks like this is all but a wrap on the second team fight, and what an aggressive team. Furia is really setting the pace for the rest of the tournament here with the amount of aggression that they're showing.
They have just been so unafraid to take any of these engagements, and once again on the hunt for that final player. And you were asking if they were going to make that rotation in instantly, or if they were going to kind of hang out here on the edge. Well, the edge is paying off for them because once again, padding their stats, getting some more kills on the board. Finally able to find the last player. Gibby is going to be going down here, and that is just more points for Furia.
And I feel like Watson is purposely, letting his teammate go down there so he could just pick up the kill. No, that's not exactly what he was doing, but GMT is going to go out. E6 is going to go out as well, and before you could blink, 4 teams are going to be eliminated. That is absolutely insane, but what a job with just a duo over here for 4-7. You love to see it, picking up some kills. They've been just duking it out and having themselves a pretty good day considering the circumstances. Love to see that they're still playing it out and trying so hard, and I hope that they can continue to do so. But it's going to be tough. They're going to have to make their way through a lot of teams to make their way on over towards that northern zone. Again, it's going to pull on over towards the epicenter area. If you're wondering where teams are starting to set up, it's starting to get inhabited over towards that side. Team Burger with some great shots there with the flat line. MT looking for the damage on the player. They have one player knocked. Actually, that's two players knocked down over towards the ground. So it's just a matter of time before they're going to be able to find the third. And that's ODK. Unfortunately for them, looks like that is going to be all she wrote. We went from having a very slow game number 4 to all of a sudden 6 squads being eliminated. The pace at the end of the night is picking up.
And there were 4 teams here. I think it was ODK, Phoenix, Team Burger, and Pulverex, all in this general area on their rotations trying to fight through. And right now, it's mostly working out in Burger's favor, which they could use that after the last match.
Pulverex trying to get that banner. You can see the drone is just so crucial in so many different ways. It's only a matter of time before they're going to be able to go and grab that one, potentially hitting the res across the opposite side of Fragment, or potentially where the bins are. Those
I
could be
am
two
zoning.
very
I'm just like
viable spots,
lost
but
in
you can
it.
see teams waiting in the wings trying to pounce on this for a potential third party. Burgers over there. Now you get a chance to see exactly where the rest of the teams are over towards the northern side. There are so many teams inside of this next zone. Teams that are
How long
currently
have
playing the edge.
this set up in the
Furia,
live chat?
Alliance, those teams are going to meet up on the west-hand side very shortly. Luminosity is getting awfully close towards where Optic Gaming is. That's another team fight that could potentially take place too. But over towards this Fragment east side, Fragment west side, that's where a lot of squads are electing to make their rotations through. So there could be a little bit of kind of like your pubs or your rank games where if a fight happens on over towards Fragment, it's really not going to end for quite some time. Expect maybe 3rd, 4th, and 5th parties to roll through there if something ends up happening.
IG getting a little bit of height here so they can look down on the squads below. Trying to deal a little bit of poke damage as they hold down this bridge right now. You can see all of the fences up, trying to get themselves set up here while also looking down towards the epicenter. And this is where everyone's just going to be feeling it out, trying to see how they want to play C9
Team
with that
Burger.
easy rotation in on whichever portion of the zone they want because of their drop and where they are. And they are kind of getting poked at, so they're going to make a little bit of a wider rotate probably on towards the western areas. It's a little bit more open up there.
Typically when you get into this point, right, that's where everyone starts to pick up placement points. So once you get past that top 15 area, once you start getting to the top 10, teams starting to tighten up a little bit. One team that's not interested in that's going to be Furia. Watson taking some charge rifle damage, but he's not really concerned. He has 8 batteries, so he's going to back off to a little bit more of a safe spot so he can go and
batteries,
heal.
my kind of
I'm
guy.
sure they're going to go and tack a little bit later, but that is Alliance, as we were anticipating. They're making the rotation over from the thermal station side. It's just interesting to see these two teams end up duking it out. One team on the second page of the leaderboard, the other one sitting in first place with 49 points. And if this was a match point format, they'd be having themselves one heck of a field day so far.
Interesting
with the
team
amount
without a
that they've
Gibby
been
here.
able to put up, especially since they haven't even been able to win one of these first 4 games. This is mainly off of the kills that they've been getting.
You know, at least Alliance does a good job there of keeping Furia off of them because Furia has been so willing to throw themselves into engagements that they were able to do enough poke to give themselves some time to make a rotation. Speaking of rotations, Cloud9 opting to go for their Valk rotate here and actually going southeast, trying to find a spot that they can hold on to for a little bit while there are other teams in the general area. They're going to have to lock down these rocks for now.
Yeah, rocking the rocks, basically, between Overlook and No Name, having some eyes on players potentially coming out of that Fragment side. You can see the crypto drone in the air over towards the west-hand side. Now, because it's still so early in the game, they have to check their back, making sure no one actually is over towards Overlook. But this is a very popular spot to...
Take a listen into the team we were just watching.
We're gonna... Well... Popping cells. I'm back here at the bus. He kind of backed up already. He ran away. I'm running out. Okay, I'm a little delayed. I'm popping cells. Okay, you're good. There's only 14 teams alive, by the way, so there's gonna be
we have a
spots
lot
in
of
zone.
room. We have a lot of room.
Yeah,
here.
there's gonna be spots in zone that are open. And this baby team seems like they're kind of scared of us. So
Yeah, they just insta ran away. And what was that? They have a charge, right?
They saw the fuse, bro. They're like, oh shit. It's
Yeah, they have a
Fury.
charge rifle, so...
Yeah, they're just a random baby team. Doesn't matter.
Alright.
It's
Damn,
all
they
the
ran
fuse
that
and
far.
like,
You guys are heading by that. Not there.
yeah. You think that was it?
Alcolton.
That's what he thinks.
That's them. Oh my god, 199. Holy
Really?
shit. Yeah, man.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah, man. You should have seen that.
Yeah.
Next time I'll tell you, look at my screen so you can see it.
Yeah, I should have
It'll be on the side right, don't worry.
Fake callouts in the ALGS.
199.
Love to see it.
Yeah, just maybe. We're at 199's Valkyrie out of the air. But no kill. Stolen by GMT.
Are we allowed to do emotes?
No, you can't. It doesn't let you anyway. I don't even have an F1 key. My keyboard doesn't even have F keys.
I was just trying to be alpha, you know what I mean?
Hey, his keyboard doesn't even have F keys.
Why does my keyboard not have F keys? Did you know
it does.
You have to press
does,
FN.
But it's... Don't break it. Don't break it.
No, don't press anything.
Don't press anything because your Windows key is going to act.
All right, let's see this fight going on over here with Team Optic.
This is terrible. The other snake here. We're getting shot in the back by the other snake though. I'm coming, Skittles.
They caustic ulted the entrance here.
I arced it.
Knocked one.
Nice.
I'm popping the cell, dude. I got a bat. I got
He's
a bat.
in here.
I'm
I got
batting.
a knock.
You're alone. You're alone.
No, get to me.
We have to I have the bat.
No, yeah, I know. I'm just waiting. I'm not letting him res though.
Hell yeah, Jello.
Oh, new team. I might die.
I got caustic.
I'm going back to our spot. I'm going back to our spot. Skills in the corner.
Alright, I'm dipping back.
On me, on me. No, I'm not good.
I'm gonna zip up behind him. Oh, I have to play my life. I'm getting hard aped.
I'm gonna.
I'm all the way bottom climb. I'm just playing my life.
What's our bubble at?
20 seconds. Oh my god.
I'm gonna pop an ult pixel and back ult to you guys, okay?
We'll do let's swing left here.
10 seconds.
They bubble res, dude, on the other side, I'm pretty sure.
I'm coming.
Just walk all the way on the other side.
These guys dropped on me. They dropped on me.
Okay, good Valko.
Only one of them. Only the Valk. Only the Valk.
Shoot the killer's called.
Focus one.
They're a duo. They're a duo. They're Valk dropped.
I cracked that guy. Ate that guy. Focus one down low.
They're Valk ulting up.
He's one. Shoot the boat.
I have to reload.
Oh.
Oh my god, I fried him.
The caustic's still down low on there. Running uphill here.
Take this fucker.
Absolutely beams everybody he sees. Love to see it.
Caustic's still just running. Valk flew so far away.
This is why these people are in the ALGS.
Getting on the roof.
He's probably just all the way over here already.
Trying to shoot first. Ask questions later.
Themselves a full reset, and that could be what just made the game for Alliance. You can see that Optics deciding to make a very, very wide rotate, potentially hunting down 4-7 in the process as well. They are taking some damage while they make their way in that direction, but putting themselves in a decent spot right now, and at least making sure after that fight that they did get their Evo shields up to a decent spot.
All right, take a look at that zone. You can see it pulling a little bit more central, a little bit more southern than we were expecting. Thought potentially it could go and continue to bounce up over towards the north and more over towards that climatizer area, but a handful of different endings over here. As you see, C9 has positioned themselves phenomenally. They're going to slowly, again, keep all of that action directly in front of them, very similar to the previous wins that they've had. So it seems like some major adjustments from round one going into round two, but look at the southern side there, Glitter. So many teams fighting over towards Fragment East. They were all trying to rotate from south to north. And that's going to be a lot of kill opportunities for C9.
We've got Singularity, Pulverex, Burger, and those are all the teams that we had checked in earlier. They have still yet to fully leave the city, and there is an entire cluster of them down there needing to decide when they need to make their rotation, if they're going to go for a Valk ult of any kind. Furia, though, one of the most aggressive teams we've seen in this game so far, continuing to see if they can trend in the direction of more kills as the Valk ults do start coming out, like I said.
When you have a team that's that aggressive, it changes the entire dynamic of the tournament, of the meta. You've seen them, even have TSM trying to, copy a little bit of what they were doing, taking a page out of their book in terms of getting the composition. But all the teams now flying in on over towards the zone. There's so many squads directly towards where Optic Gaming is. I'm looking at maybe 3 to 4 in the area reset. Now. The bubble is going to go down. The res on to knock happens. Skittle Cakes is going to toss a couple of barrels out, saves the Arc Star for later, but they're just trying to find a safe place to set up right now. And it looks like they're going to be on the run over towards the bottom of that epicenter area, on board with TSM, who's been patiently playing this one throughout. You can see not much damage, not many kill points on the board for them. So they've just been waiting and trying to find their opportunity to strike, but Optic Gaming gets out of a sticky situation. Alliance does. It's been so slow pace after we had our initial 6 teams going down. It looks like another fight for Optic Gaming over towards the bottom of Epicenter's side. Fortunately for them, doesn't look like there's any third parties in the area, so they may be able to take this.
Trying to see if they can at least get themselves a little bit of cover here as some of the shots coming from the outside area are what they want to avoid, knowing that there are still players that they have to deal with right next to them. Dealing a little bit of damage with 301 here, trying to zone off the enemy players. But there are so many surrounding teams, and we've watched TSM, we've watched LG hold this spot down the entire game, waiting to pounce on any person that had to rotate through, and their patience will potentially be rewarded here.
Everybody is on the outside of the next zone right now, besides a few teams. You have Invictus Gaming, you have LG, you have C9 again, who knows exactly.
Furia here taking a
we have to go
city
under the side
fight.
of the building. I'm gonna ult
All right,
them,
ready?
man.
We gotta go. I'm going now.
I might be dead here.
No, you're good. I'm holding the window on him.
I got stunned by C's-ult. You're good on me. You're good on me as well.
This team
for a
has
second.
no hands, by the way.
They don't even
Give me
have
up.
hands. That's going
I'm
to
in
make
five.
it a lot easier
I'm
in
on
this
the
fight
court.
because I use
Right now.
hands
I'm on the
almost
court.
in every single battle I think I've ever had in Apex.
I need to heal. I need to heal, all right? I'm popping a bat.
90 on back. 90 on back.
I'm popping a bat. Give me that. I'm climbing up on the back side. I'm going.
Oh no, even though they don't have hands, they have a caustic.
Good nades on them.
I got one punch, bro. I got 2.
I killed one.
Caustic on me. Behind you. Going behind you, Pender. Help Watson, though. Behind you. Give me one. Give me one.
Gibby's not one. Gibby's not one.
He's on the balcony. The door.
I know. It's fine. We have to go. We have to go to zone.
Right here somewhere.
Kill this. I have to get this thirst. Nice. Dead.
No. Don't.
Oh, he's so dead. He is really pinned.
Get in that corner.
Team Burger was just eliminated.
I got farmed.
You have time, bat. I mean,
Team
what else are we
Furia
gonna do there?
was
7
eliminated by
kills?
Team
What we get?
Alliance there.
That's 8 points.
Check in on TSM, see what they're up to.
We're still barely safe here. We're gonna walk in on the gas, okay?
Okay.
Are they
End
fighting
circle
south?
pulling
They're
towards the
fighting bridge,
middle
they're
here.
fighting bridge right now. Wait, what?
1 IQ was eliminated. 4-7 was eliminated.
They haven't like fought yet. I don't
Naughty
think they
and
fought yet.
SNG just got tons of points.
I don't hear anything above us right now.
I don't either.
C9, I called him C-Naughty. C-Naughty.
Hey, they left their spot.
They're
Come
over
up
here.
Can we come up here maybe?
Oh, they just killed
yeah,
Optic
tell me
Gaming
how
too.
much time I
C9
think.
going
Yeah,
insane.
You can.
I got a solo.
Save on me.
Of their own medicine, 8 squads remain, and they're in a very powerful position on this high ground, Glitter.
We see Cloud9 looking very comfortable in that kill feed. We're seeing LG getting some kills, IG getting some kills. We are
Luminosity
trying
got eliminated.
to keep track of everything that's happening here. Cloud9,
E8
though, like
was
you
eliminated.
said, once they nailed this down, they've been in the zone comfortable forever.
There's a
We're asking
lot
what
going on
happened
right
with
now.
TSM. Well, TSM is trying to make a push themselves and get some kills on the board, and we knew that this was potentially going to happen after they nailed it down early, positioning-wise.
Alliance going out in 6th place. It could have been much worse. Great job by Vifes getting their team back into this one. But TSM now in the spot that they want to be. They have Invictus Gaming in their sights inside of the trailer. You can also see Singularity. They're holding the high ground over towards the opposite side of where C9 is going to be. 15 seconds until this zone is going to move. Still anybody's game. You can see 5 full squads of 3, 15 players remaining. RKN, he's been in that drone for a majority of the time, safe inside of that trailer area. TSM, Hal with his coveted flatline there. R9 in his back pocket too. We'll see what he's going to be able to do a little bit down the road, but what a game here, as we know that having these endings is all about having this high ground. So C9,
all about that high ground,
Singularity,
champ.
having the advantage. We'll see if anyone skyward dives or tries to take these spots.
That's why I always play Pathfinder and Valve. People are like, why are you always at the low ground? I'm like, so I could quickly take the high
starting to make a
ground.
little bit of a move here. Pulverex to their side, someone that they're going to have to deal with while everyone else is in front of them. This
EMPs
could
are
be
huge
bad
that
for
they take
Cloud9.
out. Huge.
It's a big EMP. Pulverex is starting to collapse on that. You can see the shots coming in. Singularity is involved. They're going to go and hit some shots coming in from behind. Potential third parties happening as Albrulli is trying his best to hold up that knockdown.
C9 looks to be eliminated
Zach
right
Mazer
here.
trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Pulverex, they're going to go out in 5th place.
Pulverex
As Singularity now
was.
makes their move.
C9
and
is
we'll see
still
exactly
up.
what TSM decides that they want to do. They're still looking for some more blood. It's going to be reps with the turbocharged up Havoc. I believe they were able to get Albarelli up throughout all of that too, but now Bryn is going to
C9 is getting knocked,
you can see
and they are eliminated.
Going out in 4th place now. 3 full squads of 9 remaining. We have Singularity, we have Invictus Gaming, and TSM.
That push in from Singularity almost saving Cloud9, but now TSM on the hunt trying to get this next win under their belts. Team Singularity also trying to do some damage. The bubbles are out on both sides. And
TSM
Invictus
running
on the
away.
other side can just watch this all happen in third party.
TSM getting eliminated.
It's going to be one player going down. That was Reps initially. Invictus
Or at least
Gaming
members
is now
from
going to
TSM,
make
2
their way
of them are
outside
down.
the
It's
trailer,
only
looking for the
Imperial
third
left.
party. Can you win this 1v1? It looks like they will be able to
And
do so.
they will not be able to.
Going out in
TSM
third
is
place.
eliminated.
It should be easy pickings for Invictus Gaming. The patience is paying off. And now it's just a matter of time before they collapse on this one. Everybody's healthy.
Easy
Invictus
third party
Gaming
for the win.
taking game number 5. What a performance from them. RKN inside that drone.
Are you streaming tomorrow's? I guess so. Do you guys want to watch tomorrow's if I did it again?
Inside of that trailer, throwing
It's 4 days in a row, so I might as well do it. It'd be like
overall.
fun.
You can see the man in the Torrent jersey coming in and doing a great job filling in for IG.
They're still playing? Yeah, there's still one more game,
As soon
too.
as they saw the double bubbles
still have
come
one
out, they
more
knew that
game
they could
chat.
just wait out, bide their time. They
You've been
had a
enjoying the
little
streams
bit of
thus
a
far
height
and are still with me. Don't forget to
advantage,
drop a
and
like
they were able
and
to clean that
subscribe.
one up nicely. But to be fair, we watched a lot of teams that had to be patient. They rotated into that zone.
Time?
early.
I guess what
The
time?
likes of
Whatever.
LG, the likes of
Whenever it
TSM,
starts.
they were able to really utilize that to get some points on the board for themselves. A strong performance out of Cloud9 again as well. So, I mean, overall, this was a pretty even game.
All smiles on the IG side. Meanwhile, you saw TSM and C9 talking strategy, figuring out where eventually they could have done things just a little bit better. But what a hard-fought end zone for all of those teams to get to that point. That was a very tough situation to watch things unfold. And again, Alliance fighting it out even to get to 6th place right there when they could have been eliminated right around the 15th area, picking up some extra points. What a performance overall, though. Invictus Gaming picking up some much-needed points.
Yeah, and we had talked about that when we were looking at the leaderboard. There were a couple of squads that we kind of called out saying they had a couple more opportunities to get some points on the board. Invictus was one of them, and they just did exactly that.
20 points overall, 18 for Singularity. That's pretty top-heavy when you go and you look at those top 5 teams as it's rounded out by TSM, C9, and Pulverex. Alliance still finding themselves in the top 10 again for another game, but still not picking up as many points as they would have hoped. It's been one heck of a day of Apex, and we have one more game remaining after this, and we have one more round after this to determine who's going on over towards that winner's bracket, who's going down over towards the loser's bracket, and then eventually who's going to be trying to set
when I queue with the 1 point again, it is a conspiracy.
$500,000 first place
Yeah,
prize,
they get
$2
1 point
million
every time.
overall as we take a look at page number 2.
I mean, Furia continuing with the theme of aggression. They were really hunting kills there. They weren't necessarily focusing on those.
Hey, it's Timmy.
It is Timmy.
It's Timmy.
Some Timmy love. Let's get some Timmy love in the chat and in the crowd. Crowd, how you guys feeling? One more game remaining. Let's go. So great to see
What I
everybody's
do is just
faces.
so
My first
consistent,
LAN
it's
in a
insane.
couple of years, man. It feels so good to be here. And I also want to give a shout out to Kate, who's watching at home, because Kate is much missed here. Can't wait to go and see her. But overall, I've really been excited to see how teams have performed after bad performances in their first round. Teams like Cloud9 coming through after 17th place, now really starting to pick it up. JMW, 5 kills on that Watson. I wish, 550 damage and 5 kills. You'll take that every single time.
That's called efficiency.
It's not that hard.
Efficiency.
Okay. You want the extra points. We talk about this. Every single point matters when it comes to these types of tournaments. And yes, this is for just the seeding, but the seeding will make a difference as well because, as we've said, if you make it through the winner's bracket, you get those extra points heading into finals.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming 31st place overall in the playoffs, but we know what they're capable of. This team is a team that could potentially win it all. They definitely got top 10 in their previous group. I think they were sitting somewhere between 6th and 7th overall. But at the top of that leaderboard, we are so close. Look at the top 6 teams, all separated by 11 points overall. Seems like a crowd favorite. TSM in first place, sitting with 53 directly on their heels. That's going to be Cloud9, and you can see the rest of the teams and players on your screen. This is going to be one heck of a race to see who is going to be walking away with first overall. But keep in mind, every single point, just like you were mentioning, Glitter, matters. Tiebreakers matter, et cetera, because when we get down to it, after these 3 rounds, you do not want to be going down to that lower bracket.
This is huge for TSM, for Cloud9. That consistency is starting to pay off, putting them in a very comfortable position. Same for IG after that game, up 7 spots now here on this first page. That's going to be really, really good for them heading into the last match of the day. And even Pulverex, Singularity, we saw them making rotations towards the end that worked out well for them.
And when I'm looking at the first place overall from all of these groups, typically right around that 60-point area is exactly where you want to be. The most points out of the first group. That was Optic Gaming. They had 69 points overall. Teams on this second page, they're really going to have to step it up here. They don't want to be in a situation where they go into this final round and have to fight for their lives again. Also, getting some sleep. You got to emphasize that again tonight. You don't want to be kind of in this situation where you're a little bit worried and thinking, oh man, we have one more group to go. We have 6 more games to go. What is the positive side of things is when you do go into the winners and the losers bracket, it goes to an 8-game format. So we're going to have 4 games on Stormpoint, 4 games on World's Edge, much more opportunity to go improve yourself overall. What do you think of that change?
It is not a sprint, it is a marathon for these players, okay? They need to be able to make sure that they can last for the 8 games just in the one series, and then they have to do it all over again. So this is not easy. There is such thing as player fatigue, and only the most experienced of the crew that is here will be able to handle that type of situation.
There is a such thing as player
fatigue. Just 6 in one day. We've doubled it for just groups, and it's going to continue getting even harder on them.
That's what we have here.
I've never played a video game and got
so we know exactly how it goes. Take a look at the
I've never even watched a broadcasting.
That's going to be your leaderboard. Not nearly as many points as we saw from the previous matches, maybe because we haven't seen all of the games unfold. It's probably in game number 5 right now, but EXO, they're sitting at that top of the leaderboard. What a performance from EXO. They've been phenomenal today.
They really have. We talked about them all through the first series. They've been so consistent. FA Kitties up there. Scars, another squad that's been dominating on the day. Even with a little bit of a drop down there out of AD, they have been very, very strong. In general, the group of talent of players that we have here, it's just insane, and it's going to be really difficult. And you know how you know it's difficult? Because you look here on the second page and you have teams like 100 Thieves, you have teams like SSG that aren't in a top spot when that's where we would typically be seeing them.
EXO coming out of APAC South, they got second place in their first round group with 63 points. They're looking poised and ready to go. Now, getting word that that's actually 3 games in. So they are completely on pace. That's actually a decent amount overall. So if you guys are looking forward to that B stream, go and check it out. They're going to be hopping into game number 4. We're going to be hopping into game number 6 on the opposite end of this break.
Knock one. Yeah, I'm pushing up on you guys. Push up on it now. Play together. Death ball. Nice. Boys. Let's go. Good. Boys.
Let's go. That's what we needed.
That's what we needed.
That is what we needed. Let's go.
Boys.
Let's go.
We love you, Cam. We love you.
See, they censored them.
Let's go.
Didn't they? Aren't they censoring them right now? Am I deaf? Are they censoring themselves?
Great team.
You think he's censoring themselves and just not saying it?
Get ready, guys. Leaders that inspire
Oh,
those
stupid
around them.
ads.
Step up.
This is why I hate
Find
Twitch.
that perfect moment.
Twitch. Sounds like it was censored. That's that consistency I'd love to see. Killing it with the assist, Watson. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna eat immediately after this.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. All right, we're back live, everybody. We're bringing the energy. It's game 6 time. Crowd, one more time for the last time of the night. Let me hear you guys get hyped for this one. Let's bring it. The players are bringing it behind us. $2 million are up for grabs. T-Squared and Lauren bringing the action. Glitter Explosion, how are you feeling after seeing all this amazing Apex today?
I could not be more excited for the journey that all of these teams are about to go on in the next 3 days, because we're going to close today out with a bang. And you know that tomorrow, after all the dust has settled and they have time to kind of think about their play throughout the day, that it's going to be even crazier tomorrow.
A lot of adjustments are being made. One of the kings of adjustment, Hal and the TSM squad, coming through, changing their composition originally in the first round, playing on Maggie and Seer. The TSM crowd chants are coming through, rightfully so. They're in first place, but a team directly on their heels, that's going to be Optic Gaming. You have C9, you have your boy Rambo right there with Nasky and GMT. They're looking solid. Hey, hi Nasky, hi. Oh man, what a group of players we have. What a bunch of legends we have on this stage. Big shout out to all of the teams, the organization, so much dedication and time put into this game to showcase this type of talent and skill level. I wouldn't have it any other way. You can see the legend that Nasky's been playing, the average damage that he has. I'm anticipating this guy to step it up even more. You saw him with the Kraber and what he's been able to do. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to get the kill points that they're looking for. One of the teams that's been adding a lot of pressure is Fury, a team coming out of the LCQ. They're really taking a lot of fights and a lot of these kill points off the board.
They have been crushing it all day, and we need to put some respect on their name after the performance.
What's for dinner? I think I'm just gonna get hot dogs because it's fast and easy.
With all of the heavy hitters that we've talked about time and time again,
I got to get a shower.
Not just in their performance when you're looking at the leaderboards, but we've seen the stats a few times now. They are keeping up or topping the leaderboards depending on the game in damage, in those kills, and they are followed by Optic Gaming. We even saw Team Singularity up there. There are so many squads that are ready to be here for this championship and trying to play the best Apex that we have ever seen.
We just saw Hal, we just saw his Watson right there. I'm looking forward to going on Twitter tonight and seeing if these two got beef. I don't know about you guys.
Oh no. Speaking of the stats that we get to see here, you've got his Watson and Skittle Cakes being compared, and you can see the average damage, almost 1K damage for his Watson at 875 for Skittle Cakes. I mean, these are just beasts of players.
They really are. It's been a phenomenal day of Apex again. Skittle Cakes is just so darn talented on that caustic. Seer has been so powerful, especially when you watch the way that Watson is playing that one. He may have to change his name to his Seer now. Just there's dad joke number 1 or 2 or 3.
You know what? We made it a lot longer without the dad jokes than I thought we would, so I'm proud of you for lasting as long as you did.
Players are loading up into the lobby. We're getting ready to start game number 6 here very soon. You can see Luminosity and Complexity, the combination of Shiny and Monsoon. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do here in this game. They had, I think, a 6th or 7th place, I think 7th overall in their first round. It's going to take them a big game here in game number 6 if they want to go and jump up on that leaderboard. I think they're completely capable of doing it. That man right there is always bringing the vibes. Taking a look at Optic Gaming. The team that's directly on their heels, Rogue, Coach Rogue in the background, looking fly as always. This team is just absolutely insane. One of the most consistent teams that we've seen in such a long time, but can they close it out? That's the big storyline that we're gonna be looking forward to seeing as they go through the group stage and through the bracket stage. I feel like they're gonna be set up in a pretty great spot overall based on what we've seen. They won, I think, 3 out of the 6 games in round number 1. They haven't taken a game in round number 2, which is interesting because we thought that the previous group, Group C versus D, was the group of death.
We did, and we were kind of wondering what that was going to mean for the next series when it was D versus B, because things could have switched up a little bit. And what I love is when we got to hear from Duplex earlier in the day, right, we heard that they really worked on making a bunch of adjustments that obviously they didn't want to tell us because they don't want to expose any of their own weaknesses, which couldn't be any smarter. So I don't fault him at all for that, but the confidence with the back-to-back-to-back going, trying to go for game 4, and they almost got it. They were close, and even the following game, they almost had yet another dub. I mean, like you're saying, the consistency coming out of Optic Gaming is what we are looking for when we're talking about the teams that are just the top of the top.
It's a lot about timing. It's a lot about positioning, putting yourself at the right spot at the right time, making that the right decision when it's extremely crucial. The players are in the dropship. We're getting ready for game number 6, the hot spot. It's gonna be over towards the lava siphon side. We'll find out where the zone's gonna be. We saw a harvester zone. We saw one popping up on over towards that epicenter overlook area too. The teams are now flying out and picking their drop spots. We know the 50-50 is going down at Countdown. Is Dreamfire gonna go over there again? You know Furia, after winning 2 out of 2, is looking forward to potentially going for the sweep here as the players are picking their spots and deciding where they're gonna go. Again, E6 has all of Skyhook to themselves. Fragment West is finally being taken this time around, so TSM's not gonna have all of the loot in the world this go around. And here it is. The 50-50 most likely gonna be happening here very soon.
I was waiting to see if they would try to back off in the last game of the day to see if they could maybe just save themselves some points, or, you know, just last a little bit longer in the game. Didn't want to do it. Furia once again showing them why it's a bad idea, as instantly out of the gate Furia's doing a lot of damage.
All right, last game, everybody.
The P20, everyone's favorite gun to get right off of the rip, right next to the Mozambique. I rather throw my ammo at somebody, but his Watson is making it work. They got one knock initially. I think they're looking for more. Did they get some flushes? I believe that they have a huge advantage of this fight. The Caustic Barrels are gonna eat a little bit of Zeratricky up. He does have the med kit that he's gonna pop, also the syringes and the cells that he ended up spawning with, and got a couple of cells to boot. So now they're gonna continue to try to hunt these players down on Dreamfire, but they've been looking so good in their team fights, so good in this 50-50. You can see getting that heartbeat through the wall, gonna avoid the missile barrage coming in from the enemy Valkyrie, and now it's time to collapse on the bubble.
And as soon as they saw that there was a potential to get these PK shots on the remaining players, they made the push as a group, and this was just a quick and easy cleanup for Furia at this point. They have yet to be deterred off of this fight. They come out on top every single time, and then once again, the hunt for the final player will, it's already done. It didn't even begin, it's done.
And that's 3 for 3. You hear some oohs and ahs coming in from the crowd with that PK shot that happened, and his Watson, he's taking a page out of my book.
All right, let's check in over on the main page. Stupid. Gotta refresh. Got an ad on that. Let's not watch the ad. Twitch is amazing. You guys watch Twitch? Get an ad for everything. I can't switch it. It's like you must watch the ad.
Teams aren't flying in and taking your spot.
Very quiet over here. Not a lot to be said.
There's a purple in your building.
Yeah, I didn't loot anything.
I'm gonna go grab it after I loot this.
Looting oops, you don't have to.
Lock right here.
I got a purple stabilizer. There's a Devo somewhere.
Oh, turbo.
I'm just gripping the purple, and then I'm gonna go get my prowler.
I think I gotta get that PK.
I didn't loot all that building.
All the mods looted.
Bat here, I have 4.
I have 3. I can get that.
No Devo anywhere.
I don't see one, sorry. I wasn't looking for one.
No Havoc. I need a purple Sabian. Drop the stabilizer, there's a purple bolt here.
Okay.
They're like fighting for the choke.
Yeah, watch the RVs. No, I gotta get the spat and PK.
I'm kind of tired, so I probably should just go to the main broadcast.
Team is completely on the run. Taking a look at the teams that are on the outside now, as a lot of teams have made their way on over towards the zone. C9 still looting, E6 is still looting. Furia is another team that's still way out of the zone and playing the edge. Alliance, as always, going to be playing the edge. Typically what Alliance
being in 11th, they really want to win.
They'll get out of thermal station.
They
They'll go
really
on over towards
want
the tree
to do
side,
good
hit
here.
the scan going into round number 3, and then they're going to fly in. But now Team Burger, what's the play here? Are they going to end up going for a skyward dive? Are they going to throw a bubble down and get out of here? This isn't really an ideal situation, but if you do try to get out of this spot, the real estate that you're trying to take, that's a priority position, is already going to be taken.
Have to see what the decision is here. I mean, you were talking about Furia being so far removed from where the zone is right now. They're finding themselves in a little bit of an engagement here in Skyhook with E6. And like I said, at this point, it doesn't even feel like they're trying to place high. They're going for these kills. They're hunting down squads. They're trying to find whoever they can. It doesn't matter where on the map they are.
E6, it looks like they're busting out the Revenant. An interesting comp coming out.
Revenant?
They're in 7th
No way.
place. This is toxic if I've ever seen it. I would not want to play against this. The Revenant, the Seer, the Octane coming through, the gold helmet on top of the Revenant as well. The Death Totem has already been used. He has an Alt Excel in his back pocket. That didn't connect there for Smegito. That's definitely not where he wanted to go and throw that silence out. But does Furia want to go and take this now, knowing that the Death Totem was gone? And I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm seeing a ghosty flying around in the air right there. That's exactly what that was.
E6 trying to wait this one out. See if they can handle Furia right now. There was a little bit of a scare there at the beginning of that push, but able to back off. The Revenant really working out in their favor in that scenario, and I think that's kind of what saved them. They decide that might be better here to just play it safe and back off, but Optic Gaming, somebody they did want to pay attention to on the southeast corner of this zone, now finding themselves in a fight.
Optic Gaming is really good at testing out the enemy teams to see exactly what they're bringing to the table. And then they magically make these rotations that are just absolutely insane. But they're going to start pushing in right now. That's going to be Detonation Gaming going out. Knock with the Prowler. That's a scary sight. He's got the gold Prowler coming out of Big Mod. One of the best controller players that we have in North America.
Me and my boy Rev, yeah, they be talking
serious work
smack
right
on
there.
Rev.
Now they're just going to continue to watch their back and hold things down over towards this area, which is fairly
What do
close
we
to
up
where their
with that?
POI is. So you can see this end zone is probably something that they're fairly used to. They understand how to go and approach this situation. But R301 Prowler, wow, that could be deadly in someone like Nox's hands.
I like that they kind of tested the waters there, pushed up from Big Mod, tried to see what they could do, and then they decided to back off a little bit, reset, and potentially going to go the other choke point and see who they can find there. Optic's in a really solid spot right now. They don't have to do a whole lot if they don't want to, but they can use the poke damage to at least level up their shields and keep themselves sitting pretty moving forward. But now TSM also over in Harvester finding themselves potentially in an engagement. We've got Singularity that we're checking in with as well. So many teams are right on the verge of starting to have these fights, and they're holding off for as long as possible.
TSM is actually in the middle of setting up an ambush off your screen against Orphis Fang. There's also another fight happening between E8 and Phoenix. You can see
All right, let's
the
check
bubble
it.
is going
Let's
down.
check out TSM's version.
It's so hard to push up these stairs over towards the geyser
TSM's
side.
fight
The
is
best way
not
to
that
do
cool.
that would be advancing with the caustic barrels, which they've already tried to do. Maybe toss a couple grenades up there and make your way. But without the bubble, without anything to really kind of cut off that angle going forward, I feel like the safest thing is to back off, and that's exactly what they're
teams just back
considering.
off.
I like the play coming in from both teams. Great defensive
TSM is
stand
not
coming
doing
out from
anything.
Team Phoenix, dropping the Phoenix kits on the ground, but they're running
I'm so
fairly
tired.
low on
I'm sorry,
heals and
chat.
resources, which tends to happen when you're landing over towards that geyser side. So looks like the
I'm
enemy
gonna
team
be
is
more
going to the bubble,
energized
and then they're
tomorrow,
gonna
don't
start
you
to
worry.
make the push on up over towards the stairs. Great damage right there coming in onto both sides. You can see Lusquin is going to end up backing off. It's going to be the PK from Frogs. Multiple players taken down to 1 HP, and now the Angles are going to be taken from RKN with the 30-30 actually, so he's hopping in for that third party. Now E8's going to come up and finish the job without really taking much damage. You can see the huge armor advantage that they had throughout that fight. Running really low on resources was Team Phoenix. They're going to go out in 18th. Nice infiltration of that high ground using the bubble.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for the resource side of things for E8 as well, and it was also beneficial for them that IG was able to help a little bit with that poke, take out one of the players up top and make that push a little bit simpler for E8. But now they've got themselves the position that they were looking for, a little bit of added loot, and they're going to hold that down for a little bit. Now checking in with GMT, though, looks like they caught themselves in a bit of a bad spot, but both banners were recovered, able to get the res. Rambo bringing back the teammates, and they're going to see if they can get themselves reset.
Rambo with some of the best hair that we have in all of the ALGS.
Is that what you thought about my name when you saw it
in the lobby
come here?
a couple nights ago, and really like that guy coming out of Florida from the Panhandle, getting his teammates back into this one. Dell and Nasky gonna try to get back and find some loot along the way, and it seems like they're in a pretty safe spot. When I'm looking at that mini map, we just saw it in that picture in that left-hand side. As you take a look at the leaderboard on the right-hand side, it's gonna be pretty interesting to see how this one pans out, because they will eventually have to make their way through Harvester. We know how Furia loves playing the edge, and they're sitting up on over towards the fragment side. So eventually, they're going to meet a team like that, maybe C9. You also have E6 making their way on over towards the north-hand side, too, coming on over towards the no-name area, making their way over towards the choke. The rest of the teams are basically in the zone, besides Alliance, who's on the southern side, coming up on over towards the Lava Siphon side, and a team that's gatekeeping them is going to be TSM. So a lot of kill opportunities coming up on the west-hand side for TSM if they can continue to lock down this Lava Siphon side. But it looks like they're interested in waiting, trying to get the scan on over towards the top of that area, and then they're going to get zone information on towards the next zone, which is going to definitely give them, especially players as talented and as knowledgeable as them, exactly where the final zone is going to be located.
When we see that leaderboard, we see that that crazy aggro strat that Fury has been employing all day is working out as far as putting them in the spot that they want to be in heading into the bracket stage. So this has worked out in their favor, but they, hot on their heels, obviously, is TSM. So we'll have to see how this final game plays out. But speaking of Furia, now catching up with them as they make their way into the zone with many teams in front of their path. And at this point, I think it's just they're looking for anybody to pick off.
Wow, instead of, I thought he was going to just kind of patiently wait right there and not shoot, but that enemy team wasn't really fighting. I think they were just clearing out some caustic barrels to get inside over towards the second side, or second level of that roof area. But Furia, one of the things that you look at when they have so many points and they're sitting in first place in this group currently is, can they get to that match point format and get to 50 points and then win a game? Because they're so aggressive. How would they be able to execute on that? Would they change their composition? Would they go for something, you know, more meta, I guess, with Caustic, Gibraltar, and Valkyrie, or are they going to just continue to try to muscle their way through? And, you know, there is a second place prize, obviously, and I think that's around $300,000, which isn't too bad. But when you look at a team like Furia, you say, wow, they're so talented, but can they close it out? Another team that's extremely talented that you wonder the same thing, that's Optic Gaming, still locking down the current position that they held when they won the team fight previously. But such a different game than game number 5, which we had a slow-paced game in game number 4. 5, we had, you know, 14 teams remaining after zone number 1. This has really slowed out and thinned out.
Yeah, we talk about that all the time. Consistency is super important, but once we're in finals, once we're in the match point format, your consistency will only get you so far, because if you're always in the top 3, but you can never close it out, you won't be able to take home the dub. And Furia, you were asking if they had the aggression, able to catch the squad out of the skyward dive. That is not what they wanted to happen, and this is quick and easy cleanup for Furia here.
Absolutely disgusting. They've eliminated, I think, 3 teams out of the 4 that have gone. Now it's the Death Totem coming in for E6. They're looking for some damage around over towards the side. Key to taking the Death Totem, stagger it. That way it's going to last a little bit longer, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. As you can see, Case20 is going to make his way on over towards the side of Geyser, but they weren't able to land as much damage as they were hoping for. They do have 2 assists. I think they were able to get the kills that they were looking for, but still, when you're playing this composition, you are looking to be as aggressive
Anybody
as
in chat still have to order the deathmatch that they wanted to? Because
holy cow, what a burst and what an amount of damage that was coming up on over towards the high ground. You could see exactly why they're in the position that they are. But this zone is pulling over towards the southern side. That's going to be huge for Optic Gaming. Now, you look at the way that they're setting up Skittle Cakes on the Caustic. He's going to be locking things down.
A lot of people get their hands in the
Meanwhile,
money
everybody else
Chimera.
is going to be focusing on their own side, trying to get the heartbeat sensor through the wall there. This Case20 is going to be making his move potentially on over towards these doors. they have
It all depends on
some
their
solid loot
contracts
for these
and
type of
stuff.
fights, right? R301 rocking the R400 combo with the R9 in the back pocket. No one was anticipating the annoying barrel on over towards the door, everyone's favorite as you're trying to go inside of a building, but I would love to see them continue to get this loot and continue to pick up that pace that Furia had.
And I think that that is the plan that they have, but I mean, when we're looking at this zone, how many times do we see Optic come out on top when they are the only team that is there right now? They are able to hold on to that spot, and we'll see if this is yet another dub in the bank for Optic Gaming. Alliance we saw there for just a moment making their rotations. Furia still on the hunt, trying to get more KP on the board. And honestly, for this stage of the tournament, this might be my favorite decision in playstyle.
Look at this coming through. Is Watson with the frag grenade looking to enter and infiltrate inside of this building, and this is what Seer does so well. He knows how to get around Watson, right? He's in his name. He played it for so long for a majority of his Apex career. Can't toss nades out or in that type of situation. Arcane figures that out the hard way as he's playing on Crypto, and he ends up going down, doing a great job of using that knockdown shield. But this looks like the fight is all but over until another knock comes on over towards the side, and that's all she wrote. Furia takes another team down. This time it's
So many
IG.
kills,
They are
dude.
quickly
Holy crap.
becoming
Furia
one of my
is
favorite teams to
insane
watch
with
with
them.
the just amount of pure aggression that they have. Now LG gets taken out, TSM gets involved. That's Monsoon, Shiny, and Enemy Go going out. Furia is also getting knocked and third-partied by GMT. They get eliminated, so all that fighting now finally coming back to potentially bite them, but GMT now getting fourth and fifth party. The teams are flying in. Cloud9 is here as well. Everybody showing up to party.
This is what happens when the zone shrinks down and everybody's waiting this long to make the rotations in. All of these edge fights are going to get really, really messy for these teams that waited this long. And you can see how many are actually on top of each other when we are looking at the map. Cloud9 able to get a moment here to reset themselves and get healed back up and continue this push through, because there's going to be more squads in their path that they will have to deal with. And TSM starting a little bit of that aggression. Okay, they haven't had too many fights yet in this game, but I feel like they've been playing this smart.
And this is really great for TSM and Optic Gaming, right? Optic Gaming, they're in the zone. They have great priority position. Now with Furia being eliminated, yes, they did pick up some kill points, but they didn't get those massive placement points that a team that's still in is going to potentially have. Now you can see the skyward dive coming in from Singularity, and out of the sky with the flatline, it's Hal.
This patience that we've seen out of TSM in this final game is really, really working out well for them. Now they're able to start dealing out the damage that they're looking for. They're waiting for the other teams to make the rotations, picking them off out of that. Now Singularity is able to reset here, but that's still huge for TSM. They know exactly where they are. They can keep their eyes on them and continue to get some KP on the board. Instead, they decide to make their rotation into the zone. They know it's the right time to do it. They've only 16 seconds before the zone starts closing, and they have a little bit of space to work with, because if you look, Optic has moved off of their area on the big bot side of things.
Making something out of nothing. TSM locking down a crevice of the bridge area, leading on over towards where that Lava City area is, leaving the Lava Siphon. And you would think, when you look at this map, if you were a casual player, that's some of the spots that you never would even see if you were playing the game. Well, TSM that just made that a spot to hold and to potentially lock down so they could move their way closer to $500,000. And Hal is continuing to put in work with the flatline. Let's hop on board with the CEO to see what he has in store. And they have taken over this area. They're in the next zone. The rotation working out perfectly. This area is phenomenal for them, and it looks like they are going to be safe for quite some time now. Alliance, they're safe as well. Inside of the blue trailer area, Yuki tossing out barrels left and right. They're going to be in a good spot. More fighting happening on over towards the side. You can see E8 is trying to do a great job of gatekeeping, and that's going to be one IQ, and E6 getting eliminated. Now we're down to 8 squads. Cloud9 looks like they're on the ropes. That's going to be Alliance inside, and they go down as well in 8th place. Alliance potentially getting third-partied on over towards the side, and this is absolutely insane. The zone pulls away from TSM, actually, and now they have to fight their way out of this position. What an unorthodox zone here out in the open, half of it being taken up by the mountain. If you don't have a Gibraltar in this situation, you are done for.
This is going to be rough. We're going to be watching Optic trying to fight off Burger down there. Team Singularity is going to be trying to hold this until they absolutely have to push, but there's so many teams on this western side, and TSM has been gatekeeping as many of them as they possibly can, getting more and more kills on the board for themselves. And honestly, this is, when we're looking at that final zone, What?
Optic Gaming the Optic Gaming has the home court advantage in terms of knowing where this zone potentially is going to be, and they've played this phenomenally. Again, it's all about keeping that action in front of you, owning real estate. They've done a really good job of it so far. You can see little small movements inside of Skittlecakes' mechanics there to try to look through the crease of the wall, to try to find out more knowledge of where these players are potentially going to be. And you wonder, what's going to be the play for TSM? Are they going to skyward dive on this one?
I wish I was there with a Sentinel. That'd be so fun. Oh my god.
They're going to need a bubble on the opposite side of Burger here. You can see defensive bombardments are coming through. Havoc shots are ripping across the map. Volt 30-30 is a really powerful combo towards the tail end of the game, and there goes the bubble from Team Burger. This is huge because you have the Digi threat, so if you have to get through this Caustic gas, that's going to be big. Not taking any damage from the enemy Caustic as he runs by, obviously. But Team Singularity making their move on towards where Optic Gaming is, but they've gotten here a little bit too early, and I don't believe they have a bubble.
Oh, that's super unfortunate. Optic has been holding that for so long, and we saw a bunch of skyward dives start to come out. People trying to get positioning in that final zone. TSM on the low ground right now, taking a little bit of damage from above, but still able to hold their position. I believe that's E8 above them that they do have to deal with and decide how they want to make this push. Looking like they're ready to do it as Hal's trying to scout out the area a little bit.
Hal going to fly up, and I'm not quite sure if his teammates are going to be able to have the
This guy's
same
a real estate
luxury.
agent. What do you want? Give him a break.
For dead, or have to make their way up in a different type of manner. Now TSM is going to
I would
feel the
teach
zone
them the
damage. They
new
go
meta.
off in 5th place.
I would.
Really
I would
tough spot
set
to
a
be
new
in right
meta.
there. But now it's up to Optic Gaming to potentially take this group. Can they go back-to-back in the group stages? They dominated C versus D. They're looking to do the same here with a big dub. E8 is going to end up taking down Team Burger. Golden now with the kill lead. Optic Gaming healing inside of the blue trailer. 2 teams on the outside right now. It's going to be E8, it's PVX, and it's Optic Gaming. The reses are coming through, the heals coming through as well, and it's just one rat on the outside that could potentially ruin it for Optic Gaming. Mercy only taking position here with Presley. This is a great spot to be in for Optic Gaming if they can continue to stay alive and get these heals off. Maybe Duplex going to go for the syringe. Yes, Knock going to top off as well and hit that cell. They're looking for this final player. I think they have sound cues on the player that's ratting behind them.
E8 was really utilizing their angles well here, but there was enough time for Optic to fully get themselves reset, but the shield crack comes out with the frag. This is a perfect opportunity for E8 to make the push. Both bubbles are down, and Optic is trying to get a little bit of height here and see if they can clean this up. The PK shots are hitting Tom, and this is what we're looking for out of Skittlecakes, but it's still a 1v2. Will he be able to close this one out?
No!
Damn.
E8 taking the final game of the night. Skittlecakes
E8 with the
all
win.
on the edge of his seat.
I'll show you that
Almost
is.
a potential 1v3. Let's go! You love to see it. The hype coming through
Oh,
on the
no.
final game of the night here on our main stage. The crowd's out of their seats. They're feeling good. What a final game of the night. Bringing the energy. Putting
He
the belly
flashed
on
us.
them.
What a way to close this one out. Huge, huge finish for E8. I mean, Optic almost had that.
All right, let's
but
see the
like I said,
final
E8 had
leaderboards.
such good angles
Let's
from
see who goes to the
outside of
winner
their
and
truck that
loser
they were able to
bracket,
do
and then we're
enough
gonna call it a
damage
stream.
to really get that initiation in on Optic, and there wasn't a whole lot that they could do to stop it.
You can see Optic Gaming pretty upset with how that one went. They're wondering if they got enough points there to potentially close out their group stage. Every point really mattering. Everyone fighting to make it into the winner's bracket. They do not want to go through that loser's bracket area, Lauren. They're trying to set themselves up for success for that. Again, that $2 million prize pool, $500,000 for first place. But hey, you got to feel good if your teams like Furia, TSM, Optic Gaming, C9 had themselves one heck of a series as well. E8 closing it out with 27 points.
27,
you also have Rapper on this team
damn.
who's coming in as a sub, but it looks like they are still with their full 3, which is awesome to go and see. Mercy, Presley, Golden, what a phenomenal job. 15 kills on this squad, 27 points overall, looking extremely solid. Now E8, they were 13th place in their groups. That's going to really help their overall point total. The second page, a lot of teams that you would expect not to be here on here. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out exactly where these teams pan out, Lauren, and it's TSM taking first.
Oh, barely 1 point though. The play style of Fury has been using is keeping them in the running. Second place right behind TSM at 60 points. Cloud9 still holding on to a top 3 spot. Optic Gaming jumping up.
Crazy Fury.
And a
Did
huge
Fury
jump
even
up
win
from
a single
EA after
game?
That insane performance. I mean,
That's just
15
60
kills on the
kills.
last game of the day after how long they've been playing today. That's phenomenal.
Jumping up 6 places, that is
That's
so big
mostly
for them.
points and kills.
And you can just see how much every single point mattering. That's why Optic Gaming was a little upset with not winning that final team fight there, because you're looking at 6 potential points being left on the board. that would have put them in 3rd place above Cloud9. So Cloud9 was definitely rooting for E8 in that situation, jumping on board with the 2nd page here. Not the performances that some of these teams were looking for, but the good thing is the silver lining
Team
is
Burger
there's
on the
still
11
one more round and then multiple days for these players to go and compete. I can't believe that we're still on the first day of competition.
It is going to be so good from here on out. I cannot wait to see what happens with all of our teams, all of our competitors, because
One IQ with the 5
thought
points.
that this would maybe be one of the slower days that we would have seen throughout the entire weekend. This is a 4-day event, and everybody brought the heat.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Especially when there's so much money on the line. We're
That wasn't
playing
the overall
for the
for
championships,
the
trying
thing,
to get
though,
that
right?
trophy too, like Bardolph was
Don't they have to
talking about.
combine it?
Someone is sitting there
To find
with
out
an
who the
empty
winner and
area
loser
in their
brackets are?
cabinet, trying to put that on the trophy. And I've always wanted to wonder, how does the trophy get determined between the 3 players? There should be a mad dash sprint, auto sprint on to get on over towards the trophy. I hope they all get a trophy. Everyone should get a trophy. Well, they're giving out participation trophies now in game for Apex, but that was an amazing group. That was an amazing display of Apex right there. Final thoughts on what you just saw?
I am just ready for them to continue bringing it into the next day. I know the rest of the crew is ready. All the talent here has been so excited for this event, and today did not disappoint.
Let's toss this on over to the panel and get their thoughts as well.
Thank you so much, Tom. Fallout here, joined alongside
I don't think that was overall for the day.
Genome from APAC South. Aussie, been holding it down, by the way, in the APAC South region for quite some time, my man Genome. But hey, a lot to talk about, a lot to break down in those last 3 games, gentlemen. Obviously, we'll have the highlights on screen here in a moment, but TSM closes this one out, Randy.
Yeah, it was an incredible performance from them, I think, over the course of the day. We talked a lot about their adjustment and their willingness to go ahead and basically say, this isn't working, let's go back to what has worked. And for me, that's a stronger sign for a team heading into the next few days, because it's not about having a good plan and executing it halfway, really even just going in, this is the plan we're doing, we're committing to this 100% is the sign of a champion. They're showing that right now.
Yeah, not being stubborn, right? And there were some other teams in that lobby that we saw being a bit stubborn. You know, when you stick with a contest time and time again, we've seen it happen. Once, twice, you're thinking, surely you want to pick up some points. Dreamfire picked up 1 point on World's Edge. Twice going out with 0 kills.
Not a lot.
20th place, trying to take on that contest with Furia.
Yeah. That's not the best showing. Fire to
How
say
long have I been
Your face
live?
said it all on camera right there, Evan. They had the biggest high, the highest of highs with a 32-point game.
happened
And
to the
after that, it's
thing?
a lot of lows. But walk me through this one at Rain Day. And
The ALGS standings.
I think the beginning of this all
Here we go.
almost
We
has
have
to
it
go
right
with
here.
what Fury have been doing with Dreamfire. On World's Edge, they happen to be 50-50 in the same spot, and Fury is winning those battles
So
really
this says
2 out of
optic
3
game.
times, almost all the time, to where Dreamfire
Right.
is losing a lot of the momentum, and that's kind of why that they're having those early struggles.
Yeah, and they're doing it so convincingly, right? And man, just throughout the rest of the game as
This makes
well.
sense, right? Optic Gaming at 122,
big amounts of
Fury at
kills and
108,
points throughout all of World's
Team
Edge,
Singularity,
but they were more
Dreamfire at
consistent. They did some
95,
of it on
TSM at
Stormpoint
93,
as well.
Yeah,
Cloud9
I like Cloud9
79,
too, bouncing back,
Element at
obviously a lot
79.
of wins. They're looking like a decisive team, John, and
This
that's
is
the
group
thing
stage,
that
though.
we always try to figure out. Yes, you can be great in these final circles, but can you win? Cloud9 proving that multiple times today.
Yeah, I was impressed by Cloud9's performance. They needed a bounce back showing here, and they got it. And meanwhile, IG was able to close out game number 5. My pick, who I had a lot of hope for, showing some hope, showing some life, but couldn't do it.
15 kills coming out from these guys. We're seeing some more highlights there from Furia, and I mean, just briefly there, we're looking at their team composition as well. I heard the casters, touching on that as well, bringing out the Fuse. And I think that's actually maybe one of the reasons why they could win those early fights as well, because it's like it doesn't matter what guns you're picking up, you've got that area denial, you've got some extra chip damage when you've got white armors, and that means even more at that point.
And don't
That
forget
makes
about
more
the
sense,
additional
yeah.
time on Knuckle
They look
Crunch.
like the
The
final
pressure that
standings.
just not being able to move for that length of time. Time is everything when it comes down to these circles. That half a second, we saw how it changed the difference between TSM being able to push in and win that final circle over GMT and Optic, or GMT having to push in a little bit early. So Fuse bringing a lot to the table. A lot of teams are underestimated.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. And this Furia team, let me tell you, they have been fun to watch. Second place overall, right behind TSM with 61.
Let's
but
confirm
what a finish
here.
from Elevate. They needed that. Up 6 points in 6 placements, 45 points on the board for the young, talented, last chance qualifying team. If you haven't heard of this roster, Mercy, Presley, and Golden, they barely qualified behind Furia in the last chance qualifier. They had a pop-off game number 6, and they looked so sharp. They started off with Seer and Bangalore this tournament.
Yeah.
Said, much like TSM, went back to Caustic, still rocking Seer, though, and they performed, Evan.
I think if you just get comfortable in a day like this with all the
True,
emotions,
Sel.
the
True.
live crowd, the nuances of people being on roster, subs coming in and out, just finding some balance somewhere, that's where I think Caustic and Gibby have really been beneficial for teams who are trying to get a little...
Show me the overall.
And at the very bottom of the leaderboard, you see Audic 4-7, Orthros Fang, 1IQ, obviously dealing with some roster challenges. Alliance was able to kind of pick it up after dropping a 0
Show me the
bomb, literally
overall.
a donut in Storm Point, 20 points, which is going to help them. It's going to help them maybe sneak into top 20. I mean, do you think Alliance is going to break in? Do you think they'll make it to the winners bracket?
I'm not counting Alliance out. Those guys have absolutely got what it takes, but there's only one series left, Fallout, and they're going to have a mountain to climb. I think the benefit of it is if you've got a team doing well across all 3 series, they get way ahead, right? But sometimes it only takes one good series for a team of the caliber of Alliance to push their way up and just maybe squeak into that winners bracket. But even if they don't, it's not all over, right? Like they've got the losers bracket. There is still more time for them to come back if necessary.
And they might even prefer it, right? They started really hot, looked really, really good in groups, the most dominating group stage team in Sweden at the playoffs a couple months ago, and then didn't really perform in the finals. Maybe they'll flip that script this time around. Alliance obviously in the group of death alongside TSM, alongside Furia, so many top teams. Speaking of TSM, I know the crowd here in Raleigh is excited. We know you're excited at home as well. We got none other than my man James Bakes live on the main stage for our first interview of the tournament with TSM.
That's right. It could be the first of many. Thank you very much, Fallout. And you are right. I think TSM are the fan favorites. Am I right? Let me make some noise for you guys. Now, I want to start with this, right? You guys got off to a pretty slow start. Then we saw the composition change. What was the reason for that? Was it just more comfortability, or what was the decision?
We had a really hard time finding fights that we could take running Maggie, and we noticed the lobby was mainly just playing hard zone, and we couldn't find anyone to fight. And if we did find them to fight, there was a team right behind them instantly, and we just died third party. So it just wasn't playing like how it was playing out in scrims for us. So we just went back to what we're comfortable with, and we also did practice that comp a lot in scrims as well. So.
And is it a bit of a risk, though, taking an adjustment like that mid-tournament? Like, how do you come to the decision of that?
I don't know, bro. We just wanted to run it. We wanted to try it. You got to try it sometime, right?
I like it. It worked, right? I can't.
He's like, you're overthinking it, dude.
Try at some point on it, man. You can't just run the same thing as everybody else every time. But I guess we ended up having to go back to everybody else, so who knows?
All right, I like it. I'm going to come in the middle as well. I'm going to keep moving around with you guys as I'm knocking over the can as well. So you got the Storm Point game, right, where you got top 3. That's when things started to change around for you guys. Was that the extra confidence you also need to push further?
I think so. I think it was just after the. I think it was just after the comp change. We kind of changed up our play style. We weren't taking fights on edge anymore. Playing a lot more position based, I'd say, instead of like trying to just kill teams.
This is a good angle.
Super helpful.
And in terms of that lobby, right, what was the most difficult thing to get used to with it? What was the adjustment needed? Was
They just want to show how. Convenient.
To change up?
Like, Hal's not in this
me
picture. We gotta change this.
I was getting
Our ratings are going down. Quickly. Where's Hal?
A lot of the same peaks I'd take on scrims would work, but at LAN, you could just get exploded. Like people hit their shots. Everyone's aim is way better in LAN. People are just way sharper. I think way more aware. And I think that was a huge change. And I'd say that's really the biggest thing for me.
And would you say now, though, right, you're on LAN, you're feeling you've got that change, you're confident going into the rest of the days?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've gotten used to it. I think I've learned those first 6 matches were kind of just a learning experience, you know. Yeah. And I think now we're prepared for the finals day and winners bracket tomorrow.
That's what I like to hear, man. That's the way to get it done. I'm gonna swap in and make sure we got this keep going. So. There's another factor, right? We already mentioned it. The crowd's definitely on you guys' side. How much of a boost and a help is that?
Honestly, I think before the games even started, you guys can hear that. I told, when we were leaving out to go to the bathroom before the games even started, I told them, everyone was chanting, and I was like, if that isn't motivation for you guys, I don't know what it is. And I think I appreciate all you guys coming out, by the way.
There we go. Some love for the crowd up in here. Now, I also got to ask, though, right? You've set the stage here. You've dominated coming into this second part now. you feel like you can go all the way?
Oh yeah, I think we definitely learned a lot from the first 6 matches. Like they said before, our play style just wasn't working. Trying to fight for edge and stuff like that. So I think if we just revolve our around positioning and stuff like that and stick to caustic, I think we can just roll with it.
Roll with it. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to hear. TSM have done some damage coming into the end of day 1. Raleigh, make some noise for TSM, and let's get ourselves back to the desk.
My man Banks, the best in the business. Great to have him joining our talent team here live. What an interview, of course, with Hal, Verhulst, and Rep. So well spoken, their maturity, their growth as individuals, and of course as a team. I don't think we can speak enough about it.
I love talking about these guys. I mean, I've done several videos on Hal and Rep specifically. I'm still got to do one on Evan. Shares my name. All Evan's doing good things in Apex. But I just appreciate the way the guys think about the games. And there is this level of competition there's a willingness to be, hey, we were wrong. But it's all because we want to win. So let's be wrong now so we can be right at the championship. And that's, to me, my mentality as a former athlete. I love to see that.
Yeah, that's right. Slow start for TSM. Obviously in 20th place with Seer and Mad Maggie. They adjust. You like to see the adaptability. Much different TSM this time around than in the playoffs, where they didn't really know what they were going to run going into Championship Sunday. Now they sit in 5th place. But guess what? Our secondary stream and other match going on upstairs, casted by Nicewig and Greek, by the way, still going on. Let's take a look at the leaderboards as it stands. It's about an hour delayed due to some errors. So that said, FA Kitty showing up big time. They needed a performance. And speaking of which, speaking of needing a performance after a lackluster first series, NRG showing up as well. And your boys from APAC South, from Thailand, continue to show up. EXO with back-to-back performances.
Yeah, EXO are doing fantastically, especially on Storm Point. Just with how some of these groups have been working out, they've been getting a lot
So we're
of
done?
POIs
They finished?
Several POIs, being able to split drop, getting an armory. That's something
You can see
that's
how
changed
everybody
in
stacks
Sweden,
up
right?
now?
One of the biggest changes to that map is if you get access to one of those IMC armories, you come out incredibly kitted.
Yeah, that's a great point. Keep an eye on Scars and Dark Zero as well as AD from Korea. They'll be trying to grind their way through in these last few matches. This is not done yet. Crazy Raccoon, a fan favorite, obviously not playing with Raz. A big loss there, playing with Sunday, Zetter, and Maney in last place there on screen. If you take a look at this second stage, Space Station had a good start. Not looking so good in this one either.
That's really going to be the difference. When you look at getting into winners and losers, it's not going to be these teams who have this great Game 1, Series 1, and then Series 2 drop off, because we're already seeing a lot of teams consistently have very good series going into our third and final one. So I do feel a little worried if I'm a Space Station fan. They look like they're going to be on the bubble right now, potentially, but if they show up tomorrow with a big performance, I think they'll have a chance to get in there.
We'll see how they will fare. That is, of course, the secondary stream. You can catch that live on twitch.tv/Nicewig. Go show the boy Wig and my Greek brother some love as we take a look at the overall standings. After day number 1, we only got one series left tomorrow. It's Optic Gaming on top in first place with 122 points. Returning to the top spot is Optic alongside Furia in second. EXO is showing up big time
at the
in
border.
third. We haven't talked nearly enough about Team Singularity, a team that I had circled.
So these are
as
all
one
the
of best
teams that
controller
made
players,
it,
Arson,
essentially.
coming from Brazil's Brazilian
This
squad
is the
looking really
winnings bracket,
solid.
right?
Too. I mean, we saw that, right? And the fact that Arton is now playing with them,
This is it.
Yeah,
this is the top 20. This is the winning
Team
bracket.
at their full power previously, and to have them at least at the ALGS Championship, pulling out their full gamut of tricks and everything has been fantastic. So yeah, you were just talking about consistency, right, across both series today. Singularity have been amazing. We haven't seen sort of as much of them on stream.
It's not the
I think,
final.
so
It
maybe
says it's the
going
final.
forward, we might get a little bit more of that to see exactly how they do it.
And they're
This
just
is
lacking
the
in wins, too. I think that's
losers
the other thing.
bracket.
They're getting a lot of points, but they haven't won as many games as some of these other lethal teams. So something to improve.
That's spot on. We take a look at the second page here. Alliance on the fringe. Ascend, your champions from Split 1 playoffs in Europe on the fringe. Luminosity showing up. Team Burger from APAC South. We had a couple teams that we had circled, we had our eyes on. Not necessarily in the top 20 yet. Do you think we'll see any of these? If you
Sorry to
had
hear
pick
that,
any
Team
teams,
Burger.
which teams on this list will qualify tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming this is, you know, we've still got some of those rounds to play, right, from the
There's still
second
more
group.
rounds.
So obviously some of the teams in the bottom tier, you know, do have another 2 games left probably to increase their standings there. But if you're asking me who's going to move up to here, Team Burger, they've been on the cusp the
on
whole
Friday,
time. They're
Balloon
very
8
solid. They're very
after
consistent.
the
I think
journey.
they'll get through. Looking further down, Alliance.
So
I
there's
think
still
they're
2 more games.
They're starting to move up a little bit now, and maybe Sutraiku as well.
One more time.
Well,
Say one more time.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for being here, guys. I really appreciate it.
How does he do it? Gets me.
I'll see you guys on the next live stream, everyone. I'm also going to show you guys my desk mat video behind the scenes to end the stream.
I think that's it.
LG.
Yeah, this is it for them.
Yeah, I think they'll be in
You
there.
think Complexity and the boys? Complexosity?
Yeah, they have a chance. I mean, especially because they're
All
in
right,
that
I'll see you
other
later,
group.
everybody.
They'll have a
Watch
chance
this
to
quick
really
desk
have
mat
a
video
couple
to
more
end the
games
stream
under their
and
belt.
order
They're
the
all
desk mats. Go order your desk mat now. Trying to get this fire right for the desk mat was a pain. I figured that the fire would be important to the lighting of the right side, so I decided that it would be smart to do that first, before making the flames in Blender's fire generator. Here, an early look of the scene around the midway point, you can kind of see how much we had progress around this point. After watching a lengthy tutorial and a full day's work and an all-night overnight render, I finally had my first fire. Though I liked it at first, the more I looked at it, the more I realized it just looked a little fake and cartoony. I decided to spend another afternoon after my stream on the fire again. Plus, after another afternoon learning volumetrics and adding background fog and smoke and another overnight render, I got this fire. Though it was much more realistic fitting with the rest of the piece, it definitely lacked some of that curling and the pop that that first one had. So, after a few more tries, I knew that this was the one. I really wanted my first official artwork to be a banger. Plus, I had to learn a new software that I never used before, so I really just took my time no matter how long it took and just enjoyed the process of learning a new skill. I hope you guys enjoyed my first official artwork. I really wanted it to feel just really collectible for whenever I'm famous in the future, so I hopefully achieved that. Don't forget to go order yours now.